Chapter 1. The sea is full of water. Blue sea. Blue sky. On a small island that was only 10 square meters, a man in his 20s was lying on the beach. The water washed over his legs. When a wave crashed onto the shore, the water rushed directly into his face. Ahem! The man choked awake from the bitter sea water. He coughed and climbed up from the beach. Then he looked around in confusion. Then, a confused sequence of, "Who am I? Where am I? And what am I going to do?" suddenly flashed through his mind. After a while, the man remembered that his name was Tang Sichuan. He is a newbie who has just graduated and has only been in the workplace for less than half a year. As for why he was on this island, he really couldn't remember. "I think I'm dreaming." Tang Sichuan looked at the endless sea and said to himself. Then, he stretched out his right hand and yelled, "Wake up!" Snapped. Hiss! It hurts! Tang Sichuan squatted on the beach, covering his right face with his right hand. He felt a little tinnitus in his right ear. It can be seen how loud this slap was. But the burning pain reminded him all the time that all of this was real. "What should I do? Why did I suddenly arrive on this island? I want to go home." Tang Sichuan panicked in his heart. He said that he never thought that he would suddenly come to the island when he was just taking a good nap at home. And this island is still so small. He looked at only a stone tablet, a tree, and some small gravel scattered on the island. My heart was filled with despair. What can you do with a space of only 10 square meters? It allows you to place two 2-by-2-meter beds. And even a 2.5-meter bed can be squeezed in. According to the imperial capital where Tang Sichuan lived before, these 10 square meters were worth 20,000 or 300,000. But if you want to give you an island of 10 square meters and let you live there, I'm sorry, but I really can't do this. Not to mention, there is a tree and a stone monument in this 10 square meters of space. Just say you are standing on an island. It is not certain whether the seawater will submerge the island during high tide. If the tide comes, these 10 square meters will definitely be submerged. Once the island is submerged, you can only stand in the sea. As for sleeping, Tang Sichuan said he didn't dare because he was afraid that if he fell asleep and the tide came in, the water would wash him away. Therefore, Tang Sichuan has only one idea in his mind right now: don't let the tide rise. Tang Sichuan looked around the island again and found that apart from an unnamed tree, there was only one stone monument left. Strange. Why is there a stone monument on this island? Tang Sichuan was a little strange. There is an artificial stone monument on a desert island. This is very illogical. Tang Sichuan was full of curiosity about this stone tablet at this time. He felt that this stone tablet was the most suspicious thing on the entire island. Perhaps there will be the answer I want to know on that stone tablet. Why don't you go and have a look? Tang Sichuan asked himself in his heart. Driven by curiosity, Tang Sichuan made up his mind and walked towards the stone monument. In Tang Sichuan's view, his current situation is already the worst. Is there anything more terrifying than having to face the disaster of being drowned by rising tide at any time? Therefore, Tang Sichuan is now ready to fight. He walked around the stone tablet and found that there was nothing on it. Just a smooth black stone tablet without any characteristics. Tang Sichuan pretended to be brave and put his hand on the stone tablet. A cold touch and a large amount of information poured into Tang Sichuan's mind. After a long time, Tang Sichuan took his hand off the stone tablet. But then, a sad smile appeared on his face. "Gone! You were trying to kill me!" Tang Sichuan was already desperate. From the information just instilled in the stone tablet, he roughly understood that he was pulled to this desert island world by a mysterious force. Like him, there are everyone in the original world. These people were then divided into zones of 1 million people. Then, let everyone survive independently in this world until the best group of people is determined. This world has a lot of materials and is also full of threats. From time to time, supply boxes will float in the sea. Survivors can use tools to salvage these supply boxes to obtain various supplies. But at the same time, this ocean is also full of many unknowns. For example, there are large sharks and prehistoric creatures in the ocean. There will also be a large number of indigenous tribes on the sea. These indigenous tribes generally consist of dozens or hundreds of people. When the strength is not enough, the only way to meet these indigenous tribesmen is to dig a hole and bury yourself in it. This way, it is possible to preserve the whole body. As for, do you want to communicate with the indigenous people and achieve peaceful development? Then you must first learn their language. However, if you are possessed by Emperor O, congratulations, you can live well in this world. After Tang Sichuan digested this information, he had only one thought in his mind: to survive. Tang Sichuan looked at the Daosher interface in front of him. After thinking about it, he directly clicked on the chat page. This chat page allows you to chat and communicate with millions of people in your area. Tang Xichuan just clicked on the chat page, and suddenly a large amount of information poured into his eyes. Oh! Where is this? Is there anyone? What's going on? I'm still shitting. Why did I suddenly reach the sea? Yes. Same question. I just took one bite of my sesame seed cake. I'm starving to death. Can someone explain it to me? The landlubbers are panicking. Tang Xichuan looked at the information and found that a large number of people were still clamoring, not realizing the seriousness of the matter at all. If clamoring is useful and can bring him back to his original world, then Tang Xichuan will join without hesitation. But is clamoring useful? No. So Tang Xichuan just glanced at it and closed the chat page directly. When he came to the beach again, he saw several more shining boxes on the sea. He knew that those boxes should be the supply boxes mentioned in the introduction. And next to his feet, there was a fishing net. Tang Xichuan picked up the fishing net. And then he had some difficulties. Although he does not come from a wealthy family and grew up in a rural area when he was young, he has never played with fishing nets. He recalled what he saw on TV and threw the fishing net out. But the result left him somewhat disappointed. The entire fishing net was thrown out like a sesame ball, and then hit the water directly with a plop. Tang Xichuan felt a little embarrassed. But fortunately, there was no one else around. He grabbed one end of the fishing net and pulled the net back hard. The fishing net itself was made of something like hemp, and after being soaked in water, it seemed unusually heavy. But in order to survive, Tang Xichuan could only use all his strength and then pull back by the hemp rope. After all his efforts, he finally pulled the fishing net ashore. Then he threw it out again. Thump! Pull again. Thump! An hour later, the supply box closest to him had floated a long way away. He still didn't succeed. Moreover, an hour of strenuous exercise left his arms feeling completely useless and unable to exert any strength at all. The whole person also lay directly on the sand, breathing heavily. It's over. There's no hope. I'm going to die. Chapter 2. It's better to make things automatic. This was what Tang Xichuan was thinking, and he felt endless despair. Tang Xiaochuan was exhausted. He lay next to the island stone and watched other people chatting on the public screen, hoping to find something useful in it. Can you please teach me how to use the fishing net? Little brothers, if any of you can give me some food, I will be yours tonight. No, there are still people who don't know how to use fishing nets. You guys are trash. There are so many fish in the sea. Don't you know how to catch them? No way. No way. No one is really still hungry. Right. Grilled fish. Looking at the public screen, the big guys who had caught fish jumped out one by one to show off their achievements. And one of them even made an introduction about grilled fish. Tang Xichuan felt even hungrier. A bunch of inhumane thieves. Tang Xichuan cursed secretly. He was now so tired that he had no strength and smoke was coming out of his throat. He suddenly hated himself because he was a mountain boy instead of a fisherman's boy. If you are a child of a fisherman's family, at least you can rely on the fishing net to catch some sea fish to satisfy your hunger. But the reality is so cruel. He, who doesn't know how to use a fishing net, can only wait quietly for himself to lose strength, and then die alone on this island of only 10 square meters. Ding! System activation is complete. Please host to check in daily. A strange voice sounded in Tang Xiaochuan's mind. System? What system? Did the man behind the scenes configure a system for everyone? Tang Xiaochuan had some doubts, but the system did not give any explanation. Tang Xiaochuan, who didn't get a response, had some doubts. He doesn't know now what the behind-the-scenes person means. Why would everyone be brought into this desert island world full of water? Is it for entertainment or for some other purpose? Tang Xiaochuan didn't know and couldn't understand. Moreover, does this system exist for every survivor? Or does it only exist for you? None of this came to fruition. However, one thing Tang Xiaochuan knew very well was that if he could no longer get food and water, he would only die of thirst and starvation. Sign in! Tang Xiaochuan, who had no choice but to sign in, finally chose to sign in. In his opinion, he is the kind of person who is desperate now. There is a fishing net in the air, but it cannot be thrown 10 meters away. With such a net casting technique, he might not be able to catch anything else except a few seaweeds in the end. Rather, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for him. The sign-in was successful, and the item automatic fishing net was obtained. It has been placed in the system space and is being checked. Tang Xiaochuan listened to the emotionless mechanical tone, but he was overjoyed inside. Although he hasn't seen the use of this thing yet, He knows just from the name that this thing is great. The key point of automatic fishing net lies in the word automatic. What's wrong with you now? Don't you just know how to use a fishing net? Now that there is an automatic fishing net, doesn't it mean that you can get supplies by yourself? No matter how stupid he is, Tang Sichuan knows that he is lucky this time and has won the jackpot. Take out the fully automatic fishing net, Tang Sichuan tried to say. Then a small car appeared in front of him, with a net bag similar to a catapult on the top of the car. Automatic fishing net, SS level item, which can automatically capture targets within a 300-meter range. Patrol route level targets can be set. When Tang Sichuan saw the introduction, he sat up directly from the beach. He rubbed his eyes and found that the car did have an explanatory message. He quickly looked at other objects. Old fishing net, D-class tool. A fishing net that is already in tatters. Don't expect it to catch items. Even if it does, you need to pray that it won't miss it. The maximum capture radius is 10 meters. Eucalyptus, a basic material that can be refreshed. You can get a certain amount of wood after cutting it down. If it is not cut down, a forest can evolve, and other forest materials and animals can be randomly refreshed. Stone, a basic material that can be refreshed. After mining, you can get a number of stones. If you don't mine it, you can evolve into a hill and randomly refresh other animals and minerals. Island stone, the foundation of island construction. You can use materials to build islands at the island stone. If it is destroyed, the island will sink. Please protect the island stone well by the living. Tang Sichuan glanced at everything he could see. As long as he looked at it for more than 3 seconds, an introduction to the item would appear. Although Tang Sichuan didn't know if it was because of the system that he could see these introductions, he knew one thing. That is, he should take action. He quickly came to the edge of the automatic fishing net and prepared to set up the fishing net. But when he just clicked on the fishing net settings, he noticed that in addition to setting the route, this fishing net can also set the items caught by the fishing net. The first place on the list is naturally the supply box, followed by SSS level fish, SS level fish, and then down to ordinary sea fish. Seeing the display of this level, although Tang Sichuan still didn't know what the use of this level was, he knew that the higher the level, the better the quality. Soon, Tang Sichuan set the mode of the fishing net, and finally clicked to confirm, and the entire fishing net began to operate on its own. The net bag on the top of the car was pressed down slightly, and then it was ejected. A large net emerged in midair. The fishing net accurately landed on the water about 40 meters away from the shore, trapping the supply box. Then the motor inside the car rotated, pulling the supply box from the sea back to the shore little by little. When the supply box was pulled back, the fishing net was automatically recovered inside the car. Soon a new fishing net appeared in the net pocket of the car. At the same time, the car made a dee-dee sound. Then the car started swimming quickly according to the previously set route. Tang Sichuan quickly came to the supply box. He was now eager to know what he could get from this supply box. It's best to have something to eat and drink. After all, my throat is about to smoke. Tang Sichuan opened the supply box, and several messages suddenly came to his mind. Materials obtained: 1 cornerstone, 120 g of bread, 100 milliliters of purified water. The moment Tang Sichuan opened the supply box, the system directly prompted, "There is water and food!" Tang Sichuan was overjoyed when he saw the water and bread coming out of the supply box. At this time, he was so hungry that his chest pressed against his back. He quickly opened the bag of bread and stuffed the bread into his mouth in a few bites. Then he drank the water completely. Then he threw the plastic bottle aside and lay down on the beach quite contentedly. Then he looked at Dao Shi. Now that there is something at the bottom of my stomach, and I am not that hungry anymore, I need to find out first. See how other people are doing. And most importantly, make sure there is no one else or a system. If you are the only one with a system, should you develop it in a low-key manner, or in a high-profile manner? It's a bit hard to choose. Chapter 3. Are you asking me to risk my life growing apples? Is there anyone who appreciates your saliva? I'm dying of thirst. Oh my god. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home. Can anyone give me a piece of food? I'm willing to pay 1 million to buy it. Upstairs. What are you thinking about? What's the use of asking for money in this world? Are you wiping your butt? I'm going to wipe my ass with money. Is the person upstairs a rich man? What's the point of being rich? Are you going to starve like us? I suddenly feel that this is good. Everyone is equal. Ha ha ha. Equality of hammers? I am not the same as you. I am eating fish right now and watching your stupid chat. A survivor taunted everyone. I'll go. Boss, where did you get the fish? That's right. Boss, where did you get the fish? Are we still starving? How did you get the fish? Ha! You didn't expect it. I used to be a fisherman, specializing in fishing in the lake. I can easily catch this kind of fishing net. The survivor who was eating fish explained to everyone arrogantly. Boss, how did you start the fire? Asked another survivor. Make a fire? What kind of fire? The previous survivor didn't understand. Boss, you didn't light a fire. How did you get the fish? Chew it raw. I'll go. Grab it. Vigorous. I admire you. Everyone couldn't help but praise him as a warrior when they heard the big boss eating the sea fish raw. Tang Xiuquan, on the other hand, was diving in the public screen and watching everyone chatting. After watching it for a few minutes, he discovered that everyone was having a hard time at this stage. Many people are still hungry. But the good news is that Tang Xiuquan has not found anyone talking about the system yet. From this point of view, the system should be unique to him. Tang Xiuquan wanted to continue diving, but the automatic fishing net on the shore rang again. He immediately stood up and walked towards the shore. There's another supply box. Tang Xiuquan looked at a supply box placed next to the fishing net. He walked over and patted the automatic fishing net with great satisfaction. Brother, from now on, it's up to you what you can eat on this island. You have to work hard for your brother. After saying that, Tang Xiuquan opened the supply box directly. Materials obtained, apples, level A times 2. Soil, level A times 1. Huh? There are apples? That's great. That piece of bread just now was not full at all. Tang Xiuquan looked at the apples that came out and suddenly showed a smile. Just what does this A level mean? Is it also a level? Tang Xiuquan was a little confused as to what the A-level apple meant. So Tang Xiuquan immediately used the system to check the 2 apples. Apples, grade A, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Friendly reminder. Eating more fruits is good for your physical and mental health. Especially apples with grades. You will never forget them once you eat them. Note, there is a chance of getting apple seeds. What the HL? Where did such an introduction from Zhong Air come from? Tang Xiuquan looked at Zhong Air's incomparable system introduction. And he suddenly felt that the person who created this system was definitely not a serious person. However, Tang Xiuquan also noticed that although the system was second-rate, it also very clearly told Tang Xiuquan to eat the apple. I don't know what's the difference between these fruits with letters and fruits without letters. Thinking about it, Tang Xiuquan took a bite of the apple. The apple tastes just sweet. The sweet and sour apple juice filled Tang Xiuquan's mouth the first time he took a bite. That feeling is so addictive. What surprised Tang Xiuquan even more was that he now felt a warmth rising in his belly. And this warmth was still spreading to his limbs. He suddenly felt that he was full of power now. In just a few mouthfuls, Tang Xiuquan swallowed the whole apple. Is this what the system says is good for the body and mind? How do I feel that after eating this apple, my strength becomes as strong as those who exercise regularly? Is this food with a level that can change a person's physique? Just as Tang Xiuquan was thinking, the fruit core in his hand flashed, and then turned into several seeds. Although the matter of fruit cores turning into seeds is very bizarre, he has encountered even weirder collective time travels. Does he still care about this? Tang Xiuquan looked at the seeds in his hand calmly and murmured. Is this the probability just introduced by the system? I just ate an apple and got the seeds. The probability is a bit high. But having seeds is also a good thing. The taste of the apple just now really made Tang Xiuquan linger. If you have seeds, you will have an endless supply of apples in the future. Apple seeds, grade A. Plant them in the soil, and soon you will have an endless supply of apples. Note, the seed grade is a grade. Please do not plant the seeds under a grade soil. Otherwise you will not be able to produce a grade apples. Yes. What do you mean by coincidence? I happen to have A-level talent. Tang Xiuquan looked at the introduction with a proud look on his face. He felt that today was his lucky day. Whatever you want is what you want. Soil grade A. After use, you can get 1 cubic meter of soil, which can be used for planting. Young man, go be a happy farmer. Note 1. Soil will slowly degrade if not placed in a specialized container. Note 2. Planting crops below soil grade will slowly degrade. Tang Xiuquan. Huh? What do you mean? Will the soil grade drop? Tang Xiuquan didn't understand what the rules were. Seeds planted in soil with a grade lower than his own would be downgraded. And crops in soil with a grade lower than his own would be downgraded. Doesn't this make it clear what kind of land Tang Xiuquan is allowed to plant? Although he didn't understand, Tang Xiuquan decided to do it because it seemed that although the system was second-rate, at least it had not tricked him yet. However, just when Tang Sichuan was about to take out A and the soil, the system prompted again. Note that there is no suitable object for placing soil here. If you place the soil directly on the saline alkali land, the soil will degrade 5 times faster. After seeing this prompt, Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. He looked around his island. Except for 1 stone and 1 tree, there was only 1 island stone that could not be destroyed. What the hell? This makes me risk my life growing apples. Tang Sichuan scolded him directly. This made it difficult for him. He put the soil directly on the beach. The system said that the level would be reduced 5 times faster. But he didn't even have a pot in his hand, which made him risk his life. This island stone can be used to build items. But can it be used to build things that can hold soil? Tang Sichuan suddenly saw the island stone and remembered the system's description of the island stone. He placed his hand on the island stone, and the familiar interface appeared again. He looked at the interface carefully and saw a building button on the lower right button of the island stone interface. Tang Sichuan tried clicking it, and then the interface in front of him changed. The entire page turned into a table style, which said construction category, production category, weapons category, and the other 4 categories. Tang Sichuan thought for a moment and clicked on the production category. Then the page turned into a list of various tools, ranging from hoes and scissors to combine harvesters. Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 4. How about putting down a tree first? There are so many things. I have to find out when to go, Tang Sichuan said to himself. Then, he discovered that this list had a search function. He directly clicked on the search box, entered planting, and then clicked to confirm. Wooden basin, a basin made of wood. It can be used for planting and bathing. It is convenient and affordable. Applicable level, S level and below. Requires wood X50. Flower garden. A beautiful island needs the support of flowers. You can sow flower seeds into the flower garden and let flowers bloom all over your island. Note, planting crops will reduce production capacity by half. Applicable grade, a grade. Requires wood times 30. Linen times 20 inch. Advanced cultivation garden. An intelligent planting base built with the latest technology. It is very convenient. You only need to bury the seeds and leave the rest to the cultivation garden. Applicable to SS level. Requires wood times 200. Metal sheet times 100. Plastic times 300. Glass times 100. Tang Sichuan looked at the supplies needed for the advanced training garden and was dumbfounded. With so much material, even if you sell me now, it won't be enough. Now Tang Sichuan doesn't even have a piece of wood, let alone the lowest 30 yuan of wood for making a flower garden. Moreover, although the flower bed requires less wood, it also requires linen. The overall materials required are no less than those for making a wooden basin, in addition to making flower beds and then using them to grow apples. According to the above introduction, the production capacity is only half. Tang Sichuan, who had scarce resources to begin with, simply passed on the flower garden. How can I find the mood to plant flowers when I can't even eat enough? What Tang Sichuan wanted to build was the natural cultivation garden. But there were not enough resources. So Tang Sichuan thought about it, and finally focused on the most suitable wooden basin. However, even if Tang Sichuan decided to use wooden basins to grow apples, he did not have wood in hand. How about? I'll go and have a look on the public screen too? Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and decided to go to the public screen first. When Tang Sichuan just switched the interface back to the public screen, he saw the survivors on the public screen chatting with each other. I'm so thirsty. Is there any little brother willing to give me a bottle of water? I'm willing to do anything. Upstairs, judging from my many years of experience in the internet, you must be a foot-picking guy. Yes, I think so too. Unless you are willing to video verify with me. If you are really a girl, let alone water. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will get them for you. Go away. You are a bunch of stinky losers who want to lick me. Without food and water, who will talk to you? Oh, in this world, how come there are licking dogs everywhere? You know, licking dogs, licking dogs, licking dogs until there is nothing left. I don't agree with what you said upstairs. Haven't you heard? Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick it to the end. Everything? Oh no. Upstairs, who gave you the courage to say such things? Is it Liang Jingru? You guys are a bunch of idiots. You are wasting your time chatting here. Don't you know how to use a fishing net to catch the supply box? Upstairs, do you think we can still chat here if we know how to use a fishing net? Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen where the text was not scrolling. and suddenly shook his head helplessly. There are some people here who have a big heart. No matter where they go or what difficulties they encounter, they can face them with a smile. To put it nicely, it means optimism. To put it unpleasantly, it means being heartless. Actually, I thought of one thing. Do you think that if you are thirsty, drinking your own urine can also quench your thirst? A survivor suddenly said. Hack! Brother, you are really a talent. 6. Brother, congratulations on your gift of recycling materials. Your recycling is really going to heaven. Yes. I won't even watch the Nobel Prize in the future without you. The other survivors were shocked when they heard the first survivor's speech. Ahem. As a senior outdoor survival master, let me simply say that your idea is very good. It can also be used in emergencies. But the premise is that you can stand the smell. Master Wang, I will die of thirst and starvation today. Even if I jump into the sea from here, I won't drink urine. You're upstairs. Are you Master Zhenxiang? When Tang Sichuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a chill. It seems that if you push someone hard, you can really do anything. Tang Sichuan doesn't know how many people will choose this path at that time. However, fortunately, I don't have to choose, because I have an automatic fishing net, so I don't have to make such a decision. Wait a minute. Have you noticed that the trees, stones on the island can be collected? A survivor suddenly said on the public screen. Collect? How to collect? As soon as the previous survivor finished speaking, someone immediately asked. I was just about to use a fishing net to catch the supply box, but I was halfway there, and the supply box suddenly leaked out of the fishing net. Then I got angry and punched the stone next to me. Guess what happened? Said the survivor who spoke first. I guess you're M. Are you trying to kill your father? A survivor with a bad temper immediately responded directly. Okay. Don't be pretentious. Brother, hurry up and say it. If you have this attitude, I won't say anything. The survivor seemed a little angry and said, No. Boss, we were wrong. Please tell me quickly. The other survivors immediately begged the survivor. Forget it. Because you are so sincere. I will tell you that I punched the stone, and then a large piece of the stone fell off. Then there was an extra stone in my supply bag, and then I tried to hammer the stone a few more times. As a result, the stone broke into pieces, and there were a few more stones in my backpack. Oh no! There is still such an operation? But there are no rocks on my island. What should I do? Someone immediately exclaimed. Then what's on your island? There is only one tree on my island. Then try hammering the tree twice? Someone suggested. Okay, wait for me. The man heard someone suggesting that he hammer the tree, and he immediately agreed. Soon, the man came back. Brothers, I'm back. How is it? Tell me quickly. Oh, let me tell you. I just hammered the tree a few times, and I got some leaves and pieces of wood, the survivor said excitedly. When Tang Sichuan heard what this survivor said, he was stunned. Oh no! Hammering rocks with bare hands. Pulling up trees with one hand? Why do I feel so familiar with this plot? It's a bit like the setting of Ark. Tang Sichuan was surprised. He thought of this, slowly raised his head, looked at the trees on his island, and then fell into thinking. How about I pull down this tree first? Chapter 5 Profiteers. Tang Sichuan looked at the trees in front of him and hesitated. The introduction just now made it very clear that if these trees are cut down, materials can be obtained. But if they are not cut down, evolution will occur. Tang Sichuan was thinking, should he plant the tree first and then plant the apples? But on second thought, it seems that making a wooden basin requires 50 units of wood. He looked at the tree in front of him, which was only 5 centimeters thick. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't realize that cutting this tree could yield 50 units of wood. Since there is not enough wood, you still have to go to the market to replace it. So why cut down your own tree? Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan has made up his mind to exchange food for supplies. In Tang Sichuan's view, the survivors at this stage are still short of water and food. If you trade food yourself, you should be able to make a lot of profits. He first came to the fishing net and saw that there were no supply boxes as far as the naked eye could see on the surrounding sea. At this time, the fishing net was constantly catching nearby sea fish. At this time, 7 or 8 marine fish have been salvaged. Each marine fish weighs at least 4 or 5 kilograms. Tang Sichuan looked at these sea fish, and he felt that these fish should be exchanged for enough wood. After all, under such circumstances, Tang Sichuan felt that he only needed to use 100 g of fish meat in exchange for 1 unit of wood. This is not because Tang Sichuan is stingy, but because he feels that in such an environment, it is silly to exchange food for resources. He is probably the only one who dares to do this. After all, monopoly is the most profitable. If you have enough food sources, you will have the ability to monopolize the material trading market. If you are not convinced, then just trade with food. But the premise is that you can get food as fast as the automatic fishing net. Tang Sichuan set the exchange ratio in the trading market and exchanged 100 g of fresh fish for 1 unit of wood. As soon as he set it up, he felt that the fish in his hand disappeared, and an additional transaction message appeared on the trading market. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan switched back to the public screen and named himself Yifeng. Yifeng, 100 g of fish meat is traded for 1 unit of wood. Chat privately if necessary. Only the first 50 people will be traded. Just as Tang Sichuan's message was sent, the entire chat room fell silent. No one spoke on the public screen for half a minute. Tang Sichuan was a little confused. Could it be that he was offline? But then Tang Sichuan was flooded with all kinds of information. No. Is there really a big shot willing to trade food? Brother Yifeng, please give me 100 g. No, 50 g of fish. From now on, you will be my biological father. 1 unit of wood is exchanged for 100 g of fish meat. Isn't it a bit small? It's upstairs, so don't change it. This way I have a greater chance of becoming a fish. Get out of here. I'm just feeling emotional. Who said I won't exchange it? No. Haven't you grasped the point? Now Boss Yifeng is exchanging precious fish meat for wood. If you don't tell me, I really didn't pay attention. Is this Boss Yifeng planning to make something big? The initial 20 pieces of wood provided by the island are not enough? Huh? Wait, what's the initial 20 wood from upstairs? Some survivors didn't pay attention to the public screen just now, so they didn't know that they could knock down trees. It's that tree on your island. If you find a way to cut it down, won't you be able to get 20 units of wood? Huh? Why don't I know? I'm going to try now. Just wait for me. I'll find a way to chop down the tree now. You're thinking shit. When you come back, the daylilies will be cold. Tang Sichuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He no longer paid attention to the information on the public screen, because at this time, his private chat had already reached 999 plus. Tang Sichuan happily traded Haiyu to the first 50 people who traded him. Afterwards, Tang Sichuan withdrew from Gongping and began to build wooden basins on the island rocks. Start building, Tub! Tang Sichuan chose to build without hesitation. Construction completed. Then Tang Sichuan noticed that there was an extra wooden basin in the space on the island stone, and he directly chose to extract it. Immediately, a large wooden basin with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of half a meter came at his feet. Tang Sichuan laboriously moved the wooden basin to the side, then took out the grade A soil from the system space and directly placed it in the wooden basin. Looking at the soil in a wooden basin, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt a strange feeling. Do I really want to start my career as a farmer on this island? Tang Sichuan felt a little helpless. He worked hard and relied on his own efforts to come out of the mountains, just so that when he grew up, he would not be a farmer. But he did not expect that in the end, he would not escape the fate of being a farmer. However, now that there are only such conditions, Tang Sichuan has no choice. At least he is now living better than many survivors. Tang Sichuan took out the grade A apple seeds he had obtained and buried them directly in the soil. Then he unscrewed the last bottle of pure water and poured some water on the seeds. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan returned to the edge of the island stone, ready to continue peeking at the screen. By the way, do you think this fishing net can be used directly to catch fish in the sea? Upstairs. Are you a pig? This broken fishing net can't even lift the supply box. Do you want to catch fish? Then tell me, how did the 2 big guys from before catch the fish? How do I know? If I want to know, do I still need to be as hungry as you? Actually, there's nothing I can't say. You don't know how to use your fishing nets. And don't you know how to make harpoons? Replied a boss who had caught fish before. After saying that, he posted the harpoon he used on the public screen. Superior. Simple harpoon, the simplest harpoon, which can be used to spear fish and defend yourself. The usable range is 1 meter. Everyone, I would like to ask, has any of you ever caught this thing? Cornerstone. I have also obtained this cornerstone. But what is the use of this thing? I know this. I just checked on the island rock. This thing can expand the island under our feet. Huh? It's true. but it can only be expanded 1 square meter at a time. 1 square meter is enough for anything, but it's not enough for me to turn over. I don't know if there is a big boss who wants to buy this thing. If there is, I am willing to bear the pain and give it up. Upstairs, what are you thinking? As long as you can get a box for this thing, there is a high chance that it will be released. Who would trade food with you for this thing? Tang Sichuan watched everyone talking about the cornerstone on the public screen, and he suddenly thought that he had also obtained a piece. He quickly used the system to check Cornerstone's information. Now Tang Sichuan finally understands that although the island stone can also give information, the information given is incomplete, and a lot of important information is not displayed. Cornerstone. It can be used on the island stone in the center of the island to expand the area of the island under your feet. 1 cornerstone can expand the area by 1 square meter. Note, according to world rules, the island area will be submerged by 1 square meter of sea water every day. What? 1 square meter will be submerged every day. Tang Sichuan was stunned when he looked at the introduction given by the system. Seeing this system reminder, Tang Sichuan felt an extreme sense of crisis. 1 square meter a day. Then the island under your feet will be gone in just 10 days. Once the island disappears, he will have no choice but to float in the sea without a boat. He suddenly remembered what he had just said on the public channel that there were sea snakes and sharks in the sea. Tang Sichuan was not sure that the animals in the sea would not attack him if he fell into the sea. Even if these animals don't attack me, I don't have to think about continuing to fish for supply boxes in the future. Then the final result is either drowned in the sea or eaten by sharks. No matter which outcome, this is not what Tang Sichuan wants. No! A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. I have to collect enough island stones to build the island bigger before other survivors know that the island disappears 1 square meter every day. What if we can't get the cornerstone for a long time in the future? He did what he thought of. Tang Sichuan came to the fishing net again, selected the fattest fish for his dinner, and then took the other fish to the island stone. Yifeng, 100 G of sea fish can be purchased in unlimited quantities. If you are willing to exchange, you can trade with me directly. 666. Night Breeze Boss Nabikras. We are still struggling for food. Is Mr. Yifeng already thinking about how to build an island? Brother Yifeng, can you give me a bite of fish? If you give me a fish, I will be your little meow from now on. The dead she-male upstairs. Get out of here. Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen that was instantly crooked and felt a little dumbfounded. He didn't know if this group of water friends who knew the water group every day would still be in the mood to chat here at this time tomorrow. However, Tang Sichuan was not in the mood to remind them. He couldn't even take care of himself now. So why was he in the mood to care about others? If you cannot receive a large number of cornerstones today, it will be even more difficult to trade tomorrow. Moreover, even so, Tang Sichuan is not sure whether he can trade the cornerstone. After all, this thing is directly connected to the island under his feet. Facts have proved that Tang Sichuan was overly worried. There are many crazy things in this world that are done just for food. For example, Tang Sichuan's private chat is ringing now. Tang Sichuan looked at the record of 99 plus in an instant, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. If he was allowed to agree to the deal one by one, then he wouldn't have to do anything today. Tang Sichuan thought for a moment, then placed the fish meat directly on the trading floor above the island stone, and then set the price to 100 G trading cornerstone X1, and then resumed his sentence on the public screen. Thanks to my good friends for their strong support. But I really can't reply to so many messages. So I have put the fish and meat on the trading market. If there is demand, you can trade directly. Boss 666. Big brother. This is convenient for you. Me and others. H. Low. Me. H. Low. Everyone. Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Tang Sichuan suddenly heard a rapid beep 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 sound. He knew that this was the prompt after the automatic fishing net he set up had caught the supplied box. Tang Sichuan exited the public screen and walked towards the fishing net. He was already looking forward to opening the box. It felt like opening a blind box, which made him want to stop. Supplies obtained. Water purifier manufacturing diagram, level A. Glass X5. Metal sheet X8. Logging axe X1. Hey, have you drawn up the drawings? Tang Sichuan was so surprised that he picked up the drawings and looked at them carefully. Water purifier manufacturing diagram, level A requires 8 glass, 8 carbon, and 8 metal sheets. Well, it seems that except for metal sheets, I'm short of everything else. Tang Sichuan took a look at the materials needed to make the water purifier, and suddenly felt like his head was heavy. He just exchanged all the fish for the foundation stone. The automatic fishing net has not caught a single fish yet. There was no other way. Tang Xichuan could only put away the drawings and prepare to catch the fish for a while before changing the materials for making the water purifier. Taking this opportunity, Tang Xichuan began to prepare grilled fish. He took a heavy axe and began to remove the scales from the fish. Then disemboweled the fish and washed it with seawater. After Tang Xichuan finished dealing with it, he suddenly discovered something serious. I'm so hacking horny. I'm going to bake a derby. Tang Xichuan finally remembered what he was missing. No wonder he always felt something was missing when handling fish. I'll go. What should I do? What are we going to eat tonight? Tang Xichuan was a little confused. He now had Baoshan, but he didn't have the key to enter Baoshan. That feeling was much better than when he was in school, hiding in the toilet to smoke, only to find that he had brought a cigarette, but his lighter was gone. Tang Xichuan looked at the sea fish in his hand, which weighed 6 or 7 pounds, and he fell into deep thought. How about eating raw food? Tang Xichuan thought to himself, but he rejected it within a few seconds. In such an environment where there is a lack of medical treatment and medicine, if eating raw food causes diarrhea, there is only one result: waiting for death. Tang Xichuan didn't dare to take this risk. He thought about it and decided to chop down the tree behind him with the axe in his hand. After a few minutes, the only tree on the island was chopped down by Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan was so tired that he broke into a sweat. But he also harvested 20 units of wood. At least he no longer had to worry about dinner and heating at night. Tang Xichuan found another thicker branch and directly threaded the fish on it. Then, Tang Xichuan used some fish meat and traded fire from other survivors to light his own bonfire. At this time, in order to grill fish, Tang Xichuan cut down the trees on his island, and the sunlight directly shone on Tang Xichuan's face. There's still some glare, but at least it's not that hot. With many years of experience, Tang Xichuan felt that the sun would set in an hour at most. By then, the temperature will be cooler. Tang Xichuan planned to take advantage of this period of grilling fish to find a temporary residence for himself that could provide shelter from the wind and rain. Otherwise he would have to freeze tonight. Tang Xichuan walked directly to the beach and began to drag the wooden boxes he had opened before one by one. He placed the wooden boxes next to the island stone, so that Tang Xichuan only needed 3 wooden boxes, and the island stone could temporarily act as a wall. Soon, Tang Xichuan installed the wooden box in place, and then built himself a pergola using the twigs and leaves left from the tree he had just cut down. After doing all this, Tang Xichuan returned to the fire, looking at the golden fish that had been roasted. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt hungry. He directly brought the grilled fish to his mouth, blew on it, and then took a bite. Well, it's not bad, but the salt and cumin are missing. It would be better if there was another bottle of beer, Tang Xichuan thought while eating the fish. Chapter 6. How many years have you been single, and how fast are you? After Tang Xichuan ate the grilled fish without salt, he went to the automatic fishing net, placed the caught sea fish in Dowsher's trading market, and then took out the previously traded cornerstones. Then he used all the cornerstones. This allowed Tang Xichuan's island to expand from 10 square meters to 178 square meters in an instant, adding to his initial 10 square meters. Tang Xichuan's island suddenly became 188 square meters. Looking at such a big island, Tang Xichuan felt that he no longer had to worry about it. So he turned over and fell into the sea. Tang Xichuan raised his head, looked at the sun that had already set below the sea level, added some wood to the fire, and then hid in the temporary shed and prepared to sleep. Tang Xichuan didn't know how long he had slept, but in a daze, he felt a strong wind blowing outside. While he was half asleep, he opened his eyes and looked outside. The fire had been blown out by the strong wind, and then he saw that the pergola he had built had no roof. Then there was a loud noise, and the supply box he used to make the wall fell down and hit his chest. I'm going to... Tang Xichuan yelled and climbed out of the pile of supply boxes. If it hadn't been for his luck and a certain angle of space formed when several boxes fell, he would have been killed by the pergola he built, facing the howling sea breeze and the pergola that had turned into a pile of ruins. Tang Xichuan could only hold his arms and squat behind the island stone. I'm your uncle. Why did the wind start to blow in the middle of the night? That's right. The fire push I finally raised was blown out. It's okay for you that the wind blew out the fire. You know, I was almost going to be cremated. Boss upstairs, what's going on? I cut down the trees on my island, replaced them with wood, and built myself a shed. And the shed caught fire. 6. The boss is awesome. What the hell? My clothes just got caught, so I threw them into the sea. Tell me first, what will I do next? What are you afraid of? There's no one else on the island anyway. Am I afraid of people looking at me? I'm afraid of the cold. Then there's nothing you can do about it. Brother, just ask for your blessings. No. Wait. Didn't you discover something? What's up? Didn't you notice that 1 square meter of the island disappeared? What? When the survivors saw this sentence, they ran out to check the situation on their own islands. Suddenly, the entire public screen fell silent. Subsequently, more intense discussions broke out in a large area on the public screen. Help! My island really disappeared by a square meter. That fool knows how to solve this problem. Upstairs, what are you two doing during the day? This question has been discussed during the day. If you want to expand the island, you need a cornerstone. Damn it! If you mention this cornerstone, I will be angry at and give me back the cornerstone. Who is this phone? How could he acquire cornerstone in advance? You ask us. Who should we ask? But all I know is that Mr. Yeffing doesn't have to worry about the island's problems for the time being. Upstairs. What do you mean? You idiots! You haven't noticed that Boss Yeffing put 7 fish weighing about 5 kilograms on the shelves this afternoon. According to the exchange ratio at Boss Yeffing, the exchange rate for the whole day today was at least 170 multiple building blocks. Oh my god! It's so big? When everyone heard this guess, they immediately exclaimed, That's sloppy! When Tang Sichuan saw this news, his face suddenly turned dark. Tang Sichuan looked at the comments about him on the public screen, and he was immediately convinced that he had been a little careless. In such a world without rules, excessive exposure of oneself is a very dangerous situation. If you don't do it well, you might be targeted. Tang Sichuan decided that he must be prepared when he goes to trade in the market in the future. Tang Sichuan looked around the public screen and found that these survivors were all very ambitious and started a meaningless water group again. So he withdrew. When he just exited the public screen, he saw that the new day check-in was available. It seems that this sign-in is not based on 24-hour sign-in. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and decided to sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cabin manufacturing drawings. It's actually a wooden house? Tang Sichuan looked surprised. The suggested pergola he had just built was blown away by the sea breeze at night, and he was still thinking about where he would live in the future. We can't just live in the open air from now on. Although the temperature is not too low at night now. Even if there is sea breeze, having a house is better than not having a house. Tang Sichuan quickly used the system to check the materials needed to build a wooden house. Log cabin, as the lowest form of habitable building. It can provide you with a warm little home, allowing you to live the life of a homeowner without having to pay off a mortgage. Materials required, wood X40. Metal sheet X10. Tang Sichuan looked at the materials needed to build the wooden house, and suddenly felt a big headache. Although these things are not much needed for Tang Sichuan, each one is just a little bit different. If Tang Sichuan was not in a hurry, he could wait until dawn and continue to collect the supply boxes. But for Tang Sichuan, who was almost beaten to death after a long day's exhaustion, fell asleep in the middle of the night, and was in urgent need of this house now. So, Tang Sichuan once again put the fish caught in the fishing net directly on the trading market. There is actually a big boss trading food at this time? As soon as Tang Sichuan's fish was hung up, it attracted the attention of the night owls on the public screen. Oh no! It's true. I'll exchange 100 g of sea fish meat for 1 unit of wood. You can earn money with your blood. Upstairs, you have no chance. What's the meaning? I'm done with the deal. Oh no! How many years have you been single? How fast are you? It only takes me as long as I can say a word. Upstairs, how do you feel that the issue you care about is not the key? I would like to know how he got 40 units of wood. This is enough to exchange for 4,000 g of fish. If you switch to fish, can you give me some meat on the first floor? I haven't eaten for a whole day. Come on. Come on. Look at my mouth shape, pigeon kiss. Tang Sichuan looked at the amusing survivors on the public screen and could only smile helplessly. He could only say one word to these survivors. Strong. 2 words. What a big heart. The situation is so urgent. But I am still in the mood to joke. But complaints were complaints. When Tang Sichuan saw that he had collected enough materials to build a wooden house, he suddenly thought that he still had a manufacturing drawing for a Class A water purifier in his hand. How about taking advantage of this time when there are few people and build this thing. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and finally decided to build it. There is not much in my hand, but there are many fish in the sea. If we don't take advantage of this time, when everyone is short of food to exchange for supplies, do we still have to wait until the food is worthless? Tang Sichuan made up his mind, and once again, put the excess sea fish on the trading market. Chapter 7. I feel like someone is spying on me. A minute later, Tang Sichuan, who had gathered the materials, built the cabin and the Class A water purifier directly at Daosher. Please select the location of the wooden house. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Tang Sichuan randomly chose a north-south direction and placed the cabin. In a flash of white light, a small wooden house of only more than 30 square meters appeared in front of Tang Sichuan. Perfect! We are also members of the homeownership family. Tang Sichuan waved his fist. Then, he couldn't wait to see his new home. But the moment he opened the door, everyone was dumbfounded. It's not that there's anything wrong with the house. It's a good house. But the problem is, there's nothing in it. Not to mention tables and chairs. There isn't even a bed. Buying a chicken? There's not even a bed. Is this considered a house? Tang Sichuan looked at the situation inside the cabin and couldn't help but complain. However, now that the house is out, there is no reason to go back to sleep on the beach. Although there is no bed, it is better than sleeping outside where it is cold and dangerous. Tang Sichuan placed the A-grade water purifier in the corner, added some seawater, and then went out to move in the leaves he had just slept on. Tang Sichuan laid down on the leaves and moved left and right, always feeling that the floor was very hard. I swear, I will make a bed tomorrow. Tang Sichuan set a goal for himself in his heart. The next day, the sun had risen high, and Tang Sichuan slowly woke up. It's not that Tang Sichuan likes to sleep in, but the floor is too hard, which prevents him from sleeping well in the second half of the night. Tang Sichuan opened the door and stretched towards the sun. There is a little mist on the island in the early morning, and it looks very beautiful. Huh? The tree has grown? Tang Sichuan looked at the tree that had grown back behind his cabin, feeling a little surprised. Although he had known for a long time that these basic materials would be refreshed, he did not know how. But these were no longer important. When Tang Sichuan saw that the trees that had been cut down grew back overnight, he suddenly thought of another question. When the system was introduced before, the concept of evolution was mentioned, and Tang Sichuan has always been very curious about this. He really wanted to know what kind of animals would eventually evolve on his island. Tang Sichuan slowly walked to the fire and raised the bonfire again. He took a piece of fish from the side and heated it for breakfast. After Tang Sichuan finished eating the fish, he discovered that the Class A water purifier he placed last night already contained less than half a pot of pure water. Tang Sichuan walked to the water purifier, picked up the kettle, and took a sip. It's great! Tang Sichuan finished the drink in one gulp and let out a big sigh of relief. This taste, it feels like 3 punches more than a peasant woman's 3 punches. Tang Sichuan looked at the small, half bottle of water left and said with some emotion, not to mention the sweetness of the sip of water just now. Tang Sichuan felt that his whole stomach was warm after drinking it, just like the apple he ate yesterday. It made his whole body feel indescribably comfortable. I feel that my strength now is stronger than that of ordinary people who have been exercising for a long time. Tang Sichuan said with some emotion as he punched a few times. He can now confirm that as long as he keeps eating graded food, his personal physique will definitely improve. And the higher the level, the greater the improvement to the human body. I don't know when I can try S-level food. Tang Sichuan is no longer satisfied with A-level food. Beep, beep, beep. A rapid voice sounded, and Tang Sichuan knew that the automatic fishing net had captured the supply box. He slowly walked towards the fishing net. When he just walked to the fishing net, he found that the fishing net had caught a lot of sea fish. A total of 30 fish. Why do you feel that today's harvest is more than yesterday's? It seems that only about 30 fish were caught all day yesterday. Today is only around 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are already 30 sea fish. Tang Sichuan said with some doubts. Regardless of whether there are more fish or not, Tang Sichuan feels that the most important thing to solve is how to deal with these marine fish. He would definitely not be able to finish all these fish by himself. And the weather would be very hot every noon. If these marine fish are not handled well, they will easily deteriorate. Tang Sichuan would not dare to eat spoiled sea fish. In such an environment, eating randomly would be fatal. It would be great if we could dig a pond and raise these sea fish. Tang Sichuan suddenly thought. Tang Sichuan wanted to dig, but he didn't have any tools in his hands now. He could only continue to put these sea fish on the market to exchange for other supplies. However, It may be difficult to exchange cornerstones today. After all, only 1 square meter of the island disappeared early this morning. And now each of these survivors is holding the cornerstone as a treasure in their hands. However, Tang Sichuan is not worried. There will always be survivors who cannot withstand the trouble of hunger and will eventually choose to exchange the cornerstone in their hands for food. Items obtained: multifunctional toolbox times 1, metal sheet times 6, wood times 8, plastic times 2. Huh? Toolbox? Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard the prompt. Can this thing be opened? Tang Sichuan never expected that he could open a multifunctional toolbox from the supply box. Multifunctional toolbox, a good helper for your survival in the wild. It contains multiple tools, ranging from small hammers and shovels to large chainsaws. Huh? Tang Sichuan looked at this introduction and felt strange in his heart. I was just saying that I couldn't dig a small pond without tools. So I got the tools for myself. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? Tang Sichuan had some doubts. He didn't know if this was a coincidence or if someone was really arranging everything behind the scenes. Tang Sichuan thought for a long time, but he didn't think he had anything that could attract the attention of the people behind the scenes. He directly extracted the toolbox. Suddenly, a large toolbox appeared at his feet. Since God gave me a tool, I can only choose to dig a pond. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and started to dig a big hole on the spot. He first dug a large pit with a length and width of 3 meters and a depth of 1 meter, and then dug an aqueduct on the seaside. After doing all this, it was already noon. Tang Sichuan touched the hot sweat on his forehead, and then took another sip of grade A purified water. Now, everything he can do has been done, and all that's left is to wait for the seawater to finish filling the pond. In this way, you can learn to raise fish in the future and never face lack of food again. Chapter 8: A good man suffocates to death. Since the diversion canal Tang Sichuan dug was very small, it took him 2 hours to fill his small puddle with seawater. But at this time, the fish in the fishing net had long been killed by the sun. In order to respond to the country's slogan of not wasting food, Tang Sichuan decided to hang all the sun-dead fish on the market without leaving any behind. This is not because Tang Sichuan does not leave food for himself, but because for Tang Sichuan, food is available everywhere. You can eat fresh sea fish. So why eat dead fish? It's just that there is no salt and other seasonings now. So Tang Sichuan's grilled fish can only be eaten plain. It seems that we really have to put salt and seasoning on the agenda. I've been eating white fish for 2 days in a row. Tang Sichuan complained with some dissatisfaction. However, when he was asked to prepare the fish, he suddenly thought of a problem. Now Tang Sichuan, firstly, has no shortage of food, and secondly, water can barely meet his needs. Tang Sichuan felt that he was not lacking any other supplies except for the cornerstones. In the current situation, other survivors have just experienced the situation where the island will be swallowed up. It is still too difficult to exchange the foundation stone from them now. Then what should I change to? Tang Sichuan thought for a while, but he thought about it for 4 or 5 minutes and couldn't think of anything good. Forget it. Let's buy the drawings. What if we can find something good? In the end, Tang Sichuan decided to return some drawings. As long as there are more drawings, you could always change the environment of the island. So Tang Sichuan first took out half of the marine fish in the trading market and continued to trade the cornerstone. But today's exchange ratio increased from yesterday's 100G to 200G. The price has doubled. Tang Sichuan feels that even if these survivors know that the island will disappear by 1 square meter every day, some people will still choose to exchange it if they get enough benefits. Tang Sichuan directly requested the other half of the sea fish in exchange for manufacturing drawings. This time Tang Sichuan learned a lesson and changed the information he released anonymously. Then he used his real name, Yi Feng, to post a message about acquiring Cornerstone. However, the purchase price is still 100G. This is what Tang Sichuan came up with after thinking about it all night. As long as the survivors outside are not fools, they all know which one they should redeem. Moreover, doing so will confuse the survivors and make them focus on the anonymous person who paid a high price in exchange for the cornerstone. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan sat back in his cabin again, preparing to escape the harsh midday sun. But as soon as he sat down, he felt his stomach begin to churn. Well, it seems that eating too much is not a good thing. Tang Sichuan covered his stomach and said with a sad face, life in this world is nothing more than eating, drinking, sleeping. Lazarus was still sleeping, which shows that going to the toilet is a sacred thing. In this way, it makes sense to be able to squat in the toilet for half an hour. Now Tang Sichuan has no worries about food and drink. When it comes to sleeping, although he doesn't have a bed, he finally has a house. It's just that he really can't help it. It is impossible to dig a hole directly on the island. If this is the case, I believe that before long, the entire island will be filled with his poop. As for Lahari, Tang Sichuan said that it was even worse. Let's not talk about whether we want to pull the sea. Let's go into the sea first. Let's talk about whether we can actually drink the water near the island. Although Class A water purifiers can purify water, no one wants to drink water soaked in poop. Even if there is no hygiene problem, it still bothers people. But the severe pain made it difficult for him to sleep. He feels a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have been so decisive. If he didn't have 5 L of water, he could just add more food. Just as Tang Sichuan was tossing and turning on the floor, a private chat prompt sounded. Tang Sichuan was in pain and a little desperate, and connected the communication. Boss, do you want this thing? The survivor on the other side threw his things out. Banana cake. It can stimulate appetite, digestion, and promote ventilation. When you are constipated, have a piece of it. It's great. Tang Sichuan's face turned green when he saw this piece of hawthorn cake. Your uncle. I'm feeling uncomfortable here. Are you asking for a banana? Do you want to kill me? Tang Sichuan couldn't bear it anymore and roared directly at the man. The survivor was completely confused. I just took a piece of banana cake. Why did I anger this big boss? No. Boss, listen to me. When the survivor sent the message again, he found that Tang Sichuan had blocked him. After Tang Sichuan blocked the other party, he started to hold his stomach and huddled up. The severe pain prevented him from calming down. It felt like a certain part of him was about to burst. In the end, Tang Sichuan had to get up from the floor and ran directly to the beach to solve his physical problem. After waiting for the usual time to pass, Tang Sichuan returned to his cabin and vowed that he would never go to the North Beach to fetch water in the future. He would rather walk more to the south. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan lay on the ground again and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, as soon as Tang Sichuan got up, he suddenly felt a sense of abdominal distension again. Oh, I swear, I won't eat until the toilet problem is solved. Tang Sichuan's face turned pale. Do you want me to go to the open air to solve the problem again? Tang Sichuan's face turned pale with pain. By the way, sign in. I hope today's system will still be powerful. Tang Sichuan suddenly remembered that he still had a system. Tang Sichuan suddenly felt that this system would give him corresponding things according to his strong inner needs. Tang Sichuan adjusted his mood, and then muttered a few words in his heart. Toilet! Toilet! System! I want to sign in! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Obtain the hot manufacturing blueprint D grade. Cat, grade D, a place that is convenient for you. All you need to do is go there and take care of the rest. It cleans automatically and has no odor. Oh yeah. It sure works. Tang Sichuan waved his fist when he saw what the system signed in. Maybe it was because the movements were too big, which made his stomach feel even more uncomfortable. Nima, I have to make something first. Tang Sichuan covered his stomach with a look of pain on his face. He quickly looked at the materials for building the hut at the island stone and found that he had just enough materials. So he no longer hesitated and directly chose to build it. Soon a small wooden house appeared not far away. Tang Sichuan didn't care about anything else and ran in, holding his stomach. Soon there was an earth-shattering sound in the latrine. Chapter 9: The Female Anchor Who Lives Next Door. After Tang Sichuan took care of his physical problems, he walked out of the hut with a comfortable look on his face. As soon as he walked out of the hut, he heard the reminder that the automatic fishing net had captured the supply box. Tang Sichuan, who was not in a hurry, walked slowly to the fishing net and directly chose to open it. Obtain materials: Cornerstone X2, Plastic X8, Metal Sheet X4. Not bad. There are 2 cornerstones. Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he saw this cornerstone, Tang Sichuan suddenly thought that he was in the trading market, and there was still information about acquiring the cornerstone. I don't know how much I acquired in one day. Sure enough, when Tang Sichuan saw that none of the 5 fish he had listed on the trading market had been traded, he knew that his harvest yesterday was not good. Seeing that he had only exchanged 26 cornerstones, Tang Sichuan glanced helplessly. Tang Sichuan is not in a hurry now. He knows that these people can still survive. But if 1 million people live in an area, even if they can survive, how long can they survive? There will always be people who can't stand it and bow to reality. Tang Sichuan used the 26 foundation stones he exchanged together with the 2 foundation stones he had just obtained. His island has also grown from 188 yesterday to 215 square meters. After processing the foundation stone, Tang Sichuan walked to the fish pond he dug yesterday to see how many fish there were. After filling the fish pond with water yesterday, he set up the fishing net to catch marine fish and put them directly into the pond. Tang Sichuan stood on the shore, looked at the marine fish in the pond, and roughly counted them. He found that the number of marine fish caught overnight had exceeded 3 digits. Why do I feel that this pond is still too small? Tang Sichuan looked at the fish in the pond and felt that his pond was a bit small. Suddenly, he saw a fish emitting blue light among the group of sea fish. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. As a result, he discovered that he was not mistaken, and there was really a luminous fish. Strange. How can the fish glow? Tang Sichuan had some doubts. Master once said, if you encounter something you don't understand, go figure it out. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, jumped into the pond, and then grabbed the glowing fish. But fish are aquatic after all. How could Tang Sichuan, a terrestrial creature, be faster than a fish in the water? After more than 10 minutes of arrest, Tang Sichuan still found nothing. Tang Sichuan was panting from exhaustion, as if he was seeing a fish laughing at him. Wait for me. Tang Sichuan looked at the fish, climbed out of the pond, and then called to the automatic fishing net on the side. After Tang Sichuan set the catching target as the glowing fish, the automatic fishing net started working. After one net, the fish was successfully caught by Tang Sichuan. You keep running away. Why don't you run away now? Tang Sichuan poked the fish with his finger, a smile on his face. If a fish could talk, he would definitely tell Tang Sichuan, even though I am not a human, you are a real dog. Tang Sichuan played around for a while, and then used the system to check the glowing fish. Giant grouper, A-grade ingredients. The meat is delicious. Even without any seasoning, it will be very delicious. Oh, A-grade fish? Tang Sichuan looked at the fish and was stunned. It has been 3 days since he came to this world. This was the first time he saw a graded fish. He had eaten an A-grade apple and some A-grade water before, but this was the first time he had seen grade A ingredients. Just that apple and water benefited Tang Sichuan a lot, and this fish weighed at least 10 kilograms. If he eats this, he will not become a Superman. Come on! Let's send our brothers on their way! Tang Sichuan couldn't wait to bring the giant grouper back to his cabin, preparing to grill the fish directly. After Tang Sichuan finished handling the grouper, he placed it on the multifunctional toolbox and prepared to roast it. Speaking of this multifunctional toolbox, Tang Sichuan feels very lucky. Not to mention that there are normal tools such as axes and hammers, but also electric saws and barbecue grills. Tang Sichuan felt that the builder of this world was really a genius. How did he fit this 1-meter-long chainsaw into it? While waiting for the fish to be grilled, Tang Sichuan looked at the chat on the public screen with some boredom. When a person is in the wild, his biggest enemy is not food and water, but communication. Without anyone to communicate with them, many people will collapse. Tang Sichuan looked at the people in the group, complimenting and amusing each other, which was also a kind of enjoyment. Ding! A stranger has requested a private chat. Huh? A stranger? Tang Sichuan was stunned at first, and then realized that he seemed to still have orders to purchase various drawings. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan felt that this person should be looking for a deal with him. Agreed. Tang Sichuan took a bite of the fish, and then confirmed the other party's chat request. Hello. Would you like this? Barbecue grill, grade B. Huh? Barbecue grill? Tang Sichuan looked at the screenshot sent by the other party. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at his own barbecue grill, and suddenly felt that it didn't smell good. Not to mention, the other party's barbecue grill was graded, based on the principle that if you can use something with grade, you don't need to use something without grade. Tang Sichuan immediately felt that the barbecue grill was very good. Moreover, his barbecue can only grill some small things. For example, he can't even grill the fish in his hand, so he can only barely fit it in after cutting it into pieces. Besides, Tang Sichuan felt that if he was going to live on the island in the future, he would probably be unable to do without the skill of barbecue. Therefore, Tang Sichuan felt that he needed to make a deal with him. Well, for this thing, I will provide 1 kilogram of fish meat and a bottle of purified water. Tang Sichuan thought for a while before replying to the other party. This bottle of pure water is his last remaining food, and is used for trading. As for the water he drinks, it is grade A pure water obtained from the water purifier. Really? Thank you so much. The other party was overjoyed when he heard that Tang Sichuan was willing to exchange 1 kilogram of fish meat with him. He has been hungry for 3 days. Didn't get anything to eat or drink. Ding! The transaction was successful, and I obtained the construction drawings of the barbecue grill, level B. After hearing the system prompts, Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. Before he had time to check the properties of the barbecue grill, he heard the other party continue. Sir, can I add you as a friend? If I get any blueprints in the future, I can trade with you. When Tang Sichuan heard what the other party said, he felt that the other party was also a real person. So he agreed. Ding! Maen requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Huh? Maen? This name sounds familiar. When Tang Sichuan heard the name, he felt a little surprised. When he saw this name, he couldn't help but think of the young lady who lived next door to him. Tang Sichuan had been working hard in the imperial capital before. He was neither a high-achieving nor a low-achieving person. He couldn't afford to buy his own house, so he could only share a 3-bedroom apartment with others. The person living next door to him is a female anchor named Maen. Tang Sichuan himself had just graduated from school, and he didn't know anything about some things in society at all, especially when looking for a home. He was almost cheated by the intermediary. But luckily Maen saw it, and directly helped Tang Sichuan to scold the intermediaries away. Then she told Tang Sichuan that she had rented a 3-bedroom apartment and was preparing to find someone to share it with. Seeing that Tang Sichuan was an honest person, Maen asked her if she wanted to rent a house together. Tang Sichuan didn't have much money at that time, and when he heard that Maen was willing to rent a house with him, he thought it was pretty good. At least he could see this kind-hearted young lady every day. So, Maen, Tang Sichuan, and another little girl and Ran rented a 3-bedroom apartment together. In the past few months of sharing the house, the 3 of them often cooked and entertained together, and the 2 young ladies also took great care of Tang Sichuan. Therefore, when Tang Sichuan heard that the other party was also called Maen, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Chapter 10 Maen needs to be strong. Where was your previous home address? Tang Sichuan asked nervously. Huh? Maen was a little strange at first when she heard Tang Sichuan's question, but she still told Tang Sichuan. I live in Building 11. Wangsenhuan, Daxing District, Imperial Capital. What's the house number? Tang Sichuan continued to ask. Room 2601. Maen replied. Tang Sichuan heard Maen report the room number he shared with her, and immediately agreed. Huh? Is it you? Sichuan? Maen was able to see Tang Sichuan's real name after Tang Sichuan agreed to be a friend. It's me, Sister Maen. Tang Sichuan replied happily. Sichuan, the grievances he had felt for many days made Maen completely collapse at this moment, and she began to howl and cry. Although she usually seems carefree and takes good care of Tang Sichuan, she is only 25 years old and only 3 years older than Tang Sichuan. Sichuan, what's going on? How do we get back to a place like this? Maen asked about Tang Sichuan's situation while crying. I'm not sure. Maybe I traveled through time. Tang Sichuan shook his head. Then what should we do? Maen asked, crying. No way. Let's follow the rules here first. Tang Sichuan sighed, and then asked, by the way, Sister Maen, what's going on over there? Are you okay? No. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Maen wiped her tears with her hand, and then said. Tang Sichuan heard that Maen had not eaten much for 3 days. Although he had just traded some food for Maen, the quality of the fish and meat was not very good, and they were all raw. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and directly traded the A-grade apples he kept from last time. Sister Maen, you eat an apple first. I have grilled fish here, but you need to wait a little longer. Tang Sichuan said to Maen. Yeah. Maen nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. But when he took the apple, she discovered that it was grade A. Sichuan, this apple, no matter how stupid Maen is, she has figured out some basic information about the world in the past few days. To put it simply, everything in this world can be marked by grade, and the higher the grade, the more precious the thing is. While the other survivors were generally not well fed or clothed warmly, Tang Sichuan directly traded him a grade A apple. Sister Maen, you can eat it. I have a lot of this. Tang Sichuan hesitated before continuing. Does Sister Maen think our relationship is not worth an apple? When Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, she didn't say anything more and took a bite of the apple. Later, while Tang Sichuan was grilling fish, he asked him about Maen's situation. It turned out that these days, Maen, like everyone else, kept salvaging material boxes from the sea But she was very unlucky. In 3 days, she only fished out 1 box. Inside this box, only a bottle of pure water, a small piece of bread, and a construction diagram were found. After holding on for 3 days, Maen really couldn't hold on anymore. So she went to the market to try her luck to see if she could use the construction drawings to exchange for some food. Unexpectedly, Maen was very lucky, and the first buyer she found was Tang Sichuan. Maen also learned something about the world while chatting with Tang Sichuan. First of all, the disappearance of the island is not accidental, but inevitable. 1 square meter disappears every day. You can use cornerstones to expand the island, and as long as the island changes, other materials can be derived. What should I do? I haven't gotten a foundation stone in the past 3 days, Maen said pitifully. Don't worry about this. You still have time, Tang Sichuan said calmly. How big is your island? Huh? I almost forgot. You already acquired more than 100 cornerstones on the first day. Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, and suddenly thought of Tang Sichuan's conversation on the chat. His name is Night Breeze, and Yifeng was the big boss, who sold a large amount of fish and meat in exchange for the cornerstone on the first day. By the way, how big is your island now? Maen asked. It's not very big. Just over 200 square meters, Tang Sichuan replied. What? More than 200 square meters? So big? Maen was stunned when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. It's not that big. Right. Tang Sichuan heard Maen's surprised tone and touched the back of his head in embarrassment. I only have 8 square meters left now. And you already have more than 200. And you still don't think it's big? Maen felt at this time that comparing people to others would really make people angry. No. After I eat something, I have to work harder to get the supply box. Maen decided to wake up. Huh? Tang Sichuan was slightly surprised when he heard Maen's words. He felt that after he told Maen, she could still stick to her original intention and did not let Tang Sichuan help her. Instead, she said that she would go get the supply box by herself. This point still makes Tang Sichuan very satisfied. When an acquaintance who knows that he has a good relationship with him is far better than him, he does not feel jealous or beg. Instead, he says that he wants to rely on his own efforts. In fact, if Maen asked Tang Sichuan to help her, Tang Sichuan would not refuse. But he would only help her once. As the saying goes, helping people in need does not help the poor. I can help you when you are in trouble. But if you want to rely on me for a long time in the future, I'm sorry, but I can't coddle you. Therefore, when Maen opened her mouth, Tang Sichuan helped her and then blocked her completely. After all, no matter how good-looking Maen is, she is not a licker. Licking the dog, until there is nothing left. This is no joke. However, Maen did not make excessive demands. So Tang Sichuan felt that he would help as much as he could and willingly adjust the price. Sichuan, I have decided that the supplies I will get from now on will be divided 50-50 between the two of us, Maen said with a proud face. No, eldest sister, where do you get your confidence from? When Tang Sichuan heard Maen's words, he immediately complained in his heart. If Maen really had such an ability, he wouldn't have been able to get a supply box in 3 days and then starve to death. However, he did not dare to say this in front of Maen. After all, he knew that Maen had learned taekwondo. What if he was given a fatal scissor kick? Although the scissor legs are very sexy, and although Maen is very beautiful, the scissor legs are very painful. Although the two people are now on different islands, it is almost impossible for them to meet each other. But what if? Okay, Sister Maen is so powerful. From now on, I will rely on Sister Maen to protect me, Tang Sichuan said in an extremely perfunctory manner. What? You don't believe it? No, I believe it. You're a liar. Your tone is like you don't believe me. I have to go get another supply box today. Then go ahead. Chapter 11 Night Talk in the Heavy Rain. While they were joking, the grilled fish in Tang Sichuan's hand was ready. He first traded half of it to Maen, and then started to eat it with big mouthfuls. Although this grilled fish still has no salt or seasoning, I have to say that it is indeed more delicious than other sea fish, and it is worthy of its class. After Maen finished eating the grilled fish, she hurriedly ran to prepare the salvage supply box. And Tang Sichuan also remembered that he hadn't picked up his supply box all morning. He wandered to the side of the automatic fishing net, and then he saw that the automatic fishing net had captured 4 supply boxes in one morning, more than the entire day. According to the current salvage speed, the supply boxes I can obtain today should be twice as much as yesterday. Huh? Is the size of the island directly proportional to the availability of material boxes? Tang Xiaochuan had some doubts. However, having more supplied boxes is a good thing for Tang Xiaochuan. Obtain supplies. Rocking chair manufacturing diagram times 1. Wood times 15. Metal sheet times 4. Obtain supplies. Cornerstone x4. Linen x6. Obtain supplies. Fireplace manufacturing diagram times 1. Bricks times 6. Obtain supplies. Cornerstone x2. Brick x8. Plastic x8. Comfortable. Tang Xiaochuan shouted. For supplied boxes yielded 6 cornerstones and 2 manufacturing diagrams. For Tang Xiaochuan now, he doesn't care about these few pieces and the cornerstones. What he cares about now is the manufacturing drawings. He found that although the demand for cornerstones on his island was still high, it was not that strong. But if he wants to live a better life, then he needs more manufacturing plans to enrich his life. Rocking chair, commonly known as the old man's rocking chair. It can help you recover your strength better. Fireplace, a must-have at home. It can control the temperature of your room within a certain range. Good stuff, Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile. Although these two things do not have a level, they are indeed necessary in life. Tang Xiaochuan quickly returned to the island stone and made both things. The rocking chair consumed Tang Xiaochuan's 20 wood, while the fireplace directly consumed Tang Xiaochuan's 30 bricks. If Tang Xiaochuan hadn't had a large amount of sea fish, and he himself had been fed up with basic supplies in the trading market, he might not have been able to collect so many supplies on his own. Seeing this situation, Tang Xiaochuan couldn't help but sigh. In this world, food is indeed the hard currency. After the rocking chair was made, Tang Xiaochuan couldn't wait to sit on it. As the rocking chair rocked gently, Tang Xiaochuan also fell asleep unconsciously. Tang Xiaochuan didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt something dripping onto his face. Tang Xiaochuan opened his eyes and found that the whole sky was very gloomy, and it seemed that it was about to rain. Ding! Your friend sent you a private message. Tang Xiaochuan had just woken up when he heard a prompt from Dao Shi. Tang Xiaochuan directly chose to connect. His current friend is only Maen. Xiaochuan, I just caught a good thing, Maen said happily. And then she directly traded the tent she just opened to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan looked at the tent that Maen traded and directly refused. Xiaochuan, what's wrong? Maen felt a little strange. Sister Maen, keep this thing for yourself, Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile. Huh? Why? Maen didn't understand. Tang Xiaochuan didn't explain too much. He directly turned the camera to his cabin. Let me go! Xiaochuan, you actually live in a cabin? Maen was very surprised. Well, I was lucky, Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile. So, Sister Maen, you can keep this tent for yourself. I look at the sky over here, and it feels like it's going to rain. What about you? I feel better here. Since you don't need it, I'll use it myself. Maen saw that Tang Xiaochuan had already moved into the cabin, and she was polite to Tang Xiaochuan and said directly to Tang Xiaochuan. Yeah. Tang Xiaochuan now lives in a small wooden house, so naturally he doesn't care about a small tent. Afterwards, Tang Xiaochuan hung up the communication and prepared to take shelter from the rain. He had just moved the rocking chair into the cabin, and then he saw the island stone placed alone outside the cabin. He thought for a while. If Dao Shi was always outside, then if someone wanted to find him, wouldn't he still need to come out in the rain? Moreover, the island stone is not safe outside. After all, if the island stone is destroyed, your island will be gone. Tang Xiaochuan returned to the island stone and circled it several times before placing his hand on the island. At the same time, I thought to myself, can this thing be moved? Ding! Do you need to move the island stone? Tang Xiaochuan had just thought of the idea in his mind when he heard a prompt pop up from the island stone. Hearing that the island stone could really be moved, Tang Xiaochuan directly installed the island stone into the cabin without even thinking about it. In this case, he could lie on the rocking chair and socialize with others without leaving home. As soon as Tang Xiaochuan chose the location of the island stone disappeared from his eyes, and then appeared at his pre-selected location. After all this was done, heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky. Tang Xiaochuan didn't want to be soaked in the rain, so he quickly ran towards his cabin. After Tang Xiaochuan returned to the cabin, he first lit the fireplace. Although the weather is not too cold now, it will definitely be very humid after it rains. So Tang Xiaochuan planned to light a fireplace, which could both keep heat and dehumidify. Moreover, He could use the fireplace to do some tests. And the consumption was not high. So why not do it? After Tang Sichuan finished all this, he lay leisurely on his old man shaker. Then took a sip of A-grade pure water and looked at the heavy rain outside the wooden house. Ding! You have a friend. Please chat privately. Put it through. Tang Sichuan didn't even think about it and directly chose to put it through. When the video was connected, Maen was stunned. Sichuan, are you here for vacation? Why did you even get the rocking chair out? Maen looked surprised. Isn't this bad luck? I just got the blueprints. Tang Sichuan spread his hands and said helplessly. You? Maen felt that she could not find the words to describe Tang Sichuan. Others came here to survive. But when they came to Tang Sichuan, it felt like he was here for a vacation. There is a small wooden house and a rocking chair. There is no need to worry about food or drink. And there is no need to work. No matter how you look at it. Tang Sichuan doesn't look like he is here to survive. Sichuan. Thank you. Maen suddenly said to Tang Sichuan for some reason. Huh? Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Maen's words. What's wrong? Sister Maen. Sichuan. Thank you for giving me the tent. Otherwise, I would have been caught in the rain. Maen smiled. And then continued. You know, I'm lucky to have met you today. Otherwise, I really don't know how I could have survived. How long do you hold on? Sister Maen. You're welcome. Tang Sichuan knew what Maen wanted to say. And he quickly said, Sister Maen, do you remember the loan agency? If you hadn't come forward that day, I'm afraid it would have been a disaster. After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Maen raised her head and looked at Tang Sichuan again. So, Sister Maen, don't say thank you to me. If you want to say it, it's me. After all, you have been taking care of me for more than half a year. As he said that, Tang Sichuan showed a smile. Chapter 12. The apple seed sprouted. When Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, she suddenly felt a little red in the face. At that time, she was actually attracted by Tang Sichuan's appearance. And then she felt that Tang Sichuan, a student who had just left school, had encountered a group of black agents. So she stepped forward to save Tang Sichuan. After Tang Sichuan moved here, he basically did all the housework at home. So in Maen's view, there was no need to thank anyone. If anything, it was Tang Sichuan who gave Maen a lot of help. Humph. I won't tell you anymore. Seeing you living so freely makes me jealous. Maen pouted and said to Tang Sichuan. If Sister Maen is jealous, then come here and I will give you the rocking chair. Tang Sichuan said with a smile. Humph. Maen hung up the communication directly. After ending the communication with Maen, Tang Sichuan felt a little bored. So he switched directly to the public screen to prepare what the group of happy water friends were doing. Ha ha! It's finally raining. I'm almost dying of thirst. It's raining so well. I stink, so I just need to take a shower. People upstairs, you are so generous. It's raining heavily now. Aren't you afraid that the island will be flooded? Compared with whether the island is flooded or not. What I'm more worried about now is what if I get sick after being exposed to the rain? There is no hospital here. Ha ha. Someone from the tent has already passed by. I am hiding in the tent, watching you idiots. Hell, there's already a tent upstairs? I'm so envious of you. Covered in leaves. Stop talking so much. Bosses, I just drank the rainwater and I'm full. Can you give me a piece of food? No. Wait. Is it raining over there? Why isn't it happening over here? I want to drink rainwater too. It's over. It's going to be night soon. If I keep carrying it like this, I feel like I'm going to get sick. The one upstairs is hopeless and cannot be cured. He should wait to die. Tang Sichuan looked at the chat on the public screen, and he instantly understood that the heavy rain should be in an area. If it didn't rain, it meant that the distance was far away. If it rained all the time, wouldn't it mean that Maen was very close to him? When he thought that Maen was very close to him, Tang Sichuan was thinking about whether to bring her to his island. However, Tang Sichuan just thought about this idea and stopped thinking about it. The reason is simple. Even if he wants to take Maen over now, he has no choice. He doesn't even have a boat. Forget it. Let's go see if there is anything good in the trading market first. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and then switched directly to the trading market. I wipe it! What is this? Tang Sichuan looked at the trading market. Someone was trading seeds. Or pepper seeds. As a child who came out of the mountains of Chongqing, he is a person who loves everything. He hasn't eaten chili peppers in 3 days. Tang Sichuan quickly looked at the information that the other party needed to trade. Chili seeds X2. Trade purified water 100 milliliters. Huh? This price is quite reasonable. Why is no one going to trade? Tang Sichuan took a look and suddenly felt a little strange. Regardless of the second thought, Tang Xiaochuan understood. In the current situation, everyone is short of water and food. Who can have extra supplies to exchange with others? Of course, this should be no accident except for myself. However, Tang Sichuan was a little hesitant. The other party asked for pure water. He had graded water and food, but no pure water. If Tang Sichuan were asked to use grade of pure water to exchange for this seed, Tang Sichuan would feel a little bit at a loss no matter how much he thought about it. By the way, ask Sister Maen. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and decided to ask Maen first. If she had purified water somewhere, I would exchange it with her for grade A purified water. Maen is a member of the family, so trading with her is not a loss. Sister Maen, do you have pure water over there? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Huh? Purified water? Yes. When Maen heard that Tang Sichuan wanted pure water, she directly traded it without asking him what he wanted. Thank you, Sister Maen, Tang Xiaochuan said happily. I will go to the market to change some things first, and we will chat later. Yeah, Maen replied directly. Tang Sichuan ended the call, immediately returned to the market, and directly exchanged the 2 pepper seeds. Hell, look at the trading market. Someone really exchanged pure water for those 2 pepper seeds. Tang Sichuan had just completed the transaction and was immediately discovered. I'm afraid this boss is not being taken advantage of. He actually exchanged 2 seeds for pure water. Upstairs, how did you know that the boss was taken advantage of? What if the boss just can't finish the pure water? Are you thinking about eating shit? When you still can't finish the purified water? Even the boss who has obtained the supply box now can't get purified water every time. Just because you don't know, it doesn't mean you don't have anything. You are ignorant, and yet you are still talking nonsense here. Come on. Come on. Grandpa Ma. Today I will open your eyes. Water purifier. I'll wipe it. There is such a thing. Boss, give me some water to drink. Go away. Go out and drink the rainwater by yourself. No. Boss, it's not raining here. Boss, I'm fair and beautiful. Give me some water, and you can do anything to me. Maybe the one upstairs is a she-male. Boss, give me a sip of water. I'll exchange it with you for supplies. What the hell are you thinking? The water in this water purifier is enough for me to drink alone. The purification speed is too slow. While other survivors were discussing intensely, Tang Sichuan had already obtained the seeds. He first exported part of it from the Class A water purifier and traded it to Maen. Huh? Are you feeling better so soon? Maen looked at the grade of pure water that Tang Sichuan had traded and was a little surprised. It's ready. Let me show you something good. Chili seeds times 2. Huh? Sichuan? Is this the seed you changed? Maen looked at Tang Sichuan and was stunned. Yes. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and nodded, and then said, Sister Maen, I remember you are from Yayang. How about it? Do you miss chili pepper? When Maen heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. Sichuan, I really realized that you are here for vacation. Others are trying to survive. But you are now going to farm on the island? There's nothing I can do. This is what I want. Tang Sichuan shook his head and said with a smile, Let's not talk about it for now. I'll plant these 2 seeds first. After hanging up the call, Tang Sichuan sat up from the rocking chair and came to the edge of the wooden pot with grade A apples. Tang Sichuan glanced at the wooden basin and was immediately startled. At this time, several seedlings appeared in the wooden basin. Although they were small, they did grow. Here! Is this the apple that sprouted before? How could it happen so fast? Is this a property of A-grade apples? Or is this the rule of the world? Tang Sichuan was a little unsure at this time. If it was an A-level apple seed with such attributes, then he would have nothing to say. After all, A-level seeds were rare for Tang Sichuan. But if the rules of this world were to allow crops to grow quickly, Tang Sichuan found another way to enrich his food reserves. Chapter 13. First the egg, then the chicken. In order to test, Tang Sichuan buried the pepper seeds directly into the soil, and then poured a little A-grade pure water on the peppers and apples. After finishing all this, Tang Sichuan noticed that it was already dark outside, and that he had not yet collected the supply boxes for the afternoon. In order to verify whether the supply boxes increased as the island area became larger, Tang Sichuan decided to check the number of supply boxes collected in the afternoon. But looking at the pouring rain outside, he really didn't want to go out like this. If he goes out like this, his clothes will be soaked before long. Tang Sichuan returned to Daosher. He wanted to see if he could get a raincoat or something on the construction page. Core raincoat, more suitable for rainy days. Requires leaves X5 and bark X2. The hat is more suitable for rainy days and raincoats. It requires leaves X3 and bark X2. When Tang Sichuan saw the core raincoat and cap, he thought that he had collected a lot of leaves and bark when he cut down trees before. So Tang Sichuan directly chose manufacturing. In the blink of an eye, a set of rain gear appeared in front of Tang Sichuan. After Tang Sichuan got dressed, he walked outside. Soon, Tang Sichuan came to the automatic fishing net. Sure enough, 4 supply boxes were neatly placed beside the automatic fishing net. It seems that these supply boxes are indeed proportional to the area of the island. Tang Sichuan thought lightly as he looked at the 4 supply boxes. After confirming the relationship between the number of supply boxes and the island, Tang Sichuan walked directly to the supply box and prepared to open the box. Obtain supplies: foundation stone times 2, linen times 1, wood times 5. Tang Sichuan curled his lips, feeling that there was nothing good this time except the cornerstone. Immediately afterwards, Tang Sichuan opened the remaining 3 supply boxes. Obtain supplies: metal sheet X3, plastic X2, glass X4. Supplies obtained: linen X3, wood X2, metal sheets X4. Obtain supplies: cornerstone X3, eggs, a grade X2. Huh? What the hell? Eggs? Tang Sichuan looked at what came out of the last supply box and was dumbfounded. Could it be that God, seeing that he hasn't been eating well recently, prepared 2 eggs for him? Following the habit he had developed these days, Tang Sichuan directly used the system to check the properties of eggs. Egg, grade A. The millennium question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Has the answer today. It can be hatched and domesticated. Of course, you can also choose to boil it directly. Incubation temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. Tang Sichuan looked at this introduction, and a dark line suddenly appeared on his face. However, the darkening was only temporary, and he noticed the important point in the introduction. Can I choose to hatch? If it can really hatch, then you will have chicks of your own. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs lay chickens. After thinking about it this way, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt that there were many chickens flying in front of his eyes, and he also had endless eggs and chickens. Hatch! Must be hatched. In order to be able to eat eggs every day in the future, these 2 eggs must be hatched. For a moment, Tang Sichuan made an instant decision. Tang Sichuan, who made up his mind, immediately stuffed the eggs into his arms and walked cautiously towards the cabin. When he returned to the cabin, he immediately added some wood to the fireplace, then found some leaves and made a nest for the 2 eggs. Then he carefully placed the eggs in the nest. After doing all this, all that's left is to wait quietly. Tang Sichuan also lay on his rocking chair and fell asleep slowly. Tang Sichuan woke up at dawn the next day. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check on the eggs. It turned out that the egg was still the same egg, with no change at all. Feeling bored, Tang Sichuan picked up a piece of grilled fish next to the fireplace, stuffed it into his mouth randomly, and then traded another piece to Maen, stood up, and opened the door. The weather after the heavy rain was very good, with clear skies, blue sea and sky, and no clouds. Tang Sichuan stepped on the beach and began to patrol his island. First, Tang Sichuan saw that the trees behind his house had grown from 1 tree to 3. Then he saw that the fish pond he dug was full of fish. Looking from above, only the dark fins can be seen. Are there too many fish? Tang Sichuan murmured. Moreover, this island is evolving faster than I thought. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Tang Sichuan always felt that the pond he dug in the past 2 days was larger than before, and the corners around the pond also appeared more rounded. There seems to be some mysterious force driving changes across the island. If I dig a pond, and it will be affected by the power of island evolution, does that mean that survivors can artificially interfere with the evolution of the island? If this is really the case, then the landform of the island can be designed according to what I have in mind. Although it is possible, a large amount of data is needed to support it. What is the evolution speed of this island related to? Is the larger the island, the faster the evolution speed? Tang Sichuan stood by the fish pond and thought for a long time. Finally, he decided to try it himself. And the way to do experiments is very simple. He took out a hoe and shovel directly from the toolbox, and then began to modify the landscape of his island. First, he dug a small stream directly from the sea, then ran it through the entire island, and finally passed in front of his cabin. He wanted to see if the creek he dug would eventually evolve into fresh water. Then he used stones to build a small boulder behind his cabin, and then saw if it would become a hill in the end. Then Tang Sichuan kept the creek and the stone-wrapped appearance deeply in his mind, thinking that if these things changed a little bit the next day, it would mean that humans can really intervene in the evolution of the island. If it can be confirmed, then the next day, I will use the cornerstones collected in the past 2 days together. Let's see if the island's enlargement will affect the speed of island evolution. If all this can be confirmed, then you can start designing your own island. The current island is completely a platform, with no terrain at all. If you encounter other survivors with malicious intentions, they can clearly see the situation on the entire island without going ashore, and you won't even have a place to hide. After working hard all day, Tang Xiao finally finished all these things at noon. He lay down on his recliner a little tired, panting slightly. By the way, I'm done. I haven't signed in today yet. As soon as Tang Sichuan lay down, he remembered that he hadn't signed in yet today. Chapter 14. You are the person I respect the most. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting a dog. Tang Sichuan had a question mark on his face. What the hell is a dog? Is it possible to give a dog as a gift when signing in? However, now that it has become a fact, Tang Sichuan can only reluctantly agree. Having a dog is also a good thing. At least on this island, you also have a good companion. In a flash of white light, a black back appeared in front of Tang Sichuan's eyes. Wang Wang! As soon as Hebei came out, he shouted twice to Tang Sichuan. Listening to the sound coming from the black back, Tang Sichuan knew that this was a good dog. You are so dark. Let me call you Heisey from now on. Tang Sichuan touched the head of the big dog with black back and said with a smile, Wang Wang! Heisey shouted twice happily when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. After signing in, Tang Sichuan laid down on the recliner and started taking a lunch break, and Heisey laid down at Tang Sichuan's feet very meekly. This time, Tang Sichuan slept for 2 hours. After Tang Sichuan woke up, he was going to take a look at this morning's harvest. Tang Sichuan just stood up, and Heisey also stood up, and then kept wagging his tail towards Tang Sichuan. Let's go! Follow me to patrol our island! Tang Sichuan greeted with a smile, and then walked out of the wooden house. One person and one dog, just walking on the island of only more than 200 square meters. The first place Tang Sichuan went to was next to the automatic fishing net. He directly opened all 4 supply boxes, but only got some basic supplies. Not even a foundation stone. Tang Sichuan curled his lips, and then prepared to take a look at the sea fish caught today. When he walked into the pond, he found that there were more sea fish in the pond, and they were almost no longer able to hold them. This is too much. Tang Sichuan scratched his head, feeling a little helpless. Well, sometimes, too much food is not a good thing. Tang Sichuan comforted himself. Should we increase our efforts to acquire Cornerstone? We have been in this world for 3 or 4 days now. We should be reaching our limits soon. Tang Sichuan thought for a while. Then Tang Sichuan was going to let the fishing net clear out ordinary fish from the pond and put them into the market in exchange for some cornerstones. Just when Tang Sichuan was about to call the fishing net, Heisey screamed twice at the pond, and then jumped directly into the pond. Heisey! What are you doing? Tang Sichuan looked at Heisey, who jumped into the pond, and suddenly became a little nervous. But Heisey didn't care what Tang Sichuan shouted from the shore. He pounced towards the prey that was already on top. Heisey plunged directly into the water. When he emerged from the water again, he was holding a big black fish in his mouth. This big fish exudes a vague light blue light all over its body. Huh? Tang Sichuan looked at the fish in Heisey's mouth, and he knew that this fish was not simple. Last time there was a similarly glowing fish. It had a level, and now there's another one. Quick! Heisey! Come up! After Tang Sichuan knew that this fish had a grade, he didn't want the fish to slip away from his hands, so he quickly led Heisey ashore. Heisey heard Tang Sichuan's call and swam towards Tang Sichuan with the fish in his mouth. Soon, Heisey jumped on the shore. Then he put the fish directly at his feet, stepped on the fish with his right leg, shook the water from his body, and finally called out to Tang Sichuan twice. Tang Sichuan quickly walked over and looked at the fish stepped on by Heisey. Bonito, great as a type of tuna. The meat is delicate and chewy. It is recommended to be made into sashimi. Huh? S level? Come on. This is the first time I've seen S-level ingredients, Tang Sichuan exclaimed as he looked at Ba Feng, who was emitting light blue light and trying to break free. Heisey, you are awesome. Tang Sichuan gave Heisey a thumbs up. Then, Tang Sichuan was ready to get the fish. As a result, Heisey immediately held the fish in his mouth again, and then kept wagging his tail towards Tang Sichuan. Tang Xiaochuan, who had raised a puppy before, understood that it was Heisey who was going to hold it for him. So he didn't fight with it. Okay, take it, Tang Sichuan said to Heisey with a smile, and then asked him to follow him. Now that he has caught an S-level sea fish, Tang Sichuan can't wait to taste the fish. As for the transaction, he thinks it can wait. Tang Sichuan returned to the cabin and connected to Maen's communication while handling the fish. Sister Maen, have you eaten? Tang Sichuan asked with a smile. I ate some leftover grilled fish from the morning, Maen said with a slight blush. Did she receive any goods today? Okay. How about some sashimi later? Sashimi? Maen was stunned when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. Yes, sashimi. As he said that, Tang Sichuan picked up the fish in his hand and waved it in front of Maen. This is S-level bonito, a type of tuna. It should taste good. Tang Xiaochuan smiled. S-level? Maen covered her mouth and said in surprise when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. This is too expensive. You can keep it for yourself. Maen quickly shook her head. Now she relies on Tang Sichuan for support every day. So how can she dare to expect this S-level bonito in Tang Sichuan's hands? Sister Maen, please stop being so polite to me. This fish is so big. How can I eat it? There isn't even a refrigerator on the island now. Wouldn't it be a pity if it breaks? Hey, I don't know how to repay you for being like this. Maen sighed when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. It's easy. If Sister Maen feels embarrassed, then just pledge yourself to her, Tang Sichuan said jokingly. Maen didn't speak when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, but fell into deep thought. Tang Sichuan didn't hear Maen's words. He thought that his joke just made Maen angry. So he quickly said, Sister Maen, I was joking. I think what you said makes sense, Maen said solemnly. Huh? When Tang Sichuan heard Maen's words, his brain short-circuited. Oh, what? You don't want to? Maen raised her eyebrows. No, it's not. Sister Maen, I'm joking. Don't be angry. Tang Sichuan felt a little embarrassed. I'm not joking. Nor am I angry. Maen shook her head, and then said, Before, when we lived together in the imperial capital, I was very happy. But now, I have become a burden to you. But you don't dislike me. What you owe me has been paid off. But what I owe you is getting more and more. In this situation, a piece of food and a piece of water are both precious. But you choose to share it with me. I really don't know what I can do to repay you, Maen said with some dejection. Except for my body, I have nothing else to give you. Sister Maen, don't say that. In my heart, you are the most important and the one I respect the most, Tang Sichuan also said solemnly. For a moment, both people fell into silence. Maen looked at Tang Sichuan quietly, while Tang Sichuan was handling the fish unnaturally. Chapter 15 Human Intervention Evolution. Wang Wang! Seeing that the movements in Tang Sichuan's hand slowed down, Heisey shouted twice at Tang Sichuan very unhappily. Huh? Is there a dog barking? Maen heard Heisey's voice and asked immediately. Well, yes. Tang Sichuan smiled and nodded, then exposed his black hair. Is there really a dog? Where did you get it? Maen felt a little strange. Of course it was opened. Tang Sichuan didn't want to tell Maen about the system, so he could only push Heisey to the supply box. Can I still get puppies from the supply box? Why don't I? Maen looked in disbelief. Tang Sichuan smiled when he heard Maen's words, and then said, I got 2 eggs that can be hatched yesterday. After a while, we can eat eggs every day. When Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, she immediately lamented the injustice of God. His side was starving, but Tang Sichuan had chickens and dogs, no shortage of food and water, and lived in a small wooden house with a rocking chair. It seems that Tang Sichuan is here for vacation, and people like him are here to suffer. While talking and laughing, Tang Sichuan took care of the fish in his hand, then traded 1/3 of it to Maen, and divided the rest with Heisey. After eating the sashimi, Maen asked Tang Sichuan, Sichuan, do you have any news about Xiaowan? Tang Sichuan shook his head when he heard Maen's words. The Xiaowan that Maen spoke of was another girl who shared a room with Tang Sichuan. She also just graduated from school, majoring in financial management. Her name is Inai Huan, a girl who loves to laugh very much and has a cheerful personality.
Hey, I don't know how she is,
Maen sighed.
Xiao Huan is so smart. Everything will be fine.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then said to Maen,
Sister Maen, don't worry. I will find Xiao Huan. Yeah.
Maen nodded. The two chatted for a long time, until it was completely dark. Then they hung up the communication and went to rest. Early the next morning, the first thing Tang Sichuan did when he got up was to sign in.
Congratulations on getting Zhuge Lian new manufacturing blueprints.
Huh?
Weapon.
Tang Sichuan frowned when he saw what he got after signing in today. Although he didn't know why the system gave him a weapon manufacturing diagram today, it showed from the side that the world was unsafe. Moreover, there is another point. What Tang Sichuan gets every time he signs in is basically something he can use. If you give him a weapon blueprint now, does it mean that danger is coming? When he thought of this, Tang Sichuan quickly looked at the drawings.
Zhuge Lian new manufacturing blueprint, S-level the proud work of Zhuge Liang, Prime Minister of the Shu Han dynasty. The Lianu is small, but powerful. It can fire 10 crossbows in a row, with fierce medium and short-range firepower. Required materials, animal tendon times 1. Wood times 10. Metal piece times 5.
Huh?
Apart from animal tendons, I have enough other things. It seems I have to go to the trading market to have a look.
Tang Sichuan took a look at the manufacturing materials and sighed. But since he decided to exchange supplies, Tang Sichuan was going to go to the pond and take a look at the supply box over the fishing net. Tang Sichuan stood up, greeted Heisey, and walked outside. When he came to the fishing net had already salvaged 4 supply boxes. Tang Sichuan walked over and directly chose to open it.
Obtained materials, iron spear manufacturing diagram times 1. Metal sheet times 4. Wood times 6. Obtained supplies, Cornerstone x3. Plastic x8. Glass x4. Obtained supplies, single apartment manufacturing diagram times 1. Bricks times 10. Obtained supplies, bricks x10. Wood x6. Linen x4.
What?
I'm so lucky today. For boxes, 2 manufacturing diagrams?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he saw today's supply box. However, something that made Tang Sichuan have some doubts was that this time, the weapons were really removed from the supply box, which meant that he was definitely not the only one who got the weapons.
No wonder. The system will also give me a weapon blueprint when I sign in. It seems that this time is not safe.
Tang Sichuan hesitated for a moment, and then looked at another bachelor apartment manufacturing diagram.
Single apartment manufacturing plan. Build a 40 square meter single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. From now on, you can live the life of a homeowner. Required supplies, bricks x50, wood x40, iron spear, a sharp weapon, 2.2 meters long. With it, you no longer have to worry about someone coming to rob you. You can better defend your island. Supplies needed, metal sheet times 10. It's not expensive.
Tang Sichuan looked at the 2 drawings and nodded. Since the system felt that it was in danger, Tang Sichuan decided to build the weapon first. Moreover, this single apartment requires an area of 40 square meters, which takes up almost 1/5 of the entire island. Tang Sichuan felt that if he built this apartment, the entire island would appear a little small.
It seems it's time to expand the island again.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then came to the pond, ready to catch fish. Just when Tang Sichuan was about to take action, he suddenly saw a stream flowing by the pond.
Why does it feel like the creek is wider than yesterday?
Tang Sichuan murmured to himself. Then he carefully observed the creek dug yesterday and the stone piles built up. After precise calculations, Tang Sichuan found that the creek was about a quarter wider, and the stone dams were 2 or 3 centimeters high, and the stone dams were built together with small stones yesterday. Today, some small rocks have fused together and turned into big rocks. Tang Sichuan estimated that at this pace, if not today, the stone pile would have evolved into a hill, and the creek would eventually have turned into a river. This discovery made Tang Sichuan very excited. He proved that intervention he thought could actually affect the evolution of the island.
What's left is to prove whether the size of the island is really related to the speed of evolution.
Tang Sichuan waved his fist excitedly. He is now beginning to imagine that one day he can change the landscape of the entire island and turn it into an island rich in resources and dangerous terrain. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan immediately asked the fishing net to fish out half of the fish from the pond, preparing to exchange for more supplies in the market. When he came to the edge of the island stone, he skillfully switched to the public screen. He was ready to check the conditions of other survivors first.
Which boss can appreciate saliva? I'm really thirsty to death. Little brother, if you're about to die of thirst, go drink seawater. There's so much seawater. Upstairs. Are you still a human? Is this seawater drinkable? You don't understand this. You are going to die of thirst anyway. So why not drink more seawater? This way, you can relieve your thirst before you die. You damn thing. You're such a talent. Can you even say such a thing? Boss upstairs. I'm not short of water. I'm short of food. Can any kind-hearted boss give me something to stutter? No way. No way. I can understand the lack of water. But the lack of food? How did you do it? The scriptures upstairs are making sarcastic remarks. Do you think everyone can catch fish?
Chapter 16 Heizi's strange behavior. Seeing that other survivors were still short of food and water, Tang Sichuan knew that he was in a stable situation. He quickly put half of the fish in his pond on the trading market. Then the exchange ratio was changed from the previous 100 g of fish meat for a cornerstone to 200 g of fish meat for a cornerstone, regardless of the exchange rate for fish and meat. It has doubled. But Tang Sichuan can't stand the amount of sea fish in his hands. In a 3x3 pond, Tang Sichuan caught hundreds, nearly 1,000 marine fish during this period. Half the number seemed to be nearly 400 or 500 fish. Each sea fish weighs about 7 or 8 kilograms, and the smallest one weighs 3 or 4 kilograms. So after calculation, these fish can probably allow Tang Sichuan to exchange for more than 8,400 cornerstones. When he thought of this, Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. Counting the area of his own island now, it is almost 9,000 square meters. It is the size of a standard football field. Although at first glance, this island is just an island. But compared to other survival islands that are only about 10 square meters, or 2 or 30 square meters, it is already very huge.
More than 8,600 square meters? It's almost enough.
Tang Sichuan looked at the area he calculated and nodded with satisfaction. He is not worried now that no one will be unwilling to exchange. From the supply box he fished out during this period, the foundation stones found in it were not too much, but they were definitely enough. At least every survivor now has a lot of money in his hand, in addition to the 1 square meter that is guaranteed to be deducted every day. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan directly switched back to the public screen.
Oh no! Go and see the trading market. A big boss is selling off the goods.
A survivor who was always paying attention to the market shouted on the public screen as soon as Tang Sichuan set up the fish and meat exchange.
Really? I'll go take a look. I'll go. Did this big guy catch all the fish in the sea? So many. 200 g of fish in exchange for a foundation stone? Why do I feel a bit at a loss? It's a bit like the previous one called Yifeng. It's a loss. Just don't change it. I'm almost starving to death. You're telling me it's a loss? Yes. Don't change. So we can change more. Ha! You poor guys. Don't you even have a cornerstone? I've already replaced it with a whole fish. I'll wipe it. Upstairs. Where do you get so many cornerstones? Good luck. I opened several cornerstones in a row. Boss, can you give me a bite of fish? I haven't eaten in 3 days. Roll rough.
Tang Sichuan looked at the group of survivors joking on the public screen and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know whether these survivors were really optimistic or heartless. However, these things have little to do with him. It's okay to live well on your own. Originally, Tang Sichuan thought that the batch of fish meat he threw in could last for a long time. But from the time he put the fish on the trading market until all the transactions were completed, it only took 30 seconds. With such a fast speed, Tang Sichuan had decided that the money was really easy to earn. Looking at the 8,400 cornerstones placed in the trading space, Tang Sichuan had the urge to put all the remaining sea fish on it for trading. However, this idea only flashed in Tang Sichuan's mind for a moment before being rejected by Tang Sichuan. Originally, there were some risks for Tang Sichuan in trading such a fish. Let's not talk about whether releasing so much fish meat again will attract some people's attention. Let's just say that releasing so much fish meat will make other survivors think that it is easy for them to obtain fish meat. Therefore, it was felt that exchanging 200 g for a cornerstone was too expensive, leading to an increase in the exchange ratio. This is not cost-effective for Tang Sichuan. So the best way is to release a batch of fish every once in a while, to create the illusion that fish and meat are hard-earned. This can create a looting effect. Let Tang Sichuan maximize his own profits. Tang Sichuan chose to extract all the cornerstones from the trading space, and then use them directly to expand the island area. Tang Sichuan felt a white light flash around him, and the entire island became almost like a football field. However, the newly expanded areas are all flat land without any ups and downs.
It seems that I will be very busy in the next few days.
Tang Xiaochuan sighed, feeling a little helpless. If it is really proven that the larger the island area is, it is directly proportional to the island's evolution speed, then I may have to devote myself to the great cause of island construction for a period of time in the future. However, there is no need to worry about these things for the time being. It is believed that the expansion of the island area will not affect the evolution speed in real time. It will take some time to be reflected. After finishing these things, Tang Sichuan came to the pond again and chose a fatter sea fish from the pond. Prepare to make him your lunch today. While grilling fish, Tang Sichuan chatted with Maen for a while and learned that Maen had also fired weapons today, which made Tang Sichuan a little worried.
Don't worry. I have learned Taekwondo. Now I have a dog-head knife in my hand, so you don't have to worry about me,
Maen said confidently.
Taekwondo? Just you?
Tang Sichuan curled his lips, and then said,
How do I feel that you are learning seductive crime boxing? Ah, Tang Sichuan. See if I beat you or not.
Maen suddenly went crazy when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. Once, Tang Sichuan practiced Taekwondo with Maen. When Maen put on a Taekwondo uniform, her whole aura changed and she became very heroic. I have to say, she is a beautiful person and looks good in anything she wears. But once she really started practicing, Ma Yin's character collapsed. A smaller and weaker girl was practicing side kicks, but she made a
ha-ha
sound from her mouth. That scene, how should I put it, cannot shock the enemy, but it is very easy to make the enemy feel excited. From then on, whenever Maen said she was going to practice Taekwondo, Tang Xiaochuan would scold her and say that she was going to practice seductive crime boxing. After the laughter, the grilled fish in Tang Sichuan's hand was also cooked. After giving a portion to Maen and Heizi, he also finished the grilled fish in his hand. Then, the two chatted for a while before hanging up the communication, and Tang Sichuan also started his lunch break. In his sleep, Tang Sichuan felt something licking him on his face. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was Heizi with his legs on the rocking chair, licking his face.
I'm going! Heizi! Get off here!
Tang Sichuan felt that his face was covered with Heizi's saliva, and he immediately drove Heizi out of his rocking chair. He wiped his face first and prepared to continue sleeping for a while. But Heizi didn't want Tang Sichuan to sleep. Instead, he bit Tang Sichuan's trouser leg and dragged it out. This move of Heizi aroused Tang Sichuan's doubts.
What's wrong?
Tang Sichuan looked at Heizi with some doubts.
Wang Wang!
Heizi shouted twice at Tang Sichuan, and then walked towards the outside of the cabin. When he reached the door, he turned back and looked at Tang Sichuan. Chapter 17 Aboriginal. Tang Sichuan looked at Heizi and felt that Heizi wanted him to follow him out. He thought for a while and decided to go out and have a look. As soon as Tang Sichuan walked out of the cabin, he saw a black spot on the sea in the distance. Tang Sichuan squinted his eyes and looked, but the distance was too far and he couldn't see anything clearly. However, one thing was certain. That is, the other party had discovered his island. Moreover, seeing the small black dot constantly approaching him, Tang Sichuan understood that the black dot must be a boat. Tang Sichuan was a little panicked. He immediately ran back to the cabin and took the spear and repeating crossbow in his hands. After getting the weapon, Tang Sichuan felt a sense of security. However, this sense of security disappeared immediately. Tang Sichuan is facing several problems now. First, the other party's purpose of coming is whether it is an enemy or a friend. Second, how many people are there on the other side? If there is a conflict, can you resolve the other side?
Damn! I knew it! The people behind us didn't have good intentions when they asked me to fire the weapon.
Tang Sichuan cursed secretly. He was just about to go out, and when he was looking at the situation outside, he saw the island stone on the side. He suddenly remembered that Maen had also fired his weapon. Since he had fired his weapon, he had encountered a ship. So will Maen have the same situation? Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan immediately contacted Maen.
Sister Maen, what's going on over there?
Tang Sichuan asked anxiously, and he was still praying in his heart that Maen would not be in danger.
Situation? What's the situation?
Maen felt a little strange when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Sister Maen, I'm at a boat here.
What? Maen was immediately surprised when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Are you in danger?
Maen became anxious when she heard what was going on with Tang Sichuan.
It's still unclear what the other party's intention is. He is still a little far away from me.
Maen was slightly relieved when she heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said,
Sichuan, otherwise, you should run away first. Run? Where to run? I don't even have a boat now.
Tang Sichuan sighed when he heard Maen's words, and then said,
And even if he wants to run now, it's too late. He can only fight head-on. But
Maen was interrupted by Tang Sichuan before she could finish her words.
Sister Maen, I will trade you something later. If anything happens to me, you must survive.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and decided to trade the A-level water purifier to Maen first. In fact, what he wanted most was to trade the automatic fishing net. After all, with the automatic fishing net, Maen could live a good life. However, trading of automatic fishing nets was prohibited, so he settled for the next best thing and wanted to trade Class A water purifiers. As for fish, Tang Sichuan doesn't have that much time to catch fish now. Maen looked at the water purifier that Tang Sichuan had traded and felt a little hesitant.
Hurry up! Sister Maen!
Tang Sichuan became a little anxious when he saw that Maen had not agreed yet. After being yelled at by Tang Sichuan, Maen realized that she immediately agreed to the deal.
Sichuan!
Maen looked at the water purifier that suddenly appeared at her feet, feeling very worried.
Sister Maen, don't worry. I'm fine,
Tang Sichuan said solemnly to Maen. Then he hung up the communication and walked outside with the weapon in hand. When he came back to the outside of the wooden house, the black spot in the distance was much closer, and it was obvious that the other party was a small boat. Tang Sichuan looked at his surroundings. There was a large area of flat land without even a place to hide. On the entire island, the only thing that was not flat was the small wooden house behind him, and the pile of stones behind the small wooden house. Tang Sichuan thought for a while. Then he went around to the back of the cabin, jumped hard, and grabbed the eaves behind the cabin. Then he put his foot on the wall of the cabin and climbed up. When Tang Sichuan climbed up to the roof of the cabin, he hid on the slope of the roof and exposed his head to check the situation on the sea. Tang Sichuan found that after climbing to the roof, his vision became much wider. The scenery is also much better. But now, Tang Sichuan doesn't care about these scenery at all. He cares more about the people who are coming. As time passed, the small boat got closer and closer, while Tang Sichuan was waiting for the other party to arrive. He was also praying that there wouldn't be too many people there. If there are only 1 or 2 people, Tang Sichuan is confident that the weapons in his hands can kill each other. If there are too many people, he can only be cool. At the same time, Tang Sichuan actually had some murmurs in his heart. Logically speaking, at this point in time, it would be impossible for any survivor to build a boat. After all, during this period of time, he was only paying attention to the chat on the public screen, and he didn't see anyone saying that a ship had been built. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some big bosses deliberately do not say anything. However, at this time, it is unrealistic to think about these things. The only thing Tang Sichuan wants now is to defeat the opponent. Half an hour passed, and Tang Sichuan saw that the other party's boat had docked. Then 2 men with dark skin, wearing only leaves and animal skins, jumped out of the boat. They only held 2 stone spears in their hands. Seeing this scene, Tang Sichuan frowned.
I'll go. Savage? Not a survivor?
Tang Sichuan looked shocked. He didn't expect that he could meet an indigenous savage. Tang Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were only 2 people on the other side. If there were just 2 people, Tang Sichuan felt that he could still handle it. So, he carefully moved to the edge of the cabin and signaled Heisey, who was still lying under the cabin, to hide behind the pile of rocks and obey his orders. Heisey was very smart. After seeing Tang Sichuan's gesture, he immediately lowered his body and ran towards the back of the pile of rocks. After arranging the sunspots, Tang Sichuan put the iron gun aside, then took out the repeating crossbow from his back and gently cocked the repeating crossbow. Then he raised his head, popped out half of his head, and quietly observed the situation of the 2 natives. The 2 natives seemed to be a little scared. They held stone spears and carefully searched the island. Seeing this scene, Tang Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party didn't know the situation on the island. However, Tang Sichuan felt a little strange now. He didn't know what was going on with these 2 natives and why they suddenly appeared near his island. If they found it by accident, that would be fine. But if there was any driving force behind this, Tang Sichuan felt like he was going to cry. In fact, these are not the most important things. Since these two indigenous people can appear here, it means that there should be other islands near their own island. At least these two indigenous tribes should be their own neighborhood.
Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's catch these two natives first and ask them. Then we will find out.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and shook out all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. What he is thinking about now is how to deal with these two natives. Chapter 18. Two prisoners captured. Logically speaking, Tang Sichuan now has a repeating crossbow and an iron gun in his hand. The best way is to directly use the repeating crossbow to kill these two natives. But Tang Sichuan didn't intend to do this. These two natives are easy to kill. But the problem is that even if I kill these two natives, I still can't know the situation of the natives. If you don't know the situation of the indigenous people, then you can only defend yourself passively. It's not Tang Sichuan's character to be beaten passively.
Don't take life or death seriously. Do it if you don't accept it.
This is Tang Sichuan's motto.
It seems that we have to find a way to capture these two natives alive.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and murmured. Then he aimed the repeating crossbow at the thigh of one of the natives, and then quietly waited for the other party to approach. Originally, if the repeating crossbow used projectile, it could shoot up to 120 meters away, and it could shoot accurately within 50 meters. However, Tang Sichuan is not a professional, so he can only wait until the opponent is close, within 15 meters, before he can be sure to shoot the opponent's leg without hurting his life. Tang Sichuan waited quietly here, but the two natives did not notice Tang Sichuan at all. For these two natives, everything on the small island of Tang Sichuan was so rare. A beautiful house and a pond full of fish. The two natives searched forward curiously. They felt that the exquisite house must be the residence of the owner of the island. The two natives, holding stone spears, lowered their bodies and stared at the door of the cabin. I was deeply afraid that something would jump out of the door, just as the two natives were getting closer and closer to the wooden house. Tang Sichuan tightened his grip on the repeating crossbow. Whoosh! A sound broke through the air, and the indigenous man walking at the front fell to the ground. The native fell to the ground, covering his thighs with his hands, and let out a scream. The native behind him saw his companions arriving, but he had not seen the enemy yet. He was suddenly frightened and quickly backed away. At this moment, Heisey, who was hiding behind a pile of rocks, suddenly jumped out and rushed towards the native, who wanted to escape. When Tang Sichuan saw that Heisey was on the scene, of course he couldn't give in. He immediately grabbed the iron gun next to him and prepared to jump off the roof. In the horrified eyes of the native, who fell to the ground, Tang Sichuan descended from the sky with an iron gun in one hand and a repeating crossbow in the other. The iron gun in Tang Sichuan's hand was bright silver, flashing with cold light in the sunlight.
Demasha!
Tang Sichuan shouted. His legs landed firmly on the ground, and then he rushed forward, and the iron spear in his hand directly swept the stone spear aside. Then Tang Sichuan ignored the injured native and directly took the iron gun and chased the escaped man. When Tang Sichuan chased after him, he saw that Heisey had knocked the native down and his whole body was pressed on his back. Seeing Heisey's fangs exposed and screaming, the native also screamed. The stone spear in his hand had been thrown somewhere long ago. Tang Sichuan approached the native and stopped when he was still 7 or 8 meters away.
Heisey! Come back!
Tang Sichuan first picked up the stone spear that the native had thrown away, and then shouted to Heisey. When Heisey heard Tang Sichuan shouting, he let go of the native and returned to Tang Sichuan's side. But even if Heisey came back, his entire body was lowered a lot, ready to pounce again at any time. There was also a woo-woo sound coming from his mouth, as if to warn the natives not to mess around. Tang Sichuan looked at the native, who was still lying on the ground. He couldn't understand what the native was screaming.
Oh no! I forgot! I don't understand their language.
When Tang Sichuan heard the indigenous people yelling, he suddenly thought of a serious problem. He seems to have a communication barrier with this native.
You? Get up!
Tang Sichuan pointed the iron gun in his hand at the native and motioned for him to stand up. But the native people didn't understand what Tang Sichuan meant. He just knelt down in front of Tang Sichuan, touched his forehead to the ground, clasped his hands together, and raised them above his head. Although Tang Sichuan couldn't understand what the native said, he could understand when he saw the native's actions that the native was begging for mercy. After all, this gesture of begging for mercy is universal. At first, the native didn't understand what Tang Sichuan meant. But when he saw the iron gun in Tang Sichuan's hand moving closer to his neck, he understood everything. He stood up slowly, not daring to move at all.
Let's go!
Tang Sichuan held an iron gun in his hand, waved it in the direction of his cabin, and then made way for him. At this moment, the native understood that Tang Sichuan had no intention of killing him yet, so he walked towards Tang Sichuan's wooden house very obediently. When Tang Sichuan returned to the wooden house, he suddenly found that the injured indigenous man was lying on the ground and crawling towards the pile of rocks with difficulty. Without saying a word, Tang Sichuan quickly walked up behind the native, grabbed his animal skin clothes, and dragged him back. The native thought that Tang Sichuan was going to kill him, so he immediately started screaming.
If you're screaming, I'll really kill you.
Tang Sichuan was upset by the natives yelling, so he used the iron gun in his hand to shut him up. Under absolute force, there is nothing that cannot be communicated. Seeing the iron gun in Tang Sichuan's hand, the native endured the pain and did not dare to groan. When Tang Sichuan pulled the native back to the front of the wooden house, the uninjured native still stayed where he was. Tang Sichuan threw the native to the ground, and then some of them were in trouble. He had thought things too well before and felt that he could learn something about the indigenous tribes from their mouths. But now I find that I can't even communicate at the most basic level. This is a question for Der. However, now that the crisis is over, if you ask Tang Sichuan to kill these two people again, Tang Sichuan will say that he can't do it. If it was during a fight, killing would be enough. But now that the other party had no strength to resist, Tang Sichuan really couldn't do this. Tang Sichuan sighed and said he could only take one step at a time. See if you can learn something useful from their mouths after spending more time with these people. However, the most important thing now is to find a way to help the injured native and clean up his wounds. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan first asked Haizi to keep an eye on these two people, and then went directly to the island stone.
Rope, the simplest tool that can be used to fix things. Materials required, bark X5.
Tang Sichuan looked at the manufacturing materials and directly chose manufacturing. In a flash of white light, a rope as thick as a little finger appeared in Tang Sichuan's hand. Tang Sichuan took the rope and returned to the two natives.
You? Tie him up.
Tang Sichuan threw the rope to the injured aborigine and motioned for him to tie the injured aboriginal first. Chapter 19 Contract Card. The native saw Tang Sichuan's actions and immediately understood what Tang Sichuan meant. So he picked up the rope from the ground, walked behind the injured native, muttered a few words to him, and then began to tie up the native. Tang Sichuan saw him tying up the injured native, so he walked over cautiously and tried to pull the rope on the native's body. He found that the other man was not playing tricks, and the binding was indeed very strong. Then Tang Sichuan thrust the iron gun in his hand into the ground, took out another rope, and signaled the other native to turn around. When the native saw Tang Sichuan take out the rope, he knew what he wanted to do and turned around very cooperatively. Tang Sichuan quickly tied him up and asked him to squat under the tree next to the wooden house. Tang Sichuan dragged the injured native to the door of the wooden house, and then began to observe his injury. As a result, Tang Sichuan discovered that the crossbow arrow shot directly through his thigh. But luckily it did not damage the bones or aorta, and the bleeding was not serious. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, grabbed the second half of the crossbow arrow, then looked at the native and said,
"Whether you understand it or not, what I want to tell you is that it will hurt for a while. So bear with it."
The native looked confused, but he also knew that Tang Sichuan was preparing to save him. And then he said a lot of things to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan didn't understand. He pressed the native's thigh with one hand and grabbed the crossbow arrow with the other hand. Then he pulled out the crossbow arrow with force. The severe pain made the native scream again. At this time, Tang Sichuan didn't care what the other party called. He just wanted to see if the aorta was damaged when he just pulled it out. Tang Sichuan took a look and saw that there was no heavy bleeding from the wound, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the arrow was pulled out, the wound was still bleeding. If this was not treated, the native would not be able to survive.
I remember that in this world, grated food can change a person's constitution. But I don't know if this water can stop bleeding.
Tang Sichuan now has no hemostatic medicine in hand, so he can only turn his attention to A-grade purified water. Water purified by the device. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan walked into the cabin again and prepared to contact Maen.
"Sister Maen,"
Tang Sichuan called out.
"Sichuan, are you okay?"
Maen has been guarding the island since she found out that Tang Sichuan had met an outsider.
"I'm fine. The matter has been resolved,"
Tang Sichuan said calmly.
"Who is the other party?"
Maen asked eagerly.
"They are indigenous people, but there are only 2 of them, and they have been captured by me now." "Aborigines? There are actually aborigines in this world?"
Maen was surprised when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Well, but I haven't figured out the specific situation yet. There is a communication barrier between us and them. By the way, Sister Maen, please give me the A-grade water purifier and A-grade water first. I'll go and see if the water is useful for the wound first. Oh, okay.
Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words and immediately replied, and then traded the water purifier and water to Tang Sichuan.
Sister Maen, I'll go and get busy first. A native is injured and is still bleeding. I'm afraid that if he doesn't get treatment, his blood will drain out in a while. Well, okay. Contact me anytime if you have anything.
Maen knew that Tang Sichuan had a lot of things to deal with now, and it was not easy to chase after Tang Sichuan and ask questions. After Tang Sichuan ended his call with Maen, he walked out of the cabin with 2 bottles of grade A purified water. He first unscrewed a bottle of pure water and cleaned the wounds of the injured native. After the A-grade pure water washed away the blood stains on his legs, Tang Sichuan clearly felt that his bleeding volume had decreased a lot. Then he gave the native 2 more mouthfuls of water and rinsed his wound. Then, he removed a piece of animal skin from the native's body, wetted it with Class A water, and then covered his wound. After finishing all this, Tang Sichuan realized that at this time, the sun had already set and was about to fall into the sea level. He thought about it and started preparing dinner. Tonight, including these 2 prisoners, there are 4 people in total, plus a dog. So Tang Sichuan planned to go to the pond to catch a few more fish. Moreover, these 2 natives came over in a small boat. Tang Sichuan felt that he should go and see the boat. Tang Sichuan ordered Haizi to look at the 2 natives. Don't let them run around. However, both of them were tied up by Tang Sichuan, and one of them was injured and couldn't run anywhere at all. So Tang Sichuan just asked Haizi to keep an eye on him, and he walked towards the boat confidently and boldly. When Tang Sichuan came to the beach, the small boat was still on the beach. Tang Sichuan jumped up directly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Tang Sichuan saw that there were only 3 simple boxes on the small boat.
Huh? Why does this box look so familiar?
The first time Tang Sichuan saw the box, he felt familiar. The next second, he realized, isn't this a supply box?
Could it be that there are rewards for defeating these natives? Isn't this the same as playing a game and getting equipment after defeating the boss?
Tang Sichuan said with a smile on his face. After giving up, he walked over directly and opened the first supply box directly.
Materials obtained: bread times 120 g, purified water times 500 milliliters, foundation stone times 3. Nothing good.
Tang Sichuan looked at the supplies and sighed softly. Then, he opened the second supply box directly. The result was still some basic supplies. Nothing noteworthy. Finally, Tang Sichuan set his sights on the third supply box.
Obtain supplies: contract card X2, Cornerstone X2, linen X6. Huh? Contract card? What the HL is this?
Tang Sichuan looked at the 2 black cards in his hand, feeling a little dull. Contract card? Are you sure this thing isn't something that should be in a fantasy novel? How could it really happen? But then he thought about it. Everyone on his side had traveled through time, and some weird things appeared. So it wasn't too much. After figuring it out, Tang Sichuan used the system to check the function of the contract card.
Contract card, S level. Are you still worried about the loyalty of your subordinates? Are you still afraid that you won't be able to control your pet after you catch it? It doesn't matter. Starting from today, the contract card can help you solve your worries. For the target, by using the contract card, you have a certain chance of conquering the other party and making the other party your most loyal slave. Note: the success rate of SSS level contract cards is 90%. The success rate of SS level contract cards is 80%. The success rate of S level contract cards is 70%. The success rate of A level contract cards is 60%. And the success rate of B level contract cards is 50%. If used if the subject resists, there is a high chance of failure.
Tang Sichuan. What the HL is this introduction? I feel so middle-aged. So ashamed. However, the effect of this contract card is really impressive. As long as the contract card is used successfully, the person being used will become a slave who will never betray. That is to say, as long as I use the contract card on the 2 natives, as long as it succeeds, I can know the situation of their tribe. And I will also get 2 loyal subordinates. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan couldn't help but lament his foresight in not killing the 2 natives directly. Otherwise, he would have lost 2 helpers. Chapter 20: Becoming a slave owner. Tang Sichuan can be sure that his island will become bigger and bigger as it develops. It would be absolutely impossible for him to take care of her alone. Then, in order for the island to develop better, Tang Sichuan must admit other people to the island. Among these people, the first choice is people like Maen, who he is familiar with and trusts. Yes, Tang Sichuan is already planning to bring Maen to the island. There are many benefits to doing this. The biggest benefit is that Tang Sichuan no longer has to guard an isolated island alone. But even if this is the case, the number of people will still be relatively small, which will greatly limit the development of the island. Therefore, when Tang Sichuan discovered that there were indigenous people, he considered whether he could conquer them. Compared with other survivors, these natives were easier for Tang Sichuan to trust. Now, with the contract card, I thought of providing insurance for these natives. After getting the contract card, Tang Sichuan was not in a hurry to catch fish to prepare dinner, and ran back to the cabin with the contract card. When he returned to the cabin, he found that the two natives were mumbling to each other, not knowing what they were talking about. When they saw Tang Sichuan, they shut up instantly. Although Tang Sichuan didn't know what they were going to say, he didn't care. As long as the contract card in your hand can take effect, you are not afraid that they will betray you. Tang Sichuan took the lead in walking up to the injured native, and he directly pressed the iron gun in his hand against the native's neck. I'm going to use the contract card on you now. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you. Tang Sichuan didn't care whether the native understood it or not. Regardless of whether he understood Tang Sichuan's threat or not, at least this native knew one thing. That is, what Tang Sichuan wanted to do next was directly related to his life or death. The native swallowed hard and nodded. Tang Sichuan saw the native nod, and then he was ready to use the contract card. The main reason why I chose this native was because I had just treated him, and there was a certain foundation of trust between the two of them. At this stage, contract cards are very precious things, and Tang Sichuan must ensure that every contract card can be signed successfully. Use the contract card, Tang Sichuan muttered silently in his heart, and then he felt the contract card in his hand disappear and turn into a wisp of black light, floating towards the forehead of the native. The moment the black light appeared, a look of horror appeared on the native's face. Tang Sichuan saw a hint of panic on the native's face, and he knew that the native was really scared. So Tang Sichuan pressed down the iron gun in his hand and shouted at the native. Relax. No resistance. Hearing Tang Sichuan's loud shout, the native looked stunned. Just when the native was stunned, the black light penetrated directly into his forehead. In an instant, a painful expression appeared on the native's face. But after a few seconds, the pain faded from his face. Master! The native said something in their language, but Tang Sichuan could understand what he meant. Can you understand what I'm saying? Tang Sichuan asked tentatively. Yes, the native replied. Tang Sichuan heard the native's answer in native language, but he could clearly understand what he meant. It seems that I can understand what he meant. It should be the function of this contract card. This is probably a type of telepathy. After Tang Sichuan confirmed that he could communicate with the indigenous people, he no longer struggled with why he could understand. After all, this world is already very magical, and even more magical things are not unacceptable. What's your name? Where are you from? Why did you find this place? Tang Sichuan was going to ask the native about some things about their tribe. In this case, he was ready. Master, my name is Nushi, and he is my brother. His name is Kuratsuchi. We are from the Stream tribe. As for why my brother and I came here, it is because we were expelled from the tribe. Nonsha replied. Expelled? Why were you expelled? Also, how many people are there in your tribe, and how far away are they from here? Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Nushi's words. Returning to the master, our tribe is about 15 days away from here, and there are about 200 people in the tribe. Nonsha said here, paused for a moment, and then continued. We were expelled because we destroyed the country. The services of the priests. After hearing Nushi's words, Tang Sichuan thought to himself, first of all, they drifted on the sea for 15 days, which means that they were expelled before they came to this world. In this case, it is ruled out that this is promoted by the mastermind behind the scenes. Secondly, 15 days journey is not a short distance, and in such a vast ocean, there is no reference point. As long as it deviates just a little bit, then 15 days later, there will be a difference of hundreds of kilometers. With this, Tang Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least for a short period of time, I don't have to worry about these natives coming. Nushi, tell your brother not to resist. I will use the contract card on him. If he succeeds, you will be my employees from now on. You will do whatever I ask you to do.
I can guarantee that you will have enough food and clothing. How about that?
Tang Sichuan asked tentatively.
Thank you. Great master.
When Nushi heard that Tang Sichuan was willing to take them in, he immediately knelt down and was about to kiss Tang Sichuan's instep. Tang Sichuan retracted his feet and said to Nushi,
You don't have to do this. You just need to work hard.
Nushi saw Tang Sichuan's move and felt Tang Sichuan's inner thoughts for a while. And he knew that what Tang Sichuan said was true. He thanked Tang Sichuan again, and then mumbled a few words to his brother. Not long after, Nushi turned his head and said to Tang Sichuan,
Master, I have already made an agreement with my brother. Yeah.
Tang Sichuan nodded, then took out the second contract card and chose to use it on Kuatu. He didn't know whether Haitu understood that Tang Sichuan would not hurt him, or whether what Nushi had just said to him had an effect. Haitu was very obedient and chose to sign a contract with Tang Sichuan. When the black light penetrated Haitu's forehead, Tang Sichuan instantly understood Haitu's inner thoughts. At this time, Haitu, like Nushi, was full of gratitude to Tang Sichuan, because there was no food in their boat. When they discovered this island, they were ready to come up to replenish supplies. Therefore, when the two of them learned that as long as they worked for Tang Sichuan, they would get food, they were full of gratitude to Tang Sichuan.
Okay, in order to welcome you to my island, I'm going to have a barbecue party tonight. One of you will go catch fish in the pond, and the other person will bring me the supply box over there.
Tang Sichuan stood outside his cabin, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing to the pond and shore not far away. Supplies box. He looked very much like a slave owner. Chapter 21 Survival Team. It has to be said that after having two helpers, Tang Sichuan was completely liberated. The current island is not very big. It only covers an area of over 8,600 square meters, almost as big as a football field. Therefore, there is not much to do on this island. Soon, Nushi limped back with 5 fish, and Black Earth on the other side kept dragging the supply boxes back from the seaside. On the one hand, Tang Sichuan directed Nashi and Haita to handle the fish, and on the other hand, he directly opened the 4 supply boxes. These 4 supply boxes didn't yield many good things. They were all basic supplies. After Tang Sichuan packed up these materials, he began to put the sea fish on the bonfire and began to grill the fish. Nashi and Haita were sitting aside, quietly watching the movements in Tang Sichuan's hands. In their opinion, it is very wrong to ask the master to prepare food for them. A good slave should prepare things for his master, rather than having his master prepare them for them. Therefore, these two fools sat aside, carefully watching the movements of Tang Sichuan's hands, and studying seriously. Tang Sichuan looked at the two people and knew what they were thinking. However, Tang Sichuan did not stop them. After all, his purpose of conquering them was to make himself feel more relaxed. Tang Sichuan looked at Daosher beside him and directly connected to Maen's communication.
Sichuan, how is the situation over there?
Maen asked eagerly the moment the communication was connected.
I'm fine. Those 2 natives have been conquered by me,
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
Conquered?
Maen was stunned when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. How long did it take before you were subdued?
Sichuan, you'd better be careful. Be careful, they are lying to you.
Maen reminded with some worry.
It's okay. I just got a few supply boxes from their ship, and then I took out the contract card from them.
Tang Sichuan smiled.
Contract card? What is this?
Maen was stunned when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Well, to put it simply, it's a master-servant contract. Once signed, I can know their inner thoughts. It's impossible for them to betray me.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and explained to Maen.
There is such a thing.
Maen suddenly felt very novel when she heard Tang Sichuan's explanation.
What's the point?
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then said,
The fact that we can come to this world is a very bizarre thing in itself. Now that there is just one more contract card, I don't think there is anything to be surprised about. Yes, that's true.
Maen nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's explanation.
By the way, Sister Maen, now that I have a boat, I will find a way to pick you up when I can confirm your location.
Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of something.
Well, okay. Then you have to take care of your food and shelter.
Maen nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
No problem,
Tang Sichuan said confidently.
How much can you eat by yourself? Besides, if you come over, you can help me with some work. Why do I hear this? Are you planning to treat me as a slave?
Maen felt a black line when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Why do you think I am not right now?
Tang Sichuan asked directly. Maen was speechless at this moment. She pouted, unwilling to talk to Tang Sichuan. After the joke, Tang Sichuan saw that the fish was almost done, so he traded it directly to Maen, and then gave the other 2 fish to Maen. Hard rocks and black soil. In the end it is his own. Obsidian and Kuratsuchi took the grilled fish and started to eat it hungrily. When Tang Sichuan saw them like this, he was dumbfounded. Why did he feel that this fish weighing 4 or 5 pounds was not enough for them to eat? However, Tang Sichuan is not worried about this. How much can the 2 of them eat? It's impossible. He would have to eat hundreds of kilograms of sea fish in one meal. After dinner, Tang Sichuan planned to arrange for Nashi and Haita to rest in the cabin, but they were unwilling to do so. In the end, Tang Sichuan could only light a bonfire for them outside the cabin and let them go. Tang Sichuan lay on the rocking chair and began to check the content on the public screen and began to prepare for daily diving. At this time, the public screen was still the same as before. People begging for food continued to beg for food. A bunch of water friends. Endless fun.
Little girl Nian Fong is 18. Is there any little brother willing to give me some food and water? I will be yours tonight. Based on my many years of experience in the water community, there is no doubt that the girl upstairs must be raped. Brothers, the other world is difficult. We should sign up for a survival group to keep warm. Now I am setting up a survival group to recruit heroes from all over the world. You need to pay 10% of the daily income to join the group. You can purchase materials in the group at a preferential price. Should I wipe it? 10% every day. Upstairs. You must be so poor. Wait a minute. It seems that there are benefits to forming a survival group. At least if there are any difficulties. Everyone can help each other. The blind man upstairs has completed the appraisal. Their survival group needs to turn in 10% every day. If you want to exchange for other people's supplies, you still need to trade. Huh? From what you said, it seems to be the truth. Then their leader doesn't have to do anything and can earn a lot of money every day? Are you two deliberately looking for trouble? If you really encounter difficulties, let's not talk about whether you also need to find someone to trade with. In a hurry. Who will trade with you?
Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen. Some far-sighted survivors were already signing up to stay warm. According to Tang Sichuan's thoughts, he also felt that it was necessary to form a survival group. The reason is simple. Because you never know when you will encounter danger. If you really encounter a temporary danger, and you go to find someone to buy supplies, let's not talk about whether it's too late. Just talk about whether you can find them. The most important reason for the existence of a survival group is to share information. Everyone knows what kind of supplies each member has. If there is danger, it is much better to trade with people in the team than with strangers. But these things have nothing to do with him. Tang Sichuan. Because Tang Sichuan estimates that among all the survivors now, his island is the largest and has the most complete supplies. Therefore, even if Tang Sichuan joins the survival group, he can only help others. Therefore, Tang Sichuan has little interest in such a survival group. However, this does not mean that Tang Sichuan is unwilling to cooperate with others. What he wants is to gather some people he trusts to come to his island, and then work together to develop an island. He knew from the system prompts that as long as the island was big enough, different materials would be refreshed and evolved on the island. If one day, Tang Sichuan's island really has a scale of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, God knows what kind of materials will appear on this island. By then, he alone would definitely be too busy. So what Tang Sichuan wanted was to gather people on his island. However, there is a prerequisite for doing this. That is, the person who goes to the island must be someone he, Tang Sichuan, can trust, and the island must be dominated by him. There can be no second voice on the entire island. Chapter 22. Are you thinking about shit? Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen and found that there was nothing worthy of his attention. So he exited the public screen and prepared to rest. When the sun rose the next day, Tang Sichuan opened his eyes in a daze. The first thing he did when he woke up was sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Salt Maker Blueprint. Salt Maker, able to extract salt from seawater. Seeing what he got after signing in, Tang Sichuan's eyes lit up. He has been eating plain grilled fish for so many days, and today he can finally eat something salty. He had all the materials to make a salt maker, so he directly chose to make it. In a flash of white light, a machine only over 30 centimeters tall appeared at Tang Sichuan's feet. Salt maker, just add seawater, and you will get snow white salt. You can get 5g of salt per hour, and the seawater container can hold 5L of seawater. Huh? 5g an hour.
So 24 hours a day. Is 120 g of salt? There will be no shortage of salt in the future.
Tang Sichuan smiled with satisfaction. His current goal is no longer to survive in this world. What he wants is to live a better life in this world. Salt is just his first step. The next step is other seasonings. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan was full of energy. Tang Sichuan walked out of his cabin, then looked back at the situation on the entire island. The first thing he discovered was an extra patch of woods behind the cabin. Yesterday, there were only 3 trees behind his wooden house. But now, with the expansion of the island, those 3 trees have turned into a grove with more than 40 trees. The pile of rocks he had piled with gravel before has now turned into a hill 5 or 6 meters high. Seeing these scenes, Tang Sichuan could confirm what the system meant when it said that the larger the island, the richer the resources.
Master!
Nushi and Haitu immediately greeted Tang Sichuan when they saw him walking out of the cabin.
Nushi, how is your leg?
As a boss, Tang Sichuan still cared about his subordinates.
Master, my leg is healed.
As he said this, Nushi jumped to indicate that he was fine.
Master, Kuratsuchi and I discovered something strange while inspecting the island this morning.
Stubborn Stone said with a serious face.
Strange thing? What weird thing?
Tang Sichuan was a little nervous when he heard Nushi's words.
Where is it? This way.
Nushi pointed not far away, and Tang Sichuan walked over quickly. Soon, he came to the creek he had dug before.
Master, when I went to the pond to catch fish yesterday, there was no such stream here.
Nushi pointed to a very inconspicuous stream next to it.
Stream?
Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Nushi's words. He followed the direction that Nushi pointed and looked over. It turned out that next to the stream he dug, there was a stream only as thick as his thumb. A small stream of water flowed into the creek.
Strange. How come there is a creek?
Tang Sichuan was very surprised. Then walked over, dipped his finger in the water, and then put it into his mouth.
Sui!
Tang Sichuan was stunned. He originally dug this creek to see if artificial intervention could intervene in the evolution of the island. If it could evolve. He wanted this creek to evolve into a river. But he never expected that fresh water would evolve by digging this creek.
Let's go! Let's go up the creek and look for it,
Tang Sichuan said to the stubborn stone, and then went upstream along the creek. After not walking far, Tang Sichuan came to the source of the freshwater stream. The source happened to be at the foot of the hill next to his cabin. A trickle of water flows from the cracks in the stone. Now Tang Sichuan could be sure that this freshwater stream was also part of the evolution of the island. And he felt very happy. What does that mean? This means that Tang Sichuan's future source of freshwater will be free of Class A water purifiers. Having a stable and large source of freshwater is an important factor in the development of small islands.
It seems that this island is so big. Anything is possible.
Tang Sichuan sighed.
Nushi, you will find tools later and dig a small pond here to store water. This will be the source of our domestic water in the future.
Tang Sichuan pointed to the bottom of the hill, where the water flows, and faced Nushi. Sure said.
Yes, master.
Stubborn Stone nodded. Having plenty of fresh water was also a good thing for him. After Tang Sichuan arranged the work for Nushi, he suddenly remembered that he had not had time to use the apartment production drawing he had obtained yesterday because it required an area of 40 square meters. So, he returned to the cabin and began to check out the materials needed to build an apartment.
Single apartment, the best place for a single dog to live. It is fully furnished and decorated in a custom style. It's all included in the package. Supplies needed: wood X20, bricks X60, glass X12, linen X20, metal sheets X40. Oh my god! We need a lot of supplies!
Tang Sichuan just took a look at the supplies he needed and was immediately dumbfounded. Wood was fine, but bricks and other materials, plus what he had used these days, he couldn't make up 60 yuan now. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and decided to go to the trading market to trade. Tang Sichuan walked out of the cabin and shouted to the stubborn rocks and black soil outside.
Go and help me catch some fish from the pond. I need it urgently. Yes, master.
Nashi and Haidu, upon hearing Tang Sichuan's words, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran towards the pond. Soon, the two of them ran back again, holding 7 or 8 fish in their hands.
Master, are these enough?
Nushi asked.
That's enough. You go and do your work first.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. There are really 2 different experiences with and without subordinates. If you need anything, just shout in Nushi and the others will rush to take care of it. Tang Sichuan placed the fresh sea fish directly into the trading market. set the price according to 100 g of fish meat in exchange for 1 brick, and then began to wait patiently.
Everyone, come and see! Another big boss is exchanging supplies. We all graduated from 9-year compulsory education. Why is this big guy named Yifeng so awesome? Brother Yifeng. Yin Feng is 18 and as beautiful as a flower. Brother Yifeng, are you willing to use these fish meats to date me? Upstairs, I have a date with Triple X. Yifeng, I am the leader of the Deep Sea Titan Survival Group. Zhou Yunwei, if you hand over 30% of all your supplies, I can promote you to deputy leader. How about that?
Tang Sichuan, what kind of weird things are these? Let's not talk about the girl in front of me who wanted to date. But let's talk about the leader of the Deep Sea Titans. He would never say such a thing even if he ate 2 peanuts while drinking.
Yifeng and Ziyunwei, are you thinking about shit?
Tang Sichuan responded unceremoniously on the public screen.
Yifeng, you don't want to drink wine as a penalty. I, the Deep Sea Titan, can use a survival team with 30 members. Be careful not to let me touch you. Let's wait until you have a boat.
Tang Sichuan curled his lips. Even the threat was so weak. So why should he care about him? After Tang Sichuan said this, he exited the public screen directly, and then looked at the trading market. I found that in just such a short time, I had already collected all the bricks I needed. Chapter 23 Planning the Island. No longer paying attention to the threat of the Deep Sea Titan, Tang Sichuan directly chose to build after extracting the bricks.
Please specify the location of the apartment.
As soon as the apartment was built, Daosher prompted Tang Sichuan to choose the location, judging from the current topography of the island. His current location is actually the best. First of all, the cabin is backed by a hill, which is surrounded by hills, and can be well protected from 3 directions. Only the front of the cabin can see the sea. Furthermore, due to the formation of the hill, the cabin is slightly elevated, allowing you to overlook the entire island. Therefore, the current location of the cabin is optimal. However, if you want to build an apartment here, the cabin must be demolished. Tang Sichuan is reluctant to demolish the cabin now. After all, there are still 2 people on the island who have no land to live. Tang Sichuan looked at the topographic map of the entire island, and he suddenly discovered that there was a string of very small words under the icon representing the cabin.
It can be moved. Such a small word. If you don't look carefully, you will ignore it.
Tang Sichuan felt that the person who designed these things had an impure purpose, and he wanted to defraud him of his supplies. However, since it can be moved, Tang Sichuan must carefully consider the planning of the entire island. First of all, my own hills and woods are in the northeast corner of the island, where the cabin is now. In the middle of the island, there is a small stream dug through, which directly divides the island into 2 parts, the north and the south. That freshwater stream flows from north to south and merges into which stream? The fish pond is on the North Island, near a small stream. It can be said that almost all Tang Sichuan's supplies are now in the North Island, while the South Island is still deserted and has nothing. However, according to Tang Sichuan's idea, the North Island will be planned as a residential area in the future, while the South Island will be planned as a planting area. As for future industry and manufacturing, Tang Sichuan is planning to build a new island. These small islands are all separated by rivers. In this case, even if there is danger, you can block it with a bridge. It is better than a large flat land with no danger to defend. Now that he had decided, Tang Sichuan felt that he should place the residents of the stubborn rocks and black soil as close to the stream as possible. First of all, the 2 of them will definitely be the main labor force in the future. And future planting, fishing, etc. will have to be left to them. Let them live near small streams to facilitate their labor. Although the entire island is only about 8,600 square meters now, which is the size of a football field, and running back and forth does not matter much. The island will definitely expand. If it really expands to a certain extent, then just running back and forth can they lay down tiredly. Therefore, try to place their residents in the working area to save time. Another point is that I am also the owner of the island, so I have to show my super high status. After planning, Tang Sichuan first dragged the cabin to the middle of the stream, then placed the apartment at the original location of the cabin, and finally clicked OK. As soon as Tang Sichuan clicked the OK button, he felt a white light flash in front of his eyes. When his vision became clear, he found that he was already in a room full of snow white. This room didn't even have a window, let alone a door.
Please select the apartment decoration style. Huh? What the hell?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Daosher's prompt.
Can I still choose this decoration style? Before Tang Sichuan had time to recover, a large number of decoration styles appeared on Daosher's interface. Think of Mediterranean decoration style, North American pastoral style, Chinese style, Bohemian style, prairie style. Wait a minute. What the H.L. is this prairie style? A yurt? Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he saw the prairie style decoration style. He has heard more or less of other decoration styles. But are you serious about this prairie decoration style? Tang Sichuan saw that there was a play button behind these architectural styles. So he tried to click it. Then the snow-white space he was in began to change. After a few seconds, the originally snow-white space really turned into the shape of a yurt. Tang Sichuan looked at the surrounding decoration styles, and he suddenly felt 3 black lines on his head. Is it because the survivors are living too comfortably? Is the whole yurt really coming out? Tang Sichuan felt that he was not suitable for such a decoration style. And then he switched to several styles one after another. In the end, he decided to choose the Mediterranean decoration style. After all, I am on an island now, and the entire Mediterranean style of decoration is quite suitable for the occasion. After clicking to confirm, Tang Sichuan felt the sea breeze blowing in, which was very comfortable. Tang Sichuan exited the island stone interface and walked out of his cabin again. As a result, he saw Nushi and Haitu, both of whom were looking at him blankly. Master! Master! Why did this house suddenly change? Nushi asked with a dull look on his face. Oh! This house? I built it! Does it look good? Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi's expression and suddenly felt funny in his heart. Okay, it looks good. Nushi felt that this was the first time he had seen such a house, and he couldn't find any words to describe it. As long as it looks good, let's go and take you to see your house. Tang Sichuan patted the stone and motioned for them to follow him. Stubborn Stone and Kuratsuchi looked at each other. Our house? They didn't expect that this owner would prepare a house for themselves. Overjoyed, they immediately followed. Soon they came to the cabin next to the stream. Tang Sichuan pointed to the cabin and said to the two of them, From now on, this will be your residence. Oh? Really? Nushi said very happily when he saw this cabin. Of course. As long as you work hard. It's possible to live in a big house in the future. Tang Sichuan patted Nushi on the shoulder. Thank you, Master, Nushi and Haida said, wanting to kiss Tang Sichuan's instep. As a modern person, how could Tang Sichuan let them kiss the instep? If it was a girl, he felt he could barely accept it. But these two big men, don't even think about it. Tang Sichuan immediately took a step back, and then said, Get up. I don't have so many rules here. As long as you work well for me. Yes, Master, Nushi replied immediately. You go and prepare lunch first. Let's see your skills today. In the afternoon, find a way to dig a notch there for me, and then get your boat in. That will be our port from now on. Tang Sichuan directly pointed to the position of the boat and said to Nushi and the others, now that he was able to determine that this island could evolve through human intervention, he wanted to plant a port on the coast. I will definitely build a big ship in the future. Now we are planning and constructing only a small area, and the rest can be left to island evolution. But if we wait until the island is particularly large to build a port, the amount of work will not be completed by the three of them. Chapter 24 Large-Scale Construction. Perhaps Tang Sichuan's cabin for Nushi and his family stimulated them and made them full of energy. In one afternoon, Nushi and Kuratsuchi cleared out a small port of 20 square meters. This small port doesn't look big at the moment, but it's enough for that small boat. Tang Sichuan, on the other hand, lay there all afternoon. When he woke up from his nap, it was almost 4 p.m. Hey, when will the life of eating and sleeping like this, sleeping and eating, be enough? Tang Sichuan stretched out and said with some emotion. If other survivors knew that Tang Sichuan now disliked the life of eating, sleeping, and eating, they would probably swarm this AC guy and beat him to death. In fact, this can't be blamed on Tang Sichuan. The main reason is that this well-decorated apartment is so comfortable to live in. He lived in a cabin before, and that cabin didn't even have a bed. But this finely decorated apartment is different. It has 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Although it is not big, it has all the necessary things. Sofas and Simmons soft beds are all standard. There are even TVs, fans, air conditioners, and gas stoves. But it doesn't work. Why can't it be used? The reason is simple. It's because there is no electricity. Although this apartment is fully equipped with household appliances, it is not equipped with a generator. If he wants to use these electrical appliances,
Tang Sichuan needs to solve the power problem himself. But Tang Sichuan is not worried. There will be bread and milk. Didn't you see that Tang Sichuan already had his own bachelor apartment in just a few days?
It seems that if you want to develop your own island and live a good life, you still need to continuously expand the island area and various manufacturing drawings.
Tang Sichuan summarized his experience these days. When it came to the blueprints, Tang Sichuan suddenly thought that he had not opened the supply box today. Although you don't have to salvage these supply boxes yourself, you still need to open the boxes yourself. As soon as he thought of this, Tang Sichuan walked out of the apartment.
Haitu! Haitu! Where did you put the supply box?
Tang Sichuan remembered that he asked Haitu to carry the supply box. So he asked loudly,
Master!
Haitu heard Tang Sichuan calling him and immediately ran to Tang Sichuan.
Haitu! Where did you put the supply box?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Master! I put the supply box next to your house.
As he said that, Kuratsuchi pointed in a direction. Tang Sichuan looked in the direction pointed by Haitu and was immediately dumbfounded.
So many?
Tang Sichuan looked at the open space next to his apartment, where there were almost 100 supply boxes, and was dumbfounded.
Well, yes, Master.
Kuratsuchi nodded. When Tang Sichuan heard Kuatu's words, he immediately fell into deep thought. He felt that the area of the island had expanded, and there were more supply boxes that could be obtained. However, there are more supply boxes, which is a good thing for Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan spent half an hour opening all these supply boxes. It has to be said that as long as the base number is large, the probability of winning will increase accordingly. Tang Sichuan opened more than 100 boxes in a row. And besides the basic resources, he also got several construction drawings.
Chicken coop, grade B, put your chickens in it, and it will make your chickens grow in number and size. It can increase the survival rate by 20%, the egg production rate by 30%, and the meat production rate by 15%. Construction requirements: wood times 20, metal sheet times 5, glass times 5, linen times 10, small water wheel generator. With it, you can see light in the dark night. Of course, the premise is that you have a light bulb. Construction requires wood x 50, metal sheet x 30, small automatic water supply system, S level. Are you still worried about not having running water? Then build an automatic water supply system. With it, you can enjoy direct water in the room. Construction requires metal piece times 50, wood times 30, small temperature adjustable storage room, S level. What? Too much food to eat? Then you need a temperature adjustable storage room. With it, my mother will no longer be afraid that my food will spoil. Construction needs metal sheet times 30, wood times 30, glass times 30. Special requirements need to be powered on. Soil improvement card, level B times 10, a magical card that can turn the beach into a plantable one. With it, you no longer have to worry about not having enough planting land. One improvement card can transform 10 square meters of soil. I'll rub it. You're so fat.
Tang Sichuan looked at these special cards in his hand and fell into extreme excitement. Although these things require a lot of materials, each of them is urgently needed by Tang Sichuan. The first is the chicken coop. Tang Sichuan has not forgotten that he still has 2 chicks being hatched. Originally, he was still thinking about where he wanted to raise the 2 chicks when they hatched. Now it's fine. The supply box opened directly out of the chicken coop, which solved his problem. The generator and water supply system are also what he urgently needs. Although this apartment has appliances, there is no water or electricity. If you want the apartment to run perfectly, you need water, electricity, and gas. Although gas is not yet available, water and electricity are available. Then, there is the storage room. Why do you want to dig a fish pond? Isn't it because you are afraid that there are too many sea fish to eat, and they will be spoiled outside? Nowadays, there is a temperature adjustable storage room, which can solve the problem of food storage very well. Finally, there is the land improvement card. In Tang Sichuan's opinion, this thing can be said to be a big killer. What are the inherent attributes of Chinese people? Isn't it just farming? As long as there is land to grow, you will never starve to death. But on the island, whether it is the land that comes with it, or the land that is expanded using foundation stones, it is all saline alkali land, and there is no way to plant it at all. Of course, the refreshed woods are not included in this list. But the problem is, if you cut down the forest and then plant the land, you will lose money no matter how you think about it. After all, woods can eventually evolve into rainforests or forests. There are plenty of supplies there. And if you have to cut down the woods just for farming, it's a bit outweighing the gain. Therefore, at this time, He showed the special nature of the soil improvement card. He can turn saline land into farmable land. This is very nice. And one card can improve 10 square meters. So 10 cards equal 100 square meters. In the early days of this island, 100 square meters of cultivated land could definitely feed a large number of people. Tang Sichuan didn't think too much and directly used the soil card. The place he chose was the South Island that was planned before. After using the improved card, Tang Sichuan began to prepare to build a generator and automatic water supply system. However, there is a serious problem now. That is, Tang Sichuan has just enough materials to build all these buildings. To build all these facilities, it will cost a total of wood times 130, metal sheet times 115, glass times 35, and linen times 10. This almost wiped out Tang Sichuan's background. However, Tang Sichuan thought about it and decided to build it. After all, the most indispensable thing in my hand now is food. As long as I have food, I can exchange it for various supplies. Now that my island is bigger, I can get more supply boxes every day. It is estimated that these supplies can be repaid in just 1 or 2 days. If this is the case, why are you so scared? The creation is completed directly. Chapter 25 I believe you. Tang Sichuan consumed the materials in his hands and quickly built several buildings. Then he needs to start placing the buildings. The first is a small water wheel generator, which requires a steady flow of water to continue to generate electricity. So Tang Sichuan placed the generator directly next to the stream. However, after the generator was placed, Tang Sichuan discovered one thing. The stream was too narrow, and the water flow was too slow. There was no way to drive the generator to rotate. But the problem is not big. We just need to ask Nashi and the others to find a way to widen it, and then slightly modify the terrain to create a gap. The second thing that needs to be placed is the automatic water supply system. This system also requires a large amount of water to operate properly. Moreover, what makes Tang Sichuan feel embarrassed is that he cannot use seawater in this system. This means that he can only place it near the freshwater spring that appeared before. Tang Sichuan felt his head hurt when he thought of the spring, which was only as thick as his little finger. It's simply impossible to get the automatic water supply system running with this big spring. All that can be done now is to continue to enlarge and deepen the puddle used to store water, and then let the automatic water supply system slowly fill the puddle to absorb water. Although it looked like this water supply system was there or not, Tang Sichuan decided to get it out, because he felt that after he expanded the island next time, this small puddle would no longer be a small puddle. As for now, let's just make do with it. Then, there's the climate-controlled storage room. To put it bluntly, this thing is just a big cold storage. The floor space is almost as large as his apartment, and it is obviously impossible to fit it in his apartment. Moreover, this storage room also needs electricity to operate. Nothing to say. Just put it next to the generator. It is placed here, both because of the distance from the generator, and because of the small stream that runs across the entire island and is in the center. That location is very close to his fish pond and the planned South Island planting area in the future. It can be regarded as a material warehouse on the island. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan stopped because he suddenly thought that his island plan was not completed yet. He has no way to use the remaining land improvement cards and chicken coops. Nushi! Tang Sichuan quickly ran to Nushi. Master, what's wrong? Nushi heard Tang Sichuan calling him and immediately stopped what he was doing. Quick! Get the tools! Let's modify our island today while it's still dark, Tang Sichuan said, taking out a hoe from the toolbox. Modify the island? Nashi was dumbfounded when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Can this island be changed at any time? However, both Stubborn Stone and Kuratsuchi were honest people. Although they were confused, they didn't say anything. Nansher, you and Hayu, dig a small ditch for me from here. As he said that, Tang Sichuan pointed to the west of the island, starting from the small stream and extending to the north and south. From here, go there, dig a small ditch, and then connect it to the seawater, and then let the seawater connect to our small stream. Follow the same pattern on the east side. Dig it out for me. Let's divide the island into 4 today and make a prototype first. Tang Sichuan pointed at the east and west ends of the island and said to the stubborn rocks and black soil. I understand. Master, we are good at this. Nushi nodded and took Kuratsuchi to dig a small ditch. Tang Sichuan also took out a shovel and began to widen the small stream in the middle of the island. A group of 3 people worked for 2 hours before initially completing the island planning project. After it got completely dark, Tang Sichuan took out the salt from his apartment and prepared the most delicious dinner. This was the first time for both Ashi and Kuratsuchi to eat something that tasted like salt. The originally delicious sea fish becomes even more delicious after adding some sea salt. Of course, while Tang Sichuan and the others were feasting, they did not forget Ma Yin's existence.
Hey, Sichuan, does today's grilled fish taste like salt?
Ma Yin took a bite of the grilled fish and immediately felt something was wrong.
Yeah, I'm lucky today. I got a salt maker. We won't be short of salt in the future.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded. When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she didn't know what to say. While others are still struggling for survival, Tang Sichuan is already enjoying life.
I really don't know what to say.
Ma Yin was speechless.
Is there nothing to say?
Tang Sichuan smiled immediately after hearing Ma Yin's words. Then he stood up, walked to the light switch in the room, and pressed the switch directly. Suddenly a snow-white light illuminated the entire apartment. Ma Yin looked at the apartment illuminated by lights. Her mouth suddenly opened wide, and she didn't even react when the grilled fish in her hand fell to the ground.
This?
Ma Yin couldn't find any words to describe what she saw.
You're a bit weird. Also, what's going on in the room behind you? I remember you were just a log cabin?
Ma Yin asked in surprise.
Oh, you're talking about this.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled, and then said,
Yesterday I received a drawing of a single apartment, and I took the time to build it today. As for the electricity you mentioned, I got a generator this afternoon. Don't tell me. Nushi and I spent the whole afternoon working on this generator. It took me a long time to get the generator to run, and then I had the generator charge the battery for several hours. And now it's just enough to turn on a light.
Tang Sichuan said ostentatiously.
Sichuan, can we stop showing off like this?
When Ma Yin heard Tang Sichuan's words, she suddenly felt her head full of black lines.
No more showing off. No more showing off.
Tang Sichuan smiled and shook his head, and then said,
You can take a hot bath in a while. Huh? Take a shower?
Ma Yin is a girl after all. As soon as she heard about taking a shower, her eyes immediately lit up.
Yes. I also got an automatic water supply system today. Although the water tank is only a quarter full now, it's still no problem to take a hot bath.
After hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Ma Yin, who had just picked up the grilled fish, suddenly smashed the grilled fish to the ground in anger.
Tang Sichuan, are you angry with me on purpose? How is that possible?
Tang Xiaochuan smiled, and then said,
I just want to take a bath. I believe you.
When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she immediately hung up the phone in anger. Tang Sichuan watched Ma Yin hang up the communication. He was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head with a wry smile.
It seems that the joke has gone too far.
Tang Sichuan smiled awkwardly. He knew that Ma Yin usually liked taking baths, but it had been 5 days since he came to this world. Ma Yin probably hasn't taken a shower these days. It's a bit too much to show off here. Chapter 26 Toiletry Set. Now that Ma Yin had been made angry, Tang Xiaochuan felt that he should compensate her. The best way to compensate is to let Ma Yin take a hot bath. However, Tang Sichuan didn't have anything for bathing in his hands now. However, he has something more difficult to pass than these things.
5 days. 5 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 5 days? Upstairs. At least you still have the strength to speak now. I don't even have the strength to speak now. Hey! If any little brother can give me a bite to eat, I'm willing to give him my life. Ha! I have bread. Little sister, follow me. Which brother upstairs? Aren't you afraid that his money will be bigger than yours? Brothers, the Wolf Walk World Survival Group is recruiting people. If you want to join the group again, please message me privately.
Tang Sichuan glanced at the public screen and found that most of the survivors were still short of water and food. Every day, I rely on fishing nets to catch material boxes. However, Tang Sichuan feels that this situation will not last long. These survivors will be forced by life to learn to use fishing nets. By then, the supply boxes they have every day will definitely increase in a curve. The more supply boxes they obtain, the greater their chances of obtaining the Cornerstone. At that time, these survivors will definitely continue to expand their islands in order to survive. Once they expand the island to a certain extent, they will discover the secret of how the island becomes larger. Tang Sichuan frowned tightly when he thought of this. He felt that in order to expand the advantage of the island area, he must seize this period of time. Otherwise, when the survival groups really react, their numerical advantage will be reflected. In fact, Tang Sichuan can also follow their model and form his own survival team. If he wanted to, he could use the thousands of kilograms of sea fish in his hand to smash out a huge survival group. But correspondingly, the larger the survival group, the more career there will be. Tang Xiuchuan didn't want to spend his limited energy on such meaningless things. Therefore, Tang Xiuchuan felt that it was wiser to recruit some trustworthy people to develop on the island together.
It seems that to compete with these survival groups in the future, we can only rely on high-end goods. If we rely on ordinary-level food to compete with them, we will no longer be able to compete.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head with a wry smile. However, this kind of thing will not change much in the next 3 or 4 weeks. The advantage he has gained now is still very huge.
Yifeng, 100 g of marine fish meat is traded for various bathing supplies. The quantity is limited, so hurry up if you want to exchange.
Tang Xiuchuan posted a text on the public screen and listed 1 kilogram of marine fish meat on the trading market.
Ah, Boss Yifeng is here again. Is the boss still missing thigh pendants? Brother Yifeng, I have water here. I have a lot of water. Can you give me a bite to eat? Get out of here. Upstairs. Isn't that disgusting? By the way, we can't even afford food now. Has Mr. Yifeng started preparing to exchange food for toiletries? Boss, give me a bite to eat, and I can lick it clean for you. You don't have to take a shower anymore. I'll wipe it. Where did these monsters come from?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at the man who said he wanted to lick him, and his hair suddenly stood on his head. The person's profile picture was that of a strong man with a beard. Tang Xiuchuan couldn't imagine being licked by such a person. What a shame. Thinking about it made him sick.
Do you need this? Soap.
A survivor named Rural Guy chatted privately with Tang Xiuchuan.
Huh? Soap? This is okay.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw someone actually getting toiletries.
At Country Guy. Yes. 100 g of fish meat can be traded now.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded. The man named the Rural Boy happily chose to trade with Tang Xiuchuan.
Ding! Supplies obtained. Soap X1. Soap, a must-have for bathing. It can make your skin as smooth as milk. Boss Yifeng, can you be my friend? I'll exchange it with you when I have something good.
The Rural Boy asked. Tang Xiuchuan thought for a moment. And when this person knew that he had a large amount of fish and meat in his hands, he would not bargain with him on the price. He would say how much it was without any hesitation. Tang Xiuchuan felt that this person was the kind of person with a simple heart and an upright personality. Tang Xiuchuan felt that it was possible to date such people. Therefore, Tang Xiuchuan agreed to the other party's request to add a friend.
Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. I won't disturb you for taking a shower.
The Rural Boy immediately ended the private chat after adding Tang Xiuchuan. As soon as Tang Xiuchuan hung up the call, someone immediately started chatting with him privately.
Hello. Do you need this? A toiletry set.
A middle-aged man named Super Dad sent a private message to Tang Xiuchuan.
Toiletry set? There is such a thing?
Tang Xiuchuan was a little surprised. However, with this thing, I don't have to find other people to trade. So, Tang Xiuchuan directly replied to the person called Super Dad.
Well, yes. What do you want to trade? I don't need food. If you have anything that can cure fever, I can exchange it.
Super Dad replied.
Reduce fever?
Tang Xiuchuan was a little surprised when he saw the other party's reply. He suddenly thought of the sudden heavy rain a few days ago. The heavy rain came suddenly and lasted for a long time. If there is no shelter or anything like a tent, we can only carry it through the rain. And judging from this person's name, Super Dad, he should be bringing a child. Tang Xiuchuan frowned slightly when he thought of this. On his first day, he had already experienced the difficulty of surviving in this world. It is difficult for a person to survive alone, let alone with a child. Tang Xiuchuan only hesitated for a moment before deciding to help this daddy. After all, he can't yet remain indifferent when facing a child.
Sorry, I don't have antipyretic medicine here.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head first, and then said,
However, I may have other things here that can help you temporarily. What the H.L.?
Super Dad suddenly became a little excited when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. He is holding his daughter in his arms now. But his daughter is not in good condition at this time. During the heavy rain the day before yesterday, the two of them could only rely on each other in the heavy rain. Although they tried their best to shield their daughter from the heavy rain with their own bodies, her daughter still had a cold and fever. Now his daughter's entire face was burned red, and she fell into a coma. He knew very well that his daughter might be in danger if she could not get medical treatment. But now, they were in such a cruel world. Where could he find a doctor? Moreover, he didn't have many items that could be traded. So when Tang Sichuan said that he had something that could cure his daughter, he was very excited. Chapter 27 Testing Character.
Don't get excited yet.
Tang Sichuan first reminded the other party. He didn't know whether what he thought was right or not. If what he thought was wrong, then you have given the other person hope, and then destroyed the hope with your own hands. Doing so will disappoint him even more. In other words, it made him despair.
I don't have the medicine you want to treat fever, but I have something that can improve your health. I think the main function of these things that can change the human body is to strengthen the body's own resistance. So I think that since we don't have antipyretics, we should start from the opposite direction and directly strengthen your child's resistance so that he can handle it on his own. Besides, I have a lot of fresh water here, and I can use physical cooling methods.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and then said to the Super Nani,
Really? Are you really willing to trade with me to strengthen your physique?
Super Dad is not stupid. He naturally understands that in this world, every extra point of strength means more hope of survival. But now, the other party is willing to exchange things with him that can strengthen his physique, which gives him some surprises and surprises.
Purified water, grade A, 50 milliliters deal no. Purified water, 1L deal no.
Tang Sichuan directly traded 50 milliliters of grade A purified water and a large amount of ordinary purified water. Tang Sichuan still doesn't know whether this method is useful, so he doesn't want to trade too much pure water to the other party. After all, judging from the current trading market, there are very few graded items, and there are even fewer high-end goods above grade A. It was also the first time for Tang Sichuan to trade with the other party. He didn't know what the other party's character was like. If a large amount of water is traded, the other party may retain a large amount of grade A water. It is unwise to expose yourself when you are not sure of the other person's character. The second reason is because I traded it to him first, and did not ask for the other party's toiletry set. If the other party does not trade with you after getting the water, then you will lose a lot of water resources for no reason. Therefore, Tang Sichuan did not say anything and directly traded with the other party. In addition to wanting to save his child, he also wanted to test and see if his character was worth Tang Sichuan's investment. If this person called Super Dad has good character, Tang Sichuan wants to see if he can get him to his island. After all, people who are raising a family will always have worries. As long as they have worries, they will be easily controlled and will not be willing to take risks and cause trouble. After all, when the island gets bigger, it won't be able to develop with just the 3 people we have now. If the island cannot be optimally developed, then the area of the island will be wasted. After trading the water, Tang Sichuan didn't bother Super Dad. He just waited quietly. He is waiting for Super Dad to contact him. After waiting for about half an hour, Super Dad took the initiative to send the transaction.
How is it? Is it useful?
Tang Sichuan did not directly confirm the transaction. For him now, a toiletry set is secondary.
Well, the child's fever has gone down a bit. This water is useful,
the Super Dad said in a calm tone now, not as anxious as before.
Well, that's good.
Tang Sichuan nodded before completing the transaction.
Yi Feng, although I don't know where you got the water from, I want to say that you saved my life this time. From now on, I will work like a cow and a horse, and I will definitely repay you. From today on, I will give you half of the materials I salvaged,
Super Dad said.
Forget it about being a cow or a horse. From now on, it will be okay if we support each other,
Tang Sichuan said with a smile. He was not willing to give up on winning people's hearts now.
Anyway, thank you for today,
Super Dad said.
It's okay. If there is no more pure water in the future, just tell me that I still have some here.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Super Nani. Afterwards, Tang Sichuan hung up the communication. He first sorted out all the bathing supplies traded today, and then contacted Maen.
Sister Maen, have you rested?
Tang Sichuan asked.
No. What's wrong?
Maen was still a little angry. She felt that Tang Sichuan was angry with her on purpose.
It's okay. I just prepared some good things to make amends with Sister Maen.
With that said, Tang Sichuan gave Maen the washing substance he had obtained.
Sichuan, where did you get these things?
Maen was dumbfounded when she saw the shampoo, shower gel, soap, and a large bathtub that Tang Sichuan had traded.
Of course. I went to find someone to trade with. Otherwise, where do you think he came from?
Tang Sichuan suddenly wanted to laugh when he heard Maen's words.
Tang Sichuan, you are crazy. You are trading supplies for these things.
Maen suddenly felt speechless when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Yeah. What's wrong?
Tang Xiuquan replied with a smile. He knew that Maen felt that he was trading precious food for these useless things. But Tang Xiuquan didn't think so. He felt that he was not short of food. What he lacked was such daily necessities. After Tang Xiuquan obtained the system, his goal was no longer survival, but life. Since it is for life, these toiletries are necessities for him.
Tang Xiuquan, do you know that there are still many people who cannot eat? So why can't you save some money?
Maen said angrily.
But I don't have room for food here.
Tang Xiuquan spread his hands and said helplessly.
Besides, I just know that they don't have enough food to eat. So they trade fish and meat. I can save some people. Also, didn't you say that you haven't taken a shower for a long time? We happen to be in demand, and they have supplies. Why not bring some food to trade?
Tang Xiuquan asked. When Maen heard Tang Xiuquan's words, she immediately didn't know how to proceed. She originally wanted to persuade Tang Xiuquan to prepare for a rainy day, but found that there were mountains of seemingly real food in Tang Xiuquan's hands. She thought for a long time, and finally she could only say to Tang Xiuquan,
Then you should also save money. I know. I promise this is the last time.
Tang Xiuquan said to Maen with a smile. I have to say that women always say no, but their bodies are very honest. Although Maen complained about Tang Xiuquan, she still accepted the deal happily. Tang Xiuquan wanted to laugh, but he still held it back. Finally, Tang Xiuquan traded the prepared hot water to Maen, and then he walked into the bathroom of the apartment to take a hot bath. And Maen also took her first hot bath in the past 5 days in her tent on the island. Chapter 28. Can chicks eat bread? The next day, Tang Xiuquan took a hot bath and slept until dawn. When he opened his eyes, it was almost noon. The first thing Tang Xiuquan did when he woke up was to sign in.
Congratulations on getting cow sheet S level. You need to raise the little cows in the barn. Note, a small cow needs to consume 8 units of grass every day. The higher the level of grass, the higher the level of milk the cow can produce. Huh?
Tang Xiuquan didn't know what to say when he saw today's sign-in items. Milk for breakfast is something that many survivors would never dare to dream of. It seems that the days are getting more and more promising. Tang Xiuquan is very satisfied with today's sign-in reward, which has greatly improved his quality of life. However, Tang Xiuquan also noticed the forage mentioned in the introduction. After all, this cow is not a plant. You can just plant it and wait for harvest. It needs to continuously consume forage. But now, let alone forage, he doesn't even have ordinary grass. It seems that the only way to do it is to trade in the trading market. Just when Tang Xiuquan was about to go directly to the trading market to take a look, the sound of a rock suddenly came from outside the door.
Master, are you awake?
Nushi asked.
Huh? What's wrong?
Tang Xiuquan asked strangely.
Master, there is something I need you to confirm.
Nushi said.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tang Xiuquan was a little strange. He didn't know what else needed him to make a decision on such a small island.
It's such a master. When Kuratsuchi and I went to collect the supply boxes today, we found that the fishing net and the fish caught overnight had filled the pond.
Ashishi said without knowing how to explain it.
It was full in one night.
Tang Xiuquan was a little surprised. He remembered that not long ago, he used half of the sea fish to trade to Cornerstone. At that time, the number of marine fish in the pond was basically reduced by half. How could it be that it was full again in such a short time?
Let's go and take a look first.
Tang Xiuquan decided to take a look first. But when Tang Xiuquan walked to the location of the pond, he understood what Nushi meant when he said it was full. He originally thought that Ashi's statement that it was full was an exaggeration. But he found out that Ashi was telling the truth and that it was really full. Not only did the fish pond fill up, but also the sea fish jumped from the pond to the land. Tang Xiuquan originally speculated, but now he can confirm that the larger the island, the easier it is to obtain supplies.
Nansure, you and Haidu, let's expand our pond a bit today. Expanding it to 10 meters times 10 meters will be enough.
Tang Xiuquan thought for a while and said to Nansure,
Okay, master.
Nushi nodded. Then he thought for a moment, and then said,
But, master, there are some strange fish among these fish. How should we deal with these fish? Strange fish?
Tang Xiuquan was stunned when he heard Nushi's words.
Well, yes, that kind of fish. The whole body is shining with light.
Nushi thought for a while and said,
Glowing fish?
Tang Xiuquan was delighted when he heard Nushi's words. Nushi and the others don't know what's going on with the glowing fish. But he knows. These luminous fish are, not surprisingly, Sea fish with a hierarchy.
Nushi, how many of these glowing fish are there?
Tang Xiuchuan asked.
There are not many of these people. They account for about 1/10 of the total number of fish.
Nushi thought for a while and said,
Great!
Tang Xiuchuan was immediately overjoyed when he heard Nushi's reply. Although Nushi said it was only 1/10. This shows that high-grade fish can be mass-produced. It is always said that high-grade items can improve the human body's physique. So mass-produced food will have greater and greater advantages. Although he now has A-grade apples, he still has S-grade cows and A-grade water purifiers. But these things can be obtained without interruption except for water. Milk and apples take time. If you can continuously obtain food sources such as fish and meat, then you will definitely develop better.
Nushi, dig 2 ponds to separate the glowing fish from the ordinary fish.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Nushi,
As you command, Master.
Nushi nodded. After Tang Xiuchuan handed over the task of expanding the fish pond to Nashi, he walked towards his apartment. When he just walked to the door of the apartment, he heard the sound of shishijiji coming from his apartment. Hearing this familiar cry, Tang Xiuchuan showed a happy smile on his face, and the movements of his feet also accelerated a bit. Sure enough, he had walked into his apartment and saw 2 fluffy chicks pecking at the floor near the chicken coop. Tang Xiuchuan walked over cautiously and caught the 2 chicks in his hands. Then Tang Xiuchuan suddenly thought that the chicken coop he opened the supply box yesterday had not been placed yet. So Tang Xiuchuan walked back to the island stone and directly used the island stone to place the chicken coop on the west island. After Tang Xiuchuan placed the chicken coop, he thought that he still had 10 soil improvement cards in his hand. He thought for a while and took out 5 improvement cards and directly improved 50 square meters of land on the west island. He also did the same on the south island. 50 square meters of land improved. After doing all this, Tang Xiuchuan came to Shidao's chicken coop and put the 2 chicks in. However, when Tang Xiuchuan put the chickens in, he discovered a very important thing. There was no food in the chicken coop. He didn't have rice or anything suitable for chickens to eat. Only fish and bread.
I don't know if this little chicken can eat bread.
Tang Xiuchuan thought at a loss. Although his family lived in a rural area before, he had never raised chickens. I don't know if chickens can eat bread. Tang Xiuchuan walked to Shimeishide, and he planned to ask his acquaintances first to see if they had raised chickens. If they didn't know, he would have no choice but to ask on the public screen.
Dear friends, do you know whether newly hatched chicks can eat bread?
Tang Xiuchuan sent a group chat to the rural boy, Maen, and the super dad.
Huh?
The 3 people replied to Tang Xiuchuan with a long list of question marks at the same time.
Huh? Has the chick hatched?
Maen asked.
Chickens? Has the boss started raising chickens on his own island?
Asked the rural boy.
I don't know about this. I have never been exposed to this before.
Super dad said.
I was lucky enough to get 2 eggs that could be hatched a few days ago. So I chose to hatch them. They just hatched today. But after hatching, I found that I only had bread in my hand. No rice. And I didn't know if the chick could eat it.
Tang Xiuchuan said to the 3 of them.
Boss, although I am studying agriculture, my main subject is not animal husbandry. However, my teacher is very knowledgeable about animal husbandry. How about I ask my teacher?
The rural boy thought for a while and asked. Tang Xiuchuan replied. Chapter 29 Want to Conquer Fanlong.
Your teacher?
Tang Xiuchuan heard what the rural boy said and asked directly.
Can you ask your teacher for me? Okay, boss.
The rural boy nodded and then said,
I just contacted my teacher 2 days ago. Please wait a moment and I will ask the teacher to contact you. Well, okay. Please hurry up.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded and hung up the communication. Tang Xiuchuan had just hung up the communication. And within 5 minutes, a man named Nanshan Old Farmer sent a request for a private chat. Tang Xiuchuan looked at this person and immediately thought that this should be the teacher the rural boy said. In order to have enough eggs and chicken to eat in the future, Tang Xiuchuan directly connected to the communication.
Hello. Are you Yi Feng?
Asked the old Nanshan farmer.
Yes. Are you the teacher of the rural boy?
Tang Xiuchuan also confirmed.
Well, yes. I am indeed his teacher, who used to be the dean of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. My surname is Feng.
Feng Long nodded and confirmed. Tang Xiuchuan nodded after hearing Feng Long's introduction.
It turns out that the rural boy and this Feng Long both came from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. As the dean of the highest agricultural research institution in China, Feng Long seems to be very capable. According to the current environment, if you want to live well, you have to farm by yourself. So with the help of the Dean of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, I think I will get twice the result with half the effort.
Tang Sichuan has now begun to have Fan Long's idea. If Fan Long's character could be confirmed, Tang Sichuan felt that he could also bring him to the island. In this case, all agricultural production on the island in the future can be handed over to him.
Mr. Fang, I encountered a little problem here.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Fan Long,
If Mr. Fang can help me solve it, I am willing to give 500 g of fish meat and 1 L of fresh water as reward.
When Fan Long heard Tang Sichuan's words, his eyes lit up at first, and then dimmed again.
You'd better talk about your problem first,
Fan Long said with a wry smile. Tang Sichuan saw Fan Long's expression in his eyes. From his shock at the beginning, to his joy at the end, to his despair at the end, he saw it all. Moreover, Fan Long did not ask for payment first, but instead helped him solve the problem first. This means that Fan Long was not prepared at all for Tang Sichuan not to pay him after solving the problem. Although Tang Sichuan would not ignore Fan Long's remuneration without any reason, it also reflected Fan Long's excellent character from the side.
Mr. Fang, I just want to ask, what can the newly hatched chicks eat?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Newly hatched chicks?
Fan Long was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said,
Have you already got chicks over there?
Tang Sichuan didn't speak, just nodded.
It seems that you are really lucky. Newly born chicks are very delicate. Their feed is specially prepared. Although I know the proportions, I'm afraid not many people can get it together now. However, the bread found in the supply box can also be fed to chickens by tearing it into crumbs and soaking it in warm water. One more thing. Since you can use fish as reward, then you should not be short of fish. You can dry the fish over low heat. Mash it, mix it into the bread batter, and feed it a little to the chickens. But one thing you need to pay attention to is that when your chicks are fed, they drink water for the first time. We generally call it the
first drink.
At this time, you must let the chicks drink enough, and the water must be boiled and boiled, and you cannot feed it with raw water.
Fan Long spoke eloquently to Tang Sichuan, who wrote the main key points on the beach with a small wooden stick. After Fan Long finished speaking, Tang Sichuan directly traded the fish, meat and fresh water agreed before. However, Fan Long refused directly.
Huh? Mr. Fang, what do you mean?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Hey, I'm already old.
Fan Long sighed first and then said,
Even if I accept your food, I won't last long. It rained a few days ago, and I didn't have time to set up the tent. Now I'm still running a high fever. So, don't waste it. Keep this food and water, and survive.
Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Fan Long's words. His first reaction was that Fan Long was cheating him of his supplies. He thought it was the rural boy who told Fan Long that he had extra supplies. This Fan Long is taking retreat as an opportunity to advance. But the next second, he rejected his idea. First of all, Tang Sichuan actually knew Fan Long's character. Fan Long was a figure who appeared in national newspapers all year round. He has devoted his whole life to agriculture. Even though he enjoys the title of academician, he still goes to the fields to do farm work like an old farmer. Tang Sichuan also came from the countryside. He subconsciously believed that as long as he was a farmer, he was simple. Secondly, even if Fan Long was cheating on him for supplies, so what? I don't have to worry about eating or drinking here. If you can't run out of food and water, it doesn't matter if you raise one more Fan Long. Think of it as a reward for Fan Long's hard work in the first half of his life. Without Fan Long, Tang Sichuan felt that his family might not be able to raise the money to go to college. Also, in such an environment, all agricultural production requires labor. Raising one more square dragon is equivalent to getting an agricultural book. If you don't understand anything, just chat with Fan Long privately. Tang Sichuan was very eager for Fan Long's reserve of professional knowledge. Therefore, after Tang Sichuan thought about it for 2 or 3 seconds, he smiled and said to Fan Long,
Mr. Fang, don't worry. I have a lot of supplies here. I can definitely support you.
Tang Sichuan is very confident, and he has enough confidence to say such things.
It's better not to waste it. Even if you have food and water, you don't have medicine. So don't waste it.
Fan Long still shook his head and refused. Hearing Fan Long's words, Tang Sichuan smiled. Isn't it just a fever? It's not like I've never met him before. Isn't the super dad's child's fever gone?
Mr. Fang, although I don't have medicine to reduce fever, it doesn't mean that I don't have other things to reduce fever. Mr. Fang, I have something to say, which may not sound nice when I say it, But I think I still have to say it. I believe Mr. Fawn also knows the environment we are in now. In such an environment, we are all trying to survive on the edge of death. Everyone's supplies do not fall from the sky. Therefore, supplies are very precious now. To tell you the truth, I have something to reduce your fever. I even have enough supplies to feed you. But efforts must be rewarded. I can give you enough supplies every day to survive. Even life-saving things. But I need to repay these things. Do you understand?
Tang Xiuquan felt that it would be better for everyone to say some things clearly at the beginning.
Yes, I understand.
Fawn Long nodded, and then said,
Then what do you like about the old man? Your knowledge.
Tang Xiuquan said seriously. Chapter 30. Whether you can eat chicken in the future is up to you. When Fawn Long heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he immediately showed a true expression. He knows his own affairs. He is an ordinary university professor and national academician. He is still engaged in agricultural research. Not a high-tech person. The only thing that Tang Xiuquan is interested in now is the agricultural knowledge in his mind. Although, this was all thought up by Fawn Long himself. In fact, the reason why he thinks so is very simple. That is, in this world, if you want to develop agriculture, it is really not as fast as thinking about how to find food in the sea. What is the most basic factor for developing agriculture? It is land. You don't have land, and you want to develop agriculture? Just asking you about those crops. Where are you going to plant them? In the sea? On a small island with an average per capita of more than 10 or 20 square meters. Do you still want to develop agriculture? What a fuss! Even if it is hundreds of square meters of land. How much can you plant? How many kinds can be planted? Therefore, in Fawn Long's view, his ability is the least applicable in this world. However, he knew that in just a few days, Tang Xiuquan's island already covered an area of more than 8,000 square meters. With the current development momentum, Tang Xiuquan's island is likely to become a continent. Of course, the premise is that Tang Xiuquan himself cannot have any accidents. If Tang Xiuquan can really own a continent, let alone develop agriculture, even if you build a house on it, it will be enough. Therefore, from Tang Xiuquan's perspective, he does not lack resources such as food. What he lacks is people with professional knowledge in this area.
Mr. Fong, I know what you are hesitating about. But what I want to say is that since I can say such things, it means that I have such capital. So, Mr. Fong,
what you need to consider now is whether you are willing to accept my conditions.
Tang Xiuquan said to Fawn Long calmly.
You make me feel like you're looking for a job.
Fawn Long said jokingly.
That's understandable.
Tang Xiuquan said without hesitation. Fawn Long showed a wry smile and said to Tang Xiuquan,
Do I have any other choice?
After hearing Fawn Long's words, Tang Xiuquan knew that the matter was done. After all, humans are thinking creatures, and no one wants to die if they can choose to live. Ants are greedy for life, let alone humans. Tang Xiuquan immediately initiated a transaction with Fawn Long again. This time, in addition to the food and water he had promised to Fawn Long before, Tang Xiuquan also traded 100 milliliters of grade A water. Super Dad's personal experiments have proven that grade A water can change the human body's constitution and strengthen human immunity. In the absence of drugs, enhancing immunity is the best specific medicine. This time Fawn Long didn't delay. He directly agreed to the deal sent by Tang Xiuquan. Now that I have decided to sell myself to Tang Xiuquan, I don't have so many worries anymore. Seeing Fawn Long agree to the deal, Tang Xiuquan once again asked Fawn Long to drink the grade A water as soon as possible and hung up the communication. Fawn Long, on the other end, looked at the 2 bottles of water in his hand. A little dazed. He didn't know why they were all water, and Tang Xiuquan had to trade them twice. However, when he saw the grade A water, his whole body felt a little dull. Through the chats on the public screen during this period, he has become very clear about how unbelievable this kind of graded item is. Now, Tang Xiuquan directly traded him 100 milliliters of grade A water. Fawn Long's heart at this time, besides being surprised, was more moved by Tang Xiuquan. At the same time, he also made up his mind in his heart that as long as Tang Xiuquan used his place in the future, he would go through fire and water for him. After Tang Xiuquan hung up the communication with Fawn Long, he began to prepare food for the chicks. He first took out a piece of bread that he had brought before. During this period, Tang Xiuquan obviously felt that the food coming out of the supply box was getting less and less. Therefore, Tang Xiuquan has been eating grilled fish during this period, and has put bread, a food that can be stored for a long time, as a food reserve in case of emergency. And now, He just needs to feed the chickens. Tang Sichuan first took out a piece of bread, tore it into small pieces, and then prepared to soak it in warm water. But just when Tang Sichuan was about to soak his hair with ordinary fresh water, he suddenly listened. He thought for a while. Now he only has these 2 little chickens in his hands. From now on, he will wait for these 2 chicks to lay eggs, eggs to lay chickens, and so on. Therefore, he felt that he should start a small stove with these 2 chicks. For example, feed them some A-grade water? Of course, he didn't dare to drink grade A water directly for them, as he was afraid of killing the chicks. So, Tang Sichuan added a lot of ordinary water to the grade A water to dilute it. But even so, when Tang Sichuan placed the soaked bread in front of the chicks, the 2 chicks quickly ran over and pecked at the bread crumbs with their beaks. Tang Sichuan looked at the little chicken pecking at the bread crumbs so happily, and a smile appeared on his face. Chicken. Little chicken. Whether the brothers can eat chicken and eggs in the future depends on you too. Tang Sichuan stretched out a finger and gently touched the chicken's downy back. If the little chicken could understand Tang Sichuan's words, he would definitely point at Tang Sichuan and shout, "I regard you as my father. You actually want to eat me." After Tang Sichuan fed the chickens and went to direct Nushi and the others to continue completing the finishing work of planning the island yesterday, he took Heizi back to his apartment. Tang Sichuan sat on the rattan sofa and watched the waves crashing on the beach. He couldn't help but sigh. This is life. Then he clicked on the public screen of Daosher and began to peek at the screen every day. Boss, I am willing to use all my supplies in exchange for a 500 milliliters bottle of water. Upstairs, are you thinking about shit? You still use all the supplies. If you have more supplies, how can you still be short of water? Come on. Come on. You can buy fresh water at a low price when you join the team. A recruitment officer of the survival group immediately added to the conversation between the two. Is there any little brother who is willing to give me a bottle of water? I am willing to do anything. Tang Sichuan looked at the miserable daily performance on the public screen, without any nutrition, and just smiled indifferently. Look, after so many days, this generation of survivors is still so energetic, and they are still cheating and kidnapping them for fun. However, Tang Sichuan suddenly thought that they did not have a system like their own. Apart from fishing for boxes every day, the only thing left was to brag and chat with other survivors. Don't say such unnutritious words for now. Haven't you noticed that it's getting the same every day? A survivor asked on the public screen. Chapter 31 Blood Moon. Tang Sichuan was stunned when he saw this message. If he hadn't seen this message, Tang Sichuan wouldn't have noticed anything unusual about the temperature in the past 2 days. He remembered that when he first arrived in this world, he was quite comfortable wearing short-sleeved shirts during the day. But at night, it gets a little cold. But now, it seems that at night, I no longer feel this way. He glanced at the temperature display on his system strangely. It was already past 8 p.m. But the temperature outside the apartment was still about 25 degrees. This temperature does not seem too hot, but it is still at the seaside and blessed by the sea breeze. This made Tang Sichuan have some doubts about whether the temperature would exceed 40 degrees during the day. Tang Sichuan secretly decided to pay attention to the changes in temperature tomorrow. If there is an abnormal temperature situation, you need to prepare in advance. After reading this, Tang Sichuan decided to take a rest early. After all, there are no entertainment facilities on such an island. Let him, a big man, go play with Nushi and the others? I'm afraid we can't play together. As soon as Tang Sichuan lay down on the bed, he heard someone knocking on the door. At this time, the people who could knock on the door were probably Nushi and the others, who had discovered something important. Tang Sichuan did not dare to delay, so he immediately stood up and opened the door of the apartment. Master, you'd better come out and take a look, Nushi said with a serious face. Huh? What's wrong? Tang Sichuan asked strangely. Master, today is the blood moon, Nashi said to Tang Sichuan. Blood moon? What does this mean? Tang Sichuan asked. This, I don't know how to say it. Nushi didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment and then said to Tang Sichuan. Master, when we were in the tribe before, we heard the wizard say this. Matter. Legend has it that whenever the blood moon appears, something bad happens. Bad thing? Legend? Tang Sichuan felt a little numb. Yes. Nushi nodded solemnly. What legend? Tang Sichuan asked nervously. Master, I once heard the wizard say that whenever the blood moon appears, many monsters will appear in the sea. Some monsters have human bodies and fish heads, and some are giant octopuses that look like mountains. Nushi said this.
showing a frightened expression.
Master, although I have not seen it with my own eyes, I have heard that there was a tribe before, and it was because of such a monster that the entire tribe was wiped out overnight.
What?
The clan was exterminated overnight?
Tang Xichuan was a little nervous when he heard Nushi's words. But he immediately discovered a flaw in Nushi's words. He said that when the blood moon appears, there will be monsters. But he has never seen it. But the moon is hanging in the sky. If a blood moon appears, everyone should be able to see it. How could it be possible that we have only heard of the existence of stubborn stones, but never seen them? If Nushi was not lying, then the reason that can be explained is that either the blood moon occurred before Nushi was born or remembered, or that the blood moon was specifically targeted at a certain area. However, these two types, no matter which one they are not good things for Tang Xichuan. If it happened before stubborn chronicles or birth, then the blood moon suddenly appeared now, and Tang Xichuan felt deeply malicious. If it is targeting a certain region, then Tang Xichuan feels even more like he is being targeted. Therefore, no matter which one it is not the result Tang Xichuan wants. If it's the first type, it's okay. It means that this matter is not directed at yourself, but at everyone. As the saying goes, you don't worry about scarcity, but about inequality. It's okay to see a blood moon, but you can't be the only one who encounters a blood moon.
Nan, sure. When was the tribe you mentioned destroyed?
Tang Xichuan asked worriedly.
It was about 5 years ago.
Nushi recalled it, and then said,
5 years ago?
Tang Xichuan was stunned. The worst situation he expected happened.
5 years ago. You said you encountered the blood moon, but you didn't see it?
Tang Xichuan asked with his last hope.
No. The wizard said at the time that it was because our tribe was blessed by God.
God's blessing from God Te Miao. Tang Xichuan cursed secretly in his heart, and then went straight to the edge of the island stone and opened the public screen to see if he was the only one in this situation.
Brothers, have you noticed? The moon is a bit strange today. Strange? What's weird? Didn't you notice that today's moon is a bit red? The red color is a bit like blood,
one survivor said.
Upstairs, I suggest you go see an ophthalmologist. Isn't the moon beautiful? How is that possible? I can't even distinguish the color red. Upstairs, I'm a doctor. I think you may be colorblind. I suggest you come to our hospital for a comprehensive examination. What a hacking full-body examination. If you can find a way to let me go back now. I'd like to go to your hospital and get a membership card. No. The moon here is also red.
Tang Xichuan watched the arguments among the many survivors on the public screen, and he now confirmed one thing. That is, this blood moon was really aimed at some people. Although he didn't know what the logic was, he could confirm that he was not the only one who encountered it. Thinking of this, Tang Xichuan immediately began to contact people he knew.
The moon over there is blood red.
Tang Xichuan directly sent a group message to Maen, Super Dad, Mr. Fong, and the rural boy. The first person to see it was Maen, although she was a little strange as to why Tang Xichuan used you instead of you.
I don't have one here. The moon is normal,
Maen replied.
It's normal here,
said the rural boy.
My side is fine. Yi Fong. Could it be that the blood moon mentioned on the public screen has appeared over there?
Mr. Fong replied.
Yes,
Tang Xiaochuan replied.
But we don't know what will happen yet. Then be careful,
Mr. Fong said.
I understand.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Now everyone except Super Dad has replied. Just when Tang Xiaochuan was waiting anxiously, Super Dad finally replied.
Master Yi Fong. Xiao Bao was crying just now and didn't reply to the message in time. The moon here is blood red.
Super Nani replied.
What? Your side is also blood red?
Tang Xichuan was a little surprised when he heard what Super Nanny said.
You have heard that there is something unusual about today's blood moon. Let me ask you a question first. Do you have any weapons over there?
Tang Xichuan asked seriously. Chapter 32, Pledge to Survival Group.
Weapons.
Super Dad was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
I learned from other places that tonight may not be peaceful,
Tang Xichuan said with a serious face.
It's not peaceful.
Super Dad also became serious when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
There may be some monsters attacking the island tonight. Huh? Is this just like the monster siege in the game? That's about it.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then continued.
By the way, do you have any weapons around you? I only have one dagger here.
Super Dad replied.
No, there are too few weapons.
Tang Xichuan looked at the repeating crossbow and an iron gun beside him, and said to Super Dad,
What weapons are you accustomed to using? I am a veteran. I am more comfortable with daggers or daggers. I understand. Just wait for me for a while.
Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing what Super Nanny said. After he hung up the communication with Super Dad, he immediately switched to the public screen and started posting acquisition information.
5 kilograms of sea fish or 1 L of freshwater can be exchanged for short knives, crossbows, long knives or spear weapons, or various types of armor. The quantity is limited. First come, first served.
Tang Sichuan sent the items he needed directly to the public screen.
Huh? Boss Yeffing is here to send warmth again. Everyone, come and see. Boss Yeffing, the first thing you need is 5 kilograms of sea fish and 1 L of fresh water. I just want to ask, Boss Yeffing, are you still short of pendants? Brother Yifeng, why are you playing with a long sword? I want to see Brother Yifeng's spear. Upstairs, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. However, I would like to practice fencing with Mr. Yeffing. I'll go. I feel like this is not a bus going to kindergarten. Stop the car quickly and let me get off.
Tang Sichuan looked at this group of people, still laughing and playing, without any sense of crisis. Tang Sichuan couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that people like him had arrived in a strange world, and that there were obviously dangers everywhere. But these people were all unusually optimistic. However, Tang Sichuan has no intention of reminding them yet. Wait until you have collected all the supplies you should purchase before reminding them. This is not because Tang Sichuan is selfish, but because he is worried that if he reminds these people now, it will affect his acquisition progress. Tang Sichuan doesn't mind helping other survivors if it doesn't affect himself. After Tang Sichuan's message was sent out, he received a response quickly. A large number of private messages immediately appeared in his private mailbox. After Tang Sichuan skipped some messages asking for support, he made deals with several other survivors. He spent 25 kilograms of sea fish and 4 L of fresh water to obtain the supplies he needed. Just when Tang Sichuan was about to close the private chat with strangers, a survivor named Once Upon a Time sent Tang Sichuan a message.
Boss Yeffing, do you need this?
With that said, Zheng Zheng directly sent a picture of his weapon. Tang Sichuan looked at the long knife here, which was about 1.3 meters long, with a handle of about 25 centimeters and a blade length of 105 centimeters. The blade had a certain arc.
Just a samurai sword from the Foot Basin country?
Tang Sichuan was a little surprised.
What do you need to change for this?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Boss Yeffing, you can give me this as a friend.
Zheng Zheng replied. Yifeng nodded when he heard what the other party said. He doesn't mind making friends with others, but the premise is that the other person is not too greedy. Now that the other party has not made any other requests, but is letting me take care of everything, it shows that this person knows how to advance and retreat. When interacting with such a person, the other party will not touch his bottom line easily, and Tang Sichuan is also willing to make such a deal with him.
Okay, I like this samurai sword very much. The value is purely personal preference. I'll give you 1 kilogram more sea fish.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zheng Zheng,
Okay, deal.
Zheng Zheng was very straightforward and nodded in agreement. Tang Sichuan also sent 6 kilograms of sea fish directly to the other party without any ink marks. After completing the transaction, Tang Sichuan thought for a moment, and then said to the other party,
If I guess correctly, you are also in the survival group. Ha! I can't hide it from the night god. I am indeed from the survival group.
Zheng Zheng nodded and admitted,
It's easy to guess. You can take out such a weapon now, and let me raise the price. If it were a single person, I wouldn't offer such a condition. Only survival groups with deep pockets have such ability. Where?
Zheng Zheng shook his head, and then said,
The supplies of our survival group are probably not as good as those of Yishan alone. Anyway, it's our regiment who wants to take out dozens of kilograms of supplies to replace weapons. But we can't do it now.
When Tang Sichuan heard what the other party said, he was considering whether he should have a good relationship with the other party. Obviously, in such a world, it is easier for a group of people to survive. But Tang Sichuan didn't want to form his own survival group. What he wanted was for people he was familiar with to come to the island, and then use native people to supplement the labor force. It doesn't matter which mode is better. This is just Tang Sichuan's personal idea.
How many people are there in your team now?
Tang Sichuan asked, and an idea suddenly came to his mind.
How many people?
Zheng Zheng was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. He didn't know why Yifeng suddenly asked how many people there were in the survival group.
It's not that many. Only about 10 people. I have a piece of news here that may be useful to you. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to the past. What news? Today's blood moon will not be peaceful at night. It is very likely that monsters like those in the game will attack the city. I'm giving this news to you for free. As for how you use it, it's up to you. Tang Sichuan said to the former. Once Zheng Zheng heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately became serious. Yakami, thank you very much for this news. If this news is true, then you will be a distinguished guest of our pledge survival group from now on. We will definitely repay you in the future. Let's not talk about it for now. The blood moon is here. I'll talk about it if we can get through it safely. Yakami. Whatever. I don't know if I can help you, but if you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Yes, I will. Tang Sichuan nodded and hung up the communication. He didn't ask Zheng Zheng how he planned to use this news. Now that I've told him the news, it's up to him how to use it. If he is smart, he can use this news to gain a lot of reputation among other survivors, which will bring huge benefits to the future development of their survival group. After Tang Sichuan hung up the communication, he directly traded the purchased Nepalese military knife and leather armor to Super Dad. Chapter 33 Small Early Warning Radar. You need to use these things first. If there is anything missing, just tell me, Tang Sichuan said to the Super Nani. Remember, you must put your own safety first, Tang Sichuan finally warned. When the Super Dad heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately showed a wry smile. What does it mean to put your own safety first? Didn't you tell me about the danger? If there is really a danger, how can you put your own safety first? I am now on a small island. Even if I want to run away, I have to have a place to run. However, Super Dad didn't say much. He just silently finished the weapons that Tang Sichuan had traded. When the heavy Nepalese army knife is held in his hand, the heavy touch makes the Super Dad feel at ease. After Tang Sichuan hung up the communication, he took Heisey and ran out of the apartment quickly. Until now, he has not seen the blood moon. As soon as he stepped out of the apartment, he saw the blood-red moon in the sky. The moon gave off a strange light, turning the entire earth into a strange light red. Is this the blood moon? Tang Sichuan looked at the blood moon and murmured. And then he stopped caring about the blood moon. He quickly ran to the back of the apartment and climbed up the hillside on his hands and knees. Although the hillside was small, it was indeed the highest on the entire island. After Tang Sichuan climbed up the hillside, his view suddenly became much wider. It was already midnight, and everything was pitch dark, with only the waves on the sea reflecting the red moonlight. I'll go. I can't see anything here, Tang Sichuan complained. Although the moon was very big, round, and bright at this time, he still couldn't see things in the distance clearly. The visibility is only about 100 meters at most. If there is something really close to his island, he probably won't find it until he sets foot on the island. In this case, it is completely a situation of waiting to die. Tang Sichuan looked at Heisey lying next to him. Although dogs are good dogs, you can't expect Heisey to jump into the sea to conduct reconnaissance. Moreover, Tang Sichuan was reluctant to let Heisey go scouting after finally having a dog. It would be nice if there could be some early warning, Tang Sichuan murmured. By the way, don't I have a sign-in system? Tang Sichuan just finished speaking when he suddenly thought that he also had a sign-in system. He looked at the time on the system and found that it was already 23:50. There are 10 minutes left. Tang Sichuan looked at the time and decided to sign in as soon as 0 o'clock passed. If I could sign something with advance warning by then, I wouldn't have to keep watching here. 10 minutes passed quickly. When the time came, Tang Sichuan immediately chose to sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting small radar. A small radar that can detect the surrounding space within 30 kilometers after deployment. It can automatically set an alarm and is specially designed for survivors. Good stuff. Tang Sichuan waved his fist excitedly. I really don't have much luck. I just get whatever I want. I was just talking about getting an early warning device. And here comes a small radar. Moreover, this radar is specially designed for survivors, which means that it is absolutely impossible for this radar to be like real radar and can only detect metal objects. It is very possible that this thing can detect all moving things. Tang Sichuan couldn't wait to take out the small radar. Should we install a small radar? Tang Sichuan decisively chose to install it. However, Tang Sichuan needs to think carefully about the placement of this place. Although I don't know what principle this radar uses. But since it is called radar, its working principle should also be electromagnetic waves. If the radar is placed in a relatively small place and is blocked by things around it, Tang Sichuan is worried that the detection effect will not be very good. In this case, Tang Sichuan directly placed the radar on the top of the hill below him. There was a flash of white light, and Tang Sichuan saw a cube only over 70 centimeters high appearing in front of him. And there is really a small radar that keeps rotating on the top of this cube. When Tang Sichuan took out the radar, alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. Alert! Creature found near the island! Alert! Creature found near the island! Tang Sichuan was shocked. He thought the enemy was approaching the island. So he immediately opened the radar page. As a result, he saw a whole patch of red dots appear on the radar screen. At that scale, except for the green dot that represented Tang Sichuan's position, the entire screen was red. Tang Sichuan was startled. But he immediately realized that this could never be an enemy. If it was really an enemy, the opponent would have already attacked the island. Tang Sichuan took a decisive look at the radar settings. Sure enough, this radar had all options checked by default, including supply boxes and sea fish. Tang Sichuan immediately removed all the options, and the alarm in his head stopped. It's amazing! It can even detect sea fish. Although Tang Sichuan was shocked just now, he had to admire the power of this radar. Tang Sichuan took a closer look at the detection options and found that one of them was hostile creatures, neutral creatures, and friendly creatures. Tang Sichuan didn't know how system radar, a hostile creature, was divided into neutral creatures, but he still chose them both. When Tang Sichuan just checked, he found that 2 small green dots and several small yellow dots suddenly appeared on the screen. Tang Sichuan cleared away the 2 extra small green spots, which should be stubborn rocks and black soil. But what are those yellow dots? Tang Sichuan looked along the yellow dot displayed on the radar screen, and just in time, he saw a column of water shooting out into the sea. Is this a whale? Tang Sichuan looked at the water column several meters high and thought with some uncertainty. In such a sea, which can spout such a high water column, Tang Sichuan felt that other than whales, he really couldn't think of anything else. Although he didn't know whether those in the sea were whales, Tang Sichuan could be sure that this small radar was indeed very useful. Moreover, I no longer have to stand on the top of the hillside to enjoy the cool breeze. After Tang Sichuan took care of it, he immediately jumped down the hillside and walked towards Nashi and the others. Now that he has radar to help him keep an eye on it, what he has to do is to arm himself with hard rocks and black soil. He took out 2 iron guns and 2 sets of leather armor from the apartment, and then shouted at the stubborn rocks and black soil guarding the river in the middle. Nushi and Haitu immediately ran to Tang Sichuan's side. Master! Nushi and Haida bowed to Tang Sichuan. Okay, no need for so many etiquettes. Tang Sichuan waved his hand, and then distributed the iron gun and leather armor in his hands to the 2 of them. Chapter 34. A group of old acquaintances came. You 2 take these equipment first. With that, Tang Sichuan handed over 2 iron guns and 2 pairs of leather armors. Nushi and the other 2 looked at the iron gun and leather armor handed over by Tang Sichuan. Their eyes suddenly filled with tears. When had they ever been cared about so much? In the past, in the tribe, it was good to give you a stone spear. As for armor, that's something even the clan leader doesn't have. Nushi and Nushi suddenly felt that since they landed on this island, they have been working every day. But I ate well and slept well. Now there are sea fish every day, and we can eat some bread from time to time. And we live in exquisite cabins. Nushi and the others suddenly felt that this island was paradise. At the same time, they were determined to guard their master well, even if you give your own life for it. These were the inner thoughts of Nushi and the others. But Tang Sichuan didn't know. It's not that Tang Sichuan doesn't care about possible monster night attacks tonight. Mainly because after Tang Sichuan experienced the initial panic, he suddenly thought of one thing. That is, there must be a reason why people like him came to this world inexplicably. Since there is a reason, the people behind the scenes definitely don't want people like themselves to die too quickly. Therefore, whether it is supplies, weather, or the current bloody moon, everything is gradual. If the other party really wants to kill people like him, there is no need to go to such trouble. Just cut off the supply box or give you a sudden extreme weather, and a large number of people will die. Judging from the current situation, although the supplies released from the supply box are uncertain, the food provided can indeed allow a person to barely survive. The same goes for the weather. The heavy rains before, and the increasingly hot weather now show that the people behind the scenes are deliberately controlling it. In this case, the monsters that can appear during the first blood moon in this world cannot be that powerful. However, this also reminded Tang Sichuan that in this world, survivors not only have to face the dangers brought by other survivors, but also the danger of insufficient survival supplies. It is also possible to face other monsters. Therefore, when tonight is over, Tang Sichuan will find a way to strengthen the defense of his island. Alert! A hostile creature is found approaching. Alert! A hostile creature is found approaching. Several intrusion alarms suddenly sounded in Tang Sichuan's mind. He immediately frowned. Nan, sure. You and Haizu are guarding outside my room. Don't let the three of us get separated. Tang Sichuan immediately said to Nanshur and Haitu. Master, did you feel those things coming? Nushi asked immediately after seeing Tang Sichuan's expression. Tang Sichuan didn't speak, just nodded. Then Tang Sichuan ran towards his apartment. He didn't want to hide back in the apartment. He just wanted to take a look at the radar to confirm which direction the other party was coming from. Stubborn Stone and Kuratsuchi looked at each other and followed immediately. Soon, Nushi and the two arrived outside Tang Sichuan's apartment, then found a position with a wide view and squatted down. Tang Sichuan quickly climbed to the top of the hill and came to the front of the radar. He saw 7 or 8 red dots flashing on the radar screen, approaching quickly. So fast? Tang Sichuan looked at the rapidly approaching red dot and was stunned for a moment. This speed has exceeded the speed of 120 kilometers per hour. It's almost like flying on the water. For a creature with such speed, it seems that the opponent must be an aquatic creature. Since it is an aquatic creature, he can only hope that the opponent's land combat strength is not strong. About 20 minutes later, Tang Sichuan saw the other party begin to slow down. Tang Sichuan looked at the distance between the two sides and saw that they would be able to land on the island in 5 minutes at most. Haizi! Tang Sichuan called Haizi. Haizi raised his head and looked at Tang Sichuan. Haizi! Hide in the woods for a while. If I call you, come out again. If I don't call you, you have to hide. Tang Sichuan prepared to let Haizi act as an ambush. He saw from the radar that there were only 7 or 8 people on the other side. On my side, there were 3 people and a dog. If you plan well, you can still fight. However, Tang Sichuan was also prepared to sacrifice Haizi, Nashi and the others. After all, this was the first time he encountered a strange monster. Although Tang Sichuan felt that the people behind the scenes would not send out the strongest beings all at once. But you also need to be prepared. If the opponent is really powerful, then Tang Sichuan can only sacrifice Haizi and Nushi and let them entangle each other. And then he can escape in Nushi's boat. However, this method of escape can only be said to survive for a while. Who knows whether the other party is coming for Daoshur or him? If it was Daoshur, he still had a glimmer of hope of escaping. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to outpace the opponent on the sea. In fact, this is not because Tang Sichuan is cruel, but because his own life is the most precious. Only when you are alive can you have hope. Haizi understood Tang Sichuan's words, hummed softly, and then jumped down the hillside and ran towards the small woods on the side. After Haizi was hidden, Tang Sichuan lay on the top of the hill and looked at the expected landing place. Soon he saw several silvery white waves appearing in front of him. Those waves rushed directly to the edge of the beach before stopping. When the waves disappeared, a few dark shadows appeared on the beach. These black figures were wandering towards the direction of his apartment. These black figures took a step and shook their hands. The weapons in their hands shone coldly under the red moonlight. A strong murderous aura arose spontaneously. It's just that the height of this monster doesn't feel tall no matter how you look at it. And judging from the general appearance of the black figures, these monsters have fish bodies and human legs. Tang Sichuan always felt like he had seen this image before somewhere. You are Lala. A strange sound came from the direction of the monster. Tang Sichuan looked weird when he heard this voice. I'll go. Why are you so familiar? Isn't this the Zhan Wuxian Murloc in World of Warcraft? Tang Sichuan suddenly became happy when he heard the monster's cry. Anyone who is familiar with World of Warcraft knows that in Azeroth, there are a group of little monsters that live in the swamps and on the seaside. They have fish heads, hands and legs, are slow in movement, and have low defense. Players will poke them to death and give them experience packs nicknamed Walking. They are fish people. This kind of monster is useless except for looking scary. But in this world, Tang Sichuan added another note to them. That is, they swim extremely fast. Now that it is confirmed that this time the monster is a fishman, Tang Sichuan is not worried. However, although Tang Sichuan is no longer worried, he still needs to be fully prepared. He looked at Nushi and the others who were hiding next to the apartment. He slowly climbed to the top of the mountain and gestured to Nushi and the others. Chapter 35 A Tacit Understanding. Tang Sichuan gestured to Nushi and the other two, asking them to attract each other's attention for a while, and for him to support them remotely.
Seeing Tang Xiaochuan's gesture, Nushi and the others nodded solemnly. Then, they hid their bodies in the darkness behind the stone, quietly waiting for each other to arrive. Not far away, those figures were staggering towards him, and Tang Xiaochuan tightened a repeating crossbow in his hand. He first checked the arrow box of the repeating crossbow, and then slowly pulled the crossbow string. When the fishmen approached the apartment, only about 10 meters away from the apartment, Tang Xiaochuan finally saw the appearance of these fishmen clearly with the light in the apartment. These murlocs are only about 1 meter tall, with fish heads and fish bodies, but also human hands and feet. Their appearance is consistent with the murlocs in World of Warcraft. They are all so ridiculous and look very weak. What they were holding in their hands was a strange-looking dagger. Judging from the material, it seemed to be made from the bones of some kind of marine creature.
With your height, even if I give you a spear, you probably won't be able to stab anyone.
Tang Xiaochuan lay on the top of the hillside, looking at the short fishmen, and couldn't help but complain. However, those fishmen didn't care about this. They were scattered far apart, and they were staggering toward the apartment. They seemed to only have eyes on the apartment, not paying attention to other places at all. So much so that they perfectly avoided the stubborn rocks where they were hiding. It is estimated that Nushi and the others are also a little confused. They may not have thought that the other party would underestimate the enemy so much. But that's fine. If they pass, then you can poke their butts. The opportunity was not to be missed. When the last murloc passed by the place where Obushi and Kuratsuchi were hiding, Obushi and Kuratsuchi looked at each other and jumped out with an iron gun. A bit of cold light arrived first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. This may be a bit exaggerated. After all, Nushi and the others have never studied Chinese martial arts. But it's still okay to stab someone in the butt with an iron gun. The sharp iron spear tip directly penetrated the back of the last fishman. The fishman screamed, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the fishmen in front. They immediately turned back to see who was attacking them. But what can I say about the way they looked back? Very weird. As we all know, fish eyes are on both sides of the body. And so are these fishmen. When they turned back, they only turned halfway, turning sideways, facing Stubborn Stone and the others. Then the short swords in their hands were swung towards Nushi and the others. However, for this posture, please refer to the way a normal person would face an enemy from the side. That look is as ridiculous as it sounds. When Tang Xiaochuan saw the scene, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. He wanted to think that these fishmen were arrogant, but he didn't expect that these fishmen were really blind. It wasn't that they were careless and missed the hiding place of the Stubborn Stone, but that they didn't see it at all due to the position of their eyes. Tang Xiaochuan held his forehead. He felt that he had done so much tonight, but he had to wait for this result, which was a bit of a loss. It felt like a powerful punch hitting cotton. The imagined bloody battle turned out to be a bloody massacre. Tang Xiaochuan felt that Nushi and the two of them could completely destroy these murlocs without even having to play. It's not just Tang Xiaochuan who feels this way, but also Nushi and the others. They were already prepared to die for Tang Xiaochuan. But when they fought, they found that their opponent was not only scary in appearance, but also not as strong as the half-grown children in the tribe. Not only is its movement slow and its attacks ridiculous, its strength is also pitifully weak. In this case, there is no need to be polite. Stubborn Stone and the others were holding iron guns and kept pushing forward, while the fishmen kept retreating. But even after retreating, several people fell. Tang Xiaochuan looked at the dwindling number of fishmen, and he felt that if he didn't stand up, all of them would die. It was fine if all the fishmen were dead, but Tang Xiaochuan felt it was necessary to leave a few alive to ask about the situation. Tang Xiaochuan immediately jumped up from the ground and shouted to Nushi and the others,
"Don't kill them all! Leave 2 alive!"
Tang Xiaochuan shouted this very urgently. He was afraid that if he were a little slower, these fishmen would be killed by Stubborn Stone and the others. Sure enough, as soon as Tang Xiaochuan shouted these words, there were only 3 fishmen left. One of the fishmen among them was shot to death because Kuratsuchi failed to stop him. The remaining 2 fishmen were knocked unconscious by the Stubborn Stone and black soil, each with a stick. The entire battle lasted only about a minute and ended with the fishman's disastrous defeat. On Tang Xiaochuan's side, not to mention there was no loss. At least Nushi and Haitu were sweating hard and had consumed at least half of the fish's calories. Of course, a large part of this is due to eating dinner relatively early, which makes me a little hungry.
"Master, I'm sorry."
After Blackstone dealt with the last fishman, he immediately came to Tang Xiaochuan and apologized to him, because Tang Xiaochuan had just shouted to stop. He still stabbed a fishman to death. Haitu was a little afraid that Tang Sichuan would be angry, so he immediately apologized to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan shook his head, saying that he didn't care. Originally he just wanted to leave one alive, and that would be enough. But now he has two, which is not bad. Tang Sichuan looked at the fishman who fell to the ground and didn't know what to do. He didn't think he could communicate directly with these fishmen. In the beginning, even the human stubborn stone was unable to communicate. Now you still want to communicate with this kind of fishman who is obviously not the same species? What are you thinking about? You two, tie them up first, and then dispose of these corpses. Tang Sichuan has not yet figured out how to deal with these two murlocs, so he could only let Nushi and the others try to tie each other up. He is now anxious to contact Super Dad. If Super Dad is in danger, he can still find a way to help him. When Tang Sichuan came to the island stone, he happened to see the island stone flashing. He took a look and found that it was a call request from Super Dad. Tang Sichuan did not hesitate and immediately chose to answer the call.
Are you okay?
The two people asked each other at the same time. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then said at the same time,
I'm fine.
Speaking in unison twice in a row made Tang Sichuan's head full of black lines. Could this be the legendary telepathy? Tang Sichuan suddenly felt a chill on his back. He immediately shook his head and said,
Including me, there are two other people here, so there is no problem.
Tang Sichuan didn't believe it. There were also many people on Super Nanny's side. Sure enough, when the Super Dad heard Tang Sichuan's words, he didn't know how to answer it. After a brief silence, Tang Sichuan asked,
Have you solved it over there? It's solved. The other party is too weak.
When talking about this, Super Dad felt a little proud. After all, I was the only one here, and I defeated that strange monster in a duel. Chapter 36. We are the same people. Why are they so different? Upon hearing the words of the Super Daddy, Tang Sichuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
By the way, what does that monster look like?
Tang Sichuan asked.
How do you say this?
When the Super Dad heard Tang Sichuan's words, he suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, he felt that what he saw tonight was just like a dream. It's not that he has never played games before. After all, the image of Fishman is too well known.
So what? Do you know World of Warcraft?
Super Dad felt that he couldn't find accurate words to describe the appearance of the fishman, so he could only ask tentatively,
May the holy light be with you?
Tang Sichuan answered.
For the tribe.
Super Dad also replied, and then the two of them cursed.
Alliance dog, tribe pig.
At the same time. Then the two of them paused again at the same time, and then burst into laughter. Both of them felt much closer at the same time.
Ha! I didn't expect Kagami to play World of Warcraft too. What's weird about this?
Tang Sichuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Super Dad was also a fan of Warcraft.
Okay. This will make communication easier.
Super Dad nodded, and then said,
I met a fishman. Well, it's the same on my side.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then said,
But there are 8 fishmen on my side. 8?
Super Dad was surprised when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said,
I only have one here. 1.
This time it was Tang Sichuan's turn to be a little dumbfounded. How come they are the same people? But why are they so different?
But, to be honest, I feel that these fishmen are not very powerful and are unlikely to pose much of a threat.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Super Nani,
Well, yes. But without warning, these fishmen are still quite a threat. First of all, the time they appeared was probably around 1 a.m. This time happens to be the time when most survivors are resting. If these fishmen sneak up during this time, they are likely to catch the survivors off guard. In a hurry and without weapons, casualties are likely to occur.
Super Dad analyzed Tang Sichuan from a professional perspective. Tang Sichuan also nodded when he heard what Super Nanny said. Indeed, if Nushi and the others hadn't been the first to remind him that things were not going to be peaceful tonight, Tang Sichuan would have gone to bed by now. With the news in advance and the early warning from a small radar, Tang Sichuan had enough time to make arrangements. That's why it all seemed so simple. If it was really a successful sneak attack, even ordinary people, no matter how reckless they were, would probably panic when they saw such a weird fishman. As long as he panics, the small bone knife in the fishman's hand can cut the person into slices. Therefore, these fishmen are not as weak as Tang Sichuan imagined. And this level of difficulty is just right for normal people. However, just because it was just right, it made Tang Sichuan feel that someone was controlling everything. Okay,
let's work hard tonight. Don't go to sleep yet. Although I feel that this monster can only attack the city in one wave. For safety reasons, I'd better hold on and wait until dawn before sleeping.
Tang Xiuquan warned.
I know even if you don't tell me.
Super Dad nodded. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. And then Tang Xiuquan hung up the communication. But as soon as he hung up, Xing sent another communication request. Tang Xiuquan thought for a while and chose to answer the call.
Master Yefeng, thank you so much today.
Zheng Jin's first sentence was to thank Tang Xiuquan very much.
Why? You were also attacked?
Tang Xiuquan asked immediately after hearing Zheng Jin's words.
Yes, Lord Yefeng, the boss of our survival group, was attacked tonight. If God Yefeng hadn't warned us, our boss would have been in danger tonight.
Zheng Jin said with great gratitude.
It's okay. It's easy.
Tang Xiuquan nodded.
Master Yefeng, our boss asked me to tell you that from now on you will be a distinguished guest of our survival pledge group. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. You're welcome. We are all survivors and should help each other.
Tang Xiuquan said without hesitation.
By the way, did your survival team tell other people this news?
Tang Xiuquan suddenly remembered that when he hung up the communication, he told him to handle the news as appropriate. If the opponent can seize the opportunity, then they will definitely develop greatly tonight.
Ha ha. Even if you don't ask, Lord Yefeng, I'm still going to tell you about it. After our boss heard the news, he decided to use the news in exchange for others to join the survival group. As things really happened, those individual survivors who were originally doubtful began to choose to join. In this period of time alone, the number of people in our survival group has exceeded 100.
Xing said very proudly. Tang Xiuquan nodded after hearing Xing's words. In just a few hours, the number of people in the survival group increased several times. It seemed that their survival group still had some capabilities.
It's okay if you develop well.
Tang Xiuquan nodded. In his mind, the stronger they were, the better for him. Tang Xiuquan was just about to hang up the communication when he suddenly remembered that there were still two fishmen on his side that he had yet to deal with. I want to get their information, but I can't understand the language. So the best way is to forcefully sign a contract directly, so that I can directly understand the thoughts of those fishmen through telepathy. In this way, language communication can be omitted directly.
By the way, do you still have contract cards over there?
Tang Xiuquan asked.
Contract card?
Hearing Tang Xiuquan's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then said,
I remember a few. But, Lord Yefeng, what do you want from this thing? This contract card doesn't seem to have much effect at the moment. I caught 2 people alive and want to get some information from them.
Tang Xiuquan thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide it from Xing Jin. After all, the two parties are now in a cooperative relationship. If Tang Xiuquan wants to maintain such a relationship for a long time, there are some things that cannot be hidden.
Oh no! Yifeng, the great master, is so awesome!
Zheng Jin, the former Xing Jin, immediately exclaimed when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words. What does it mean to catch 2 alive? Although Xing had never seen what those monsters looked like with his own eyes, their boss said that these monsters were scary. The boss also spent a lot of effort to kill any monster. Listening to Yifeng's tone, he seemed very relaxed. Moreover, just by catching 2 alive, it means that there are definitely more than 2 monsters attacking his island. I could never imagine how Yifeng could deal with so many monsters by himself. Although he didn't know it, it didn't stop him from admiring Tang Xiuquan. Chapter 37 Forced Enslavement of Fishmen.
Master Yefeng, although many people have said this, I still want to ask. Master, do you still lack pendants?
Xing looked at Tang Xiuquan and asked. When Tang Xiuquan heard Xing's words, he immediately showed a wry smile.
We still want to get down to business.
Tang Xiuquan held his forehead and said,
I will exchange the contract card with you for 1 kilogram of supplies. No need.
Once Xing heard Tang Xiuquan start to talk to him about business, he also became serious.
This contract card is from our own survival group, but we need to share information.
When Tang Xiuquan heard about the past, he suddenly showed a meaningful smile. This was the past. It was okay. He knew very well that in such an environment, facing an unknown world, intelligence was far more important than food and water, especially when food and water are not in short supply. Being able to exchange 1 kilogram of food for a vital piece of information is well worth it. Moreover, the O's survival group had benefited greatly from the previous Blood Moon intelligence, which increased the importance they attached to intelligence. However, Tang Xiuquan didn't care about this. The world is very dangerous. 1 more friend and 1 more road. Moreover, after the Oath mercenary group becomes stronger, he can also obtain various dividends from them. For example, the current contract card. Didn't you just spend no money on it? In fact, after the Oath of Survival group becomes stronger, there is another greater benefit. That is, Tang Sichuan can exchange all kinds of materials he needs from the Oath of Survival group. This will reduce your exposure to many other survivors. Make yourself safer. Of course, the safest way is to cut off all contact with the outside world. But it was impossible to completely cut off contact with other survivors. After all, Tang Sichuan also needs various drawings, since he has to contact the outside world no matter what. Tang Sichuan feels that it is better to reduce his exposure to the public as much as possible. However, there is a prerequisite for this. That is, Tang Sichuan must occupy a dominant position in such exchanges. Although there are many people in the Pledge to Survival group now, their total supplies may not be as much as Tang Sichuan's. Although Tang Sichuan does not want to establish his own survival group, this does not mean that he is willing to be controlled by others. Therefore, in Tang Sichuan's plan, he can ally with other survival groups, but he must occupy a dominant position. But having said that, Tang Sichuan did not object to just sharing the information with the Oath Survival group. This had to be replaced by the previous survival group called Deep Sea Titans. Tang Sichuan was really too lazy to pay attention to it. To put it bluntly, the main thing is that the past is more capable of doing things.
Okay,
Tang Sichuan replied calmly.
Then thank you God you so much. Just wait for me for a few minutes. I'll trade you directly when I'm ready.
Once upon a time. After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately answered.
Okay.
Tang Sichuan said okay, and hung up the communication directly. Tang Sichuan now wants to maintain the image of a master in front of his past. So he can't be too enthusiastic. You must always remind yourself that this is the Pledge of Survival group begging for you. Tang Sichuan hung up the call, sat back on his recliner, and then moved his hand to the side, ready to touch Heizi's dog head. This is a habit he has developed these days. Whenever something happens, he likes to pet the dog's head. But this time, Tang Sichuan touched everything.
Where's my dog?
Tang Sichuan felt a little strange as he touched the empty space. But then he thought that he seemed to have taken the photo of Heizi and hid it in the woods. Before I sent it out, I specifically told it not to come back until I called it. The battle on his side was over. But this Heizi was still lying in the woods.
I'm going. I forgot about my dog.
Tang Sichuan's head was covered with black lines. But he didn't plan to get Heizi back now. Tang Sichuan was still a little worried that an accident would happen tonight. So it's better to let Heizi stay outside for one night. It's not cold now anyway, so there's no need to worry about it getting frozen. In about 5 minutes, Once Upon a Time sent the transaction. When Tang Sichuan heard the prompt, he came to Daosher and took out the contract card. Tang Sichuan looked at the 2 contract cards in his hand. They were both A-level contract cards. I can't help but sigh at the generosity of the Pledge to Survive group. However, Tang Sichuan just sighed, and then prepared to check on the situation of the 2 fishmen. When Tang Sichuan came to the place where the fishmen were tied, he looked at the 2 fishmen, still in a coma. Tang Sichuan touched his chin, considering whether to wake up the 2 fishmen. He just thought about it for a moment, and then directly rejected his idea. To be honest, the level of this contract card is still a bit low. If these 2 fishmen are awakened, it is very likely that the 2 fishmen will resist. As long as they resist, the contract card will be invalidated. After all, the relationship between him and this fishman doesn't even count as species. So there's no need to think about communication. Tang Sichuan didn't want to waste this hard-won contract card. So Tang Sichuan planned to forcefully sign a contract with them while they were asleep and unable to resist. Tang Sichuan took out the 2 contract cards from his pocket and used the contract cards directly on the 2 fishmen. The contract card turned into a black mist, floating directly towards the fishmen, and soon entered their brains. After a moment, Tang Sichuan felt a vague sensation. He calmed down and prepared to see what those fishmen were thinking at this moment. It turned out that the images in these fishmen's minds were their memories before they were knocked unconscious. Moreover, the entire scene is very short, only about 7 seconds. Apart from this, Tang Sichuan could no longer see any other pictures. Tang Sichuan frowned slightly. He originally wanted to see what these Murlocs were thinking, but in the end, he gained nothing. Tang Sichuan's plan to learn about the Murloc's habits in advance came to nothing.
Nansher, go find 2 buckets of water and splash these 2 fishmen awake.
Tang Sichuan turned his head and said to Nansher behind him.
Yes, master.
Nushi nodded, then picked up a plastic bucket from the side and walked towards the sea. 2 minutes later, Nushi came back with 2 large buckets of seawater. He first glanced at Tang Xichuan to confirm whether he really wanted to splash. After seeing Tang Xiaochuan nod, Nushi poured the 2 buckets of water directly on the 2 fishmen without any courtesy. The 2 fishmen were immediately awakened by the seawater pouring on their heads.
Ooh la la! Wakaka!
The fishman started shouting as soon as he woke up. Hearing the fishman's cry, Nushi and Kuratsuchi looked confused.
What are these 2 guys talking about?
Stubborn Stone and Kuratsuchi couldn't understand the fishman's words, and could only scratch their heads. Although Nushi and Haida couldn't understand it. Tang Xichuan did. Chapter 38 4 Sea Areas. Tang Xichuan frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the words of these murlocs. But Tang Xichuan really felt that the pronunciation of these murlocs was exactly the same as the murlocs in World of Warcraft. Tang Xichuan held back his laughter, and asked the 2 fishmen.
What are your names? Dear master, my name is Ben Borba.
One of the silver white-skinned murlocs said.
Master, my name is Bob Borbin.
Another gray-skinned fishman also said.
What the H? L is her cat's name. She's acting in Journey to the West.
Tang Xichuan suddenly went crazy when he heard the names of these 2 fishmen. He suddenly remembered those 2 funny characters in a certain TV series. Tang Xichuan rubbed his temples with some pain. Although I have a headache, I still have to ask what I need to ask.
Why did you come to attack this island?
Tang Xichuan asked.
Master, we don't want to either.
Bin Borba utterly boasted. And then said.
We also obey the will of the Sea King. It was the Sea King who asked us to attack. Sea King? What Sea King?
Tang Xichuan narrowed his eyes when he heard Bin Borba's words.
Lord Neptune is the supreme ruler of this sea area. He told us that many outsiders have appeared in this sea area. These outsiders will always oppress our living space. Therefore, Neptune decided to eliminate the threat in the cradle before the outsiders become stronger. Outsiders? Oppressing the space?
Tang Xichuan became even more suspicious when he heard Bin Borba's words. Indeed, these survivors are indeed outsiders to fishmen like them. Moreover, if survivors want to survive, they must expand the island. The expansion of the island will inevitably compress the living space of the Sea Clan. But the question is, it has only been less than a week since they arrived. How did Neptune know? Tang Xichuan couldn't figure it out. But the only thing that could explain it was that the mastermind behind the whole thing, or the mastermind behind it, told Neptune. It seems that the mastermind behind this wants people like himself to compete with the Sea Clan? I still want to use the hands of people like myself to get rid of the Sea Clan. Or do you want to use the help of the Sea Clan to get rid of people like yourself? It seems like either one is possible. At present, to be honest, Tang Xichuan is not able to resist yet, and can only resign himself to fate. However, judging from the current erratic nature of the mastermind behind the scenes, it is unlikely that he will make a big move from the beginning. Again, the survivors today are too weak. No matter it is Neptune or the mastermind behind the scenes, they cannot resist. Not to mention Neptune. Even encountering an indigenous tribe would cost a life. However, Tang Xichuan noticed that Bin Borba was talking about this sea area.
Wait a minute. Did you just talk about this sea area?
Tang Xichuan looked at Bin Borba in confusion. Bin Borba nodded, and then said,
Yes. So, there are other sea areas?
Yeah. Bin Borba nodded.
Then how much do you know about the sea areas of this world?
Tang Xichuan asked.
Master, the sea areas in this world are mainly divided into 4 sea areas. The sea area we are in now is called the Sea of Disaster. To the north is the Sea of Frozen. To the south is the Sea of Jana. And to the west is the Sea of Storms. Ocean. Then what are the differences between these 4 sea areas? Master, overall, the Sea of Disaster is the calmest sea among the 4 sea areas. The sea area here is wide, and the climate is pleasant. The frozen sea in the north is covered in ice and snow all year round. There are ice slag everywhere on the sea. It's very cold there. And the Sea of Jana to the south is the territory of Naga. And those people are very cruel. As for the Sea of Storms in the west, no one knows what's going on there. And no one has been there.
Bin Borba introduced the 4 sea areas to Tang Xichuan in detail. Tang Xichuan was confused by what he heard. But he also knew one thing roughly. That is, the Sea of Disaster was most suitable for survivors like him. Went north, where it was so icy and snowy that it was almost impossible to survive there. Even sea water can freeze. So it's at least 10 or 20 degrees below zero. If you want to survive there, you must first solve the problem of keeping warm. As we all know, in extremely cold places, It only takes a few hours for someone to freeze to death. It's almost impossible to get enough supplies within a few hours. To the south, that is Naga territory. According to Binbo Urba, those Nagas are extremely xenophobic, and anyone who dares to enter their territory will be eaten by them. Tang Sichuan looked at Binbo Urba's appearance, and couldn't help but think of the image of Naga in World of Warcraft. It seems that this Naga is very promising. Tang Sichuan shook his head vigorously to get rid of these unrealistic thoughts. He stared at Binbo Urba and asked slowly,
"Did your Sea King tell you what to do after this attack?" "The King of the Sea said that after the outsiders are eliminated, just throw the communication beads back into the sea,"
Binbo Urba said.
"What about the beads?" "On our captain's body." "Where's your captain?"
"Dead." Binbo Urba looked at Nushi with a resentful look and said, he still remembered that his captain was shot to death by the strong man in front of him.
"Nansher, go and search."
Tang Sichuan looked back at Nansher and said,
"Yes, master."
Stubborn Stone nodded, and then walked towards the killed fishmen. Fortunately, the owner said before that he would clean up the body, but he was delayed due to some things, so he just put the body on the beach. Otherwise, if he is really thrown into the sea, where will he find it? Soon, Nushi returned to Tang Sichuan with a snow-white bead. Tang Sichuan took the communication bead and looked at it in his hand. He felt that there was nothing special about it. However, since you can't see it yourself, the system should be able to analyze it. Tang Sichuan called up the system and began to check the information on the communication bead.
Messaging bead. It can send a message to the Sea King of the Sea of Disaster. It is a one-time item. After use, it will avoid the Blood Moon disaster for 1 month.
The explanation given by the system is detailed. Others are easy to understand. But this one is exempted from the Blood Moon disaster for a month, which means Tang Sichuan has some surprises. According to the system, it seems that this Blood Moon disaster will become normal in the future. I just don't know how long this interval is.
"How do you use this thing?" "Just throw it into the sea,"
Tang Sichuan asked as he looked at Binbo Urba.
"Yes, master. Just throw it into the sea."
Binbo Urba nodded. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, then threw the communication bead to Nashi and asked him to throw the bead into the sea. Tang Sichuan has finished asking the questions, and he already knows the answer he wants. Now Tang Sichuan is thinking about one thing, and that is how he needs to deal with these two fishmen. Kill or let go. In other words, conquer them directly? Chapter 39 Analysis. Tang Sichuan only thought for a few seconds before making a decision. He thought it was better to subdue these two fishmen. Despite the fact that murlocs move slowly on land, their combat effectiveness is weak, but they are fast in the water. I just saw on the radar that these fishmen can reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour in the water. From now on, let them guard the outside of the island. Although I now have a small radar that can be used for warning, no one is using it conveniently. Besides, these two fishmen also used 2 of his contract cards. Although I didn't spend any money, I couldn't get more good things. Okay.
You two will be my slaves from now on. As long as you work for me obediently from now on, I can guarantee your safety.
Tang Sichuan looked at the two fishmen and said calmly,
"Great, master. Binbo Urba is willing to be loyal to the master."
Binbo Urba said quickly to Tang Sichuan,
"Master, Bob Bourbon is also willing to be loyal to the master."
Okay.
You will carry it in the port from now on, during the day, in addition to guarding the outside of the island to prevent other creatures from entering the interior of the island. You will then pick up the supply boxes from the sea for me,"
Tang Sichuan said to the two fishmen.
"Okay, master."
The two fishmen replied immediately. When Tang Sichuan heard what they said, he nodded and then turned his head to look at Nushi and the two.
"Tonight, you two will have a good time and take turns on duty. If anything happens, just call me." "Okay, master."
Nushi nodded. After Tang Sichuan arranged everything, he walked towards his apartment. He returned to the island rock and first contacted Super Daddy.
"Yifeng, how are you doing there?"
Super Dad asked.
"It has been processed,"
Tang Sichuan said.
"I have some news here that I want to share with you." "Yeah, you say."
Super Dad nodded.
"I just learned from the fishmen that the sea we are in now is called the Sea of Disaster. In this world, besides the Sea of Disaster, there are 3 other sea areas. The one in the north is called the Frozen Sea, and the Sea of Jana in the south. As for the Sea of Storms in the west, the information is not clear. We only know now that the Sea of Disaster has the best environment. The temperature is extremely low to the north, and there are many Nagas to the south."
Tang Sichuan told everyone what he knew. A Super Daddy,
Looking at it this way, it seems that this world is quite dangerous. It's a bit like a script from a foreign land.
Super Dad blinked and said after hearing Tang Xiuquan's words.
It's more than just dangerous.
Tang Xiuquan sighed, and then said,
Do you know why the blood moon appeared this time? Why?
Super Dad asked.
Because we are outsiders. We expand the island and threaten the indigenous people in the sea. Is it a threat to the indigenous people?
Super Dad heard Tang Xiuquan's words, touched his head, and then said,
How big can the survivor island be now? Is it a threat? Yes. Logically speaking, the current force of survivors is too weak. It is unlikely to attract the attention of the sea tribe. But this happened. Wait, what do you mean?
When the Super Dad heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he immediately thought of a possibility.
Yes, you guessed it right. Someone arranged all this behind the scenes,
Tang Xiuquan said with squinted eyes.
This?
Super Dad took a breath after receiving Tang Xiuquan's confirmation.
Then what do you think?
Super Dad asked.
Not yet, but I still have 2 questions in my mind. First, how often does this kind of blood moon come? Second, will this blood moon disaster become more and more difficult as time goes by?
Tang Xiuquan said to Super Dad.
Yakami, you said that if we change our thinking and look at this world as a game, then can it be understood that the person you mentioned who is hiding behind the scenes and pushing everything is the final boss of the entire game? Then the Sea Clan are the little bosses under his control?
Super Dad asked.
It's not impossible.
Tang Xiuquan nodded after hearing what Super Nanny said.
That being the case, that means that the people behind the scenes will also leave a path for me when promoting our current development. But what are the benefits of doing this? Could it be that the last thing he wants is for us to defeat him?
Super Dad was a little confused.
I feel like it's impossible. What he did gives me the feeling that it's more like guidance, guiding us to become stronger. Huh? Why do you think so?
Super Dad frowned tightly after hearing Tang Xiuquan's analysis.
It's simple. Because we can get graded items that can improve our physique,
Tang Xiuquan said calmly. When Super Dad heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he immediately remembered the grade of pure water he gave him. Since his child drank this grade A purified water, he obviously feels that his child's physical condition has improved. From this point of view, Tang Xiuquan's idea is more reliable.
But why did he do this?
Super Dad still couldn't figure out what the person behind this was trying to do.
I don't know. Now I can only take one step at a time. However, the most important thing now is to strengthen your physique as soon as possible,
Tang Xiuquan said slowly.
Well, what you said makes sense.
After hearing this, Super Dad nodded involuntarily. In such an environment, it is superfluous to think about anything. The best way is to make yourself as strong as possible.
By the way, having said that, I suddenly want to ask you, haven't you ever thought about forming your own survival group?
Super Dad suddenly asked.
Logically speaking, you have so many good things in your hands. If you want to form your own survival team,
it should be easy,
Super Dad said.
No, too tired.
Tang Xiuquan shook his head.
Actually, what I would like to do more is to let a few people who are familiar with each other come to the island to develop together, and then assist people from the indigenous tribes, which is safer. Besides, by doing this, you don't have to worry about being tied up by too many things, and you can develop with peace of mind.
Tang Xiuquan said calmly.
I'm a little doubtful. You're not a young man anymore. Why do you sound like my dad?
When the Super Dad heard Tang Xiuquan say this, he suddenly felt that Tang Xiuquan was a little old-fashioned.
I don't mind if you call me Dad.
Tang Xiuquan made a joke with Super Dad.
Get out.
Super Dad's face darkened, and he said to Tang Xiuquan.
However, your idea is very suitable to my taste. If there is a chance in the future, I will hang out with you. Anyway, when you rescued my baby before, I told you that I will be a cow and a horse for you from now on.
The Super Dad said with a smile. Chapter 40. The weather is getting hotter.
Bah! Don't think I don't know. Don't you just think I have a lot of delicious food and drink here? Want to find a stable living environment for your baby?
Tang Xiuquan said with a smile. When Super Dad heard Tang Xiuquan's words, his face suddenly turned red, and he didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to explain a few words, he heard Tang Xiuquan say,
If you have a chance in the future, just come over. Anyway, there is no shortage of food and drink on our island right now, so you will be able to feed yourself when you come here. However, the baby doesn't have to work, but you have to work for me. I also want to have a taste of the wealth of the landlord.
Although Tang Xiuquan said this in a playful tone, Super Dad could hear his concern for himself and his baby from his words.
Don't worry, When I pass, you can be Huang Shuren.
Super Dad also shot back at Tang Sichuan.
Okay. From now on, your daughter will be my daughter.
Tang Sichuan was also not to be outdone.
Go away, you idiot.
Super Dad laughed and cursed.
By the way, if you really have a chance, what kind of people would you like to recruit on the island?
Super Dad asked. Tang Sichuan's tone became serious again when he heard Super Dad, and said to him,
Actually, in my opinion, defense personnel and personnel who understand production are necessary. It is impossible for shopping malls to appear in this world. This means that in the future, our food and clothing must be produced by ourselves. These people are not easy to find.
Super Nani shook his head when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. In that era, flower growers had already entered the mechanical age. Where were there so many people who could produce these by hand? There may be people who know how to plant, but those craftsmen are hard to find. Moreover, of these, which one is not a valuable talent? Would they choose to join a small force like themselves? Wouldn't it be better to join a big force directly?
I have found someone who understands agriculture,
Tang Sichuan said.
I'll go. You move very fast.
Super Dad said in surprise when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
You're lucky. And you also know this person.
Tang Sichuan said with some show-off.
Do I know him too?
Super Nani was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Bon Long from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. A flower grower. I'll go. It's actually this big boss?
Super Dad heard Tang Sichuan's words and said in surprise.
How do you know him? Just like your baby. He developed a high fever after being exposed to the rain and was touched by me. Besides, he also has a student with a good character. We can consider bringing him to the island when the time comes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super Dad nodded and then said,
You think it's okay. But let's be honest. I don't know how to farm or make handicrafts. But I am a veteran. The defense of the island in the future can be left to me. Okay. No problem. In this way, I will be liberated.
Tang Sichuan smiled and nodded.
Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go to bed early.
After saying that, Tang Sichuan hung up the communication. After Tang Sichuan finished communicating with Super Dad, he thought for a while and sent a communication request to his former self.
After all, he had just taken 2 contract cards from others. And after getting the news, he still had to share it with the other party. When Zhang Zheng connected to the communication, Tang Sichuan quickly told Zhang Zheng all the information he knew and his conjectures. As for what they think, that's up to them. After all, I am not his father, so I have to think of everything for him. After Tang Sichuan told Zhang, he hung up the communication directly, then laid down on the bed and prepared to sleep. When Tang Sichuan woke up again, it was already past 10 o'clock the next morning. Tang Sichuan opened the door of his apartment and suddenly felt a wave of heat coming over him. Tang Sichuan frowned slightly and glanced at the temperature display on the system. The outdoor temperature at this time has exceeded 37 degrees.
Oh, the temperature is high enough. It's only around 10 o'clock. Not yet noon. If the heat continues like this, I don't know if it will eventually break 40 degrees.
Tang Sichuan put his hand on his forehead and squinted at his island. Nushi and Haidu, at this time, have already started to work. Their task is very simple, which is to continuously improve the plan of the entire island. The main reason is that some wooden blocks need to be used to make fences between the various areas planned by Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi and the others and didn't pay too much attention to them. He directly took out a bottle of grade A water and walked to the apples and peppers he grew. By this time, the apple sapling had turned into a small sapling about 10 centimeters tall. I have to say that this world is so weird. An apple sapling only takes a few days to grow. At this rate, it would only take about 10 days to eat apples. Compared to the growth rate of apples, peppers grow faster. At this time, the pepper seedlings have grown to more than 30 centimeters in height and are beginning to bear peppers. But now the peppers are too small to eat. It seems that because the weather is too hot, both apple saplings and peppers are a little wilted at this time. After Tang Sichuan poured a little diluted Class A water on each sapling and pepper, Tang Sichuan clearly felt that these plants were energetic. After watering the apple saplings and peppers, Tang Sichuan started feeding the chicks again, although the chicks had only been hatched for a day or two. Because Tang Sichuan had been feeding them with diluted grade A water, the chicks had already grown several times.
I'll go. This little chick grows up pretty fast. I'm afraid even Kai Feng Kai's broiler is not as fast as it. If you eat this, is it really okay?
Tang Sichuan was a little worried about whether these two chickens were safe. But after thinking about it, I feel that if people are starving to death, do you still care about safety? As the old saying goes, if you don't eat it cleanly, you won't get sick. What are you afraid of? As long as you can eat it. Tang Sichuan will definitely be the first to eat it. When Tang Sichuan finished watering and feeding the chickens and stood up again, he felt that he had begun to sweat.
Oh my god! I started sweating before I even did anything. This weather is really weird.
Tang Sichuan touched the sweat on his forehead. Then I saw the two of them. Nushi, still working under the bright sun. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and felt that he still couldn't let Nushi and the others work in the sun like this. After all, with this damn weather, you might get a heat stroke. If it's heat stroke, there's nothing you can do to save it. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and returned directly to his apartment. He first diluted half a bottle of grade A water and then added some sea salt into it. Then he walked out of the apartment and asked Nushi and the others to come over for a drink of water. It is very easy to sweat when working in high temperatures. Excessive sweating can easily lead to dehydration, leading to an electrolyte imbalance in the body and eventually heat stroke. Therefore, after sweating a lot, it is best to drink some light salt water to replenish your body. Chapter 41. Your daughter is my daughter.
Master, you called us?
Nashi led Haitu into Tang Sichuan's apartment.
Yeah. It's nothing serious.
Tang Sichuan nodded when he saw the two people coming over. And then said,
There are 2 cups of light salt water on the table. Drink it and go and rest first. During this period, the weather is too hot. If it is not necessary, don't work in the bright Sunday. We have plenty of time, so we don't have to worry about working in a day or two. From now on, we will change our working hours to mornings and evenings. During the day, we will reduce the time we work to avoid heat stroke.
Tang Sichuan said casually. But what fell into ears of Nashi and Haitu was that Tang Sichuan cared about them.
Thank you, Master. But we are not tired, and we are not afraid of the heat.
Nushi said with a moved face.
You are not afraid. I am.
Tang Sichuan curled his lips when he heard Nushi's words. He didn't want his only 2 assistants to fall down due to heat stroke at this stage. On an island like this, one can basically wait to die from heat stroke. I don't have any medicine to treat heat stroke.
I understand. Master.
Nushi looked touched and nodded to Tang Sichuan. Okay.
Let's go down and rest. I didn't sleep well yesterday.
Tang Sichuan waved his hand and asked the 2 of them to go back to their cabin. After the 2 left, Tang Sichuan reopened the private chat channel and began to distribute light salt water to his friends. Tang Sichuan took the lead in trading a 500 milliliters bottle of light salt water to Maen and Fan Lao.
What is this?
Maen asked.
Obviously. This is water.
Tang Sichuan replied.
I know it's water. But didn't you already give it to me in the morning?
Maen felt a little strange.
This is light salt water. The weather is too hot, so it's better to add some salt at any time.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
Are you concerned about me?
Maen said shyly, holding the water.
That's right.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and then said,
By the way, Sister Een, don't go fishing for supplies in the sun recently. Be careful of heat stroke. Yeah, I know.
Maen nodded shyly.
Sichuan, I found that you have changed a lot since you came to this world.
Maen said.
Has it changed? No.
Tang Sichuan tilted his head and thought for a moment after hearing this.
You've changed. You've changed to care about people.
Maen was very sure.
You have to care. After all, you still owe me a lot of supplies. If you fall, I will invest even more supplies.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Maen. When Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, her face suddenly turned dark.
Tang Sichuan, I finally understand why you don't have a girlfriend. Huh? Why?
Tang Sichuan also wanted to know.
Because you are straight.
After saying that, Maen hung up the communication.
Straight? Isn't it bad to be straight? Does it have to be curved?
Tang Sichuan was confused. But before the doubts were over, Fan Long sent Tang Sichuan a request for a private chat.
Mr. Fang.
Tang Sichuan responded politely.
Thank you. Yishan.
Fan Long said jokingly.
No. Mr. Fang, please stop making noise. Just call me Sichuan from now on.
Tang Sichuan couldn't afford to be called a night god by Fan Long.
Ha! That's okay.
Fan Long was also happy. He could hear that Tang Sichuan was a little uncomfortable with calling him Yishan. In this case, just call them by their first names.
Sichuan, Thank you so much for the salt water. This person is old and is more likely to be in danger of dehydration. This bottle of salt water saved my life.
At this time, Fan Long was hiding in his tent and said to Tang Sichuan with great gratitude.
Don't say that. I will need to trouble you for a lot longer in the future. When the time comes, don't think it's annoying me.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
How could that happen?
Fan Long shook his head and said to Tang Sichuan.
You don't know. I've been in the fields my whole life. I've been doing nothing for the past few days since I came here. I'm so idle that my bones are almost rusty. It's okay. Mr. Fang, please rest for a few more days. I will find a way to pick you up in a few days. Then I will leave the farming aspect to you. Okay. No problem.
Fan Long nodded, and then said,
By the way, your little chickens should also be careful to protect them from the heat. They are too fragile and can easily get sick in such a hot day. I know.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said,
But Mr. Fang, this little chicken seems to be growing up a bit fast. Quick! How fast?
Fan Long immediately became energetic when he heard that Tang Xiaochuan started asking about agriculture.
This chick has only been a few days, and it has almost grown to this size.
As he said that, Tang Xiaochuan gestured the size of the chick on his chest.
So fast? It's almost a month.
Fan Long was stunned when he saw Tang Xiaochuan's gestures.
Yes, I'm worried too. Will you still be able to eat the chicken?
Tang Xiaochuan is still obsessed with the meat of the chicken.
Well, I remember you said before that everything in this world seems to grow very fast? Yes. The apple tree I planted before is now almost 10 centimeters tall. In this case, this is how the world is set up.
Fan Long thought for a while and said to Tang Xiaochuan,
Actually, you can take a look at those chicks at that time to see if they will continue to grow after they reach maturity. If they stop growing after reaching maturity, it means that this world is set up like this. But if it's still growing, then you have to be careful. As for when it will become mature, I think it's about a week away. So that's about it. Understood. I will pay attention.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded after hearing Fan Long's words. After Tang Xiaochuan and Fan Long finished talking, they hung up the communication, and then sent a communication request to Super Dad. As soon as he initiated the call, Super Nanny picked up the call.
What's wrong?
Super Dad asked.
I'm here to bring you 2 salt water.
Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile.
This big bottle belongs to you, and the small bottle belongs to my girl. I'm warning you. Don't drink my girl's water secretly.
Tang Xiaochuan warned the Super Daddy.
That's my daughter. Don't mistake her for your daughter.
Super Dad said with some dissatisfaction.
She is my goddaughter. There is no need to talk about this.
Tang Xiaochuan responded directly. When the Super Dad heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he didn't know what to say.
By the way, wait for me for a moment.
Super Dad quickly changed the subject. After a while, Super Dad returned to the edge of the island stone, and he directly traded a blueprint over.
What is this?
Tang Xiaochuan accepted the transaction. But before opening it, he asked Super Dad. Chapter 42: The Fishman Pretending to be Dead.
Good stuff. I just fished it out this morning.
Super Dad said casually.
I guess you are the only one who can do this. Others can't do it. What is it? It's so mysterious.
Tang Xiaochuan curled his lips when he heard Super Dad's words. After saying that, Tang Xiaochuan started to look at the drawings directly.
Remote locator. S-level can be used to locate targets remotely. Note, up to 5 targets can be located at the same time. Supplies required, metal sheet times 20. Plastic times 30. Glass times 10. And chips times 6. I'll go.
Tang Xiaochuan was surprised.
This is a good thing. Where did you get it?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Didn't I tell you all? I caught it this morning.
Super Dad curled his lips.
Have you noticed that after the Blood Moon disaster last night, there are obviously more supply boxes appearing this morning? Huh? Is there any?
Tang Xiaochuan was a little confused when he heard what Super Dad said.
Yes. Yes.
Super Dad yelled at Tang Xiaochuan.
You didn't catch it, did you? I caught it, but I just don't have time to open it.
Tang Xiaochuan said slowly.
No time to open it. What kind of operation is this?
Super Dad was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Tang Xiaochuan said he had salvaged the box but didn't open it.
Have you forgotten? I still have 2 slaves in my hands. Now I leave all the matters of picking up the boxes to them.
Tang Xiaochuan said with great pride.
Leave it to them to fish it out. So what do you do? Me? I'm in charge of command.
Super Dad didn't know what to say. Is it really okay for you to be a slave owner on the island while others are trying to survive?
I suggest you go open it and see what good stuff you can get,
Super Dad said with some shock.
Okay, I'll be there later. It's too hot right now. Let's cool down for a while.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Okay, I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to hug my girl and take a nap,
the Super Dad said to Tang Xiaochuan and hung up the communication directly. After Tang Xiaochuan ended his communication with Super Nani, he directly traded the last bottle of salt water to the rural boy and lay down on his rocking chair. Although there is a sofa in the apartment, Tang Xiaochuan still likes the rocking chair. Tang Xiaochuan was lying on a chair, holding the drawings of the remote locator in his hand, looking a little dazed. In fact, this thing is not of great value among the current survivors. Only if time passes further will the value be reflected. But now, this thing is useless. This is not only true for ordinary survivors, but also for Tang Xiaochuan. After all, this thing can only locate people, and cannot directly teleport people there. If you want to go to the other party's island, or if the other party comes to your own island, you must first solve the problem of how to get there. There are no cars, ships, or planes here. From one island to another, the only thing you can do is row a boat. Tang Xiaochuan did own a boat, but it would be better not to mention this boat. Tang Xiaochuan didn't have the courage to paddle a small boat like a canoe to cross an unknown distance of sea. Moreover, I can tell with my toes that this journey will definitely not be smooth. Even if you are on an island, you can still face the disaster of the Blood Moon. Now that you have gone to the sea, you are not going to be eaten alive by those sea tribes? Unless he has a very good boat that can protect his safety on board, he can go there. Therefore, even if this locator is built, it can only be seen at most. You want to pick someone up? Figure it out yourself. However, Tang Xiaochuan thought about it and felt that he still had to create it. After all, he had to know the distance between several people before he could plan the next thing. If you don't even know the location, don't talk about follow-up plans. Tang Xiaochuan made up his mind to build the locator first. But he took a look at the materials needed to build this locator. The rest was okay. But what the H? I was this chip. He has never seen this thing before. When Tang Xiaochuan saw this kind of unseen material, his first reaction was to go to the trading market to have a look. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought that he seemed to have a large number of supply boxes that he had not yet opened. What if the chip can be found in the supply box? In this case, you don't have to trade with others. Tang Xiaochuan was the kind of person who did whatever he thought of. He immediately stood up from his recliner and opened the door directly. Suddenly, a fiery heat wave hit my face.
I'll go. It's so hot.
Tang Xiaochuan glanced at the temperature on the system. Now the temperature outside has reached a terrifying 42 degrees.
You're going to die. It's so hot. Do you want to live? No. We have to use the refrigerator in the apartment to freeze some ice cubes for them to cool down. Don't really suffer from heat stroke then.
Tang Xiaochuan decided to freeze some ice cubes for Maen and the others after unpacking the box. You can't forget your good partner if you have an air conditioner to blow by yourself.
I am indeed a good person.
Tang Xiaochuan praised himself and then walked outside. The first thing Tang Xiaochuan came to was Nushi's cabin. Tang Xiaochuan didn't know where Nushi and the others put the boxes of supplies they collected. So he had to ask Nushi and the others about their location first.
Master!
Tang Xiaochuan had just knocked on the door, and Nushi immediately opened the door.
Nushi, where did you put the material boxes you collected?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Supply box?
Nushi suddenly showed a strange expression when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words.
What's wrong?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
It's okay. Master, I just don't know how to tell the director,
Nushi said with some difficulty.
In the past 2 days, we have picked up more and more boxes, especially with the addition of the 2 Murlocs. The supply boxes collected today alone exceeded 100 in the morning. So many?
Tang Xiaochuan was a little surprised.
Yes. These supply boxes are now stacked at the dock.
Nushi pointed at the dock and said,
Master, I will take you there. No. I'll just go there myself. You can rest first. When the weather gets less hot, you and Kuratsuchi will continue to improve the island's plan.
Tang Xiaochuan shook his head and said,
Okay, Master.
Nushi nodded. Tang Xiaochuan came out of Nushi's cabin and walked towards the dock. As soon as he walked to the pier, he saw 2 fishmen, Ben Borba and Baborban, lying on the sea and enjoying the sun with the current. One of them is facing the sun with his back in the water, while the other is just the opposite, lying on his back in the sea. When Tang Xiaochuan saw the scene, his first reaction was that he felt a little scared. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't look like humans, Tang Sichuan would have almost thought they were two floating corpses. If this guy saw this scene in the middle of the night, Tang Sichuan guaranteed that he would be scared to death.
I'll screw you too. Who are you trying to scare with your looks?
Tang Sichuan scolded Beorba and Bearbin directly. Chapter 43 Remote Locator.
Master, why are you here?
Beorba was frightened when he heard Tang Sichuan's roar, and said to Tang Sichuan,
No, according to what you mean, I shouldn't come. Then I'm leaving?
Tang Sichuan suddenly said unhappily when he heard Beorba's words.
No, it's not danger.
Beorba immediately shook his head.
I said, what are you two doing? Are you going to dry yourselves into dried fish and give me extra food?
Tang Sichuan said angrily.
No, master. The main reason is that we have never seen the sun before, so we both yearn for it.
Beorba said a little embarrassed.
You can't bask in the sun like this. You're not afraid of drying yourself out.
Tang Sichuan said with a wry smile. Look how hard it is for the children to be so excited even when they see the sun.
Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you. But please be careful and don't dry yourself out.
Tang Sichuan curled his lips, and then continued walking towards the dock. When Tang Sichuan arrived at the dock, he was dumbfounded when he saw hundreds of supply boxes neatly arranged.
I'll go. There are so many. When will this open?
Tang Sichuan felt a little numb. However, there was no way around it. Tang Sichuan could only open the supply box in pain and joy.
Supplies obtained, metal sheet times 2. Bread times 1. Cornerstone times 1 inch. Materials obtained, pure water x1. Wood x3. Materials obtained, forage seeds, S level times 2. Obtained supplies, land improvement card times 1. Cornerstone times 1. Obtained materials, chip manufacturing blueprint x1. Wheat seeds x10 inch. Supplies obtained, cowshed, grade A x1. Wood x3. Supplies obtained, rubber tree seedling times 1. Item upgrade card times 1. Materials obtained, pure water x1. Hop seedlings x2. Materials obtained, grapes, B grade times 1.
After 2 hours, Tang Sichuan finally opened all the supply boxes. At this time, Tang Sichuan was excited. He didn't expect that just from this wave of supply boxes, he would bring out all kinds of supplies. For the basic wood alone, he obtained 587 units, 297 foundation stones, 156 bottles of pure water, 283 pieces of bread, and 1,273 pieces of metal. Although, these supplies were much less than what Tang Sichuan exchanged from other survivors. However, the material is secondary, mainly those drawings. He produced more than 20 kinds of these drawings. Among them, 4 or 5 are valuable. This does not include newly obtained plant seeds and seedlings. These are the things that can continuously improve one's own strength. The most important thing is that he got the chip drawings that he wanted most at this stage. With this thing, the remote locator can be put on the agenda. Tang Sichuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked towards his apartment. When he returned to the apartment, he immediately took out the land improvement card from the system space. This time he got 28 improvement cards at once, which meant that Tang Sichuan had an additional 280 square meters of land that could be used for planting. Tang Sichuan directly chose to use the improvement card. Suddenly, a white light flashed on the west side of the island, and the beach turned into soil that could be planted. Then Tang Sichuan took out 2 more upgrade cards, and was thinking about what he wanted to upgrade. For Tang Sichuan, what can be upgraded now is the A-class water purifier and sea salt maker, as well as the apartment where he lives, the generator, and the water supply system. For Tang Sichuan, there is no need to upgrade for the time being. Looking at the hot sunshine outside, Tang Sichuan thought carefully and felt that according to the current environment, it was best to upgrade the water purifier and sea salt maker. First of all, Tang Sichuan upgraded the water purifier because the current water purifier is already A level. If it is upgraded to S level, it will bring better development to himself. At least improving your physical fitness will definitely be faster than now. As for the salt maker, Tang Sichuan is planning to wait until the hottest weather to earn supplies for other survivors. At the current speed of the salt-making machine, there is simply no way to supply it. Tang Sichuan can only think of ways to increase production. Don't say that Tang Sichuan has a dark heart. In this world, Tang Sichuan can only take the lead in ensuring his own development before he can help others as much as possible. Or, to put it another way, if Tang Sichuan did not exchange the salt water for the supplies in the hands of other survivors, then these survivors, who lack salt water, and were waiting for the salt water to save their lives would have to wait to die. And Tang Sichuan was willing to open the salt water exchange for supplies, which was tantamount to indirectly killing one of them. You know, the worst thing in the world is that people die, but materials are still there. As long as people are still there, hope is still there. Don't tell Tang Sichuan anything. Why can't it be provided to other survivors for free? In this regard, Tang Sichuan wanted to ask, if it were you, would you supply it for free? In such an environment, being a virgin is often the first to die. When the time comes, someone will tell you, why do others have it but you don't? No, you have to give it to me. There are not many such people in reality. Therefore, the best way is to set conditions. If you have something, come and change it. And if you don't have it, see you again. After making up his mind, Tang Sichuan directly used the upgrade card. The properties of the S-Class water purifier have been significantly improved. First of all, it has changed from 10 liters of water per day to 50 liters per day. Moreover, the water is all S-Class pure water. Later, Tang Sichuan upgraded the salt maker. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan returned to his recliner. In the system space, he focused on the chip manufacturing drawings in his hand. Chip manufacturing blueprint allows you to manufacture chips, which can be used to manufacture some special equipment. It requires metal sheet X1 and plastic X1. Huh? This doesn't require much supplies. Tang Sichuan thought about it and directly chose to use it. With a flash of white light, several more chips appeared in Tang Sichuan's hand. Later, Tang Sichuan used a chip to build a locator. Tang Sichuan looked at the locator, which was only the size of a computer. He was deeply doubtful. Could this thing really be able to locate? Moreover, what is the working principle of this? How is it possible that there is not even a radar, but it can still perform long-distance positioning? Although he didn't understand it, Tang Sichuan was still ready to try the effect. He contacted Maen directly. What's wrong? Sichuan? Maen felt a little strange. Shouldn't Tang Sichuan be sleeping at this time? Why would you choose to contact yourself at this time? Sister Maen, I got a good thing here, and I want to try it out. What? Maen asked strangely. Chapter 44 S-Class Ships. Locator, Tang Sichuan said calmly. What? A locator? Maen suddenly shouted in surprise when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. Yeah, Tang Sichuan nodded, and then continued. This thing was given to me by another friend. Another friend? Male or female? Maen asked nervously. Male. Tang Sichuan covered his forehead and said. No, your focus is wrong. What's wrong? Don't I care about you? When Maen heard Tang Sichuan's words, she immediately replied with some embarrassment. Care about me? Tang Sichuan was confused. Yes, I just care about you. Maen nodded approvingly, and then said, I am your sister. Shouldn't I care about you? Should. When Tang Sichuan heard Maen's words, he could only follow his words. Okay, let's get down to business. How do you want to try? Maen asked. When Tang Sichuan heard Maen's words, he said nothing more. He directly traded the positioning chip in the locator to Maen. Just hold this thing, and I'll see the effect, Tang Sichuan said, and then turned on the locator. Suddenly, a new green dot appeared on the screen that originally had only one green dot. It was just the distance between these 2 points that made Tang Sichuan hold his forehead a little. He saw that the straight line distance between the 2 points given by the locator was more than 5,000 kilometers. Sister Maen, do you know how far apart you are from me? Tang Sichuan asked helplessly. How much? Maen also asked anxiously. 5,894 kilometers. Tang Sichuan said with a wry smile. What? 5,894 kilometers. Maen was also dumbfounded. She is not stupid, and she also knows very well what these more than 5,000 kilometers represent in this world. This is almost a chasm that cannot be crossed. Tang Sichuan also has some worries. Although he now has a boat, the boat can only move up to 20 kilometers per hour. These 5,894 kilometers required him to sail around the clock for about 12 days. And it can only be reached without getting lost. Back and forth. That's 25 days. Nearly a month. Moreover, it is simply impossible to avoid getting lost or in danger on the vast sea, even if Tang Sichuan has a locator in his hand. After a month of absence, the entire island no longer needs to think about development. What should I do? Sichuan, the distance is too far. Maen also knew that she was also a little worried. It's okay. I'll think of a solution.
Tang Sichuan could only comfort Maen. Yeah. Maen nodded and stopped talking. Okay. I'll go see if there are any fast-sailing ships in the hands of other survivors.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and then hung up the communication. After hanging up the communication, Tang Sichuan directly contacted Zheng Zheng.
What's wrong? Yishen?
Zheng Jin always answered Tang Sichuan's communications instantly.
Please help me ask if your survival group has any ships that can sail quickly.
Tang Sichuan asked directly.
Huh? Yishen, what do you want a boat for?
Zheng Zheng was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
I'm useful, and the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Okay.
Zheng Zheng heard that Tang Sichuan was unwilling to say it, and he didn't force it. After all, if Tang Sichuan was offended because of something trivial, it would be a huge loss for him. Soon, Once Upon a Time sent a reply to Tang Sichuan.
Yes, Sin. I just asked. There is a member of our survival group. He has a boat with a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Is this okay?
Zheng Zheng asked.
30 kilometers?
Tang Sichuan suddenly smiled bitterly when he heard Zheng's words. 30 kilometers is not much different from 20 kilometers. This is far from what Tang Sichuan expected. What he wants is at least more than 100 kilometers.
Isn't there anyone faster?
Tang Sichuan asked.
No more.
Zheng Zheng shook his head. At this point in time, who would pay attention to the ship? Now everyone is thinking about how to develop their own islands.
Okay. Keep this for me first. And then I'll go to the market and have a look. If there's nothing suitable, I'll take this boat,
Tang Sichuan said to Zheng.
Okay.
Zheng Zheng nodded. After all, this matter is just a matter of one sentence. Tang Sichuan hung up the communication, switched directly to the trading market, and then posted the ship acquisition or ship construction drawings. Later, Tang Sichuan switched to the public screen and said directly on the public screen.
Acquire ships or build drawings at high prices. No way. No way. Boss Yifeng appears again. Boss Yifeng, are you still missing thigh pendants? Brother Yifeng, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. No. Wait. Didn't you pay attention to what Mr. Yifeng said? He wants to acquire ships. We are all human beings. Why can Boss Yifeng be so good? We are still struggling to survive. But Boss Yifeng wants to go to sea. If you don't tell me, I haven't noticed yet. Is Mr. Yifeng the man preparing to become the pirate king? Upstairs. Why do I feel like you are driving?
Tang Sichuan looked at the people who had crooked the building and was speechless. He felt that he had underestimated the mental state of these people.
No. Brothers, please answer my question first. If any of you has a boat, please chat with me privately.
Tang Sichuan looked at the increasingly crooked building and could only remind him again.
Did you hear what the boss said? Brothers with boats. This wave is going to be really fun.
Tang Sichuan looked at the group of survivors and finally returned to his own topic. So he turned off the public screen chat. And the rest was to wait quietly. Soon, Tang Sichuan's private chat started ringing. However, many of these private chats were meaningless. And Tang Sichuan could only filter them over and over again. Soon, he saw a man named Old Fisherman and sent him a private message.
Brother Yifeng, do you need a boat?
The old fisherman asked.
Yes.
Night Breeze nodded.
I have a boat here.
After the old fisherman confirmed it again, he immediately sent a picture.
Building diagram of the airship S-Class. With a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Can accommodate 4 people. Is made of titanium alloy. Has luxurious interiors. And can drive automatically. It can resist biological attacks of S-Class and below. Supplies needed, metal sheet X500. Wood X800. Plastic X300. Glass X400. I'll go.
Tang Sichuan could only use these 2 words to describe his new surprise. With this thing, you can reach Maen's island in a few hours. Moreover, this thing can also drive automatically. So there is no need to worry about getting lost. When Tang Sichuan saw the ship, he immediately felt a little moved. He told himself in his heart that he must win this ship. Chapter 45. If you want to go to the island, you must sign a contract.
What do you want?
Tang Sichuan tried his best to control his tone and appear calmer.
I don't want supplies.
The old fisherman shook his head and said to Tang Sichuan.
Don't want supplies?
Tang Sichuan frowned immediately when he heard the other party's answer. Sometimes, free things are more expensive. However, this ship was indeed what Tang Sichuan needed. He could only continue to ask.
Then what do you want?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Master Yifeng, I have a heartfelt request.
The old fisherman thought for a while and said to Tang Sichuan.
Sure enough.
Tang Xichuan suddenly felt dissatisfied when he heard the old fisherman's words. According to Tang Xiaochuan's opinion, the last thing he wants to meet is such a person. Thinking that he has what he needs, he can put forward some unscrupulous ideas to Tang Xichuan.
Tell me first,
Tang Xichuan said with a frown.
Master Yefeng, if you want this ship, you probably want to bring all the people in your team to the same place. In that case, I also want to join your team.
The old fisherman said directly to Tang Ogawa spoke his mind.
Join my team?
Tang Xichuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. This old fisherman must have seen himself frequently trading supplies on the trading platform and thought he had a big team. That's why I wanted to join it. However, Tang Xichuan didn't like such people. First, if such a person really joins his side, let alone if he joins and finds that there is only one person on his side, he will have evil thoughts. Although I am not afraid, there will always be some troubles. Secondly, after joining, such people will be lazy and think that they can just sit back and enjoy the blessings after trading urgently needed supplies with them. Although he is not short of food for one person, why does Tang Xichuan want to raise a waste?
Then what can you pay for me?
Tang Xichuan's tone was a little cold. If the old fisherman's answer to this question did not satisfy him, he would block him without hesitation. He is not the only one who has a boat. If something can be solved with materials, Tang Xichuan doesn't want to use favors to compensate.
I know that in this world, no one wants to raise idle people. I'm not a person who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. I'm willing to devote my abilities to your team after joining your team. I used to be engaged in aquaculture. I hope I can help you.
The old fisherman thought for a while, and turned to Tang Xichuan said.
Aquaculture?
Tang Xichuan suddenly sneered when he heard the old fisherman's words.
Do you think we are still short of fish resources now?
Tang Xichuan asked. When the old fisherman heard Tang Xichuan's words, his face suddenly turned red. He knew that this was his advantage, and also his disadvantage. The world they are in now is an island world. If you want to engage in aquatic products in this world, it will cause trouble. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, he has been engaged in aquaculture all his life. If you ask him to do other things, he will not know how to do it. However, Tang Xichuan was quite satisfied with the old fisherman's attitude. Regardless of whether the work he did before is of any use in this world, at least his attitude has been shown. He is willing to work hard on the team. Moreover, although his skill is useless now, who knows whether it will be useful in the future? You know, the entire island can evolve on its own. If the area is large enough, it is not impossible for a freshwater lake to evolve. At that time, Tang Xichuan will need someone who knows aquaculture to help him take care of those freshwater fish. Although, he is sure that Fan Long knows these things, and he is familiar with Fan Long, so he can use them with confidence. But Fan Long's main focus is on agricultural planting, and agriculture is more important than aquaculture. Therefore, in Tang Xichuan's plan, Fan Long's main task in the future will be agriculture. In this way, another person must be found for the aquatic breeding task. Tang Xichuan was actually very moved when he heard what the old fisherman said. He wanted to take this old fisherman into his employ. But the premise is that the loyalty of the veteran fisherman must be guaranteed.
Actually, it's not impossible for you to join.
Tang Xichuan put on a troubled expression, and then said to the old fisherman.
However, you also have to know that the people in my team are all people I am familiar with and know. And I feel at ease with them. And I've only known you for a few minutes. Do you think it's appropriate for you to go to the island like this?
When the old fisherman heard Tang Xichuan's words, he didn't know what to say. His face was filled with disappointment.
Give me a reason why I can trust you?
Tang Xiaochuan asked, looking at the old fisherman's disappointed look.
Because I want to live,
the old fisherman said without thinking.
Survive? You can do it alone. Right,
Tang Xichuan said with a sneer. Who doesn't want to live? Not to mention this old fisherman. Isn't Tang Xichuan also struggling?
No, it's different.
The old fisherman shook his head, and then continued.
The chance of a person surviving is too small, and he needs to face various dangers alone. In this way, the possibility of a single person surviving is too small. But I can't die now. I have a reason to live. Ha ha. Who doesn't have a reason to live?
Tang Xiaochuan asked. The old fisherman heard Tang Xichuan's sarcasm, and then said,
It's different. I haven't found my wife yet. Your wife.
Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard the old fisherman's words.
Yes.
The old fisherman nodded, and then said,
For some reasons, my wife and I divorced before we came to this world. What I originally thought was that when my fishery was established, I would find her to remarry. But I didn't expect that as soon as my fishing ground started to improve, we would come into this world. I owe her an apology.
The old fisherman said this and started to cry slightly. When Tang Xiaochuan heard what the old fisherman said, he wanted to ask him, "What if your wife is no longer here?" But as soon as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them again.
Okay, I can barely accept this reason.
Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while, and then said,
I wonder if you have heard of contract cards. Contract card?
The old fisherman stopped crying immediately after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words.
Yes, contract card.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Is this it?
As he said that, the old fisherman took out a contract card and sent it to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan took a look at the old fisherman's contract card, which was also an A-level card.
Yes, that's it.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said,
This kind of card can sign a contract relationship. Once signed, it cannot be changed. As the owner, you can control the life and death of the person contracted with a single thought. Furthermore, as the owner, if he dies abnormally, the person signed will also die. If you want to go to the island, you must sign this contract with me. You think about it. If you are willing, I will allow you to join.
Tang Xiaochuan expressed his thoughts in one breath, and the rest was for the old fisherman to think about it himself. Chapter 46: The Importance of Survivors Joining.
I do.
As soon as Tang Xiaochuan finished speaking, the old fisherman said immediately. There was no hesitation.
Don't you think about it?
Tang Xiaochuan was a little surprised.
Don't think about it.
The old fisherman immediately shook his head and said,
I've thought about it a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you. However, if you sign a contract, your life and death will depend on me in an instant. You have to think about this.
Tang Xiaochuan still wanted to dissuade him.
No need. You didn't tell me. As long as I work honestly, my life will not be in danger. As for what you said, if you die, I will die too. But think about it on the other hand. If it's a disaster that even you can't survive, it also means it's a hurdle that an individual survivor like me can't overcome. In this case, it is not up to us to decide whether to die or not. So, I don't think there's anything to consider.
The old fisherman said calmly. Tang Xiaochuan nodded secretly when he heard the old fisherman's words. Now, Tang Xiaochuan has some trust in the old fisherman's words, since he is also willing to sign a contract. There is nothing he cannot agree to. Moreover, my biggest trump card is not the island at all, but the check-in system. Tang Xiaochuan didn't believe that there were people in this world who were developing better than him. Everyone is a survivor, and they are all trying to survive. As long as he gives the other party good benefits, he doesn't believe that these people will not be willing to sacrifice their lives for him in the end. In fact, this is just like a company. A company has world-leading technology, and then other competing companies want to send commercial spies to steal the technology. Suppose the other party is willing to pay 1 million to let a spy steal information, and then the commercial spy joins the company. I found that as long as I work honestly, I can get 1 million every month. Then guess, will this commercial spy help a competing company to steal information? As long as this person is not stupid, he will definitely help this company and guard against other commercial espionage in order to protect his own vested interests. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan was not afraid that the other party was from another survival group, because he is confident that he can make the other party change his original mind. Signing a contract is just to provide yourself with insurance to prevent new entrants from having the idea of turning against customers. If after signing the contract, the other party still has plans in this regard, then if Tang Xiaochuan has an idea, the other party will rush to the street. This is why Tang Xiaochuan must sign a contract when he requests to join his island. As for those people Tang Xiaochuan was familiar with, such as Maen and Super Dad, Fan Long was not among them. After all, the three of them are people he knows well and can trust. Since this old fisherman is willing to sign a contract and come to work for him as a labor force, Tang Xiaochuan has no reason to refuse. Tang Xiaochuan nodded and said to the old fisherman, Then you trade the contract card and the airship blueprint. We will sign a contract first, and then I will build the boat. I will arrange for you to go to the island. Okay. When the old fisherman heard what Tang Xiaochuan said, he immediately traded the blueprint and contract card in his hand to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan got the contract card and immediately chose to use it. Immediately, the contract card in Tang Xiaochuan's hand turned into a burst of black smoke and floated towards the island stone. Don't resist. Let the black smoke enter your body, Tang Xiaochuan said immediately as he looked at the picture. The old fisherman was dodging because of fear. Oh! When the old fisherman heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, He immediately stopped. He didn't dare to hide now. He knew that if he hid, it would most likely result in the failure of the contract. By then, he would also lose the opportunity to land on Tang Sichuan Island. The old fisherman encouraged himself in his heart, and soon as the black smoke entered his body, he immediately felt that his brain was in a trance. Then an inexplicable sense of awe for Tang Sichuan arose in his heart. It seemed that he had to listen to everything Tang Sichuan said. There cannot be any violation. As for Tang Sichuan, this was not the first time he signed a contract with someone. But this was his first time signing a contract with a survivor. In fact, he was also afraid that the signing would fail. If it really failed, then Tang Sichuan would not be able to recruit too many survivors in the future. To put it bluntly, Tang Sichuan was also experimenting on old fishermen again. If he can successfully sign a contract with the old fisherman, he can also use the same method to absorb some survivors to join his island in the future. Therefore, Tang Sichuan also stared at the old fisherman intently. When he saw the black smoke submerging into the old fisherman's body, that familiar feeling surged out of his heart again. Tang Sichuan knew that his experiment was successful. The success of this experiment means that he will be able to recruit other survivors to join him in the future. Don't ask Tang Sichuan why he cares so much about other survivors joining. It's actually very simple. Because every survivor has received a certain level of education. I don't want to know anything like these natives. Just like Stubborn Stone and the others. Although they are stronger than the survivors, they don't know how to create. Many times, they have to ask Tang Sichuan to teach them step by step. Just like how Tang Sichuan taught them to build fences before. Tang Sichuan taught them for almost 2 hours before they managed to learn it. If it were other survivors, Tang Sichuan would not need to teach them at all, and would just tell them that a fence needs to be built here. And that would be okay. As the island continues to grow, there will inevitably be more things that require Tang Sichuan to make decisions. When the time comes, where will Tang Sichuan have so much time to teach them? Therefore, it is necessary to attract new survivors to join. However, you must ensure that other survivors are loyal to you. Therefore, Tang Sichuan could only test whether the contract card was useful to other survivors. Fortunately, the contract card is still very powerful and can really sign contracts with other survivors. In this way, the development of Tang Sichuan Island can be greatly accelerated. Okay. The contract was signed successfully. Tang Sichuan nodded, then said, "You take this first." With that said, Tang Sichuan traded a remote locator chip. What is this? The old fisherman was a little confused. This is a locator that can determine your position. Let me first see how far you are from my island. Tang Sichuan said calmly. Oh. Okay. The old fisherman nodded and accepted the deal set by Tang Sichuan. After the old fisherman accepted the locator, a small green dot appeared on the screen of the locator. Moreover, this green dot is exactly due north of me, about 7,421 kilometers away. Even better is that the old fisherman's island is very close to Maen's island, only more than 1,000 kilometers away. I can get both of them to the island without having to travel too far. Chapter 47. The Brick Family is so annoying. Fortunately, you are only 7,421 kilometers away from my island, and it can take up to 10 hours to arrive. Tang Sichuan nodded and said to the old fisherman, 10 hours. The old fisherman nodded when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Okay, let's do this for now. I'll build this airship first, then confirm the location of the others, and then arrange the route to see how I can get you to the island. Tang Sichuan waved his hand, said to the old fisherman, Master Yefeng, I would like to ask, how big is your island now? How many people do you want to take to the island? The old fisherman was a little worried. Tang Sichuan would pick up too many people on the island by then. At that time, everyone will not have much room to move. What? Are you worried that my island is not big enough? Tang Sichuan suddenly smiled when he heard the old fisherman's words. To tell you the truth, my island now has 8,997 square meters, which is enough for everyone to live on. The people who are going to be taken to the island, including you, are 5 adults and 1 child. Tang Sichuan said calmly. Nearly 9,000 square meters? Boss Yefeng, how did you do it? The old fisherman was stunned. He originally thought that Yefeng's island could be over 1,000 square meters, which would be considered very large. Unexpectedly, he had already gone for an area of 10,000 square meters. Moreover, there are children among these people who go to the island. What does this mean? This shows that Tang Sichuan's conscience is still intact, and he did not abandon the other party just because the other party was a child, and did not have much labor force. Such people may be able to guard the last bottom line of mankind. Unknowingly, the old fisherman's favorable impression of Tang Sichuan improved a little.
Confidential,
Tang Sichuan said to the old fisherman with a smile, and then hung up the communication. Afterwards, Tang Sichuan looked at his supplies and felt that his supplies were barely enough to build an airship. But Tang Sichuan doesn't want to use his inventory. For him, food is now more abundant than other supplies. Tang Sichuan didn't want to use his own supplies for things that could be solved with food. After all, I don't know if these supplies will be as easy to obtain in the future as they are now. But what is certain is that in the end, everyone will definitely not be short of food. It is just about whether they can eat well. At this stage, food is still hard currency. In this case, what you should do is to exchange food for other supplies, and store the supplies you get from opening the boxes as war preparations. After thinking about it, Tang Sichuan directly linked the supplies he needed to the trading platform. At the same price, 100 g of fish meat was exchanged for 1 unit of supplies. As a result, as soon as Tang Sichuan put it up, it was immediately cleared. Tang Sichuan blinked, and then said,
"Looking at the survivors of this year, there is still some stock."
Tang Sichuan looked at the trading platform, then turned his head and glanced at the 2 fish ponds on his island. The fish pond is now full of fish, but there are fewer graded fish, only about 400 to 500, and each fish weighs about 5 kilograms. After doing this calculation, I now have more than 2 tons of high-grade fish with my own grade, and those fish without grades have already been sold out. Suppose it is less. It is at least about 10 tons now.
It seems it's time to cut leeks again.
Tang Sichuan touched his chin, considering whether to cut a wave of leeks. Perhaps, instead of cutting leeks, it should be said that Tang Sichuan was going to help other survivors. After all, it is very easy to get heat stroke if you have to go out to salvage boxes on such a hot day. Maybe, not to mention not catching a single box by then, I would suffer from heat stroke, and the gain would outweigh the loss.
Yes, I am doing good deeds, not cutting leeks,
Tang Sichuan said silently in his heart. Then, Tang Sichuan first removed the transaction for acquiring ships from the trading platform, and then listed the transaction for unlimited acquisition of various materials. The exchange ratio is that 100 g of fish is exchanged for 1 unit of material. As for the most important island stone, Tang Sichuan thought about it and directly listed 200 g of fish meat as a cornerstone of the transaction. This is no longer the beginning. At that time, no one knew the importance of the cornerstone. Now, everyone is facing the crisis of being swallowed up by 1 square meter of sea water every day. At this time, I still want to trade 100 g of fish meat for a cornerstone, but I can no longer exchange it. The price has also stabilized between 180 g and 220 g. Tang Sichuan chose a middle value, which was neither too high nor too low. However, there is not much difference between 100 g and 200 g for Tang Sichuan. What he is worried about now is that his fish pond will explode in less than 3 or 4 days. At this time, if you don't want to exchange some supplies, do you have to wait for the fish pond to explode? Don't tell Tang Sichuan anything. Why don't you stop fishing for sea fish? Sorry. Tang Sichuan also wants to live. In reality, I have never heard of anyone saying that some entrepreneurs think they have too much money.
Everyone, come and see! Boss Yifeng is here to buy unlimited supplies again. Great! In the past few days, all the supply boxes I have picked up are made of wood, and there is no food at all. I am about to starve to death. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng, for sparing me a dog's life. Didn't you notice? This one is called Night Breeze. He comes to buy unlimited food almost every 3 or 4 days. Do you think he has so much food? What's none of your business upstairs? Where did others get the fish? Should I report it to you? That's right. That's right. It's none of your business. Let me go. Are you crazy? I just said it casually. Are you targeting me like this? As for, if you make Mr. Yifeng angry and take him off the shelves, we will fight you tooth and nail.
Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen that exploded instantly, and he was speechless. It seems that every time he shows up, a group of people will come out to flatter him. Since someone flatters him, someone will definitely come out to criticize him. Tang Sichuan is already used to this. However, as habits become habits, Tang Sichuan still felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw these remarks.
Ahem. Let me say a few words. I think Yifeng's move is not appropriate.
At this time, a man named Shen Hongtao suddenly began to accuse Yifeng.
I think we are all flower farmers, and we should help each other. Since this person named Yifeng has extra food in his hand, He should share it with everyone instead of exchanging food for supplies. How will people from other countries view us if we do this? Moreover, it is a virtue for Chinese people to help each other. Yi Feng's move really embarrasses our people.
This Shen Hongtao said on the public screen with a look like I am an expert, and I am reasonable. When Tang Xichuan saw Shen Hongtao's words, he suddenly felt sick. Scholars from the Zhuan family are the most annoying. Chapter 48. Just because of his big face. This kind of person always puts himself on the moral high ground and then blames others. I always feel that everything others have is brought by the strong wind and should be shared. But he himself doesn't want to work, thinking that he only needs to make some remarks on the public platform, and people will naturally praise him. In other words, to put it in simpler terms, it is to be the first to complain about whatever you are unable to do. However, such people often have a large group of people to support them. These people who praise him are the same as that scholar, have the same values, and are equally indolent. Just like this Shen Hongtao. If Tang Xichuan remembered correctly, this person was the famous scholar on the internet. They preach every day not to have 3 children and reduce people's pensions and provident funds. He thinks that everyone is like him, earning a monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan, driving a government car, living in a government house, and having no pressure in life. Which of today's young people is not 996? In order to make a living, I have to give you 3 children? Tang Xichuan just wanted to ask. Who will raise him after he is born? Your own parents? As the main force of the contemporary labor force, this generation of young people are all between 26 and 35. Which of their parents is not in their 50s or 60s? Let an old man in his 50s or 60s run behind 3 children. Do you want to tire the old man to death? Not to mention hiring a nanny. In first-tier cities now, a nanny's monthly salary is at least more than 7,000 yuan, and even tens of thousands in better cases. Let me ask. This generation of young people have car loans and housing loans, and they also have to support their parents and children. Now spend thousands of dollars a month to hire a nanny. In this regard, Tang Xichuan would like to ask, have you considered the feelings and pressure of young people? Therefore, the only way is to let either the wife or the husband leave the job and stay at home. Not to mention, if the 2 main earners who support the family step down and take care of the children at home, will it lower the family's quality of life? Let's say that one of the husband or wife works as a full-time wife or full-time dad at home. Will being out of touch with society for a long time cause a generational gap in the sense of value between husband and wife? Think about it. A husband comes home from a hard day's work to face a wife who has been tortured by 3 children all day and is on the verge of a mental breakdown. Then the 2 had a big fight because the husband didn't change his shoes first after entering the house. Under such circumstances, how long do you think your marriage can last? Therefore, in Tang Xichuan's mind, such scholars are equivalent to Sima Zhong, Emperor Hui of Jin Dynasty, who said, why not eat mincemeat? If you don't go deep into the people, you will only talk at the top. Tang Xichuan can only give him 2 fingers. Yes, yes, we are all Chinese and should help each other. Support Professor Shen Hongtao. +1, +2, +10,086. Tang Xichuan looked at Gong Pingyishui's support for Shen Hongtao, and he suddenly felt tired. Although he knew that some of these people were Shen Hongtao's supporters, there were definitely gangsters who were there to make trouble because they saw a profit to be made. Thank you all for your support. Let's resist this Yifeng together and let him take out all the supplies and share them equally with us. Shen Hongtao looked at the public screen. Many people were supporting him, and he suddenly regained his former self. That feeling. God knows how he got here these days. He is a dignified professor at a university in Fujian province. But he is just like an ordinary farmer. He can only guard an island of about 10 square meters every day, make a living by fishing, and starve for 3 days. His thin-skinned and tender hands were already calloused. Your hand should be holding a pen, not a fishing net. With his status, wherever he goes, shouldn't he be supported by others? How can I go fishing and grab supply boxes by myself? Therefore, when he saw that Tang Xichuan could give out so much food in exchange for supplies in other people's hands today, he was not angry at all. Everything you have should be mine. Shen Hongtao looked at Yifeng viciously and said coldly, in that case, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Xichuan also looked at Shen Hongtao's speech and said in a cold tone, Tang Xichuan is the kind of person who takes revenge on the spot when he has a grudge. There will be no overnight grudges again. Didn't you say I should take out all the food? Okay, then I'll do it even harder. In view of the fact that some people are not friendly to me,
I have decided to lower the purchase price from 100G of fish to 80G, and the Cornerstone purchase price to 150G. Also, let me say one more thing. These materials of mine are all obtained through my own labor. They are regarded as my private property. I can dispose of them how I want. I don't need others to point out. I've never seen you jump out and ask Jack Ma and Xiao Ma to share their money with you before. Why? Considering that I am an ordinary person, you stand on moral grounds and are ready to accuse me? I'm sorry. I don't want to do this. If anyone dares to push you further, I will continue to surrender. Don't forget it. At present, this is the only way I can purchase unlimited quantities, forcing me to leave. The worst I can do is not buy supplies. I can still live well with these supplies. But you are missing a life-saving channel. If one day you are so hungry that you are about to starve to death, at least you can use other supplies to come to me in exchange for food to survive. If I close the redemption channel, think about the consequences for yourselves.
Tang Sichuan responded unceremoniously. After he finished speaking, the entire public screen suddenly fell silent. After a long time, someone started to speak.
Your uncle, Shen Hongtao. I've been so hacking disgusted with you for a long time. Originally, you liked to talk nonsense, and we just took it for fun. But what time is it now? You are still the same. That's it. Shen Hongtao, can you control your bad mouth? Do you know how much your words have cost us? Yes. I think the one who should be boycotted the most is you.
A beast who only knows how to talk. No matter what you say, I support Mr. Yefeng anyway. After all, the food and other things were caught by Mr. Yefeng himself. Why should he contribute it in vain? It's just because he thinks he's brave. Why else?
As soon as Tang Xiaochuan finished speaking, the whole public screen was filled with,
okay,
condemnation of Shen Hongtao.
Shen Hongtao never expected that Yifeng only said a few words.
And suddenly the entire public opinion began to change, and everyone began to denounce him. He even saw a few people who clearly supported him among the people who criticized him.
How could this happen?
Shen Hongtao's face turned pale. He was obviously telling the truth. Wasn't it always like this before? Why? This time, something is wrong. Shen Hongtao couldn't understand why, but he knew very well that after this, he became a thorn in everyone's side. I will never get ahead again. Chapter 49. Want to mess with me?
Yifeng, I don't agree with what you said. Professor Shen Hongtao just said one thing. Are you targeting Professor Shen like this?
Just when Shen Hongtao was desperate, Zhou Yunwei from the Deep Sea Titan Survival Group jumped out to save Shen Hongtao.
What? Are you planning on calling the beast out?
Tang Xiaochuan retorted not to be outdone.
So what?
Zhou Yunwei asked the same question. Zhou Yunwei now has the confidence to speak to Tang Xiaochuan like this. First of all, his own island has grown to more than 500 square meters, and he has more than 200 members. He didn't think Tang Xiaochuan, a single survivor, could compare with his survival group. Tang Xiaochuan also became suspicious of Zhou Yunwei's motives for jumping out at this time. Although there were some minor disputes between him and Zhou Yunwei, in Tang Xiaochuan's view, this was not incompatible. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan was a little confused, but he always felt that Zhou Yunwei was definitely not that innocent when he jumped out at this time. Zhou Yunwei, on the other hand, has his own plans. Why did he jump out at this time and choose to help Shen Hongtao? This is not to say that Zhou Yunwei wants to flatter Shen Hongtao. After all, everyone is trying to survive now. No matter what background you had in the previous world, when you get here, everyone is starting over. Why should you, the leader of a big survival group, flatter your professor? However, Zhou Yunwei chose to help Shen Hongtao at this time. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was going for Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan releases large amounts of supplies on public screens and trading platforms from time to time. His operation, on the one hand, influenced Zhou Yunwei to recruit other survivors to join. After all, joining a survival group requires you to turn in some supplies every day. On the other hand, due to personal reasons, Zhou Yunwei holds a grudge. No one wants to give their supplies to others for free. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan's large-scale release of supplies actually greatly affected Zhou Yunwei's recruitment. In fact, to put it bluntly, the survival group is more like a platform. Everyone pays certain supplies as a fee for using the platform. Then you can exchange what you have on the platform. Although, a part of the supplies needs to be paid every day to the upper management of the survival group. But you can also enjoy the benefits brought by the survival group, which is guaranteed transactions. For example, You need a weapon, but you don't want to buy it just for temporary use. You go to find someone to rent it alone, not to mention whether you will not pay it back after renting it, or whether the other party will refund your deposit. If the weapon is damaged during use, who is responsible for it? This series of conflicts are actually resolved in the survival group. First of all, the users of this platform are all members of the survival group and everyone is familiar with it. Secondly, the fees and deposits you pay for using the items are paid to the manager of the survival group. After use, the manager will return the materials to the other party. As managers, the top management of the survival group can obtain a certain proportion of materials from each transaction. To put it simply, it is layer extraction. In this way, the senior leaders of the survival group do not have to work hard to salvage supplies every day, and they can still live well. Moreover, as the survival group gets bigger and its reputation gets better and better, the total amount of materials obtained by the top management will be astonishing. Looking at it this way, the survival group actually has a lot of room. The premise is that Tang Sichuan will not interfere. After all, judging from the supplies Tang Sichuan released from time to time, the total amount of supplies he used was equivalent to a survival group. Of course, this total amount is based on the current total amount exchanged by Tang Sichuan. If Zhou Yunwei knew that these supplies were nothing to Tang Sichuan, he would never go against Tang Sichuan. In fact, no matter how you put it, whether for personal reasons or for the survival group, Zhou Yunwei and Tang Sichuan were destined to be at odds with each other. Zhou Yunwei wants to develop his own survival group. On the one hand, he must manage the reputation of his survival group. And on the other hand, he must increase his popularity. The fastest way to increase your popularity is to step on another well-known person. Tang Sichuan is actually very famous in the eyes of other survivors because he often exchanges supplies. In addition, Tang Sichuan's prices are fair, and a large number of survivors trade according to the prices given by Tang Sichuan. If Tang Sichuan didn't figure it out one day and wanted to form a survival group, then with the huge reputation he gained in the early stage, he could instantly form a survival group far superior to others. As for these, the senior leaders of the survival group have become accustomed to getting a large amount of supplies by making guarantees every day. Once a large number of personnel are lost, life will be difficult for them. Therefore, Zhou Yunwei and a group of people targeted Tang Sichuan. This is not only the meaning of Zhou Yunwei's family survival group, but also the meaning of the other 15 survival groups. They all wanted to suppress the variable Tang Sichuan first. But Tang Sichuan didn't know all this. He was just very strange. He only had a small conflict with this Zhou Yunwei. As for being angry with him now, then what do you want to do? Tang Sichuan asked with a frown. You don't want to do anything. But you, Lord Yefeng, have some resources in your hands, and you think you can lower the price at will? I'm sorry. Our deep-sea Titan survival team will not coddle you. Come on, fellow survivors. Whatever materials Yifeng collects from now on, our deep-sea Titans will also collect them. However, we pay a 10% premium, Zhou Yunwei said very proudly. As soon as Zhou Yunwei finished speaking, the words, Great God Nayuhide, appeared on the entire public screen. At this time, Zhou Yunwei had a smile on his lips. He could already imagine the scene in which he stepped on the man named Yishin to the ground, gained a lot of reputation, and the survivors applied to join the group one after another. Tang Sichuan frowned. He could now deeply feel that he was being targeted by Zhou Yunwei. However, he is probably too naive to want to intercept himself just because he wants a 10% premium. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you, Tang Sichuan said calmly on the public screen. Tang Sichuan lacks everything now, except food. There are at least 10 tons of fish in the pond alone. He didn't believe that at this time. A survival group could produce 10 tons of fish. Moreover, these fish are only equivalent to the output of my own island in 3 days. Even if he lost everything, Tang Sichuan wouldn't feel bad at all. The worst he could do was to eat some grated fish during this period, since the other party has made it clear that he wants to mess with him. Tang Sichuan will definitely accompany him to the end. It's impossible to retreat. Isn't it just 10 tons of fish? Done. From now on, the exchange price of ordinary materials will be increased to 150 G per unit, and each cornerstone will be 300 G of marine fish. I will buy unlimited quantities here. Do you want to follow? Tang Sichuan first went to the trading market, revised the price, and then faced Zhou Yunwei said, Chapter 50, Every time you come back, you will lose money. Zhou Yunwei's good mood had not lasted for 2 minutes before it was completely destroyed by Tang Sichuan's move. He couldn't understand how Tang Sichuan, who was just a person
and had never heard of him joining any survival group, could provide so many supplies. Don't ask why Zhou Yunwei knew that there was no survival group behind Tang Sichuan. If Tang Sichuan really had a survival group, he would not have been able to go so long without saying a word to attract people to the survival group. After all, Tang Sichuan has become a brand now. If he says a word, it will probably be more effective than the leader of the survival group shouting for a day. However, Tang Sichuan never said that what he said on the public screen was often about purchasing supplies. Therefore, Zhou Yunwei can be sure that there is no survival group behind Tang Sichuan. However, this is strange. How could he have so many supplies by himself? Seeing this scene, Zhou Yunwei frowned, while he ordered his deputy to arrange for someone to exchange supplies with Tang Sichuan. He continued to confront Tang Sichuan on the public screen.
It's just a 50% premium. So I'll go with it. General supplies are 160 G of fish, and Cornerstone is 320 G of fish. I don't believe you can have so much food.
Zhou Yunwei provoked Tang Sichuan. The other survivors looked at Tang Sichuan and Zhou Yunwei fighting each other, and their moods were extremely beautiful at this time. These two big guys raised prices with each other, and in the end, the ones who get the cheaper ones are always their group of theatreadors. After all, originally, 1 unit of basic supplies could only be exchanged for 100 G of fish meat. But now, it could be directly exchanged for 160 G. Don't underestimate the 60 G. A little adds up to a lot. 1 unit is 60 G. So what about 10 units? Therefore, the other survivors watching the show wished that the big bosses would confront each other like this every day.
160 G? That's it? You're still a big leader,
Tang Sichuan said in a nonchalant manner, and then said,
Then I will purchase ordinary materials for 200 G. And the Cornerstone is 400 G. I'll go. I'm at a loss. Oh my god. My hand speed after being single for 20 years seems a bit redundant at this time. Upstairs, I have been single for 30 years.
Tang Sichuan had just announced the new price, and the other survivors suddenly started wailing. Their original price premium of 60% is considered to be the upper limit. As a result, Tang Sichuan immediately paid a 100% premium and purchased it at double the price. At this time, Zhou Yunwei's face became even darker. His face was dark, not only because Tang Sichuan's premium made him lose face, but also because he asked his deputy to go to Tang Sichuan to exchange for 50% of the premium materials. At this time, he seemed to be at a loss. However, now that he has reached this point, Zhou Yunwei has no possibility of backing down. If his own survival team couldn't suppress Tang Sichuan alone, then he wouldn't have to mess around anymore, and his reputation would definitely be ruined.
It's just double the premium. I'll continue.
As he said that, Zhou Yunwei directly raised the price to 110%.
220 G of fish meat can be exchanged for ordinary supplies, and 440 G can be exchanged for cornerstones. If you have the ability, Yi Feng, you can continue to follow.
Zhou Yunwei looked at Tang Sichuan and said,
250 G of fish meat can be exchanged for ordinary supplies, and 500 G can be exchanged for cornerstones.
Tang Sichuan didn't have any extra words, and directly explained everything with actions.
Nima, these two big guys are going crazy. As the saying goes, mortals suffer when gods fight. But why? I hope such a fight between gods happens once a day. Upstairs, I think you are cheap, but I like you very much. No, you still have time to joke around here. Why don't you go redeem it? Why are you so anxious? Didn't you see the two big guys fighting here? If you wait a little longer, the supplies will be doubled. This is not just a doubling. This is a super doubling. Yes. What you said above makes sense. I think I can survive for a while. No, it's from upstairs. I saw your ID. It looks familiar. Don't you often say you're going to starve to death? Can you still survive now? I can hold it. I'll hold it for a few more minutes, and I'll be full in a while.
The survivor above, who often begged in the public screen, said grandly. Tang Sichuan didn't pay attention to what other people said at this time. He only cared about whether Zhou Yunwei followed. This time, if Zhou Yunwei cannot be suppressed, then Zhou Yunwei may not know how he will mock him in the future. For Tang Sichuan, supplies were only a matter of 2 or 3 days. The main thing was that he couldn't stand Zhou Yunwei. He was obviously purchasing supplies normally. But first the professor named Shen Hongtao jumped out to accuse him. And then Zhou Yunwei. Although what they said couldn't hurt Tang Sichuan at all, it was disgusting enough. Tang Sichuan may not even realize now that he is no longer the same person at this time. In the past, He was cautious and cautious. Because of his family background. He was unwilling to conflict with others. And now, are you trying to dance in front of me? I can't beat you to death. Anyway, I have a lot of supplies. So this is not enough. Moreover, during this period of time, don't look at the public screen. The survivors are talking about waiting. But they are only talking. And the movements of their hands are not slow. At least now. The various materials in Tang Sichuan's hands exceed 3 digits. And the foundation stone has reached 557 yuan. However, what Tang Sichuan didn't know was that a large part of these supplies came from Zhou Yunwei. Maybe if he knew about it, he would say it didn't matter, since he would just trade with anyone anyway. As for Zhou Yunwei, his face had turned completely dark. He didn't expect Tang Sichuan to be able to come up with so many supplies. His deputy just told him that all the basic supplies and island stones in their hands had been exchanged. So far, the fish meat he has exchanged has exceeded 1 ton. What is the concept? 1 ton of fish is 1,000 kilograms, which is 1,000,000 g. Normally, a person can eat up to 1,500 g of food in one meal, which is 3 kilograms. And how long will it take him to eat so much fish? The weather is getting hotter and hotter now. If the fish meat is not handled well, it will deteriorate, which is equivalent to throwing away the fish meat in vain. When Zhou Yunwei thought that the fish meat might go bad, his mood was not so beautiful. He now needs to make a decision whether to continue fighting with Tang Sichuan. If he chooses to continue to fight, he will have to continue to raise the exchange price. And in the end it is very likely that he will not be able to compete with the other party. If he doesn't choose to continue fighting, what will he do to his face? However, no matter what choice he made, Zhou Yunwei knew that he could no longer secretly exchange supplies with Tang Sichuan. After all, this ton of fish meat is enough to give him a headache. What? Are you mute? Tang Sichuan looked at Zhou Yunwei, who had not raised the price for more than a minute, and showed a smile. Fortunately, I thought he was so powerful, so I ended up accepting a 150% premium. You're cruel. We're not done with this. In the end, Zhou Yunwei's rationality prevailed, and he felt that he could no longer continue to fight with Tang Sichuan. If this continues, his survival team may be affected. In other words, it has been affected now. After all, he has a ton of fish to deal with. You can't eat it yourself. You can only exchange it. Now, Tang Sichuan has directly raised the price to a 150% premium. This also means that if he wants to process these fish, he can only handle them at 150%. Over and over again, Zhou Yunwei found that he had suffered a huge loss. Chapter 51. The area of the island exceeds 10,000. When Tang Sichuan saw Zhou Yunwei say the last harsh words and stop talking, he suddenly felt that he had lost some fun. Tang Sichuan is not the kind of person who likes to deliberately look for trouble. Although he doesn't like to look for trouble, he is not afraid of it. Now that Zhou Yunwei has given in, he has also lost the mood to continue fighting with Zhou Yunwei. All that's left now is to exchange supplies. However, Tang Sichuan also had some ideas about exchanging supplies. He was wondering whether he should adjust the price back. But he just thought about it for a moment and rejected the idea of adjusting the price back to the original price. First, he took the initiative to adjust his price, although there was an intention to fight with others. But as a man, if you say it out loud, you can still take back the water you spilled. Second, these fish meats are just like what he said. They are just some extra things. Only 2 or 3 days production. There is no need to poke someone in the spine for such a small amount of supplies. He thought for a while, and said on the public screen, "Thank you for your support. We are all survivors, and we are all struggling to survive. Although I, Yi Feng, don't like to find trouble or target anyone. But if someone wants to find trouble with me, I will stay with him until the end. We have been together for 7 days. We still have a long time to come. I hope everyone can support each other. I won't change today's exchange price. If you have extra supplies, just go ahead and exchange them. However, the total materials are only 10 tons. Until they are replaced, the price will return to the normal price tomorrow." After Tang Sichuan said this, he immediately closed the public screen. What he said made ordinary survivors jump for joy and made Zhou Yunwei's face turn black. 10 tons! How could he have 10 tons of supplies? I have already redeemed 1 ton. He still has 10 tons. Zhou Yunwei was a little crazy. Only now did he understand where Tang Sichuan had the confidence to fight with him. Just like what he said, we have only been in this world for 7 days. And while others are still struggling to survive, He can provide 10 tons of supplies. How did he do it? And what kind of monster did he provoke? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuwei felt a little bitter in his mouth. The other survivors were very happy. A full 150% premium was exchanged for 10 tons of supplies. What is the concept? Originally, a foundation stone could only be exchanged for 200 g of fish meat. But now it can be exchanged for 500 g. With the same amount of supplies, you can exchange for more fish and meat, allowing you to have a full meal in this strange world. In response, the other survivors could only shout, "Yi Feng Yobi," and then began to exchange supplies in a hurry. After all, many survivors have been hungry for a week. If they don't add some food at this time, they may really starve to death. How much is 10 tons of fish and meat? It's a lot. And it is indeed a lot. But facing a team of survivors with 1 million people, one person can't give much at all. It can be said that Tang Sichuan had just finished speaking and opened the exchange authority. The next second, the 10 tons of fish and meat were exchanged.
Holy crap! Are you animals? You robbed 10 tons of fish in 3 seconds. Upstairs. Don't insult the animals. Animals don't have such speed. I'm afraid you've been single for hundreds of years. It's so fast.
Some people who didn't grab the supplies yelled on the public screen.
Ha! Upstairs. How about my hand speed? Which I have been single for 30 years? Fast? Let me tell you. I grabbed a whole fish. This fish weighs at least 5 kilograms. Let me go. It weighs 5 pounds? It's upstairs. You won't exchange all your underwear for it. Right. Ha! If Boss Yeffing wants it, I don't mind. Anyway, I'm on an island, and I'm scared to death if there's no one around. And the weather is so hot. So if you have a bare butt, you'll have a bare butt. Bah! You're shameless upstairs. How could the boss Yifeng want your underwear? If the boss wants it, he should also want it from this fairy. You're upstairs. I'm afraid you're not His Highness Jiao. If you have the ability, you can join me and let's take a look,
said the survivor who said he wanted to exchange underwear.
Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Well, the amount of information is a bit too much. Are you not interested in men? I seem to understand something.
After Tang Sichuan opened the exchange rights, the public screen suddenly became lively. Regardless of whether the survivors grabbed Tang Sichuan's fish or not, they were all happy now. They first watched a big show and then moved on to food. In addition, this group of survivors has been suppressed for a long time and needs a breakthrough to vent. At this time, it was their time to vent. However, all this had nothing to do with Tang Sichuan. After he exited the public screen, he began to lie on the rocking chair and take a nap. Because it was a blood moon yesterday, he actually didn't sleep much all night. He didn't fall asleep until it was daytime. When he got up today, he first opened more than 200 supply boxes, then contacted the old fisherman and exchanged for the airship in his hand, and then went to fight with people on the public screen. At this moment, Tang Sichuan was completely relieved. While he was thinking about how to live his life in the future, he fell asleep in a daze. Although the weather outside was very hot, there was air conditioning in his apartment, so the temperature was suitable. Tang Sichuan slept until the evening. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check the supplies he had exchanged today. Tang Sichuan just glanced at basic materials such as wood, stone, glass, and plastic. He didn't pay attention to the specific amount. Anyway, he knew that these materials were around 2,000 to 3,000. What he cares about most now is the cornerstone. However, when he saw that the cornerstone of his exchange this time was only 1,598 yuan, he was slightly disappointed. Among them, more than 500 yuan were exchanged before. This means that Tang Sichuan only exchanged more than 1,000 points for these 10 tons of fish. Although there is an element of premium in it, Tang Sichuan also knows that this probably means that everyone understands the importance of the cornerstone. After all, reducing the island area by 1 square meter every day is a restriction that no one can escape. And those who are seeking survival will reserve a few pieces of money in their hands for emergencies. However, even so, Tang Sichuan still expressed satisfaction. At least for now. His island area actually exceeds 10,000 square meters, bigger than a regular football field. Tang Sichuan first used the foundation stone directly. At this time, the total area of his island had reached 10,595 square meters. Then he took out the blueprint of the airship and chose to build it directly on the island stone. Suddenly, Tang Sichuan felt a light touch in his hand. When he lowered his head, he saw that the drawing in his hand had disappeared. He immediately raised his head, and saw through the window a large ship suddenly appearing in the harbor. Chapter 52. If you touch my boat, I will kill you. When Tang Sichuan saw the big boat, he immediately ran out of his apartment and ran towards the dock. Although Tang Sichuan's island at this time had exceeded 10,000 square meters, the actual circumference was only more than 100 meters square, so he quickly ran to the pier. At this time, at the dock, not only were Nushi and Haichi already standing on the shore watching the sudden appearance of the airship, but Binbo Erba and the others were also watching from the sea. When Tang Sichuan came to the dock, the four people saluted Tang Sichuan, and Tang Sichuan waved indifferently.
Master, this boat suddenly appeared here.
Nushi looked at Tang Sichuan and said,
Yes, I know. I built this.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then looked at the airship. This airship is 12 meters long and has 2 floors. It is streamlined and looks very beautiful. Although Tang Sichuan didn't know how much such a beautiful boat could be sold for in real life, he knew that this boat should be the best at the moment. After all, this ship is S-class. It can withstand attacks from S level and below, and has a speed of 800 kilometers. This speed is impossible to achieve in reality, because the materials in reality cannot reach such strength. I have to say that this ship is very beautiful. When Tang Sichuan saw the ship for the first time, he thought it was very good. At least, those supplies are worth the money spent.
It seems that it would be good to consider taking a boat out for fun in the future.
Tang Sichuan touched his chin and thought to himself, I have heard before that rich people like to buy yachts, and then ask girls to go out on the high seas. Although I was a loser before and couldn't afford it, now I have it. Moreover, if this ship is brought back to reality, it will definitely destroy all yachts.
Nushi, you two come up with me and have a look.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and decided to go up and try out the boat first.
Okay, master.
Nushi nodded with Haitu, and followed Tang Sichuan onto the yacht. When Tang Sichuan just stepped onto the yacht, he was stunned by the interior decoration of the yacht. Although this yacht looks full of technology from the outside, it becomes even more technological after entering the interior. The floor is Nanma, and there are sofas, refrigerators, and wine cabinets. Although there is no wine in the wine cabinet, it is full of style. What surprised Tang Sichuan the most was that the ship had no rudder, only a huge electronic projection board, just like the electronic board in science fiction movies.
How to operate this boat?
Tang Sichuan was a little confused. He also wanted to take Nushi and the others to take a wave in the surrounding sea. It turned out there was no rudder and no starting button. However, as soon as Tang Sichuan finished speaking, an electronically synthesized female voice suddenly came to mind.
Welcome, master. What do you need? Here. Is this an intelligent AI?
When Tang Sichuan heard this electronically synthesized voice, he shouted in surprise. Although he had never seen an actual intelligent AI before, he had heard about it. However, Tang Sichuan had heard of it, but Nushi and the others had not. The two of them only knew that there were only 3 of them here. And at this time, a 4th person's voice suddenly appeared, and they were suddenly frightened. However, the next second, they quickly sandwiched Tang Sichuan in the middle and looked around cautiously, fearing that someone would suddenly appear and threaten Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan looked at the 2 people, Nushi, sandwiching him in the middle to protect him. It was impossible not to be touched. However, the person speaking is an AI. Do you two need to be so nervous?
Go away! Go away! Don't make a fuss.
Tang Sichuan pushed Stubborn Stone and Haichi away, walked out from behind them, and then continued,
This thing won't hurt me.
Oh! Nashi and Haichi retreated after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Are you the control system of this ship?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Yes, master. Feiyu, I look forward to serving master.
The intelligent AI replied.
Oh, is this ship called Feiyu?
Tang Sichuan asked doubtfully.
Yes. If the owner doesn't like it, the name can be changed. No, just call it this. I'll call you Xiao Feifei from now on.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and said.
Okay, master. Xiao Feifei is at your service wholeheartedly. Master, is there anything you need?
Xiao Feifei replied.
Can you run 2 laps? I want to try.
Tang Sichuan asked.
Yes, but master, please get on the chair first and fasten your seatbelt.
As he spoke, a few chairs suddenly rose up from under the wooden floor in the originally empty cab. Tang Sichuan first signaled for Nushi and the others to sit down, and then taught them step by step to fasten their seat belts before he sat down in his seat. Perhaps it was because it was the first time they came into contact with such a thing. Yin Shi and the two of them felt a little unnatural. But they still followed Tang Xiuquan's words, and did a good job honestly. However, as soon as Tang Xiuquan sat down, he saw Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin swaying onto the deck.
Master! Master! We also want to take a boat!
Bin Boer Ba shouted to Tang Xiuquan as he walked.
What are you two doing here?
Tang Xiuquan looked at Bin Boer and Ba, who were all wet and dripping water. What's even weirder is that this running boy got some seaweed from nowhere, and then made it into something like a hat, which he put on his big head. There was still a lump of meat in his hand, which he didn't know what it was, and it was dripping with water. The originally clean and tidy deck was immediately stained by them.
My ship!
Tang Xiuquan wailed immediately after seeing them like this. Such a beautiful boat was actually made dirty by the two of them. After hearing Tang Xiuquan's words, Bin Boer and Ba were at a loss. Standing between the deck and the cabin, they could neither advance nor retreat.
Do you two want to take a boat?
Tang Xiuquan looked at the two of them angrily. Upon hearing Tang Xiuquan's question, Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin nodded quickly.
Okay, I'll satisfy you.
As he said that, a sneer appeared on Tang Xiuquan's lips.
Xiao Fei, close the door. Let's start the boat. Let's go 400 kilometers first. Yes, master.
Xiao Fei immediately followed Tang Xiuquan's order, and a glass door immediately rose, isolating the deck and the inside of the cabin. Then, Tang Xiuquan felt that the ship began to tremble slightly, and then a huge pushing feeling hit his back, pressing Tang Xiuquan firmly into his seat. Tang Xiuquan couldn't look back and see what Nushi and the two looked like, but he felt that it wouldn't be a good feeling. However, the most uncomfortable ones should be Bin Boer Ba and the others. At this time, due to the huge inertia, the two of them were pressed against the glass door, their faces deformed. Seeing the horrified expressions of Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin, Tang Xiuquan suddenly felt happy. This was the result he wanted.
Let you two fight my boat.
Tang Xiuquan knew from the beginning that this would be the result. So he asked Xiao Fei to close the door and start the boat without giving Bin Boer Ba and the others a chance. However, Tang Xiuquan was quite conscientious and did not let Xiao Fei directly increase the speed to 800 kilometers per hour. If he suddenly accelerated to that speed, people would be blown to pieces. And 400 kilometers is just enough to make them uncomfortable, but not fatal.
Xiao Fei, emergency stop!
Tang Xiuquan had just finished giving the order when he saw Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin flying out directly from the glass door. Chapter 53: The Establishment of a Small Group. Half an hour later, Tang Xiuquan looked at the Feiyu not far away with an unhappy expression.
Hurry up! You can't eat until you finish today!
Tang Xiuquan shouted loudly to the Feiyu.
Yes! 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 Master!
Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin were kneeling on the deck, trying their best to wipe the deck. They wanted to cry at this time, but they couldn't. How could there be such a vicious master in the world? It was obviously the two of us who were injured just now, and now we have to mop the deck. At this time, the two men, Bin Boer and Ba, felt a little regretful about getting on the boat. Tang Xiuquan, on the other hand, had a sinister smile on his face. Just now, in order to punish Bin Boer Ba and the others, Tang Xiuquan directly asked Xiao Fei to close the door and start the ship. The huge inertia made the two of them experience the feeling of flying in the air. First, he was pressed firmly against the glass, and then he was thrown away. Then they passed out, and when they woke up again, they found that they had returned to the shore. When Tang Xiuquan saw the two of them waking up, he threw them a rag and asked them to wipe the deck. Originally, Erba had experienced a trapeze trip and was unwilling to get on the boat. But Tang Xiuquan directly threatened the two of them. If they didn't get on the boat, they would fly again without food. Forced by Tang Xiuquan's threat, they could only endure it silently, climbed back on the yacht, and started wiping the deck. Tang Xiuquan acted as the supervisor, and Nashi started to prepare dinner behind Tang Xiuquan's back.
Master, the fish is ready.
Not long after, Nushi took a grilled fish and handed it to Tang Xiuquan. Tang Xiuquan took the grilled fish and took a bite. He thought it was pretty good, charred on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. Not far away, Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin, when they heard that the fish was ready, immediately raised their heads and looked at Tang Xiuquan. They were waiting for Tang Xiuquan to say that dinner was ready.
What are you looking at? You can't finish the work and you can't eat.
Tang Xiuquan saw Bin Boer Ba and the others turning around and knew what they were thinking, so he immediately scolded him. In fact, this was not because Tang Xiuquan deliberately made things difficult for the two of them, but to let them know what the rules were. although the two of them are natives. Their previous tribes also had the concept of superiority and inferiority. As for Bin Boerba and the others, they are from the Sea clan, and they have no such concept at all. In other words, the concept is very weak. That's why Tang Sichuan needs to teach them what the rules are. Another point is that Bin Borba and the others are from the Sea tribe and are very curious about some human things. For example, on this yacht, if they consulted Tang Xiaochuan first, he would be fine with it. He is not a stingy person either. However, neither of them asked. They just got on the boat and then asked Tang Sichuan. This made him unhappy. This time it was a ship, so there was no danger. What if it was something that would be extremely dangerous next time? Did the two of them also try it first before asking? For example, if Tang Sichuan gets a plane this time, do we have to wait for the two of them to try? What if it falls from the sky? Therefore, Tang Sichuan is teaching them that for some things, they must first ask his master before doing it. This is called the rule. This is Tang Sichuan, who keeps telling himself in his heart that this is for their own good. As for whether this is really the case, perhaps only Tang Sichuan himself knows. After finishing a piece of grilled fish, Tang Sichuan stood up slowly and said to Nushi,
You supervise them. You must clean the Feiyu before eating. Okay, master.
Nushi replied immediately. After Tang Sichuan finished speaking, he took 5 grilled fish again and walked towards his apartment. He had had dinner, but the other people hadn't eaten yet. After Tang Sichuan distributed the fish, he was ready to tell everyone that he had obtained the boat. Tang Sichuan pulled Maen and the others into a group chat, and then said,
Are you all here? I have something to say. Yes,
Maen replied. Although they were wondering why Tang Sichuan suddenly joined a group, she still didn't ask.
I'm here,
Fong Long replied.
Boss, what's the matter?
The rural boy also replied.
You said,
This is Super Dad.
I'm here too.
The old fisherman also said something.
Since everyone is here, I will tell you directly. First of all, our own small team was officially established today. I believe everyone has guessed it before. So let's meet today. Sister Maen, my roommate, is also the only woman in our team currently. Fong Long, a flower grower and academician of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. I don't need to introduce him anymore. Rural boy, Mr. Fong, student. By the way, what is your real name?
Tang Sichuan suddenly asked when introducing the rural boy.
Boss. My name is Shinqian,
said the rural boy.
Huh? Save money? Boss, it's heavy money. Not saving money,
Shinqian said with a ashamed expression.
Yes, it saves money. That's right.
Tang Sichuan touched his head and said with some doubts.
Okay, boss. As long as you're happy.
Shinqian heard that Tang Sichuan was teasing him, so he didn't want to defend himself.
Okay, let's get down to business.
Tang Sichuan also smiled.
Super Daddy. Veteran. With a little baby.
Tang Sichuan introduced the Super Daddy.
Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Ji. Please take good care of me in the future. My daughter's name is Zhang Yan, and her nickname is Wen.
Zhang Ji also introduced himself.
Well, the last one is an old fisherman. He used to be an individual boss in aquaculture. He is also a new member of our team. Hello everyone. My name is Yumin. Please take care of me.
Yumin said.
We know your name is Fisherman. What is your real name?
Shinqian asked.
My name is Yumin.
Yumin also showed a shameful expression.
Yes, you are a fisherman. What is your name?
Shinqian asked.
Yumin
was also confused by the heavy money and didn't know how to explain it. At this time, Shinqian showed a proud smile. But before the smile lasted long, he saw Tang Sichuan directly mute him.
Save money. I found out that you are the only one who talks a lot. I will ban you for 1 day.
Tang Sichuan exercised his rights as the leader of the group. Shinqian.
Okay, let's talk about the second thing. For this second thing, we have to thank Yumin. He provided our team with the blueprints of a yacht. I also built it.
Tang Sichuan said lightly.
What? Really?
Following Tang Xiaochuan's words, the entire small group suddenly let out a burst of exclamations. They all knew what it meant that the ship Tang Sichuan mentioned was built. Chapter 54. It would be a pity not to eat cucumbers.
Yes.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then sent Feiyu's information to the group. When everyone saw the message sent by Tang Sichuan, they immediately exclaimed.
Great.
Maen said.
It seems that, old man, I will be useful in the future.
Mr. Fong also nodded. Tang Sichuan had told him before that from now on, the agricultural cultivation on his island would be left to him. Zhang Ji and Yumin didn't speak, but they nodded and said it was good. Among all the people, only Shenqian remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he couldn't.
So, today I am gathering everyone. One is to celebrate the establishment of our small group, and the other is to determine everyone's location and then bring everyone to my island. Then how do we determine the location?
At this time, Fan Long asked.
I forgot to mention this. I got a remote locator from Zhang Ji before and built it. I will trade the locator to you in a moment. Let's determine the location first, and then plan the route.
Tang Xiuchuan said to Fan Long. Zhang Ji, Maen, and Yumin all knew about this matter, but Shenqian and Fan Long did not. Tang Sichuan explained and distributed the locator in his hand. After everyone got the locator, Tang Sichuan glanced at the locator screen, and then they started to cover their foreheads. Maen is in the northeast, 5,894 kilometers away. Yumin is in the due north direction, 7,421 kilometers away. Fan Long is in the southwest, 6,256 kilometers away. Zhangji is in the southeast direction, 4,857 kilometers away. Shenqian is in the due west direction, 9,784 kilometers away. 5 people, 5 directions, except for Maen and Yumin who are barely on the same road. The others are completely opposite. How to arrange this? Tang Xiuchuan has some numbness. He can't think of any good solution for the time being, so he can only let the matter go and discuss it together. When everyone saw the location map given by Tang Sichuan, they didn't know what to do.
Let's discuss it and see who comes first,
Tang Sichuan said slowly. It is unrealistic to bring people to the island at once. First of all, Tang Sichuan is alone now, and he cannot leave the island for too long. Secondly, although Feiyu is fast and does not use oil, it does need to be recharged, and its maximum range is only 10,000 kilometers. The Feiyu comes with a solar charging panel, which can also be connected to an external power source, but it takes 12 hours to charge once. If it is charged only with solar energy, it will take 24 hours. It's impossible for Tang Sichuan to run away with a small water wheel power station. Therefore, Tang Sichuan must decide who to pick up first and who to pick up later.
As you all know, the Feiyu must be fully charged for 12 hours on a single charge, and its range is only 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, I cannot leave the island for a long time, so everyone can speak freely and give a result today.
Sichuan,
I have a proposal,
Maen said immediately.
Sister Maen, tell me.
Sichuan,
actually you don't need to leave the island,
Maen said.
Huh?
Tang Sichuan was a little confused. There was no need to leave. How could he pick up someone?
You can just trade the Feiyu and let the other party come over by themselves. Huh? Why didn't I think of that?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the problem of not wanting to leave the island could be solved so easily.
Yes. You just trade over and we'll go there ourselves.
Zhang Ji also nodded.
Well, that's good. But the question is, who should be allowed to come over first?
Tang Sichuan was a little hesitant, not knowing who to let go to the island first.
Give it to Zhang Ji. He is closest to you, and he also has a child.
Fan Long spoke at this time.
Yes. Let Zhang Ji go first. Besides,
isn't he only more than 4,800 kilometers away from you? After he arrives on the island, Feiyu should still have power. He only needs to replenish the power by then. It should be better than the time after running out of power. It charges quickly.
Maen also said, although she wanted to see Tang Xiuchuan now, given the current situation, it was most appropriate for Zhang Ji to go to the island first. Others did not object when they heard what Fan Long and Maen said.
Okay, Zhang Ji will be the first,
Tang Xiuchuan said.
What about the second one? I think the second one should be Yumin and Miss Maen going to the island. They are both going the same way,
Fan Long said.
Well, that makes sense.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded after hearing Fan Long's words.
For the third trip, give Shenqian. I will be the last. In this case, Shenqian can still pick me up,
Fan Long said with a smile.
No.
Tang Xiuchuan refused.
The third Mr. Fang.
Huh?
Why?
Fan Long was a little confused.
First of all, Shenqian is too far away. If he goes to pick you up, the journey will be too far. I'm worried that the battery is not enough. Moreover, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so it is better to settle down as soon as possible.
Tang Xiuquan said slowly. After hearing what Tang Xiuquan said, Fong Long thought about it and agreed. So, the entire order of picking up people was decided. However, Tang Xiuquan asked everyone what they thought, but he forgot to ask Shen Qian what he thought. Shen Qian wanted to protest, but was speechless and could only passively accept Tang Xiuquan's arrangement.
Sichuan, I have a question. With so many of us going to your island, can you accommodate so many people there?
Maen asked with some confusion.
Don't worry.
Tang Xiuquan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said,
My island now exceeds 10,000 square meters. Although we may not give you much private space at the moment, our island will become bigger.
What?
10,000 square meters.
Maen was stunned when she heard Tang Xiuquan's words. A standard football field with a length of 110 meters and a width of 90 meters is only 9,900 square meters. But Tang Xiuquan said that his island has more than 10,000 islands, which is larger than a standard football field. Looking at Ma Yin's surprised expression, Tang Xiuquan felt a little carried away.
Well, I still like to see Sister Ma Yin's expression. Her little mouth is slightly open. It would be a waste not to put a cucumber in it. Speaking of cucumbers, it seems that I haven't eaten vegetables for a long time. No. Since the island has reached 10,000 square meters, I have to remove the vegetable seeds no matter what. If I eat fish every day, I can't even pull out the rice fields.
Tang Xiuquan's mind started thinking about other things randomly. After discussing everything, Tang Xiuquan looked at the time and saw that it was almost 8 o'clock.
Okay. It's already very late. Let's take a rest and recuperate in the past few days.
Tang Xiuquan said to everyone. After he left the group chat, Tang Xiuquan contacted Zhang Ji alone and traded the charged yacht.
Brother Zhang, I suggest you set off tomorrow morning.
Tang Xiuquan said to Zhang Ji.
No. Let's set off today. I will set off now and should arrive in the middle of the night. In this case, you can still charge the yacht without delaying others.
Zhang Ji shook his head. Chapter 55, I have a tale behind me. When Tang Xiuquan heard Zhang Ji's words, he just thought about it for a moment and felt that what he said made sense. After all, Zhang Ji is very close to me, only more than 4,800 kilometers away, and it only takes more than 6 hours to get there. Don't delay having breakfast. Therefore, Tang Xiuquan directly traded the Feiyu.
Okay. Just pack up and prepare to come over.
Tang Xiuquan said to Zhang Ji when he saw him accepting the transaction.
I understand. I'll handle it here and then trade the excess supplies over first.
Zhang Ji also nodded and then hung up the communication. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Ji sent the transaction application. Tang Xiuquan accepted it without even looking at it, and then placed Zhang Ji's supplies casually outside the apartment. These supplies are not worth mentioning to Tang Xiuquan, but they are some basic living supplies.
These days, all the good things Zhang Ji salvaged were traded to Tang Xiuquan. In his words, Tang Xiuquan is responsible for his 3 meals a day. There is no use for him to keep these things, so he might as well give them to Tang Xiuquan. What he left behind was only some basic living supplies, such as water, foundation stones, and food. Moreover, the quantity was pitifully small, barely enough to cover a day's supply, and these were all requested by Tang Xiuquan. He was afraid of himself. If something was delayed one day, the father and daughter would be hungry. Tang Xiuquan had just put his things away when Zhang Ji sent another transaction request.
Huh? Are there any supplies?
Tang Xiuquan was a little confused as to what things needed to be traded separately. However, despite doubts, Tang Xiuquan accepted the transaction. But when he saw the supplies Zhang Ji traded, he was stunned.
Zhang Ji requested a transaction, Cornerstone X67. Blacksmith Workshop Construction Diagram X1. What is this?
Tang Xiuquan did not accept the transaction, but instead sent a message to Zhang Ji first.
I don't know the specific situation, but when I was carrying one on the boat, I suddenly received a prompt asking me if I wanted to reclaim the island. Then I thought, I have to go to your place anyway, and this island will sink sooner or later if I leave it here. So I chose to recycle it. Then, I got 67 cornerstones and a drawing.
Zhang Ji didn't know how to explain it, and Tang Xiuquan also had a confused look on his face. Did he receive the prompt just as he was carrying one on the boat? Then why didn't you get any warning when you boarded the ship before? However, there are too many unexplainable things in this world, and one more thing is nothing.
Then what to do with these things?
Tang Xiuquan asked.
You still need to ask? You used it yourself.
Zhang Ji replied immediately after hearing Tang Xiachuan's words.
Isn't this good? This is what you use to reclaim the island.
Tang Xiachuan was a little polite after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
You are talking to me here. I am going to your island to develop. And you are still using these things to bury me?
Zhang Ji said immediately after hearing what Tang Xiachuan said.
Okay. I won't be polite. It just so happens that these things are needed on the island.
Tang Xiachuan stopped refusing and nodded.
That's right.
Okay.
I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to set the coordinates now. See you in 6 hours.
Zhang Ji nodded and said to Tang Xiachuan.
Yeah. Okay.
When Tang Xiachuan heard that Zhang Ji was about to sail, he didn't say anything more to him and hung up the communication directly. After Tang Xiachuan hung up the communication, he accepted the deal. There's nothing to say. Just use the cornerstone in order to be able to plant and eat vegetables in the future. Tang Xiachuan directly used the area increased by these cornerstones on South Island. The overall area of the island reaches 10,662 square meters. After expanding the island, Tang Xiachuan turned his attention to the other things Zhang Ji traded.
Blacksmith workshop, as we all know. What this is for is to refine iron ore into iron blocks. It can also forge iron blocks into various iron tools. Note, construction requires wood X50 and metal sheet X30. For special needs, a blacksmith is required. Note, when making iron tools, you need to consume corresponding iron or resources. Huh? What does this mean?
Tang Xiachuan was confused when he saw this introduction. This was the first time he had seen a building that needed people. But when he thought about it carefully, he found it quite reasonable. After all, if you want to make iron, you have to need people. You can't say that if you put the iron ore in, it will automatically generate it. However, if you want any iron tools or something, you can just buy them directly. Why build a workshop? Looking at it this way, doesn't it seem superfluous? However, if you think about it, it seems that the people who set the rules would not be so boring and come up with useless things. Could it be said that the entire world and the existing rules will eventually change? Everything can only be obtained by building it yourself? Tang Xiachuan is a little unsure, but this possibility seems unlikely now. But it will be hard to say in the future.
Forget it. Just in case, let's collect as many of these supplies as possible in the future.
Tang Xiachuan finally thought about it and made a decision. My island is big enough anyway, so building an extra workshop won't take much space. But if, in the end, the situation really develops according to what you think, then you should start preparing now and be faster than others no matter what. Thinking of this, Tang Xiachuan put away the drawings and planned to divide a piece of land on the island tomorrow to use as future industrial land. In Tang Xiachuan's plan, his island must be divided into planting areas, livestock areas, residential areas and industrial areas. This is not only because Tang Xiachuan has obsessive-compulsive disorder and cannot accept the layout of one block in the east and one block in the west, but more importantly, for hygiene reasons. Now everyone is trying to survive. If they are infected with bird flu or something, it will be fatal. After making plans, Tang Xiachuan began to prepare for rest. After all, there was still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Tang Xiachuan was in a daze. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was woken up by the notification sound on the island stone.
What's going on?
Tang Xiachuan took a look and saw that it was a request from Zhang Ji. He immediately connected the communication.
Xiachuan, get ready,
Zhang Ji said anxiously.
What's wrong?
Tang Xiachuan also became nervous when he heard Zhang Ji's anxious voice.
Xiachuan, the display here shows that there are still 50 kilometers to reach your island. But there is a tail behind me,
Zhang Ji said.
Tail? What tail?
Tang Xiachuan didn't react when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
It's aboriginal. I saw a big boat heading in the same direction as me. I suspect they are heading for you,
Zhang Ji said.
Indigenous? Big ship? Are you sure?
Tang Xiachuan immediately sat up from his chair when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Chapter 56, There is no pattern at all.
I'll go. You don't believe me.
Zhang Ji jumped up when he heard Tang Xiachuan's words.
No. 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 I believe it,
Tang Xiachuan said quickly.
It's just that I'm a little strange. Why did a wave of indigenous people suddenly appear? I don't know about that.
Zhang Ji also shook his head.
Have you seen clearly how many people there are?
Tang Xiachuan asked.
There are not many people. Definitely not more than 10.
Zhang Ji was very convinced.
10 people. That's okay.
Tang Xiachuan breathed a sigh of relief.
How are you now? Are you in danger? I'm fine here. I've gotten rid of him,
Zhang Ji said solemnly.
However, I see that their target direction has not changed. But the speed is too slow. It is estimated that it will take another hour to reach your side. Well, I understand.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded. Tang Xiuchuan had a very good understanding of the fighting power of the indigenous people. The weapons in their hands were only some stone spears, stone axes and other weapons. On his side, including Zhang Ji, there are only 4 people who can fight. But the weapons and equipment in their hands are not comparable to those of the natives. Of course, Tang Xiuchuan didn't count Bin Borba and the others. They were 2 murlocs with small arms and legs. They went up to deliver food to the natives. Although the indigenous weapons are crude and have no armor, they are powerful, with a small body like a fishman. Unless the number is large, the only way to go up is to deliver food. Therefore, Tang Xiuchuan naturally excluded them from this kind of battle.
I'll start preparations right away,
Tang Xiuchuan nodded, and then said,
However, you have to participate in the battle when you come. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will ask for it.
After saying this, Zhang Ji showed a sneer. After hanging up the communication, Tang Xiuchuan did not go directly to wake up Nushi and the others. After all, it would take an hour for the natives to reach the island, and Zhang Ji's boat could arrive in only 3 or 4 minutes. When Zhang Ji arrived, it was still too late to prepare. Tang Xiuchuan wanted to take advantage of these few minutes to analyze the current situation. The first time he met the indigenous people was 4 days ago, when his island had just been expanded to 8,000 square meters. Then yesterday, we encountered the Blood Moon disaster and met the fishmen. And today, without any prompting, we encountered another wave of indigenous people. It doesn't make sense to look at it this way. According to Tang Xiuchuan's conjecture, whenever the island expands to a certain extent, a wave of indigenous people will attack. If the attack of these indigenous people is blocked, it will be free labor on the island. If it is not blocked, it will be a disaster. Therefore, Tang Xiuchuan boldly guessed that these indigenous people were actually specially arranged by someone to restrict the survivors from expanding the island too quickly. So assuming this is true, then if our island exceeds 10,000 square meters, we should bring back a wave of indigenous talents. But when there are 10 natives at once, this is obviously not normal. As for the Blood Moon disaster of the fishmen, it is completely a lottery. Whoever is drawn gets it. There are no rules at all. The only thing that can be determined is that this thing is cyclical. Thinking of this, Tang Xiuchuan couldn't help but sigh. There was too little information to refer to. Based on the information he knew so far, he couldn't analyze anything at all.
Forget it. The soldiers will cover up the water and the earth. We will deal with these natives first. I don't believe you can hide until the end.
Tang Xiuchuan slowly stood up again and walked towards the outside of the apartment. Since it can't be analyzed, there's no need to waste brain cells. Although the indigenous people are weak in combat power, Tang Xiuchuan is not willing to capsize in the ditch.
Nushi! Kuratsuchi! Get your weapons and get ready to face the enemy.
Tang Xiuchuan stood in their cabin with a samurai sword hanging on his waist, an iron gun in his left hand, and a repeating crossbow in his right hand. There was a knock on the door. Soon Nushi opened the door and walked out with an iron gun, followed by Kuratsuchi.
Master, what's wrong? Where is the enemy?
Nushi asked.
The enemy hasn't come yet, but he's coming soon,
Tang Xiuchuan said while looking at the stubborn stone.
But there are a lot of people here this time, and they are the same people as you. The same people? Are they from the tribe? How many are there?
Nashi thought for a moment and asked after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words.
There are no more than 10 people, but I'm not sure whether they are from your tribe or not,
Tang Xiuchuan said slowly.
10 people?
Nashi was stunned when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. There were quite a lot of people here. Looking at Nushi's solemn expression, Tang Xiuchuan patted his shoulder gently, and then said,
It's okay. We have a companion who will be here soon. When the time comes, there will be 4 of us here, as well as Bidborba and the others. So we won't be without the strength to fight. Besides, it's not like you don't know what kind of weapons the tribesmen use. Can their stone spears be as good as the iron spears in your hands? So, don't worry. They are here to deliver food. Maybe tomorrow morning, we will have more labor on the island.
Tang Xiuchuan comforted Nushi.
Master, don't worry. Nushi will definitely protect the master.
Nushi looked at Tang Xiuchuan and nodded heavily.
Master, Kuratsuchi is also willing to protect the good master. Then let us fight side by side.
Tang Xiuchuan also nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Nushi pointed behind Tang Xiuchuan and said,
Master, someone is coming.
Huh? When Tang Xiaochuan heard Nushi's words, he immediately looked back and saw a white wave appearing on the sea not far away, running quickly towards the island.
It should be that our companions have arrived. Let's go down and take a look.
Tang Xiaochuan took a look, and then said to Nushi and the others. Then, Tang Xiaochuan took the lead and walked towards the dock. As soon as Tang Xiaochuan arrived at the pier, he saw that the Feiyu had docked steadily at the pier. Soon, the glass door of the cabin was opened, and a man about 1.8 meters tall came out. This man looked a little thin, but the muscles all over his body told the world that he was full of strength. And on the man's shoulder, there was a little girl. Although the little girl's clothes were a little dirty, it could be seen in the moonlight that the little girl looked very delicate.
Zhang Ji?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Ha! Yes, it's me.
Zhang Ji was very happy to see Tang Xiaochuan and greeted him.
Is my daughter asleep?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Go away. This is my daughter. Isn't your daughter my daughter?
Zhang Ji discovered that Tang Xiaochuan was also a very thick-skinned person.
Okay. No more joking. Please send Wenwen to the apartment over there first. There is air conditioning there.
Tang Xiaochuan pointed to the apartment.
Okay. I'll send Wenwen in first, and she'll be out soon.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then walked towards the apartment. Chapter 57 Prepare to capture the natives alive. When Zhang Ji returned to the dock again, only 2 minutes had passed. However, it was only then that he noticed the stubborn rocks and black soil following Tang Xiaochuan.
Oh, the customs on your island are quite open. Are you planning to have a party?
Zhang Ji said jokingly, looking at Nushi and Haitu.
What a party!
Tang Xiaochuan was speechless when he heard Zhang Ji's words, and then explained to Zhang Ji.
They are the indigenous residents here, but now they are my little brothers. Aborigines?
This was the first time Zhang Ji heard that Tang Xiaochuan had conquered the Aborigines.
I'll go. It's awesome.
Zhang Ji gave Tang Xiaochuan a thumbs up.
That's not all.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled slightly, and was about to call Ben Borba and the others over. After all, we would all live on an island in the future, so we couldn't hide it.
I said, what are you two doing in the sea?
Tang Xiaochuan shouted to the sea. Zhang Ji was a little confused. He was wondering if Tang Xiaochuan was a little neurotic. Talk to the sea. But the next second, 2 big fish heads emerged from the water.
F***CK! Fishman!
Zhang Ji looked at the 2 unusually familiar big heads and shouted in surprise.
Let me introduce them. One of them is called Nushi, and the other is called Haitu.
Tang Xiaochuan pointed at the Nushi and Haitu behind him, and then pointed at Ben Boer Ba in the sea, and continued.
The silver-skinned one is called Ben Boer.
Ba. The one with gray and white skin is called Ba Boer Bin. What the H.L. You are performing Journey to the West here.
Zhang Ji was speechless when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words.
What can I do? My parents gave me this name, and I can't ask them to change it.
Tang Xiaochuan spread his hands and expressed his helplessness.
Okay. The name is just a code name anyway.
Zhang Ji shook his head, and then said,
By the way, what will we do in a while? There are quite a few people on the other side. What can we do? Besides beating. What else can we do?
Tang Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji. He couldn't understand why Zhang Ji could ask such a mentally retarded question.
I'll go. I can see from your eyes that you despise me.
Zhang Ji is a few years older than Tang Xiaochuan, and he can be considered the same age. So when he saw Tang Xiaochuan's eyes, he knew that Tang Xiaochuan despising him.
I'm not. I didn't. Don't slander me.
Tang Xiaochuan directly denied San Lian.
I'm asking, how should we fight?
Zhang Ji put one hand on his forehead to express pain.
Oh, you said this. There's no need to ask. Just hit him head on.
Tang Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Ji and showed a smile.
I forget it. You can do whatever you want.
Zhang Ji also said that he had nothing to say.
Okay. Let's stop making trouble.
Tang Xiaochuan waved his hand, and then said,
Let's get down to business. I plan to capture all the natives. Everyone is captured? How is that possible?
Zhang Ji opened his mouth wide when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words.
How is it impossible? I can capture 2 people by myself. Now with you. We have 4 main forces and 2 auxiliaries. Why can't we capture them? The problem is, when they all wash ashore together, we may be at a disadvantage. And as you know, the fishman's land combat capabilities are very weak.
Zhang Ji analyzed it carefully for Tang Xiaochuan.
So, I have no intention of letting them go ashore.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled slightly.
Don't let them come ashore? What are you going to do?
Zhang Ji didn't quite understand what Tang Xichuan meant.
The meaning is very simple. Just use this.
After speaking, Tang Xichuan raised the repeating crossbow in his hand.
Huh? Repeating crossbow? You can get such a powerful weapon?
Zhang Ji looked at the repeating crossbow in Tang Xichuan's hand and said in surprise, "Don't worry about these details. We are now discussing how to deal with the indigenous people. Look, this is what I plan to do. When the time comes, the four of us will stand on the shore fully armed and on guard. Use this repeating crossbow to drive them back so they can't get ashore. At this time, Bin Boer will attack them and pierce their boat under the water. At that time, as long as the boat enters the water, the natives will definitely panic. As long as they panic, they will make mistakes and give us a chance."
Tang Xiaochuan showed a sneer.
"Do you want to use fishmen to move quickly in the water and subdue the natives?"
Zhang Ji asked after hearing Tang Xichuan's plan.
"Yes."
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then continued,
"There is nothing we can do about it. If you think about it, as the island continues to grow, we alone cannot effectively develop the island. Moreover, we cannot accommodate an unlimited number of other survivors, at least not until our personal strength has been developed. After all, we don't know whether these survivors have ambitions. Even if they don't have ambitions, conflicts will arise when there are more people on the island. Survivors are not as easy to control as the natives. So, in my expectation, for a long time, if we want to develop the island, we can only rely on these indigenous people."
Tang Xichuan explained to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji is neither stupid nor pedantic. After hearing what Tang Xiaochuan said, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, in such a world without legal constraints, the only thing that can control the behavior of survivors is morality. If you meet some people with low morals but good at pretending, something will happen sooner or later. Therefore, Zhang Ji also agreed with Tang Xichuan's view.
"What do you mean? It's okay if we give the natives a warning so that they don't dare to disembark?"
Zhang Ji asked.
"Yes, but these natives, before they were subdued, were all fearless of death. So we still have to use some deterrence."
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
"Then you're not afraid that your intimidation will be too much and they will run away? The natives are not all stubborn. Right. They know they can't beat them, but they still charge forward. That's the test of our acting skills."
Tang Xichuan spread his hands to express his helplessness.
"However, don't worry too much. Those fishmen can reach a speed of 120 kilometers per hour in the sea. I don't believe their boats can also reach 120. Do the fishmen have such a fast speed?"
Zhang Ji expressed disbelief when he heard that Bin Boerba and the others could reach 120 kilometers per hour in the water. You know, in reality, the speed of the highway is only limited to 120 kilometers per hour.
"I don't know if other fishmen can be so fast, but these two can. Well, let's do what you say first. If it doesn't work, we will have to fight hard. Don't worry. Even if we fight hard, we can only win. The weapons in the hands of the indigenous people are very crude."
Tang Xiaochuan showed a confident smile.
"Didi!"
A rapid siren interrupted the conversation between Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji. When Tang Xiaochuan heard the siren, he knew that these were indigenous people who had crossed the cordon. Chapter 58. The Young Chief of the Stream Tribe.
"Get ready to fight. They're coming!"
Tang Xiaochuan's face turned solemn. And then he shouted to Bin Boerba and the others.
"You two, behave well later. After we are done, I'll give you 2 extra meals."
When Bin Boerba and the others heard about the extra meal, they immediately raised their right arms in the sea and shouted,
"Long live the extra meal!"
The two of them have been conquered by the grilled fish made by Tang Xichuan. This is not to say that the grilled fish cooked by Tang Xichuan is so delicious. It can only be said that the two of them ate too badly before. As we all know, there is no way to make a fire in the sea. Therefore, Bin Boerba and Bab Orban have been eating raw fish since they were young. Tang Xiaochuan, Nushi, and the others all eat grilled fish. The delicious sea fish is processed, then grilled with the most primitive charcoal, and finally sprinkled with a little sea salt, which perfectly stimulates the deliciousness of the sea fish. Therefore, Bin Boerba and Bab Boer were so greedy that they cried after just taking the first bite of sea fish. The most beautiful thing is that the snacks Tang Xichuan mentioned are not ordinary sea fish grilled over charcoal, but those sea fish with grades. Those sea fish with levels have always been exclusive to the big shots in the sea tribe. Now Tang Xichuan was tempting Bao Erba and Bao Bin with delicacies, like charcoal grilled high-grade fish, which made the two of them drool just thinking about it. Moreover, the task given to them by Tang Sichuan was not difficult. It was just to pierce the indigenous people's boats in the sea, wait for them to fall into the water, and then drag them ashore when they were half dead. This kind of work is a daily operation for the sea people who live in the sea every day, and there is no difficulty at all. Bin Borba and Baborban cheered and sank to the bottom of the sea, quietly waiting for the indigenous boat. About half an hour later, Tang Sichuan saw a small black spot appearing on the sea in the distance. Tang Sichuan knew that it should be the indigenous people's boat.
Get ready. They are coming,
Tang Sichuan said to the 3 people around him, and then lit a big fire next to him. This is not because Tang Sichuan is asking for help, but because he really has no choice. The entire island is flat, and there is no obstruction at all. At least there is no obstruction on the dock side. The only shelter was the hill behind his apartment. But it was only 3 meters high. The hill is to the north, but the direction from which the natives came is to the southeast. The distance between the 2 places is more than 100 meters. Tang Sichuan thought that he was not that good at archery and could hit the enemy from 100 meters away. Moreover, in Tang Sichuan's plan, they needed to keep the indigenous people from the sea. If they hide behind the hill, these natives can land very smoothly. Once they are allowed to land, it will be unrealistic for Tang Sichuan and the others to repel these natives without injury. Since we can't hide behind the hill, it's better to meet the enemy directly at the dock. Use the repeating crossbow in your hand to suppress the opponent and prevent them from landing. Soon, the black shadow became clearer and clearer, and Tang Sichuan could already see that the ship was really big, almost twice as big as the Feiyu.
Master, that seems to be the boat of the Xioshi tribe,
Nashi suddenly said from behind Tang Sichuan.
Stream tribe? Isn't that the tribe you came from?
Tang Sichuan asked doubtfully.
Yes.
Nushi nodded.
I understand.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded. But there were some doubts in his heart. He remembered that when he captured Nashi and the others, Nashi had said that they were expelled from the Sisi tribe. And now, the indigenous people he met were from the Sisi tribe. In this way, this stream tribe should be near his own island and could threaten him at any time. Moreover, the 2 people he encountered in a row were all from the stream tribe, which most likely meant that this was the only tribe around him.
No, when I am strong enough, I must first deal with this stream tribe.
Tang Sichuan made up his mind and prepared to deal with this tribe that had attacked him twice. But that's a story for later. What we have to deal with now is the group of natives who are about to land. However, since they and Nashi are both from the Sisi tribe, as long as he captures them, he can leave the matter of persuading them to surrender to Nashi. But one thing is that it cannot cause too many casualties to the people of these stream tribes. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan raised the repeating crossbow in his hand and shot an arrow at the cabin. Under the huge force, the crossbow bolt quickly flew over a distance of 50 meters and accurately hit the ship's deck. Then, the ship began to slow down. And then several indigenous people, holding stone spears, appeared at the bow of the ship.
%# and asterisk.
The leader of the indigenous people looked at Tang Sichuan's group and screamed.
Sichuan, what is that indigenous person saying?
Zhang Ji heard the indigenous leader screaming, but he couldn't understand it at all.
How do I know? I don't understand either.
Tang Sichuan spread his hands to express that he didn't understand either.
Then how did you communicate with Nushi and the others? I used the contract card.
And then, there was no barrier to communication between us.
Tang Sichuan said that he was also helpless.
Then go and ask.
Zhang Ji rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan.
Nansher. What did he say?
Tang Sichuan felt that Zhang Ji was right. So he turned his head and asked Nansher.
Master. They recognized Kuratsuchi and me.
Nushi showed a wry smile.
Who are they?
Tang Sichuan asked curiously.
The leader is the young chief of the Sisi tribe. They are asking why Haitu and I are here.
Nansher said with a wry smile. In fact, he didn't say a word. This young patriarch, he and Kuratsuchi were all childhood friends. Although the 2 of them had offended the high priest, the high priest was prepared to kill them both. If the young patriarch had not interceded for them, they would have really died.
Tell him. Just say that this is my island. I don't welcome them here. If they insist on landing, then we have no choice but to resist.
Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi's expression and knew that Nushi had something to say. Didn't tell him. However, Tang Sichuan could also feel that Nushi had no ill intentions towards him. So he didn't care. After all, being bound by the contract card, Tang Sichuan only needs a thought to know what Nashi and the others are thinking, and to decide their life or death.
%# and asterisk %# and asterisk.
Nansher said something in native language to the young patriarch. And then the young patriarch replied again.
Master, the young patriarch said that they cannot leave. When they came out, they were ordered by the high priest to capture the island. If they fail to complete their mission and return to the tribe, they will also face punishment. That means there's no need to talk?
Tang Sichuan raised his eyebrows. It's better not to talk. If there is some talk, if they run away, who will they go to? Chapter 59. Oh no. The boat is flooded.
Don't worry. I will try not to hurt them.
Tang Sichuan whispered to Nushi.
Thank you, Master.
Nushi also knew Tang Sichuan's plan. He knew that he could not stop Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan calmed the stubborn stone, then raised the repeating crossbow in his hand and pointed it at the indigenous boat first, and then continued,
Tell the indigenous people that if they go further, I will not be polite.
Seeing the cold light flashing in Tang Sichuan's hand, the young leader of the CC tribe also hesitated. He had never seen such a weapon that could hit the planks of the ship at such a long distance. Moreover, the wood board is directly shot through.
Young patriarch, what should I do?
A tribal warrior holding a stone axe looked at the young patriarch and asked.
Get ready to attack. I think they only have one weapon. We can attack them.
The young patriarch thought for a while and said to the warriors on the side, Yes. When the warrior heard the young patriarch's words, he immediately stood up and prepared to land on the island. But as soon as he stood up, he felt a pain in his leg. When he looked down, he saw a crossbow bolt passing directly through his thigh.
Ah!
The tribal warrior, who looked extremely brave, lay directly on the ground, looking at the tribal warriors who fell to the ground and howled in pain. The young patriarch and the remaining 8 warriors hid back.
Go! Bring him back.
Although the young patriarch didn't know what was going on, he also knew that it would definitely not be good to let his companions be exposed. When 2 brave warriors went to pull their injured companion back, Tang Sichuan did not fire the arrow. However, there was a hint of a smile on his face. He just liked such cowardly natives. As long as they don't come out or jump off the ship, Tang Sichuan doesn't want to care about them. Anyway, according to what Bin Boerba and the 2 of them just told themselves through telepathy, this native ship was thinner than they thought, and it would take less time to penetrate the ship. In this case, just wait. The young patriarch on the boat also felt that something was a bit difficult. He looked at the tribal warrior whose thigh was penetrated, and his heart was pounding.
What kind of weapon is this? So powerful?
The young patriarch asked himself in his heart. But it was obvious that he didn't know the answer. Moreover, he did not dare to pull out the crossbow bolt. Don't ask why he didn't dare to pull it out. The entire leg was shot through,
from the front to the back. The wound looked scary. However, one advantage is that the crossbow is too sharp and has no cutting edge. It is just a tapered arrow. Such an arrow greatly reduces the cutting area of the wound. The entire wound turned into a round hole, and it was blocked by the crossbow arrow. The young patriarch felt that if he pulled out the crossbow arrow, he would definitely bleed heavily. He just has little experience and has never encountered such a situation. But that doesn't mean he is stupid. How much blood would flow from such a big hole? The solution now is to deal with the people on this small island as soon as possible, and then go back to find the high priest to save his warriors. However, when he thought of the huge power of the crossbow, the young patriarch did not dare to order the charge to continue.
What should we do, young patriarch?
Another tribe warrior asked the young patriarch.
I don't know. Let me think about it,
the young patriarch said helplessly. He felt a little bit like he was riding a tiger now. They came out to attack this island because of the order of the high priest. Don't think that he is just a young patriarch. In fact, the entire island is under the control of the high priest. Not to mention that he is just a young patriarch. Even his father does not dare to disobey the high priest. Just as the young patriarch was thinking about countermeasures, just below their boat, 2 Murlocs, Bin Borba and Baborban, were attacking the hull of the ship with the stones in their hands. At this time, Bin Borba and Baborban were extremely happy inside. From the perspective of the 2 of them, this kind of task is stress-free for them. The metal axe in his hand could chop up the bottom of the ship much faster than their fishbone swords. When the axe goes down, there is a small pit. This is still a case where the fishman's power is relatively small. If it were Stubborn Stone and the others, it would only take a few axes. However, even so, Bin Borba and Baborban quickly dug a hole. After the 2 holes were smashed out, they moved to another place and continued to smash. At this time, the young patriarch, who was still thinking about what to do, finally felt something was wrong.
Did you hear anything?
The young patriarch asked the warriors beside him. All the warriors shook their heads after hearing the young patriarch's words.
No. Why do I feel like there is something at the bottom of the boat? Smashing our boat?
The young patriarch expressed his doubts.
No way. How could there be something at the bottom of this boat?
A warrior said with some disbelief.
No. There is really a sound. Go down and have a look.
The young patriarch listened again, and he clearly felt that there was indeed a sound under the boat. Then he pointed out a warrior and asked him to go down and have a look. The warrior who was named nodded, and then got into the cabin. Not long after, the warrior climbed out in a panic. When he was almost running to the deck, he fell down, but he couldn't care less about the pain at this time. He shouted to the young patriarch with a look of panic.
No! Young patriarch! There is really something under the boat. Our boat is already leaking.
What? The young patriarch also changed his face at this time.
Quick! Jump off the ship!
The young patriarch shouted.
No! Young patriarch! The strangers on the shore are still watching.
A warrior grabbed the young patriarch and said to him. When the young patriarch heard the warrior's words, his face turned pale again.
No matter what, both sides are dead. Why don't we give it a try? This place is only 50 meters away from the shore. Let's give it a try in a while.
The young patriarch had no good solution at this time. If you stay on the boat, you will die if the boat sinks. Jump into the water and swim to the shore. Although you may be shot by a crossbow, that is only a possibility. Since my tribe is called Sisi, it means that the entire tribe is built on water, and many people in the tribe are good at water. The distance of 50 meters can be reached in half a minute, at most according to the abilities of the warriors in the tribe. The young patriarch didn't believe that the opponent's attack could be so fast and accurate. If he had known that the repeating crossbow in Tang Sichuan's hand could shoot through 3 layers of cowhide armor, he might not have chosen to swim across the river. The young patriarch stood up first, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the shore. When Tang Sichuan saw the scene, he immediately sneered.
Originally, I was thinking about how to make you jump into the sea. But now it's okay. You jumped down by yourselves.
Tang Sichuan looked at the tribal warriors who kept jumping down, with smiles on his face. Tang Sichuan was happy, but the young patriarch was a little unhappy. Chapter 60. Using corporate ideas to control the indigenous people. The situation on the young patriarch's side is very bad. As soon as he entered the water, he felt something pulled him, and his body sank involuntarily. The young patriarch was a little panicked. He suddenly thought of the story his father told him when he was a child. According to legend, there are sea monsters in this sea. They eat people without spitting out the bones.
Could it be? I really encountered a sea monster. Otherwise, how could the boat leak?
The young patriarch was panicking at this time. He was still thinking about whether there was a sea monster. Suddenly, a fish-headed monster appeared in front of him. The fish-headed monster showed him a scary smile. And then he felt a sudden pain in his stomach. He opened his mouth uncontrollably, and a lot of bubbles came out of his mouth. Then, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. And the fish-headed monster, after giving himself a punch, quickly swam to the other warriors. Suddenly appear. One punch. Move to the next. A set of movements. Smooth and smooth. Never dragging. However, such smooth flow made the young patriarch feel a little scared. It seemed that this fish-headed monster deliberately wanted his group to drown. As for why they said they drowned themselves intentionally, it's very simple. These 2 fish-headed monsters have axes in their hands. Since they can swim over and give themselves a punch, why can't they give themselves an axe? The reason why I don't use an axe is because I want to let people like myself drown and then capture them alive. When he thought of being captured alive, he couldn't help but feel a little panic. When did these strangers form an alliance with sea monsters? If we really formed an alliance with the sea monster, then where should our tribes go? However, his thoughts did not last long because he fainted due to lack of oxygen to his brain. In less than 5 minutes, 2 people, Bin Boer Ba and Bob Boer Bin, each dragging a leg, emerged from the sea. Then, they threw the unconscious tribal warrior onto the shore and dived into the sea again. After going back and forth 3 times, Bin Boer Batsai ran to Tang Sichuan as if he was claiming credit, and said to him,
Master, those natives have been pulled ashore by us. Well, very good. I will reward you later.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. What is the situation? I originally thought that with the arrival of 10 natives, my side was going to be in a hard fight. Even when Tang Sichuan told him the plan at first, he thought it was unlikely that they would be completely wiped out without any damage. Although he thought what Tang Sichuan said was impossible.
He couldn't say it directly. After all, he had just arrived on the island. And then he came to oppose Tang Sichuan? What does this make Tang Sichuan think? He was actually already prepared, waiting to be braver when the fight started. Defeat as many natives as possible, so that Tang Sichuan's threat will be smaller. As a result, my side had just prepared and was waiting for the other party to come ashore. But the other party was completely destroyed. I really didn't even set foot on the island. In fact, it can't be said that he didn't set foot on the island. He only set foot on the island after he was unconscious. But no matter what, the other party was indeed wiped out, and there was no loss on his side. Sichuan, what should we do now? Zhang Ji was now convinced of Tang Sichuan. After all, Tang Sichuan was able to develop the island to tens of thousands square meters on his own, and he indeed had extraordinary abilities. Brother Zhang, do you know first aid? Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji and asked. Yes. Zhang Ji nodded. Then you take Nashi and the others to first aid and ask them to spit out the water. I'll go to the trading market to find something, Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji nodded and waved to Nushi and the others. Nushi and the others also knew that Tang Sichuan asked them to help Zhang Ji, so they followed him very obediently. Tang Sichuan quickly ran back to his apartment. He needs to exchange for a contract card in the trading market as soon as possible, and then forcefully sign a contract with the young patriarch. Tang Sichuan originally planned to sign contracts with all 10 indigenous people, but then he thought about it. If in the future, every time a native came, he would have to sign a contract with them, which would be impossible. In Tang Sichuan's plan, the natives will occupy the vast majority of the island's population in the future. If everyone has to sign, let alone whether there are so many contract cards. Even if there is, then I don't have to do anything in the future. I will just sign a contract with the natives on the island. Therefore, Tang Sichuan planned to change his strategy and sign a contract with only the leaders of the indigenous tribes, and then use the leaders to control other indigenous tribes. Eventually a complete ruling class was formed. In this way, you can be liberated and don't have to monitor the natives anytime and anywhere. As for whether the indigenous people will rebel, Tang Sichuan thinks not. In fact, this is just like slave owners in reality. With the control of their own tribe, they are less likely to rebel. And the person who controls them is still their original leader. The natural right to rule. And those ordinary natives have long been accustomed to being ruled. Besides, Tang Sichuan is not like those slave owners in reality who try to squeeze your value as much as possible. He will only give you a goal, and then just do it according to your own goal. Moreover, according to Nushi and the others, the treatment he gives them on the island is better than that in the tribe. In the past, in the tribe, only some wild fruits and a small amount of meat could be eaten, and they all sleep on hay. As for his own side, although the living conditions are not very good, in Tang Sichuan's opinion, any house should be arranged. As for food, Tang Sichuan said that he still wanted to eat wild fruits, but the problem was that there were none. Now the most abundant thing on the island is fish. Therefore, both Tang Sichuan and Nushi can only eat fish every day. For Tang Sichuan, this was a kind of torture. But for Nashi and the others, it was paradise. They have never been able to eat meat as much as they can now. In fact, Tang Sichuan used the ideas of later generations of enterprises to manage Nashi and the others. So in Tang Sichuan's subconscious, Nashi and the others were actually working for him, not as slaves. Facts have proved that this kind of management idea really gives Nashi and the others a sense of belonging. That's why Tang Sichuan had the confidence to use only the original leaders to control the natives. Soon, Tang Sichuan used 500 g of fish meat in exchange for a contract card. At this time, most of the survivors have not yet encountered the natives, so it is useless for them to use contract cards. If Tang Sichuan was not in a hurry, he felt that he could lower the price of the contract card to 200 g. But he was in a hurry now, so he could only receive one at a premium. However, this is enough for Tang Sichuan. After all, there is only one young patriarch. Chapter 61. What exactly do you want to do? When Tang Sichuan returned to the dock again, he saw that Zhang Ji and Yanshi had tied up all the drowning natives. However, due to the small number of them, only a part of the natives woke up, and a small half of the natives were in a coma. Among them was the young patriarch of the CC tribe. Are you back? Is everything done? Zhang Ji asked. It's done. As he said that, Tang Sichuan took the contract card and waved it in his hand. What is this? Zhang Ji had never seen the physical contract card, so he didn't recognize it. Contract card? You can sign a contract with someone.
Tang Xiuchuan said lightly, and then used the contract card directly on the young patriarch. The contract stuck in Tang Xiuchuan's hand, slowly turned into a puff of black smoke, and then floated towards the young patriarch. At this time, the young patriarch was still in a coma, and without any resistance at all. The black smoke completely penetrated the young patriarch's body. Tang Xiuchuan vaguely felt the connection between himself and the young patriarch.
Okay, now we can wake him up.
Tang Xiuchuan turned his head and said to Stubborn Stone beside him. Stubborn Stone nodded, and then walked towards the young patriarch, preparing to give him CPR.
Sichuan, do you want me to have one of these things?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuchuan's back, hesitated for a long time, and then said to him,
Give you one? What do you mean?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zhang Ji in confusion.
Didn't you say that this can control people? Do you want to give me one too?
Zhang Ji said again. This time, Tang Xiuchuan finally understood. What Zhang Ji meant was that he hoped that he would also use the contract card on him. Tang Xiuchuan knew what Zhang Ji was worried about. Wasn't he just afraid that he wouldn't trust him? However, Tang Xiuchuan felt that it was not necessary. It's still the same logic as before. He can give the other party more than anyone else. So he is not afraid of others becoming spies at all. In Tang Xiuchuan's view, the contract card is mainly for those indigenous people and other important people whom he trusts. For example, the young patriarch is lying on the beach. As for Zhang Ji's character, it has been verified in the past few days. So Tang Xiuchuan still trusts him.
I know what you are thinking. But what I want to say is that it is not necessary.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head and said to Zhang Ji.
Really?
Zhang Ji was a little surprised when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, and then continued,
Aren't you afraid that I will do something for you?
When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately gave him a roll of his eyes, and then said,
Xiao Shizi, I still trust you.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuchuan call him Xiao Shizi and was about to refute, but he heard the young leader of the Cici tribe start coughing. Along with violent coughing, he also vomited out a lot of seawater. Zhang Ji saw that the young patriarch was awake, and he also knew that it was time to get down to business. Tang Xiuchuan glanced at it, then slowly walked up to the young patriarch, stretched out his hands, and waved them in front of his eyes.
Are you awake?
Tang Xiuchuan asked.
Yes, master.
Although, the young patriarch felt that his lungs were still a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but want to cough. But he didn't dare to have any hesitation about Tang Xiuchuan's words from the bottom of his heart. When he heard Tang Xiuchuan asking him, he immediately suppressed his cough and said to Tang Xiuchuan,
What's your name? You said before that you came here because of the high priest? Why did your high priest ask you to attack this island?
What Tang Xiuchuan is most concerned about now is why these natives come to him one after another and cause trouble.
Back to the master. My name is Mushi. We are here because the high priest asked us to come. As for the reason, the high priest just said that there are demons on this island, and it is a place abandoned by gods. This island seriously threatens the survival of our tribe. That's why we are allowed to come to this island.
Mushi said to Tang Xiuchuan without any concealment. He has now signed a contract with Tang Xiuchuan. To him, every word Tang Xiuchuan says now is an oracle.
High priest, how does he know the location of this island?
Tang Xiuchuan frowned. This was what he couldn't figure out.
Master, the high priest used a crystal ball and got the oracle. I was present at the time. I clearly heard the high priest chanting a few spells into the crystal ball. And then, there was a rumble in the sky. Then, the high priest told us that if we go west for 15 days, we can find the target island. Did the high priest say how to destroy this island?
Tang Xiuchuan asked.
I told you.
Mushi nodded, and then said,
The high priest said that you can either kill all the people on the island, or you can find the black stone and break it into pieces, or just move it back. Is the black stone an island stone?
Tang Xiuchuan thought with a frown. He suddenly felt that this so-called high priest was not simple. Not to mention whether he can really communicate with the so-called god. Just saying that he could clearly know the location of his island and the island stones. Tang Xiuchuan felt that he should pay attention to it. You must know that Daoshire occupies an absolute position in the development of the entire island. Anything you build, communicate with people, or trade requires island stones. Therefore, without island stones, the island will become silent sooner or later. However, this island stone should only be circulated among survivors. How do these indigenous priests know about it? Tang Xiuchuan thought about it, and he only thought of one possibility. That is, the person who told these priests was the mastermind who brought them into this world. But if it was really the man behind the scenes, What was the point of doing this? Tang Sichuan thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. However, since you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. No matter what the mastermind behind the scenes wants to do, you can't resist if you don't have enough strength. Therefore, the top priority now is how to develop our own island. However, this does not mean that Tang Sichuan does not want to solve the Creek tribe. After all, it's really uncomfortable to have to mess with yourself every now and then like now.
Mushi, how many people are there in your tribe now?
Tang Sichuan looked at Mushi and asked.
Master, there are still 120 people on the island. Among them, the elderly and children account for half of the population.
Mushi replied without thinking.
120 people?
Tang Sichuan was a little surprised, and then added in his heart.
Can't afford to offend.
Originally, he had planned to make plans to attack him if there were not many people in this indigenous tribe. After all, Tang Sichuan was not the kind of person who would only take beatings without fighting back. However, when he heard that there were more than 120 people on the other island, he was immediately frightened. On my side, I am fully prepared, and there are only 6 people who can play. Stubborn Stone, Haitu, Mushi, Zhang Ji, and himself. As for Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin, they can only function as half a person on land. Chapter 62 Grass Grows. With 6 against 120 people, Tang Sichuan felt that even if Ip Man came, he might not be able to handle it. The 20 times difference in numbers made him feel desperate. As for why the newly captured people were not included, it was very simple. Tang Sichuan did not use contract cards for them. He was really afraid that he would take them to the tribe, and he would be stabbed as soon as they landed. Therefore, Tang Sichuan did not dare to take them to attack the CC tribe without subduing the indigenous people within a certain period of time. At this time, Tang Sichuan felt constrained by his weak strength. In the absence of a good solution, Tang Sichuan felt that he still needed to stand still and wait quietly. Wait until one day when you have enough strength in your hands. Then you can go and cause trouble with the stream tribe.
Sichuan, what should we do now?
Zhang Ji also heard Mushi's words, and he was also a little worried.
Now?
Go to bed. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Zhang Ji.
Sleep?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. She really wanted to ask Tang Sichuan. Brother, do you know that you are being targeted now? At this time, are you still in the mood to go to bed?
Otherwise, what can you do?
Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's surprised cry, turned his head, and asked Zhang Ji. Just kidding. What can I do? If he had a thermal weapon, he could still think of a way to assassinate him. But now, I only have an iron gun and a Nepali saber in my hands. What can I do?
Since there is no other way, I can only sleep now. If you want to keep vigil, I have no objection.
Tang Sichuan spread his hands and said to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji heard what Tang Sichuan said and felt that what he said made sense.
Okay, let's go. Go to bed first. And when Mr. Fong and the others arrive, we can sum it up.
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji.
Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say.
Zhang Ji could only nod his head after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Nushi, I'll just work on you 3 tonight. Comfort these prisoners, and then get them some food. The injured indigenous warrior should be rescued with S-class pure water.
Tang Sichuan said to the stubborn stone.
Okay, master.
Nushi smiled and nodded, seeing Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji leaving. Mushi turned his head and said to Nushi.
Long time no see. Master, I haven't given you any trouble these days. Mushi, we didn't expect to see you here.
Nushi heard Mushi's words and said with a smile.
Don't worry. The master is very good. Our life now is better than when we were in the tribe. We just need to work every day. But the food is very good. Every meal has meat, which is enough.
Nushi said with a smile.
What? Can you eat meat until you're full?
Mushi was surprised when he heard Nushi's words. Although he has recognized Tang Sichuan as his master, he knows very little about Tang Sichuan. Therefore, Mushi needs to consider the people who came with him. If Tang Sichuan was that kind of cruel and unkind master, although Mushi would not resist him, he would find an opportunity to let the tribesmen escape back. Then he went to Tang Sichuan himself to receive the punishment. But if Tang Sichuan is a good master, he doesn't mind letting the tribesmen behind him follow Tang Sichuan. The law of the jungle is a very normal thing for natives like them. Tang Sichuan didn't know these things, but Nashi did. He knew very well what Tang Sichuan lacked most now. Wasn't it labor force? With the addition of Mushi and others,
The labor force on the entire island has become 12 people, and they can effectively develop the entire island. Therefore, Nushi began to patiently tell Mushi about Tang Sichuan and what kind of person Tang Sichuan was. Mushi listened very carefully, and other tribal warriors gradually gathered around and sat together to listen to what Nushi told them about Tang Sichuan. As for Kuratsuchi, he could only stay on the sidelines and cook grilled fish supper for everyone. At this time, Tang Sichuan was already sitting in his rocking chair and fell asleep. It's not that Tang Sichuan refused to sleep when there was a bed, but that he couldn't bear to let Zhangji take one to sleep outside. For Tang Sichuan, he is alone anyway, so there is no need to fight for a bed with children. Moreover, when the small air conditioner is turned on, it is quite good to sleep swaying in the rocking chair. So much so that Tang Sichuan fell asleep as soon as he laid down. When Tang Sichuan woke up again, it was already past 9 a.m. After he got up first, he saw that Zhangji had made the bed in the bedroom, and even the quilts were folded neatly. Tang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. He really came from the army. He tidied up briefly, and then walked out of the apartment. There were still many tasks to do today. First, he had to check the charging status of Feiyu to see if it was fully charged. Then it needs to be traded with Maen and others. We also need to arrange accommodation and work for Mushi and the others. Next, they still need to repair the boat that Mushi and the others are riding on. Although he now owns the Feiyu and has no shortage of transportation, who would think that he has too many supplies? Yesterday, he saw that Mushi's ship was quite big. The entire length of the ship was already over 15 meters. It would indeed be a bit of a waste to just let it run aground like this. Tang Sichuan had just walked out of his apartment door when he suddenly felt something strange. He felt that the hill behind him was taller, and there were more trees at the foot of the hill. Out of curiosity, Tang Sichuan began to inspect his island with his hands behind his back. When he walked behind the apartment, he looked up at the hill and found that the hill was indeed higher. It probably went from over 3 meters tall to over 4 meters tall. The trees at the foot of the mountain were originally only a dozen or so small trees sparsely scattered. But now, there are more than 20 trees. Not to mention, the trees are also a lot thicker. They have changed from the mouth of a cup to the mouth of a bowl. So big. Tang Sichuan looked at the changes on his island, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards the spring at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the spring at the foot of the mountain was no longer a trickle, but turned into a spring with a diameter of about 5 centimeters. And water was constantly pouring out. Below the spring, a large puddle of 1.5 square meters gradually formed. After the water pit was filled with crystal clear spring water, it emerged out, followed the tunnel dug in advance, and merged into the river that divided the island. What surprised Tang Sichuan even more was that he actually found a small piece of green grass on the edge of the spring. Although these grasses are only 3 or 4 centimeters high, they are extremely sparse, and only one grass appears after a long distance. But such a discovery still made Tang Sichuan very excited. Chapter 63 Terraforming Card. This is not something Tang Sichuan is making a fuss about, but the grass growing is very important to Tang Sichuan or to the entire island. First of all, everyone knows that land soaked by seawater, no matter how fertile it is, will become saline alkali land. On saline soil, no matter what you plant, it will not survive. What's more, when Tang Sichuan first came to this world, his island was basically sandy beach instead of dirt. In a place like this, other than using soil improvement cards, you can't even think about planting. But what Tang Sichuan has never been able to figure out is why there are more and more trees on the island, and the beach has turned into mud, and there is no grass at all. Tang Sichuan thought that he could only use the soil improvement card to change the soil quality of the entire island. But when I think about it, a card can only modify 1 square meter, and my own island now has 10,662 square meters. This means that he needs to purchase more than 10,000 improved cards. This made Tang Sichuan have some difficulties. Some time ago, I opened hundreds of boxes at once and only got 28 improvement cards. This probability basically remains at 10%, which means that it is unrealistic for Tang Sichuan to change the soil quality on his island through improvement cards. In Tang Sichuan's plan, he needs to use a large amount of arable land. Whether you are growing food or growing pasture and then grazing on the pasture, this requires a lot of land. These days, Tang Sichuan has been looking for a solution, but there has been no good solution. He was a little discouraged at first, thinking that he could only improve the soil by collecting improvement cards. As a result, he discovered new grass growing today. This shows that as the island continues to expand and evolve,
It will generate land that can be cultivated on its own.
No wonder. The system prompted at that time to expand the island area as much as possible, so as to contribute to the natural evolution of the island.
Only now did Tang Sichuan understand what the island evolution the system meant before. Only when the island continues to grow larger can it form a complete ecological chain. As long as the ecological chain travels, I will have inexhaustible resources. When Tang Sichuan thought of this, he suddenly came up with a very strange idea. If the island could follow the expansion of the island's area, it would change from saline alkali land to cultivated land. So, is it possible to travel to the mineral vein? If he buries some mineral resources into the soil, will he evolve some mineral veins after a certain period of time when the island expands to a certain extent? If it was really possible to generate mineral veins, wouldn't it be a great experience for me? Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan couldn't help but feel excited. Although if you want to experiment, you need some initial resources and then bury it in the soil. But, are you someone who lacks these resources? What I lack is a vein of minerals behind. Having made up his mind, Tang Sichuan returned directly to his apartment and took out some metal supplies from the island stone. He took 2 units of each item, including iron, copper, aluminum, silicon, coal, etc. But more often they took some metal sheets. Tang Sichuan knew that this kind of metal piece could be exchanged for any mining resource. A piece of metal piece could be exchanged for 1 unit of mineral materials. Tang Sichuan wanted to try to see if he could travel through the mineral veins if he buried the metal pieces. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan came to the dock. He just took a look at the power of the Feiyu and found that it was fully charged due to the dual effects of solar energy and power stations. Tang Sichuan returned to his apartment and contacted Maen and Maen.
Brother Yu, Sister Maen, I will trade the boat to Brother Yu first. He will sail from the north to the southeast. Then he will pick you up and come to my island together. I calculated the trip on the road and found that the power is sufficient. However, just in case, I still need to turn on the solar panels to replenish power while driving.
Tang Sichuan said to Maen and Maen.
I got it. Boss, don't worry. I will send Miss Ma to the island safely.
Maen said confidently.
Sichuan, don't worry. We will arrive safely.
Maen also nodded and said to Tang Sichuan.
Well, that's good.
Tang Sichuan nodded. And then said,
by the way, when Zhangji came over, he chose to cancel the island and then receive some material compensation. I suddenly had some thoughts about this. What do you think?
Maen and Maen asked curiously at the same time.
One of your island rocks will be destroyed to see if you will receive material compensation, and the other one will be relocated as a whole.
Tang Sichuan said slowly. He just suddenly thought that when Zhangji was away from the island, he chose to smash his island stone. And then the island stone returned the cornerstone he said he had, and randomly gave him some supplies. He just wanted to see if the island stone could be moved, and what kind of material compensation would be provided every time. Moreover, Mushi said yesterday that their high priest hoped that they could move the island stone back directly. This means that the island stone can be moved. When the two heard Tang Sichuan's words, although they felt a little strange, they still nodded. After some discussion, Maen decided to smash his island stone and let Maen take the island stone to Tang Sichuan's island. Soon, the two of them were sorting and returning the supplies on their island. It's said to be supplies, but actually there isn't anything superfluous. Just some basic metal pieces, wood and the like. After all these were traded to Tang Sichuan, Maen boarded the Feiyu without hesitation, changed hands, and chose to destroy his own island rock. With a crisp sound, the black island stone was immediately covered with cracks, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned directly into a pile of rubble, and Maen also felt that there were more supplies around him. 36 cornerstones and a card. He didn't care about the cornerstone. He was more concerned about the special supplies that Tang Sichuan mentioned about returning. He directly traded the supplies in the cabin to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan just stood by the island stone. When he saw the supplies that Maen had traded, he immediately chose to accept them.
Terrain card applies to the entire island and can be used to redesign the topography of the entire island. Note, disposable items. Think about it before doing it. I'll go. What is this?
Tang Sichuan was stunned when he saw such a function card for the first time. He had seen soil improvement cards before, but this was the first time he had seen this terrain improvement card. Moreover, according to the explanation of this card, it can change the topography of the entire island at once. When I think of my own island,
It is just a large plain. Except for the hill behind me, which is a little high. It can be said that there is not even a dirt bag on the entire island. It's too endless, without any ups and downs. Not to mention how much the geographical environment affects the arrival of the island. It is a question whether such an island with no ups and downs can withstand a large number of foreign enemies. Chapter 64, trying to relieve the embarrassment. But it becomes even more embarrassing. This is not to say that it is not good for the island to be too flat, but that it has certain terrain advantages, which is more conducive to the development of the island. For example, a murloc or native attack like last time. Your own island is flat and has no obstructions, so these enemies can land on the island from anywhere. If your island is surrounded by cliffs, only the port is left to land. There are cliffs around the port, and on the top of the mountain someone can be on guard with crossbows. Try this scenario and see if you can break in. I'm afraid that as soon as you land on the island, you will be shot into a hornet's nest by the people on the top of the mountain. Moreover, when marching and fighting in ancient times, it was said that the time, place, and people were favorable. This location refers to the geographical advantage. This shows how important a terrain advantage that is beneficial to one side is. But for now, Tang Sichuan has no way to transform the terrain as he wants. As for the reason, the island is still too small. Although Tang Sichuan's island now has an area of 10,662 square meters. To put it bluntly, it is only a small island with a length and width of 100 meters. If you want to achieve the terrain that Tang Sichuan expected, you need to expand the island at least 5 times. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan could only put the terraforming card back into the island stone space. Although this transformation card is good, it is not yet time. When Tang Sichuan put away the card, Maen had already started driving towards Maen. Tang Sichuan has done everything he can do, and all that's left is to wait. He thought for a moment, and then walked out of the apartment. At this time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had already risen very high. He put his hands in front of his eyes, and felt the temperature of the sun. Tang Sichuan feels that the temperature now has exceeded 40 degrees, which is obviously hotter than the previous few days. A few days ago, only the noon hours would exceed 40 degrees. But now it's only around 10 o'clock, and it's already over 40 degrees. In this way, wouldn't it be 45 or 6 degrees at the hottest time at noon? This is still the outdoor temperature, not the ground temperature. If it were the ground temperature, Tang Sichuan felt that it would be over 50 degrees.
Let me go!
At this temperature,
can I fry eggs in an iron pan?
Tang Sichuan complained.
By the way, it's such a hot day. Don't let the sun kill the things I planted.
Tang Sichuan muttered, and then hurriedly ran towards the peppers he had planted before. When he came to the wooden pot where the peppers were planted, he found that the peppers and apples were growing extremely vigorously. The apple saplings are already more than 1 meter tall, and are growing with luxuriant branches and leaves. The peppers have entered the fruiting period, and there are fist-sized bell peppers on the branches, some of which are a little red. Seeing that the peppers were not affected by the high temperature, Tang Sichuan was relieved. At least, he could eat spicy food in the future. However, Tang Sichuan was also surprised. Why did this high temperature not affect the growth of peppers at all?
Did I pour grade A water?
Tang Sichuan had some doubts. Now, his water purifier has been upgraded to S level, but there is still a lot of the previous A level water. Therefore, Tang Sichuan diluted the grade A water and used it as nutrients for key crops. Not to mention Tang Sichuan's luxury, he uses grade A water for planting that no one else has. There is nothing that can be done about it. There is a lack of fertilizer on the island, and he only has a small amount of these seeds. If you want to cultivate and expand the planting area, you need seeds or seedlings. In order to improve the survival rate of seeds or seedlings, Tang Sichuan had no choice but to use diluted Class A water for planting. There is another more important reason. That is, Tang Sichuan simply feels that grade A water cannot be wasted. But this thing had been sitting there for many days, and Tang Sichuan didn't dare to let people drink it. Since he couldn't let people drink it, and he didn't want to waste it, he could only use it for planting. Seeing that chili pepper was fine, Tang Sichuan walked towards the stubborn stone. When he came to the place where Mushi and the others were tied up yesterday, he saw that Nushi was leading a group of natives to make a fence. In the distance, Kuratsuchi was taking Mushi and the fishermen to fish out the supply box from the sea. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, took his precious daughter to play in the water in the Boundary River. The Boundary River is the river that Tang Sichuan and his men dug before that runs through the entire island. The river formerly ran through the ocean on the east and west sides of the island. Logically speaking,
This river should be a sea river. But since the Quanshui River merged into the Boundary River, Tang Sichuan felt that the Boundary River was also evolving towards the Tamsui River. This is a good thing for Tang Sichuan. After all, having an extra freshwater river on his island is conducive to development. As for how this Haihe River, which is only more than 100 meters long, was transformed into a freshwater river from a spring river similar to a creek, Tang Sichuan said that he did not know. However, Tang Sichuan looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the natives, who did not use contract cards, and began to work. And suddenly felt a little interesting. Not giving these natives and using contract cards was also a bold experiment by Tang Sichuan. After all, there will be more and more natives in the future, and it is impossible for everyone to use contract cards. So Tang Sichuan thinks that it is the best way to control and manage the natives by the natives. However, there is a disadvantage in doing this. That is, he does not know who among these natives is sincerely surrendering and who is harboring evil intentions. However, looking at it now, Tang Sichuan doesn't have any good solution. He can only stay in the future and think of a solution.
Hey, are you taking my daughter to play in the water?
Tang Sichuan walked to Zhang Ji and squatted down, asking with a smile.
Go! Go! Why am I your daughter?
Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and said to Tang Sichuan impatiently.
What you said? Why is she not my daughter?
Tang Sichuan also rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji, and then said to Wenwen,
Come on! Call Daddy, and Daddy will give you candy in a while. Okay.
Okay, when Wenwen heard Tang Sichuan's words, her eyes suddenly turned into a crescent moon, and then she shouted,
ABA.
ABA. Because he loves to smile. His 4 small front teeth are exposed.
Oh! Wenwen is so good! Daddy will exchange it for you in a minute.
Tang Sichuan heard Wenwen's milky voice and yelled,
Abba!
Abba! And he suddenly laughed so much that his mouth split to his ears. Went behind.
Come on! Xiaozimei! She is still young. She calls everyone ABA. ABA. Just like that when she saw a stubborn stone.
Zhang Ji rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan and said speechlessly, When Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, his head suddenly darkened.
By the way, why haven't I heard you talk about Wenwen's mother? Didn't she find it?
Tang Sichuan wanted to change the subject to ease the embarrassment. When Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, a hint of sadness suddenly appeared on his originally smiling face.
I didn't look for it, because his mother is no longer in this world,
Zhang Ji said sadly.
It was a massive hemorrhage.
Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words, and he wanted to give himself 2 big mouths. This wanted to relieve the embarrassment, which became even more embarrassing. Chapter 65: A strong atmosphere of conspiracy.
I'm sorry,
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji suddenly smiled when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said,
Why are you sorry? I've already forgotten about it. At least, I still have Wenwen with me now. My biggest wish now is to be able to raise Wenwen. But I didn't expect that we would arrive in this world overnight.
Zhang Ji said this and shook his head helplessly. When Tang Sichuan heard this, he reached out and patted his shoulder, and then said,
Don't worry. We will definitely survive. I have decided that Wenwen will be my daughter from now on. I will do my best to raise Wenwen. Wait, why do these words sound weird to me?
Zhang Ji immediately stopped Tang Sichuan from continuing.
Is it weird? I don't think so.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji with a puzzled face, and then asked,
No, I just realized that. As a father, why did you let Wenwen soak in the water? Isn't it that Wenwen hasn't had a bath for a long time? Isn't it that we should give her a bath while there is water and the weather is good? What's wrong?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan with a blank look on his face. When Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he directly covered his forehead and said,
I want to know, who has helped you take care of your children for more than a year? Mom, what's wrong?
Zhang Ji replied without thinking.
Don't you know that a child's skin is tender? If you bathe her in the sun, her skin will be easily sunburned? Also, although this water is no longer seawater, it is not fresh water either. Washing like this will be harmful to children's skin. Last point. Although the weather is hot now, you might catch a cold when the sea breeze blows. You don't regard Wenwen as your biological daughter.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji helplessly. After Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, his face suddenly became a little blushing.
No, you are not old. How do you know?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan and asked,
You've never eaten pork, and you've never seen a pig running around? My neighbor's house has a baby this big. I heard.
Tang Xiaochuan replied.
What should I do?
Zhang Ji was a little worried when he heard that the sun was too strong and women might get sunburned. I am an old man and I am very rough. So it doesn't matter if I wash it off. But woman is still young. So it would be serious if she gets sunburned.
Go to the apartment. Isn't there a bathing place inside? There is also a toiletry set. You can give one a good wash.
Tang Xiaochuan pointed to the apartment behind him.
Is this okay?
Zhang Ji felt bad when he heard what Tang Xiaochuan said. After all, the apartment belonged to Tang Xiaochuan. He had slept in his bed yesterday. And now he was going to use his bathroom.
What's wrong? Go quickly. I have to make arrangements for Mu Shi and the others first. Otherwise they will have to sleep in the open air again today.
Tang Xiaochuan waved his hand and said to Zhang Ji. Then Tang Xiaochuan touched Wenwen's baby fat little face again, and then walked towards Nushi and the others. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiaochuan's leading figure, thought for a moment, then picked up Wenwen and walked towards the apartment. When Tang Xiaochuan came to Nashi and the others, he clapped his hands and said to Nashi,
Nashi, put down what you are doing first. What's wrong? Master?
Nushi heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and immediately ran over with 9 natives.
We'll build the fence later. I think the weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently. You only have a small wooden house here, which can't accommodate so many people. And other people can't just bask in the sun. So I want you to take them to build a big shed for shade while the weather is not at its hottest yet. Otherwise, they will have to wait for the hottest time and they will have to face the sun. If this is not done well, something will happen,
Tang Xiaochuan said while looking at everyone.
Okay, Master.
Nushi nodded. He had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he had never found a good opportunity. After all, these companions of his were still enemies last night, and they had nothing to gain from them. So it was hard for him to make demands of Tang Xiaochuan. I originally planned to take people with me to quickly fix the fence and then tell Tang Xiaochuan about it. But unexpectedly, Tang Xiaochuan proposed it first, when he thought that his master was so considerate of him. Nushi's heart became hot again.
Well, that's settled. You take them to sort out the land first, and then go to the supply point to get the wood. If it's not enough, let me know. I'll think of a way. I'm going to check on Kuatu and the others first. The ship is still stranded. I'm going to see if it can be repaired,
Tang Xiaochuan said to the stubborn stone.
Okay, Master.
Nushi nodded. Tang Xiaochuan is relatively reassured about this native, who has followed him for the longest time. At least with his help, I can indeed do a lot of things. Tang Xiaochuan came to the dock and saw Haitree following Mu Shi, holding a supply box in one hand and walking towards the storage point for the supply box on the shore.
You 4. Don't grab the supply box yet,
Tang Xiaochuan said, looking at the 4 of them.
Ben Bo or Ba. You take Bob Bo or Ben first and go to the sunken ship to see if there are any useful materials inside. I want to fish them out. Haitu. Take Mushi to the supply point and bring some wood. Today we will think of a way to repair the ship,
Tang Xiaochuan said to the 4 of them.
Okay, Master.
Kuratsuchi nodded immediately.
Master, I have something to do,
Mushi suddenly said to Tang Xiaochuan.
What's the matter?
Tang Xiaochuan was very surprised. He looked at Mushi and asked,
Master, are these boxes important to you?
Mushi asked, pointing to the supply boxes on the side.
It's quite important. What's wrong?
Tang Xiaochuan looked at Mushi and nodded.
Master, there are 3 boxes similar to this one on that ship. But they are not wooden boxes, but bronze boxes.
Mushi pointed at the ship and said,
Bronze box?
Tang Xiaochuan was stunned. This was the first time he heard a bronze box mentioned like this.
Quick! Ben Bo or Ba. You 2 get the box for me first,
Tang Xiaochuan immediately said to Ben Bo or Ba.
Okay, Master.
Ben Bo or Ba heard Tang Xiaochuan's anxious tone and immediately nodded in response. Then quickly swam towards the location of the sunken ship with Bearbin, while Ben Bo or Ba and the others were fishing for the bronze supply box. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Mushi and asked,
How did you get this bronze box? Master, the high priest asked us to take this with us before we set off. He said this was a gift from God, and we were told not to open it.
Mushi thought for a while and said to Tang Xiaochuan,
Given by God?
Tang Xiaochuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Mushi's words, and then he came to his senses. Is this the rule of this world? After defeating monsters, treasures must be exploded? Or is it that the high priest has already guessed that Mushi and the others will definitely fail when they come? So he has prepared the prize in advance?
Why do I smell such a strong smell of conspiracy?
Tang Xiaochuan touched his chin and thought to himself. Chapter 66. This is not something that fish and me can solve. There is no doubt that whether it is the treasure that must be exploded after defeating the monster, or the high priest has calculated that Mu Shi and the others will fail. These two possibilities are not good news for Tang Sichuan. If the treasure must be exploded after defeating monsters, it means that the person who made all these rules has already penetrated into every aspect of this world, just like the creator god of this world. Tang Sichuan didn't believe this before. But how should the natives explain the island in front of him now? Therefore, Tang Sichuan now has no choice but to believe in the theory of the god of creation. If it is said that the high priest did this deliberately, he had already set off before Mushi. Even if Mushi would fail, Tang Sichuan felt that it would be even more dangerous, because you know nothing about the enemy. But the enemy can clearly calculate your movements. How can you play this? Just when Tang Sichuan was thinking wildly, Binbo Erba and the others carried a bronze box back to the shore. The two of them pushed the bronze box to the beach. And then Mu Shi stepped forward and directly dragged the bronze box up from the water. Binbo Erba and the others carried it back and forth 3 times before stopping.
Master, all the boxes on the ship are here, and the rest are some wood and the like.
Binbo Erba said to Tang Sichuan.
Yes, I understand.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then hesitated whether to open the 3 bronze boxes. He was a little worried. This was a whole dud for him by the high priest and asked him to jump into it. After all, the high priest asked Mu Shi and the others to bring this thing with them. What if they put something in it, and it gets cold soon after opening it? However, let him not open it. Tang Sichuan felt it was a pity. After all, this was the first time he had seen a bronze box. What if there was something good inside? Tang Sichuan also asked Nushi and others to help open the box before. But Nushi reported that they had tried their best and could not open the wooden box. This means that this material box can only be opened by survivors. But now there are only 2 survivors on this island, himself and Zhang Ji. Now Zhang Ji is still giving Wenwen a bath. It is impossible for him to wait for Zhang Ji to wash Wenwen before opening the box.
Work hard. You can find wealth in danger.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and decided to open the box himself. He slowly pulled out the samurai's sword from his waist, then used the tip of the knife to pick the lock on the bronze box, and then used the tip of the knife to directly open the lid of the supply box.
Congratulations on getting leather manufacturing workshop. Are you still worried about not having any armor? Are you still lamenting that your defense is a little too low when facing strong enemies? Come on! Build a leather factory of your own that can be used to make your own leather armor. Jiangnan Leather Factory will not fail this time. Note, construction requires wood X300, iron X100, and linen X50. Note, making leather requires a certain unit of animal skin, and it requires skilled workers. Shin Ma Miao's Jiangnan Leather Factory.
Tang Sichuan saw the introduction and suddenly had the urge to flip the table. Although the stuff was good stuff, this introduction made Tang Sichuan really want to flip the table. After calming down, he felt that except for this introduction, everything else was good. Now on my own island, there is no shortage of weapons, but no one has any armor. He and Zhang Ji were still wearing modern casual clothes, while Nushi and the others were basically running naked. And owning this leather factory is a step ahead of the world. Although this introduction is ridiculous, when you think about your own island, these natives are wearing leather armor and holding iron guns. That is quite invincible.
But where can I find this animal skin? I only have 2 chickens now. But can I use the chicken skin to make leather armor?
Tang Sichuan began to touch his chin and think. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that using chicken skin to make leather armor was too nonsense. Could it be that when you meet the enemy in the future, the enemy will ask you, "What kind of armor are you wearing?" Do you want to reply with, "Chicken skin armor"? I'm afraid that by then, instead of hammering the enemy to death, we will laugh the enemy to death. Besides, how many chickens does it take? I want to use its leather to make armor. What a fuss.
Forget it. Let's talk about it later when we have cows.
Tang Sichuan shook his head. Then he set his sights on the second bronze box.
Congratulations on getting a gift pack of agricultural seeds. Are you still worried about what crops to plant on the island? Here is a gift pack of agricultural seeds. From now on, you no longer have to think about what you can plant. You have to learn to think about what you should plant. Of course, the premise is that your island must be big enough. The gift package contains corn, rice, wheat, peanuts, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cotton, etc. A total of 99 crops. Each crop contains 99 seeds. Only children make choices. I always want all the adults.
Tang Sichuan was shocked when he saw what came out of the second box. There are 99 kinds of crop seeds, and each crop contains 99 seeds. This means that he will become a farmer in the future. However, it seems that under such circumstances, it is very satisfying to be a happy farmer. At least my own food is enough. Then, Tang Sichuan saw the rice, wheat, and grapes that he thought he needed most. What does this mean? This shows that the day is not far away when I can drink food and wine, and have wine and meat. Think about it. When I was planting hops a few days ago, I was still thinking about how to get some wheat. And now wheat came. Once the wheat is mature, you can start brewing beer. It's so cool. Tang Sichuan put away the seed gift bag and then looked at the third box. He was looking forward to what supplies the third box would bring out. After all, the supplies from the first two boxes had already made him a lot of money. Tang Sichuan still used the tip of his knife to open the lid of the bronze supply box. And he immediately heard the notification sound. Congratulations on getting double card experience card, S level, for 1 day. Any income earned from trading, salvage, farming, and opening supply boxes will be doubled. The short introduction shocked Tang Sichuan. As the saying goes, the shorter the title, the bigger the deal. This theory is absolutely universal. Income from trading, salvaging, farming, and opening boxes can all be doubled. In other words, as long as Tang Sichuan has new material income, this income will be doubled. For example, Tang Sichuan used to buy a Cornerstone for 200G. But now that the double experience card is included, the price drops directly to 100G. The drop in cost and price is actually secondary. The main thing is this doubling. No matter how scarce the resources are, as soon as they pass through Tang Sichuan's hands, they immediately become twice as valuable. Let's use the Cornerstone as an example. For example, Tang Sichuan can use 10 tons of fish meat and trade for 50,000 Cornerstones. Then as soon as it passes through Tang Sichuan's hands, it immediately becomes 100,000. A total of 100,000 foundation stones. That is an area of 100,000 square meters. This is no longer something that can be solved with fish and meat, but a matter of whether there are 100,000 foundation stones among the entire army of millions of survivors. When he thought of this, Tang Sichuan felt hot in his heart. He felt like he was about to take off. Chapter 67. If the fish doesn't stink, will I give it away? However, Tang Sichuan stopped laughing immediately. Let me go! Why didn't I get this double card first? If I got the double card first, wouldn't I have 2 seed gift packages? Tang Sichuan's face at this time looked like he had lost money. The miser. But this state only lasted for a few seconds before he became normal. He looked at Ben Boer Ba and Bob Boer Bin, who were still in the sea, nodded, and then said, Well, you two did a good job. After you guys have repaired the boat, I'll continue to cook grilled fish for you too. Great! Long live the master! Ben Boer Ba kept applauding Tang Sichuan in the sea, and then plunged into the sea. Tang Sichuan turned around, glanced at Kuatu, and then said, Just keep an eye here. If you need any help, just help. This ship needs to be repaired as soon as possible. I will be of great use later. Understood, master. Seeing that Tang Sichuan spoke so formally, Haitu also felt a sense of responsibility bursting out from deep in his heart. After Tang Sichuan finished all this, he walked towards his apartment. It's too hot today. Do you want Tang Sichuan to bask in the sun with Wan Shi, Kuratsuchi and the others? He doesn't want to. After all, where is the master, working alongside the slaves? Shouldn't the master just lie on the bed and watch others work? And the most important point is that Tang Sichuan really feels that the weather is too hot. If he is outside, he will definitely suffer from heat stroke in a short time. Rather than suffering from heat stroke outside in the sun, it is better to go back to the apartment and prepare some salt water for Nushi and the others. Yes, the main purpose of Tang Sichuan's return to the apartment was to prepare some salt water. And it was definitely not to blow up the air conditioner. When Tang Sichuan just returned to the apartment, Zhang Ji also hugged his daughter and walked out of the bathroom. Have you finished washing? Tang Sichuan said with a smile. It's done. Zhang Ji also nodded. Then he was going to put the dirty clothes Wen had changed into on her again. No. Wait. Tang Sichuan immediately stopped him after seeing it. What are you doing? These clothes are already so dirty. And you still put them on? Otherwise, let him be naked. Zhang Ji rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan. I'm convinced by you. Although Tang Sichuan did not have children, he had taken care of them. Without saying a word, he took off Wenwen's old clothes and said, Take Wenwen to the bedroom and wash these clothes later.
I'll go to the market first to see if there are any clothes for children.
Tang Xiuchuan said here, paused, then looked at himself, and then said,
I guess we both need one.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, thought about it thoughtfully, and then said,
It seems that what you said makes some sense.
Okay.
Let's go quickly.
With that, Tang Xiuchuan rushed Zhang Ji into the bedroom. After he pushed Zhang Ji and went into the bedroom, he came to the edge of the island again. He first took a look at the things on the market and found that the survival materials that the survivors could now come up with were getting more and more. And they were getting weirder and weirder. There are everything from lighters and nail clippers to all kinds of food and building materials. For example, right now, Tang Xiuchuan saw someone exchanging a smelly fish in the market.
Stinky fish, a classic delicacy made through special processing. If you like it,
don't miss it. I'll go. What kind of taste do these people have? Can they even eat stinky fish? What a talent.
Although Tang Xiuchuan didn't know how the stinky fish was cooked, he could guarantee that he would definitely eat it in one bite. Can't eat it. So scary. What are the living conditions now? I still want to eat smelly fish, but I'm not afraid of getting sick from eating it.
That guy who sells stinky fish. Is your fish authentic?
A courageous survivor asked on the public screen.
Is it authentic? Brother, I used to run a restaurant. People from Huizhou. Do you think it is authentic?
The survivor named Huizhou fish buyer immediately replied.
If I go, Huizhou people must be authentic smelly fish?
Said the courageous survivor.
However, I remember that Huizhou smelly fish is made from mandarin fish. Right. What do you use to make this? Marine fish? Well, there is no mandarin fish, so I will use other sea fish instead. But I can guarantee that the taste is definitely better than the mandarin fish.
The Huizhou fish seller immediately replied, as if he was unwilling to give up this business.
Really? Then I want to try. How much do you need? 5 units of supplies.
Huizhou fish seller said immediately.
Only 5? Okay. I want it. Brother upstairs, I advise you to be careful.
At this time, another survivor immediately jumped out to dissuade him.
Upstairs, I advise you to shut up. Don't you know that cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents?
The Huizhou fish seller immediately shot back.
What's going on?
The bold survivor asked immediately after hearing this.
Hey. Then ask this fish seller. Let's see if he dares not to say anything.
The survivor who stopped buying fish let out a
Gigi
laugh.
That's what. It's this fish. It has a stronger smell than the ordinary stinky mandarin fish.
The Huizhou fish seller couldn't hide it when he saw the other party asking.
Hey, what do I think? It's okay. I just like this one. The stronger the taste, the more I like it,
said the survivor who wanted to buy fish.
Really? You are such a good brother. I will give you this fish.
The Huizhou fish seller gave the fish directly, as if he had met a close friend.
Brother, this can't be done. No. This fish must be sent. If that's the case, then I'd rather be respectful than obey. The man upstairs is a real warrior.
The guy who wanted to stop the fish buying was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He really didn't expect that someone would really like this. However, out of humanity, he stopped what he should have stopped. But it seemed that the other party didn't accept it. So what else could he say?
Except, what a warrior.
When Tang Xiuchuan saw the scene, he also felt that this matter was full of weirdness. Are the survivors now running out of food? If there is really no shortage of food, what will I sell in the future? What can I exchange for supplies? Just when Tang Xiuchuan was still thinking about this, the warrior who traded with others and picked up a smelly fish for nothing appeared again.
My uncle, you are really smelly fish. Damn it. Huizhou craftsmanship. You are smellier than canned herring. You cooked the rice fields together with the fish. I'm your uncle.
The warrior cursed the Huizhou fish seller on the public screen. At this time, the fish seller in Huizhou changed his previous attitude and said to the warrior,
I told you. It's a stinky fish. You insisted on buying it. And you said this is what you like. I said I wanted smelly fish. The kind that is edible. Can you still eat it? Brother, are you making a fuss? If you can eat it, will I sell it? No. It's for free.
The Huizhou fish seller asked directly.
I accept it.
The warrior was hit back by the Huizhou fish seller and was speechless. When Tang Xiuchuan saw the scene, he could only pat his chest, and then said,
I'm scared to death. Baby, I really thought you were not short of food. If you don't like food, what will I do?
Chapter 68. The power seems to have grown stronger. Tang Sichuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was still in a state of lack of food.
Let me tell you, how could there be no shortage of food all of a sudden? It seems like food and water will still be hard currency for a long time to come.
Tang Sichuan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief.
This is not because Tang Sichuan is cruel, but because his most abundant resources on the island now are fish, meat and water. If neither of these are lacking, he will lose most of his trading ability. Or to be precise, his pricing ability. This is actually just like the national bank in reality. If it loses its pricing power, it is nothing. Tang Sichuan was unwilling to lose such a special status, so he could only pray that hard currency like food could maintain its value longer. Kodzi doesn't know much about finance. Don't blame me. That's what it means anyway. If everyone understands, it'll be fine. If we must change, we hope to wait until our island is fully developed and then depreciate. After Tang Sichuan laughed, he stopped paying attention to the two people who were still bickering and said something directly on the public screen.
Yifeng, everyone. Now I need to buy some clothes, both for adults and children. As long as they are clothes, you can trade them with me. Each piece of clothes will be traded for 200 G of fresh sea fish. Oh no! Who is this? Who is so radiant? It's him! It's him! It's him! Our boss Yifeng! Boss Yifeng, can you give me a bite to eat? I haven't eaten in 7 days. You upstairs. You are shameless. I just saw you exchanging bread for supplies. Besides, you haven't eaten for 7 days. Even if you are not dead, you won't have the strength to speak. Why? It's none of your business that I held my breath and talked to my boss? Also, did your eye see me exchanging bread for supplies? You guys! Really? Why are you arguing at this time? Brother Yifeng, look at me! I am 26 years old. Height is 170 centimeters. Weight is 90 centimeters. I have a teacup. I am light and soft and can easily be pushed down. Do you want me? Boss Yifeng? Are you thinking about others? Upstairs. Please show some respect. Yesterday, you were even scolded on the public screen. Why are you so light and soft? I'll talk about it later. I have a friend who, before he died, wanted to know if there really was a teacup. If you say so, I also have a friend who wants to see a teacup before he dies. No. You guys, why did you suddenly turn the building upside down? Isn't Boss Yifeng here to collect clothes?
Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen, which was suddenly in chaos because of his appearance, and felt dumbfounded. He never thought that in such a severe situation, this group of ambitious survivors could drive so fast. This almost made him miss the bus. However, even though he was already on the bus, he still had to pretend to be calm and said on the public screen, You can just trade with me directly on the market. I have already set the exchange ratio. Also, I will continue to receive various construction drawings for a long time. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you, and the cornerstones are also required. The same price is the same. Then you just have fun first. I still have something to do here, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Tang Sichuan immediately exited the public screen. He was afraid that he would be surrounded by people again. After Tang Sichuan closed the public screen, he took another look at the trading market and found that more than 10 sets of clothes had been traded. He clicked to receive it, and instantly, there was a lot of clothes in his hand. Tang Sichuan picked up all the clothes and knocked on the bedroom door.
What's wrong?
Zhang Ji opened the door and looked at Tang Sichuan.
Here. These are the clothes that were just redeemed. Take a look first to see if there are any suitable for 1-1. If not, there will be a batch later.
Tang Sichuan threw all the clothes in his hand to Zhang Ji.
Okay. Let me sort it out and divide it into categories later.
Zhang Ji also nodded.
Okay. Then you can take care of it. I have something else to do.
With that, Tang Sichuan closed the door directly. Although Zhang Ji didn't say anything, Wen was still a little girl and needed to protect her privacy. It's just a joke. Don't make trouble with your privacy. So Tang Sichuan didn't even enter the door. He handed the clothes to Zhang Ji and closed the door. After Tang Sichuan exited the bedroom, he went directly to the kitchen and began to prepare the salt water. Tang Sichuan first found a container to fill with 3 L of S-grade purified water. Then poured in 15 L of ordinary purified water. After diluting the S-grade purified water to a certain proportion, he took out the box containing sea salt.
I remember that the proportion of making light salt water is 0.9%, which means that 1 L of water requires 9 G of salt. I just prepared 18 L, which means I need 162 G of sea salt. Okay. Then the last question. How much is 162 g of sea salt? I don't even have a scale now. How can I weigh 162 g? Forget it. Let's go with a full screen feeling. In the worst case, it will be like drinking strong salt water.
As he spoke, Tang Sichuan poured all the salt in the salt box in his hand. He found a relatively clean wooden stick from somewhere and stirred it in the water. After the salt melted, Tang Sichuan used a small spoon to take out a little bit and taste it. The taste is okay. Not as salty as expected. Just right.
Okay. The light salt water has been made successfully. All that's left is to add some ice cubes.
With that, Tang Sichuan turned around and took out a large amount of ice cubes from the refrigerator and put them directly into the light salt water. After doing all this, Tang Sichuan looked at the wall and saw a trace of water droplets forming on it, which meant that the problem of the weak salt water had been reduced to a certain extent.
Okay.
Tang Sichuan nodded. And a basin of cold, thirst-quenching light salt water was completed. Tang Sichuan picked up the large basin of salt water and walked outside the apartment. When he came outside the apartment and put the tub down, he suddenly realized that he was holding the tub and felt much more relaxed than before. A wooden basin weighs at least 10 kilograms, plus 18 L of water. It weighs at least more than 40 kilograms. I can actually move the water out so easily. Tang Sichuan himself felt a little incredible. Tang Sichuan has some doubts. This is the reason why he eats the food that takes away the grade these days. You have to know that I haven't exercised much since I went to college. It's completely possible that my limbs are not working hard. Although it's not that big that I can't hold a bucket of water. It's definitely not that easy. I feel like I'm holding a ball of cotton. Although I have some doubts. This is also a good thing for myself. After all, this world is full of threats. Having more strength is always a good thing.
Stubborn stone! Ask someone to come over and drink some water.
Tang Sichuan put aside his doubts and yelled at the stubborn stone not far away.
Okay, master.
Nushi responded immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. The water given by the master must be drank. Chapter 69 Playfulness.
What is this?
Nushi looked at the wooden basin on the ground with a blank expression. The basin contained a large basin of water with ice cubes floating on it.
This is specially given to you to relieve the heat. Drink some.
Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi and said,
Oh.
Nushi heard that this was specially made for them. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the cup next to him, took a cup, and then poured it directly into his mouth. As soon as the ice water entered his mouth, Stubborn's facial features immediately came together, his face full of pain. However, he did not dare to spit out the water. After all, Tang Sichuan made it specially for them. Even if it doesn't taste good, you still have to drink it. Tang Sichuan looked at the stubborn stone, drank the salt water in pain, and immediately asked,
What's wrong? Is this? Master, this water is weird.
Nushi replied truthfully.
What's wrong? This water is salty. Master, are you giving us seawater to drink?
Nushi asked cautiously.
What seawater? This is fresh salt water.
Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes and said,
Light salt water?
Nushi was a little confused. It was so good. Why should he drink light salt water?
Master, this water doesn't taste good. Can I stop drinking this?
Nushi said a little innocently.
No, you have to drink. This is for your own good.
Huh?
For our own good?
Nashi didn't quite understand.
The weather is so hot now that the human body sweats easily. As long as you sweat too much, the human body will lose a lot of salt. If you don't replenish some salt at this time, the human body is very likely to lose salt. Drinking some light salt water can balance the salt in your body and replenish water to avoid heat stroke.
Tang Sichuan patiently explained to Nushi.
Master, why do you lose salt when you sweat? What is this salt? Also, what does heat stroke mean?
Nushi asked Tang Sichuan like a curious baby. Tang Sichuan, on the other hand, looked embarrassed, because he knew that he would easily lose salt if he sweated too much. But this was all common sense. If you asked him why, Tang Sichuan wouldn't know either. Facing Stubborn's inquiry, Tang Sichuan was at a loss and didn't know how to explain. So, he adopted the simplest and most effective method.
If you are told to drink, you just drink. Where do you come from so many words? I am doing this for your own good. Am I going to harm you?
Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes at Nushi. When Nianshi heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately didn't dare to say anything more. He poured another glass and drank it all in one breath. Although the salt water didn't taste very good, he knew that this was Tang Sichuan's concern for them. And that was enough. Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi and the others, drinking gulps of light salt water, without asking any more questions. He nodded with satisfaction.
Sure enough. Sometimes, you just can't reason with them, because they're not on the same level after all. It's great like this. Just force them to drink it.
Tang Sichuan couldn't help but feel that he was very smart. He felt that if he gave a common sense class to these natives, they would probably be pissed off. After all, he was not a professional. He only knew how to do many things. But he didn't know why he did it.
Huh? Where are Haitu and the others?
Tang Sichuan looked around and found that Haitu and Mushi were not here. So he asked Nushi.
Master, Kuratsuchi and the others are still at the dock.
Nushi pointed to the location of the dock.
Oh, go and ask them to come over and drink water.
Tang Sichuan stretched his head, looked over the crowd, saw Haitu and Mushi still carrying wood, and said to the stubborn stone,
Okay, Master.
Nushi responded, and then walked towards the dock. Not long after, Nashi came over with Haitu and Mushi.
Master.
Haitu and Mushi looked at Tang Sichuan and shouted,
Here, drink some salt water.
After saying that, Tang Sichuan picked up the cup and poured a cup for Haitu and Mushi.
Thank you, Master.
Hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Haitu and Mushi immediately showed a touch of emotion on their faces, then raised their heads and poured all the water into their mouths. Then, the two of them showed the same expressions as Nushi and the others.
Don't vomit. This is the water given by the Master.
Nushi said immediately to the side, when he saw that the two people were about to vomit. When Kuratsuchi and Mushi heard Nashi's words, they immediately covered their mouths with both hands and swallowed in pain.
Master, Master, why is this water like sea water? It's salty.
Haida looked at Tang Sichuan with a strange look on his face.
This is light salt water. Didn't I tell you already?
Tang Sichuan felt that he had no way to communicate with these indigenous people.
This is to give you some salt, so you don't get heat stroke.
Oh! Haitu and Mushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, and could only nod helplessly. And then, they turned their attention to Nashi, who was covering his mouth and laughing.
Nansher, have you known this for a long time?
Mushi looked at Nansher and asked.
Yes, we have all drank.
Nushi admitted generously.
Then why don't you remind us and let us take a sip?
Kuratsuchi was also a little unhappy.
Why do we need to remind you? We, a group of people, are all big drinkers, and we are all suffering the same as you are now. Why should I tell you in advance?
Stubborn Stone asked. When Kuratsuchi and Mushi heard this, they realized that Nushi and the others were deliberately making fun of him. The two looked at each other, pretended to be angry and grabbed the Stubborn Stone, lifted him up, and then walked towards the boundary river.
No! What are you two doing? Put me down.
Nushi was a little panicked.
What are you doing? You'll know in a minute.
Mushi sneered at Nushi.
Huh? No. Wait. Master, please save me.
Nushi shouted at Tang Sichuan. But Tang Sichuan felt that he had not been so happy for a long time since he came to this island. This reminded him of the scene when he was young and playing with his childhood playmates by the stream. Therefore, Tang Sichuan has no objection to his men playing like this, as long as they don't hurt anyone. When Haitu and Mushi heard Nushi calling his master for help, they stopped and turned to look at Tang Sichuan. They were actually a little worried that if they played like this, they would make Tang Sichuan unhappy. Feeling the gazes from everyone, Tang Sichuan coughed slightly, and then said,
Well, whatever you watch me do, just do whatever you have to do.
When Haitu and Mushi saw that Tang Sichuan had no objection, they immediately said to Nushi,
Look, the master doesn't object. You are hopeless.
With that said, the two people continued to carry the stubborn stone towards the river. The other natives also saw that Tang Sichuan had no objection, and they all followed. Nushi was still struggling. He had already guessed what Kuatu and Mushi wanted to do, and the other natives on the side were also making noises.
Throw! Throw! Throw!
The natives gathered around and shouted loudly to Haitu and Mushi. Kuratsuchi and Mushi also started to hold hands and feet, and then began to swing back and forth, preparing to throw the rocks into the river.
1, 2, 3, throw! Plop!
The stubborn stone was thrown into the river by the two of them. When the stubborn stone stood up from the river, a group of natives began to laugh. Chapter 70 Let the Pledge of Survival group take the blame.
I'll go. What are you doing?
Zhangji came out with Wen in his arms, looked at the playful natives, and asked,
Oh, they know how to play.
Tang Sichuan turned around after hearing Zhangji's words. As a result, he saw Wen in Zhangji's arms. Speaking of this child, he was very cute when he was young. Wenwen, who was originally dirty, was washed and dressed up like this by Zhang Ji, and she suddenly looked much better, as cute as a doll.
Ah! Wenwen is here!
As soon as Tang Sichuan saw Wenwen, he couldn't help but want to tease her.
Go! Go! This is my daughter! If you want one, just go and have one yourself.
Zhang Ji slapped Tang Sichuan's hand away, and then said to Tang Sichuan,
Uncle, where am I going to be born?
Tang Sichuan suddenly raised his eyebrows when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Then how do I know? You can go to whoever you like.
Zhang Ji curled his lips. Tang Sichuan felt that this treatment hit his sore foot. In this aspect, he indeed suffered a lot compared to Zhang Ji. So, Tang Sichuan decisively changed the topic.
By the way, in the afternoon, please pay a little attention to the island stone. I expect you men to arrive at Sister Ma Yin's side at noon. Yes, I know.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then said,
By the way, you should allocate some work to me. It's not a problem for me to just eat and die on the island every day. When you mentioned this, I remembered that I do have something to ask you to help with.
Tang Sichuan said immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
What? Take a look at this first.
Tang Sichuan said, taking out the terraforming card he just got.
What is this?
Zhang Ji was a little confused.
This is a terrain transformation card that can modify the topography of the entire island. I need you to make an overall terrain plan for our island. You also saw what happened yesterday. We are very likely to face the invasion of these indigenous people or sea tribes in the future. Our current island alone has no terrain, and it is difficult to defend it. So, I hope you can outline a defensive terrain as soon as possible so that we can have the minimum number of people to defend the entire island.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji and said,
Okay, I'm familiar with this matter.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then said,
But, do we have to wait until Mr. Fong comes to decide on this matter? After all, I'm not familiar with farming. I don't know what kind of crops and what kind of terrain they need to be planted in. Also, I think what you are doing now is to divide the entire island into 4 parts. Do these islands also need to be modified with different landforms according to the differences in each region?
Zhang Ji looked around. Island? Asked Tang Sichuan.
In terms of planting, there shouldn't be any need for special terrain. But it's okay to listen to Mr. Fong's opinion. As for what you said about dividing the whole island,
I really want to divide the island into different areas according to different functions. However, I don't think this will have much impact on the island as a whole. When the time comes, I will draw a sketch for you, and you first outline the terrain to ensure the safety of the entire island. When Mr. Fong and the others arrive, we can refine it further. We need to modify the island's terrain as soon as possible.
Tang Sichuan nodded and said to Zhang Ji,
Okay, I'll sketch out a first version later, and see if there are any shortcomings before making changes.
Zhang Ji also nodded. He knew very well how precious this kind of card that can modify the island's landscape is. It's hard to say whether we'll meet him again next time, so we must make good use of the battle we have now.
However, if we want to build a perfect defensive terrain, the island is still a little small.
Zhang Ji looked at the island and said to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan also nodded when he heard Zhang Ji's words. He knew what Zhang Ji said was true. Although the island now has more than 10,000 square meters, to put it bluntly, it is only 100 meters square. If you want to develop on the island and be self-sufficient, the current area is really not enough. Not to mention, when transforming the terrain, you need to go out to some uninhabitable places. Calculating this way, the land use will only be smaller than this 10,000 square meters.
It seems that we should increase the acquisition of cornerstones in the future.
Tang Sichuan nodded secretly. Now! He still has a double card in his hand that can be used. He wants to maximize the benefits of this double card. That is, it can be used to pile up a large amount of supplies. However, a large amount of materials flowing into the trading market will inevitably lead to a fall in prices. Therefore, this requires a certain degree of ability. If you exchange endlessly, in the end it is very likely that a cornerstone will change from 200G to 600G. Even so, it may not be able to be collected. Therefore, Tang Sichuan expected to receive at least 50,000 foundation stones, and then use a double card to double the amount, which would be 100,000 foundation stones. Based on the price of 200G of a foundation stone, collecting 50,000 foundation stones would require 10 tons of fish meat. If this includes the premium generated by the large amount of materials entering the market, Just to collect foundation stones, I would have to prepare at least 12 to 15 tons of sea fish. This is only needed to acquire the cornerstone, not counting other materials. A conservative estimate is that for this wave, Tang Sichuan will have to prepare at least 25 tons to 30 tons of supplies in order to make full use of this double card. With 25 tons to 30 tons of supplies, Tang Sichuan felt that his head was a bit big. Moreover, if so many materials are thrown down, God knows what the entire trading market will look like by then. The most important point is that if you collect these cornerstones yourself, then someone who is interested can quickly calculate how big your island is. If your island is exposed, it will inevitably be remembered. You know, the island will not move. If some thoughtful people knew the coordinates and were attacked again, then he would have no choice but to lie down. Tang Sichuan would not think that he could easily deal with the natives and that he was invincible. The abilities of these survivors were not comparable to those of the natives. The most obvious difference is that survivors can make tools, but natives cannot. Therefore, Tang Sichuan decided that he should keep a low profile until his strength could cope with all difficulties. No, we have to find a way. We have to find someone to share the firepower. Tang Sichuan decided secretly. But who are you looking for? Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of the Pledge of Survival group that he had cooperated with once. It suddenly occurred to him that letting the Pledge of Survival group help acquire the cornerstone would be a win-win situation. The Oath Survival group can make a name for themselves, and they can also get the cornerstone. Moreover, with the Oath Survival group standing in front, it is estimated that the eyes of other survivors will shift to them. On your own side, you can reduce the amount of attention you receive. Well, it seems that we need to contact the Pledge of Survival group. Tang Sichuan thought of this and nodded. Chapter 71. I hope you can help me collect a batch of supplies. Tang Sichuan had just made up his mind and woke up from his thoughts when he found that Zhang Ji and Wen had already gone to play by the stream. The other indigenous people also took advantage of the last time before lunch to quickly build a pergola. It is worth mentioning that while everyone was busy, Bin Bor Ba emerged from the sea with a bunch of water plants on his head. The other natives, including Mushi, couldn't help but take a step back when they saw Bin Bor Ba. After all, they don't care about creatures like Bin Bor Ba who look very different from themselves. Still fearful, however, Sushi and Haidu, who have long been accustomed to the appearance of running around, think it's nothing. However, what surprised Tang Sichuan the most was that Wen seemed to be very interested in Bin Bor Ba. When she saw Bin Bor Ba, she staggered towards Bin Bor Ba, and then hugged Bin Bor Ba's thigh. Fish! Fish! Wen hugged Bin Bor Ba and shouted towards Zhang Ji. Then he opened his mouth, revealing his 4 small milk teeth, and bit down on Bin Bor Ba's thigh. Ah! Master! Help! Bin Bor Ba watched Zhang Ji carrying Wen ashore yesterday. He knew very well that Zhang Ji would be with Tang Sichuan in the future, so he didn't dare to resist at all, and could only shout loudly to Tang Sichuan. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he immediately went to hold Wen in his arms. But Wen seemed to have a lot of thoughts about Bin Bor Ba. Even when she was held in her arms, she still wanted to bite Bin Bor Ba. There was also a sound of fish, fish, coming out of his mouth. Tang Sichuan's face turned dark when he saw this scene. Why did you come to the island if you didn't just stay in the sea? Tang Sichuan asked, looking at Bin Bor Ba. Master, this human being is so scary. She wants to eat me. Bin Bor Ba pointed at Wen and said, I'm not worried about her eating you. I'm worried that she'll have diarrhea after eating you. Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes at Bin Bor Ba. Huh? Bin Bor Ba suddenly stood there blankly after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. He wanted to ask, Master, are you really not afraid of hurting my fragile heart when you speak like this? Tell me quickly. What are you doing on the island? Tang Sichuan asked impatiently. It's not that he has any discrimination, but Bin Bor Ba and Ba Boer Bin have been thinking about food all day since they arrived on the island. If it weren't for the fact that they had the power in the water that he already had, Tang Sichuan would have thrown him out long ago. Eat, eat, eat. I know how to eat all day long. Tang Sichuan scolded Bin Bor Ba for a few words, and then continued, It will be ready in a while, and will be delivered to you. I really don't understand why you, a fish man, like eating cooked food so much. Bin Bor Ba listened to Tang Sichuan's words and immediately smiled. As for Tang Sichuan scolding him, he didn't care at all. Okay, master, then I will go back to work in the sea now. Bin Bor Ba nodded immediately, and then walked towards the sea. Before he left, he looked back at Wen, who was showing her teeth and claws at him. Bin Bor Ba made a face at Wen,
and then walked towards the sea, one step at a time. Soon, Tang Sichuan took Nashi and the others to catch some grated fish from the pond, which were today's lunch. In Tang Sichuan's words, today is a good day. Another person has joined his island, which is worth celebrating. After having grilled fish for lunch, Tang Sichuan asked Nushi and the others to rest. Of course, people were arranged to stay behind just in case. He and Zhang Ji returned to his apartment.
You guys should go and take a rest. I need to take care of something here,
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji when he saw that there was nothing going on.
Okay, I'll put Wenwen to sleep in a while, and I'll come over to help you.
Zhang Ji nodded. After Zhang Ji carried Wenwen back to the bedroom, Tang Sichuan went directly to the edge of the island stone and began to contact the past.
Boss!
Xingzeng quickly connected to Tang Sichuan's communication.
Is your captain here? Can you ask him to add me as a friend? I have something I need to discuss with him.
Tang Sichuan said straight to the point.
Our leader?
Xingzeng was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said,
Okay, Lord Yefeng, I will tell our leader now, and he will add you as a friend later. Well, okay.
Tang Sichuan nodded and hung up the communication. Soon, Tang Sichuan's private chat channel began to flash, and a survivor named Oath requested to add Tang Sichuan as a friend. Tang Sichuan clicked agree without even thinking about it.
Ha ha ha! Great God Yefeng, I have long admired your name. I am the leader of the Oath survival group. You can call me Oath.
Oath said very boldly.
You're welcome, Captain of the Oath.
Tang Sichuan also thought about it and said,
Just call me Night Breeze. Ha ha ha. That's a good relationship. I won't be polite. I should be a few years older than you, so I'll call you brother.
Oath said with a smile.
I don't know why Brother Yefeng came to see me today.
Something? Yes, leader of the Oath. I have a business here that I want to discuss with you.
Tang Sichuan nodded and said to the Oath. After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Xiao Shu immediately became serious.
Brother Yifeng, let me be blunt. Brother, our friends are friends and business is business. Although thanks to your blessing last time, I escaped. Brother, and the entire survival team has also developed greatly. But I hope Brother Yifeng can understand that there is a group of brothers behind me. Therefore, since I am here to discuss business with me, I can only do business in business. I hope I can understand this. Of course, I want me to help. So I won't say anything and will do my best for you. If the word no pops out of my mouth, I won't be considered a hero.
When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the Oath, he suddenly felt that his forehead was full of black lines. Where is this? I just wanted to negotiate a business deal with you. Why does it sound so weird to you?
What the Oath leader said makes sense. I deeply agree with this.
Tang Sichuan nodded.
However, this time, I do have a business to discuss with the Oath leader. If this thing is done well, it will be a win-win situation for both of us.
Tang Sichuan said calmly.
Oh, then I'm all ears.
Oath nodded calmly.
I need to purchase a large amount of supplies recently, but I don't want other survivors to know that I am purchasing them. Therefore, I hope that the leader of the Oath can do the purchasing for me.
Tang Sichuan said calmly.
What? Just buying supplies?
Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. He thought it was something, but Yifeng told him directly that he was just buying supplies.
What supplies are they?
Oath asked.
It's just some common supplies that are easy to purchase.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said,
Since it is some common supplies, why doesn't Brother Yifeng just show his name? Wouldn't it be faster?
Oath was a little confused. Chapter 72 Agreement reached.
To be honest, although these materials are very common materials, they are in huge quantities. If I were to purchase them by myself, it would most likely affect the current material exchange ratio. At that time, if the proportion of supplies is raised too high, it will not be a good thing for us.
Tang Sichuan said calmly. After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Xiao Xiao suddenly didn't know what to say. What does it mean that a single acquisition will lead to higher prices? How much do you need to acquire to have such an effect?
Brother Yifeng, if you want me to help, you have to tell me how many things you plan to acquire.
Xiao Xiao asked curiously.
Actually, it's okay to tell Brother Oath. I have prepared at least 25 tons of supplies this time.
No.
How much?
Oath suddenly shouted in surprise when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
At least 25 tons, and at most 30 tons of supplies. Most of them are fish and meat. And there is also some fresh water.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile. After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Xiao Xiao was immediately speechless.
No wonder Yifeng is worried about causing price fluctuations. If he really smashes these 25 tons of materials, it may really cause fluctuations in the material exchange ratio.
Oath thought with a wry smile. Brother Yifeng, although I don't know how you got these supplies, I want to say that if you smash all these supplies, it will indeed cause a shock. That's why I'm going to cooperate with the Oath leader.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled and nodded.
Cooperation? How about cooperation?
Oath also became interested. After all, this is at least 25 tons of supplies. Who wouldn't be jealous?
Head of the Oath. That's what I think. Because this is the first time we have experienced cooperation with such a large amount of materials. So, whether I give you the supplies first or you give them to me first, it won't make the other person feel at ease. Therefore, we will trade based on the quantity of 1 ton. I will first give you a ton of supplies, whether fish, meat or fresh water. You can give me foundation stones or other supplies of equal proportion. In the end, I need to use 25 tons of materials to trade from you, no less than 50,000 foundation stones and at least 60,000 units of other materials.
Tang Xichuan said calmly to the Oath.
So much!
Xiao Xiao was surprised, but he was smart enough not to ask what Tang Xichuan wanted these supplies for. Everyone has a secret, and he and Tang Xichuan are simply partners. If he gets to the bottom of things and makes Tang Xichuan angry, he will be the one who suffers.
Yes, this is the first formal cooperation between us. The number of future cooperations will definitely be more than this.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
So, Brother Yifeng, what benefits can I, the survival group, get from this cooperation?
Oath asked.
Presumably, Captain Oath has also noticed that the supplies I mentioned are far higher than the market price. I will give you 25 tons of supplies. You only need to give me at least 50,000 foundation stones and 60,000 units of other basic resources. Among them, there must be some remaining supplies. These supplies are equivalent to the expense for your group. In other words, if the Oath leader can purchase these materials at a low price, then your survival group can intercept more materials.
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
Besides that, Captain Oath, don't you think that your group can gain a huge reputation from this transaction? With these reputations, I believe the Oath leader will be able to develop even better.
At this time, Tang Xichuan smiled like a profiteer. As for Xiao, he fell into deep thought after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. I have to say that the scene Tang Xichuan painted for Oath is very attractive. First of all, Tang Xichuan offered 25 tons of materials to purchase 50,000 foundation stones and 60,000 units of basic materials. This price has far exceeded the current market price. Even if there is some premium during the acquisition, there is still surplus. Tang Xichuan also said that the surplus supplies were all for himself. This means that how much materials you can retain in the end depends on how low you can keep the price during the acquisition process. However, after a rough calculation, Oath has roughly learned that this time, the Oath survival group will earn at least 3 or 4 tons of supplies. Moreover, this does not include the prestige gains brought by purchasing large quantities of materials. Now everyone is trying to survive and struggling on the line of life and death. If a survival group wants to grow, it cannot do without the participation of other survivors. So why do other survivors choose your survival group to join among so many survival groups? Then, there must be something that is attractive enough to the other party. And reputation is only part of it. It's more about letting others see the strength of your survival team. What is the greatest strength of a survival group? Aren't they just all kinds of supplies? Among these supplies, isn't the most important thing just food and water? Only these things can ensure that members can survive. If I can get these 3, 4 tons or more of supplies, then I will definitely be able to develop the Oath survival group into the largest in the region. Therefore, after Xiaochuan heard Tang Xichuan's conditions, he only thought about it for a short time, and he had already made up his mind.
Brother Yifeng's offer is really something I can't refuse,
Oath said to Tang Xichuan with a smile.
We, the Oath survival group, will accept this matter. Very good. Then thank you, Brother Oath.
Tang Xichuan responded with a smile when he heard Oath agreed to his request.
No need to thank you. We all get what we need,
Xiao Xiao said with a smile.
In this case, I will make preparations here. By the way, when do you plan to start the acquisition? Just wait for 2 more days. The supplies I have collected are still a little short of that.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to the Oath.
Okay, you're ready over there, and I'll be here at any time.
Oath nodded, knowing that Tang Xichuan didn't lie to him. After all, if he wanted Tang Xichuan to take out 25 tons of supplies at once, he would definitely not be able to do so. It was normal to wait for 2 more days to collect more.
Then I won't bother you. I'm going to find a few trustworthy people to make arrangements.
O said to Tang Sichuan.
Okay.
Tang Sichuan hung up the communication and then lay directly on his rocking chair. Everything that should be arranged now has been arranged. All that is left is to wait for the automatic fishing net and Binbo Erba and the others to catch 25 tons of sea fish. And then they can start trading. The previous fish pond is now full again, which means that the fish in the fish pond has once again reached about 10 tons. So this time, I only need to catch 15 tons of fish. Moreover, according to Nushi and the others' report, their other fish pond, which contains graded fish, is about to be depleted. This means that the graded fish must also reach 10 tons. Although, these fish are some of the lowest grade fish. Only D grade.
It seems that it is time to consume a wave of fish. Otherwise, the fish pond will not be able to hold it.
Tang Sichuan touched his chin and thought to himself. Chapter 73 Aboriginal? Come again? In Tang Sichuan's opinion, even if he and his group ate every day and every meal, they would not be able to finish the 10 tons of fish. After all, they can only consume 5 or 6 fish at most in one meal. And this consumption rate cannot keep up with the evolution rate of ordinary fish in fish ponds. Besides, Tang Sichuan is already a little tired of eating fish every day. Now he wants to eat more fruits and vegetables. Although he had seeds in his hands, there were 2 reasons that restricted Tang Sichuan. One is that the island is too small, resulting in too little cultivable area. A piece of land as big as a palm is not enough for farming. If you want island land, one way is to use the soil improvement card, and the other one, Tang Sichuan guessed, should be related to the evolution of the island. According to the existing data, if you want to speed up the evolution of the island, you can only expand the area of the island as much as possible. Therefore, what Tang Sichuan has to do now is to use the materials on his island to exchange as much as possible for other cornerstones of survival. As for whether so much leveled fish meat will cause other people to become stronger, Tang Sichuan thought this was unlikely. The main thing is that these 10 tons of graded fish may seem like a lot, but if you average it out, in fact, everyone can't get much at all. Such a small quantity is not enough to cause qualitative change. The second thing is that these fish are all the lowest grade D fish meat. Tang Sichuan is not stupid. He will not trade with others with fish above grade A. The second reason for restricting Tang Sichuan's planting is that Tang Sichuan doesn't know how to farm at all. Although Tang Sichuan came from the countryside, he had never worked in the fields. So how could he know how to plant? Growing these crops is not the same as growing flowers at home. If you want to plant, you must first determine what the soil is suitable for, not what you want to plant. If the soil is not fertile and the quality is not up to standard, the crops you grow will not grow well. Don't tell me. Why can flowers and plants grow well just by growing them at home? Please, you use cultivation soil for planting at home. Do you still think that there is a lot of fertile cultivation soil on this island? Therefore, in order not to destroy his own seeds, Tang Sichuan could only wait until Fan Long landed on the island. Anyway, Fan Long's arrival on the island only took a day or 2. Since Tang Sichuan has decided to use fish meat and fresh water to trade with others, he must be fully prepared. Fresh water is okay. After all, I still have a freshwater spring that can be used at any time. But the sea fish is still a bit lacking. At present, not counting high-grade marine fish, ordinary marine fish are still at least 15 tons short. Therefore, Tang Sichuan decided to make up for the 15 tons of marine fish within these 2 days. As for the graded fish, Tang Sichuan plans to use them to exchange for some high-end goods, such as various blueprints. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan opened the door and walked out of the apartment. When he walked out, he found that Nushi and the others did not return to their cabin. Instead, they were sitting in the newly built pavilion and chatting with the group of natives. When Nushi and the others saw Tang Sichuan approaching, they immediately stood up and saluted Tang Sichuan.
Owner, it's okay. Just relax. I came here just to arrange our work tasks for the next 2 days.
Tang Sichuan waved to everyone.
Master, please give me your instructions,
Nushi said to Tang Sichuan on behalf of everyone.
2 days later, I am going to trade a batch of marine fish with others. I have looked at it now, and it is about 15 tons short. In the past 2 days, you will put your other tasks aside and focus on getting the fish first. In addition, send 2 people to expand the ordinary level fish pond to an area of 10 meters x 10 meters to hold these fish.
Tang Sichuan pointed to the fish pond not far away.
Okay, Master.
Nushi nodded immediately.
If you still have some free time, continue to do what I told you before. In the near future, our island will usher in great development. Let's lay a solid foundation now, and then your task will be easier.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to the stubborn stone,
Master, don't worry. We promise to complete the mission,
Nushi said with determination.
Well, okay. You guys can rest first.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then prepared to go back to his apartment.
Oh, by the way, it's been hot these 2 days. Don't work in the sun, as it's easy to get heat stroke. There is also some light salt water at the door of the apartment. If you are thirsty or sweat a lot, remember to add some light salt water. Okay, Master.
Nushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, and suddenly felt warm inside. Tang Sichuan didn't pay attention to Nushi's expression. In his opinion, Nushi and the others were his employees. As a boss, isn't it normal to care about your employees? Tang Sichuan returned to his apartment, then sat on the rocking chair in the living room, took a sip of the ice salt water placed next to him, blew on the air conditioner, and looked at the coast in the distance. Everything felt so comfortable.
Well, it would feel better if there was a girl beside me at this time,
Tang Sichuan suddenly murmured to himself. However, it seems that the days when I can hold my girl in my arms and sit and watch the waves roll are coming soon. After all, Maen and the others will arrive tonight if nothing unexpected happens. Tang Sichuan's heart was still very hot when he thought that he would see Maen again. But when he thought that people like Zhang Ji, Yu Min, and Fong Long were coming with him, he felt like he was holding back his anger. In the beautiful world of two people, for big men suddenly come in. Who can bear this?
No. A few houses must be added to the list of acquisitions this time. I must return to the days of
sharing
with Sister Maen.
Tang Sichuan secretly made up his mind. Time flows slowly in such thoughts. And Tang Sichuan also fell asleep unconsciously. I don't know how long it took. But when Tang Sichuan woke up again, it was almost dark. And he didn't wake up naturally, but was awakened by an urgent ringtone. Tang Sichuan opened his sleepy eyes, but his brain was still a little unresponsive. After all, for the past 2 days, every day something happened at midnight, and he had not slept well for 2 consecutive days. Moreover, Zhang Ji came to the island, and he couldn't possibly let Zhang Ji take Wenwen to sleep on the sofa.
Huh? Who is it?
Tang Sichuan answered the private message in a daze.
Sichuan, it's not good.
Tang Sichuan connected the communication and immediately heard Ma Yin's voice. And he woke up from his drowsiness.
What's wrong? Sister Maen.
Tang Sichuan was a little anxious.
Sichuan, we are on the way to your island. We just saw a large indigenous ship heading towards your island.
Maen said anxiously.
What? Aboriginals? Here again?
Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Ma Yin's words clearly. What is the situation? Why are there another wave of natives? What is this for? Queuing up to give away someone's head? Chapter 74. Is there really no chance?
Sister Maen, how far are you from my island now? How many people are there?
Tang Sichuan asked immediately.
There are still about 50 kilometers. I haven't seen the number of people on the other side clearly, but there are no more than 10 people at most.
Maen replied immediately.
50 kilometers and 10 people again?
Tang Xiaochuan murmured, and then said to Maen.
I understand. You go to the island first. I know.
Maen nodded, and then continued.
Sichuan, is it okay if we go directly to the island like this? It doesn't matter. Just come up and say okay. I will find a way to solve the rest.
Tang Sichuan said to Maen confidently. Seeing that Tang Xiaochuan was so confident, Maen calmed down a lot from the panic in her heart. Tang Sichuan said a few words of comfort, and then hung up the communication. But after Tang Sichuan hung up the communication, his face became not so good.
Strange. There is a hint of conspiracy everywhere in this matter.
Tang Xiaochuan murmured. First of all, this time the natives still appeared 50 kilometers away. Again, there was only 1 boat and 10 people. How similar is this situation to when Zhang Ji came to the island? Or, it cannot be said to be similar. It is just like a copy. The only difference is that the direction of appearance is different. This feeling is just like the story in the game that must appear when completing a mission. Tang Sichuan felt a little unreal. But it happened to appear again. However, since the natives have already attacked, they have to defend themselves. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan stood up and knocked directly on the bedroom door. Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan knocking on the door and opened the door directly.
What's wrong?
Zhang Ji asked with a puzzled look.
There is something that needs to be resolved. You Maen and Maen just contacted me and said that they met the indigenous people.
Tang Xiuchuan said to Zhang Ji.
What? Aboriginal?
Zhang Ji was also shocked. Tang Xiuchuan nodded when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Where is it?
Zhang Ji also became serious.
Similarly, 50 kilometers away. There is a boat with about 10 people.
Tang Xiuchuan told him what he knew. When Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he suddenly showed a strange expression.
What a coincidence!
Zhang Ji asked doubtfully.
This may not be a coincidence.
Tang Xiuchuan sighed before saying to Zhang Ji.
Huh? It's not a coincidence. What do you mean?
Zhang Ji seemed to have guessed it, and he looked at Tang Xiuchuan in shock.
Don't you think this is very similar to the plot in the game?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zhang Ji and said.
It's quite similar.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then fell into silence. But not long after, a hint of surprise appeared on his face.
Sichuan, I suddenly thought of a possibility.
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuchuan and said.
What's possible? You said. Although this is just like the game. When someone approaches the island, a group of natives will appear. But these natives couldn't have been created out of thin air.
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuchuan with some excitement.
Huh?
Tang Xiuchuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Yes. Why didn't I think of it? This native appeared on Maen's route to the island. It can be said that someone is behind the scenes. But people can't conjure it up out of thin air.
Tang Xiuchuan thought to himself.
You mean, these natives are probably from the same tribe?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zhang Ji and asked.
It's very possible. Didn't you say that before? You encountered 2 indigenous attacks near here, both from the Creek tribe. If this indigenous attack comes from the Creek tribe, it means that there is only one tribe near your island. And no matter how powerful a tribe is,
its total population has an upper limit. This group of natives will be killed one after another. In the end, it is very likely that the tribe will be underpopulated. All the fighting forces will be captured by us. By then, won't that tribe no longer pose a threat to you? You will also have one less enemy.
Zhang Ji analyzed it to Tang Xiuchuan.
No, it's not just that. If I can really confirm that they are from the Creek tribe, I won't let them go so easily.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head and said,
Huh? What do you mean?
This time it was Zhang Ji's turn to be confused.
Mushi and the others told me before that when their tribe was at its strongest, there were only 200 people. Now some people have been sent out, and only 120 people remain in the tribe. And among these 120 people, half are old and weak tribesmen. This means that in their tribe, there are only 60 people in combat strength. What if we capture all the tribesmen who were sent out from their tribe? Then our combat power will surpass that of the CC tribe. At that time, we may have a chance to counterattack their tribe.
Tang Xiuchuan said with a fierce look in his eyes.
Huh? You want to counterattack the CC tribe?
Zhang Ji was a little surprised.
Yes. Counterattack.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded, and then said,
I have never been a person who likes to be beaten passively. Since this stream tribe has been harassing me, you must be prepared for my counterattack. But, Sichuan, I have to remind you, it may not be good for you to use people from the Xiuxi tribe to attack the Xiuxi tribe.
Zhang Ji reminded Tang Xiuchuan. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he was dumbfounded. He had been thinking about how to counterattack, but he had forgotten the most important point. His main support for counterattacking was the people of the CC tribe who were captured by him. Without the constraints of the contract card, Tang Xiuchuan was not sure that he would let these people raise weapons against his former tribesmen. You know, both parties are familiar acquaintances. Even father and son. Brothers. Do you want them to fight for you? What's going on? Even if it's the clan leader's order, it won't work. The most likely possibility is that as soon as you landed on the island, this group of people raised their weapons and looked at you. Unless you can sign a contract card with everyone. But in this way, everything comes back again. If I can sign a contract with everyone, why not? It was because there were not enough contract cards that the leader turned to the method of controlling others.
Is this plan to attack the CC tribe stillborn?
Tang Xiuchuan felt as if he had eaten a dead fly. Huh?
Wait.
Tang Xiuchuan suddenly thought of something. Since the contract card in the supplied box cannot achieve such an effect, it does not mean that I have no other ways. I even have a sign-in system. Wouldn't it be great if we could get something awesome by signing in during these few days? At this time, Tang Xiuchuan put all his hopes on the system. Coincidentally, the number of check-ins today has not been used yet. Chapter 75 Mind Control Tower.
System. Sign in.
Tang Sichuan muttered silently in his heart.
Congratulations on getting the special item, Mind Control Tower. Are you still worried about the loyalty of the islanders? Are you still worried that the islanders will resist your will? Then, you need a mind control tower. No matter how big your island is, as long as you have a control tower, you can perfectly control the residents on the island. Note, please do not confuse this tower with some kind of evil weapon. This control tower can only subtly enhance the loyalty of the island residents. If the owner cannot treat the island residents well, the role of the control tower will be greatly weakened. Note, the loyalty of island residents can be additionally monitored.
I'm going. It's crazy. Tang Sichuan exclaimed in his heart. When Tang Sichuan saw the control tower for the first time, it reminded him of the signature weapon of a certain force in a certain game. With that kind of weapon, no matter what type of soldier you are, as long as you dare to enter its range, you will be controlled. That kind of instant brainwashing. No control of personal thoughts. And the person being controlled is like a puppet on strings.
However, looking at the controller, it seems that it is not that powerful and can only subtly modify the loyalty of the island residents. However, this controller also has its irreplaceable benefit. That is, it allows people to maintain their own thoughts. As for if these people cannot be treated well, they will rebel. But Tang Sichuan feels that he can do it. After all, I have no intention of squeezing them desperately. I just need them to become my labor force, not mindless slaves.
It seems that this tower must be built as soon as possible,
Tang Sichuan decided secretly.
Well, what you said makes sense, but I have a way.
Tang Sichuan came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Ji and said,
Do you have any idea?
Zhang Ji was a little stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Yes.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then said,
Don't worry about this matter. The most important thing now is to inform everyone to prepare, and be prepared for the coming natives. Now I seriously suspect that not only were there natives when Maen and others came, but also Shen Qian and Fan Lao would be attacked by natives later when they came to the island. Yes, I understand. I'll make some arrangements right away.
Zhang Ji also knew that the matter was urgent. He nodded and turned back, preparing to comfort Wenwen. Tang Sichuan turned around and walked out of the apartment. He needed to let Nashi and the others prepare. As for the tactics, Tang Sichuan felt that there was no need to change them and just stick to yesterday's method. It would be okay to just block the invading natives on the sea, and then let Ben Boer attack them, scuttle the ship, and then catch the other natives ashore.
That would be okay.
When Tang Sichuan came out, he happened to see Nushi and the others gathered around the pergola, preparing to grill fish. When Nushi and the others saw Tang Sichuan approaching, they all stood up.
Master!
Nashi looked at Tang Sichuan and saluted.
Be prepared. Enemies may attack soon.
Tang Sichuan looked at the stubborn stone and said to him,
Enemy?
Nashi was shocked when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Tang Sichuan saw Nushi's nervousness. He patted Nushi on the shoulder and said,
Don't worry so much. This time, there are still only about 10 people coming. So this time, we can just follow the same method as last time. I understand. Master.
Nushi nodded.
Then you guys get ready first. I'll go take care of other things.
After saying that, Tang Sichuan walked towards the hill behind his apartment. Soon, he climbed directly to the top of the mountain, took out the mind controller directly from the system space, and placed it on the top of the mountain. A burst of white light flashed, and an iron tower about 3 meters appeared in front of him. The entire iron tower is in the shape of a needle, but there is an extra L-shaped iron rod on the second and third sections of the main pole. These 2 iron rods, one counterclockwise and the other clockwise, rotate around the main rod.
This is the mind control tower? It's exactly the same as the one in the game.
Tang Sichuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly saw a small screen on the base of the control tower. He walked over immediately. I saw that on the screen. The outline of the entire island appeared. And then, there were a dozen green dots that kept flashing. Tang Sichuan clicked on one of the small dots, and a new window immediately appeared on the screen. And this green dot represented the stubborn stone.
Name, Stubborn Stone. Sex, male. Loyalty, 100, die loyal. Sure enough.
Tang Sichuan sighed. This mind control tower really controls the loyalty of residents, and can only see such simple information. However, Nushi and the others were diehards because they used the contract card. I can't see any difference myself. I can only look at those who don't use contract cards. Tang Sichuan randomly clicked on another one and found that this person was someone who had never used a contract card.
Name, Saussure. Sex, male.
Loyalty, 68.
Name, Giant Tree. Sex, male.
Loyalty, 62. Tang Sichuan quickly collected everyone's information and found that the loyalty level of the group of people who came to the island yesterday was between 60 and 70. Although this kind of loyalty is not high, it is not low either. At least there was no danger of betrayal. And besides, how long had they been joining the island? It only takes 1 day. Even if it is full, Tang Sichuan is now full of confidence in this mind controller. He believes that sooner or later, this controller will be able to raise the loyalty of the island residents to a very high level. However, the fly in the ointment was that Tang Sichuan also discovered a flaw. That is, although the control tower was able to monitor Zhang Ji, there was an extra sentence in his message.
Name, Zhang Ji. Sex, male.
Loyalty, 85, not affected by mind control tower and loyalty improvement. Tang Sichuan looked at this sentence and fell into thinking. In his understanding, the mind control tower can monitor Zhang Ji, but he gives a reminder that his loyalty is not affected by the control tower. This means that no matter how long Zhang Ji lives on the island, his loyalty will not be inexplicable because of the existence of the control tower. But this does not mean that Zhang Ji's loyalty will not reach full value. However, it is more difficult to improve his loyalty than other natives. As long as the natives are on the island, and as long as you don't abuse them, they will reach full value sooner or later. But Zhang Ji needs to invest more on his own before he can reach the full value. This is like if you are in a company and you treat your subordinates badly. Do you still expect them to be loyal to you? Looking at it from the other side, it seems that Zhang Ji's loyalty points are not much different from those of other natives. But he needs to invest more.